Chapter 1048, System in the Game, there are other aspects. We also need to form a social investigation team to conduct a census on various jobs and people from all walks of life in society, and try to understand their life experiences as much as possible, which will be more conducive to the development of the game. After all, when the game starts, players will be born into various families, and these families will need the data after the census to set up. And Wei Yin said seriously some of his views on the development of the game. That's all I've said. You need to add some more professional content yourself. As for the professional aspects, there are a few points that need to be set. The first point is the time. Even if it is compared with the real world, it can't be the same as the time in the real world. Also, if the player enters the game as a baby, then the game time may be much longer. So after the player enters the game, the state of the character needs to be discussed. There are also some very rigid issues. If it is to imitate reality, then in terms of agriculture, how to deal with crops and the growth cycle is also a problem. Also, if it is compared with reality, should the player's lifespan be limited? Does the player's character need to sleep and rest in the game? Fong Chong rubbed his eyebrows. He suddenly realized that if he really did it according to Mr. Chen's instructions, this game would involve a lot of knowledge. This is no longer developing a game. It seems to be replicating a world. I don't think it can be the same as the real world. After all, many people in the real world have their own jobs. If the time in the game is the same as the time in the real world, then it will be difficult for the game to continue to develop. We can adjust the time flow rate appropriately. I think it can be adjusted to 3 hours in the game time and 1 day in the real world. The overall time ratio is 8:1. Then all the settings in the game world, such as crop growth, are adjusted according to the ratio of time flow rate. Crops that originally require 8 days to mature can be set to mature in 1 day in the game. There are other settings as well, all adjusted according to the 8:1 time ratio. Zhao Bowen talked about his thoughts. Well, this setting can be adopted. After all, everyone in the real world has their own work, and it is impossible to play the game 24 hours a day. And adjust the time according to the time ratio of 8:1. Players play 3 hours in the game, which is equivalent to 1 day in the world. And 3 hours of game time is something that many people can do, and they can also have a better gaming experience. Spending a day in the real world and a day in the game is quite interesting. Wei Yin nodded and agreed with Zhao Bowen's idea. As for the setting of the player's role in the game, I think it is better to start at the age of 18. At the age of 18, you can enter society and choose the life you want. Of course, everyone's initial starting line is definitely different. Some people may enter the game as college students, or they may be a social youth who has dropped out of school for a long time, or they may be a rich second generation. In this way, players who enter the game are once again faced with the choice of fate, and this time they have a chance to start over. What choice will they make? Is it suddenly becoming a rich second generation and squandering in the game? Or using the game coins in the game to start a business? Or entering a first-class university and choosing to study hard in school? Or wasting college life? Or becoming a social youth who dropped out of school, choosing to continue to mix? Or improving yourself and changing your destiny? At the moment when players enter the game, they all face a choice, and this choice also determines what kind of life they want to live in the game. Speaking of this, Fong Chong showed a hint of expectation on his face. He really wanted to know what kind of choice those people would make when the game goes online. Another point is the lifespan of the character. Since I have requested that the character cannot be restarted, we can also set a lifespan for the character in the game. The initial setting for the player after entering the game is 80 years old. Doing different things in the game may have an impact on the final lifespan. For example, exercise can increase lifespan to a certain extent, and staying up late can appropriately reduce lifespan. For these specific contents, I think we can ask several professional doctors to formulate them and make them as close to the real society as possible. Wei Yin and Zhao Bowen nodded after hearing Fong Chang's story. The closer this game is to reality, the better it can realize Mr. Chen's vision for this game. Another point is the system in the game. In addition to not allowing suicide, it is also not allowed to do some illegal things. The laws in the game can be the same as in reality. You can ask Lawyer Tang for legal matters. Time passed little by little. Several people in the office kept discussing some settings and ideas for the new game. Assistant office, Shinro sat in front of the computer, handling various tasks of the group. After an unknown amount of time, the phone rang beside her. Shinro lowered her head and picked up the phone to take a look. She found that it was Tina, who had not been in contact for many days. Since the last time she took Tina to visit the canning factory via video, there has been no news that I didn't expect to call her at this time. I don't know if it's about canning. Shinro thought to herself, and then answered the phone. Hello, Miss Tina. Miss Shinro, we have made a definite decision on the canning matter. I don't know when you have time at the canning factory. We will bring a team to visit. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract directly. Tina's words came from the phone. Shinro's face lit up when she heard Tina's words. After waiting for so long, there is finally definite news. As long as the other party has no problem visiting, the loss of the canning factory will be completely solved. The demand for canned food overseas is very large. She also learned some details about canned food. The domestic demand for canned food is not large, and 80% of the canned food in China needs to be exported overseas, that as long as the overseas market is open this time. The sales of canned food will no longer be a problem in the future. Chapter 1049 Tina's new news. The rest of the time at our cannery is all working time. Miss Tina can come anytime she wants. Is that so? That's no problem. Our team will fly to China tomorrow and arrive in Jiangcheng at night. The actual tour will be the day after tomorrow. Tina said the final tour time. The two finally agreed on the tour. Shinro hung up the phone, then called Meng Xiaohong at the cannery and told her that Tina would bring the team to visit. The next day, President's office, Chinemo sat back in the boss chair. Just now, he had already filled in the additional investment of 3 billion yuan for the event base and 1.5 billion yuan for Nanchi takeaway. Now, his system itself has only a few million left, but the sports meeting has been arranged that he is looking for some reasons to give some bonuses to employees. Now, there are tens of thousands of employees in Tomorrow Group. As long as some bonuses are given, a lot of funds can be consumed. All these, basically enough to consume the system funds that have been profitable in the past few days. Full settlement of system funds. Chinemo leaned back in his chair with a little relaxation. In this month, he had experienced so many things that Lao Lu had done, but in the end he still won. He had carefully counted the specific situation of each company, especially Tsangshui Games' boring short videos, several companies. These companies have already started to make profits in places where they can make large-scale profits. It is impossible to suddenly make profits of several hundred million. As for other companies, he also learned about them, but he did not find any profitable points. There will basically be no major changes in the remaining few days. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, then turned on the computer in front of the desk and directly entered Freedom War to start playing. The day after tomorrow, really good canning factory. Tina, this is our canning factory. Shinro pointed to the sign of the really good canning factory and said, Miss Shinro, this cannery is even more impressive than in the video. Tina said with emotion as she looked at the huge plaque and the environment inside the factory. At that time, only a part of the factory could be seen in the video, and the whole factory could not be seen. Now the whole factory is very large. The scale of this cannery has exceeded more than half of the canneries. Just from the scale of the cannery, it is more than enough to cooperate with them. Let's go in and visit. There are too many limitations in watching it in the video before. Okay, Ms. Tina. Shinro nodded, and then she and Meng Xiaohong took Tina to the cannery. And behind Tina were 7 colleagues, obviously the inspection team brought by Tina. Ms. Tina, this is our employee cafeteria. We have prepared a lot of Oriental food today. You can taste it after the visit. Passing by the employee cafeteria, Shinro introduced it and continued to walk forward. This time, the main purpose of the visit is to see the processing environment of the cannery. If the processing environment of the cannery cannot meet the requirements of the other party, then no matter how good the other environment is, it will be useless. Ms. Tina, this is our canning processing workshop. This processing workshop processes canned peaches. The inspection team led by Tina heard Shinro's introduction and began to visit the workshop. Because many people in the inspection team did not speak Chinese, this time the introduction was made by Shinro in French. All the members of the inspection team can hear clearly the various processes and processing of the workshop, which can better improve the success rate of cooperation. And the whole French ended, which really won the favor of the inspection team. Miss Shunro's French is really good. When we are inspecting outside, we rarely meet customers with such good French. Tina walked aside and praised. This time, she had already passed the visit, but the decision to reach this cooperation was not her decision alone, but the decision of the entire inspection team, that if more than half of the members of the inspection team opposed cooperation, then this cooperation would not be possible. But now Shinro has initially won the favor of these inspection teams through the French Introduction.in edition. The processing workshops are all above 5-star level, and there are no problems. Now, as long as they are conquered by the taste of canned food, the cooperation this time can basically be settled. Ms. Shinro, I wonder if we can taste the canned food produced. That's no problem. We have prepared all kinds of canned food here. We can just go and taste it later, Shinro said with a smile. Tasting canned food was something she had expected a long time ago, so she arranged for people to prepare all the canned food in advance. We want to taste the canned food that has just been produced. A member of the inspection team came out and said slowly. Shinro was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and smiled. That's no problem, but this requires us to visit several more workshops. The canned food produced in each workshop here is different. The packaging area is over there, where the canned food that has just been produced is packaged, and we can eat the canned food that has just been produced there, Shinro said, and then she went straight to the packaging area. Entering the packaging area, Meng Xiaohong went up to direct several employees to quickly open several cans, and then handed them to the members of the inspection team. Ms. Tina, you can taste it too. Shinro handed over a bottle of open canned food and also a spoon. Seeing this, Tina reached out to take the canned food, picked up a piece of canned food with a spoon, and tasted it. Tasted it carefully, and then nodded. It tastes very good. I like it very much. At the same time, the other members of the inspection team also nodded, expressing their praise for the canned food. Ms. Tina, let's go to other production workshops to have a look. Shinro smiled when she heard this, and she was still very confident about the taste of the canned food. There is a research and development department in the canning factory, and the taste of the canned food is improved every day. She has also tasted every flavor of Jinhao canned food, and they all tasted very good. Next, Shinro and Meng Xiaohong led the inspection team to visit all the production workshops of Jinhao canned food. And every time they visited a workshop, they would give the canned food produced in that workshop to the members of the inspection team to taste. Beef canned food workshop. Ms. Tina, how about this beef canned food? Shinro looked at Tina and asked with a smile. Chapter 1050 Chinese Cuisine Overseas. Canned food can basically become a staple food. Compared with canned fruit, canned meat is also more popular. It's delicious. This canned beef is really delicious. Tina put down her fork and said with a look of amazement, this canned beef is very different from the canned beef she knew before. This canned beef is flat in shape, and the beef inside the can is more like a steak, and it tastes similar to steak. After the other members of the inspection team finished eating the canned beef, they couldn't help but praise it. Tasty. This canned beef is the best canned beef I have ever tasted. This canned beef tastes really good. I like. Listening to the inspection team's compliments, Shinro felt confident in her heart. Judging from the current performance of the inspection team, it can be seen that they still have a good impression of Jinhao cans. Ms. Tina, it's already noon. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Food has been prepared there. Shinro glanced at the time, then slowly spoke. Now that all the production workshops have been visited, the next step is to talk about cooperation, and eating is a good opportunity to talk about cooperation. Okay, we all want to try Chinese food. Tina nodded. The group of people headed straight towards the canteen of the cannery. Enter the cafeteria. Ms. Tina, let's come this way. Shinro took the lead in leading the inspection team to the dining table in the canteen. At this time, many prepared delicacies were placed on the dining table. Because I already said hello yesterday, today's dishes are all more classic dishes from China. There are dinner plates here. You can make your own whatever you like to eat. Shinro took out the plates from the sterilizer and distributed them to the people in the inspection group, and at the same time began to introduce the dishes on the dining table. After Shinro's introduction, the people in the inspection team curiously started to get food. They basically only had fried chicken, pasta, and other foods. How could they see so many dishes? With the idea of tasting, each dish is served in a pinch. If you don't have enough to eat, you can still continue to fight. Shinro looked at the people in the inspection team, who kept putting food on the plates, and reminded them. Soon everyone finished their meal and sat down together at a dining table. Here are knives and forks for you. Shinro put several sets of knives and forks on the table. Considering that the people in the inspection group did not know how to use chopsticks, she had already asked the canteen to prepare knives and forks in advance. Upon seeing this, Tina took out the knife and fork with a smile, and then couldn't wait to taste the dishes on the plate. Others in the inspection group were also eager to taste it soon. There were exclamations of exclamation in the cafeteria. So delicious. This tastes so special. I didn't expect the food in China to be so delicious. I've already fallen in love with China. Oh my gosh, I'm going to stay here. Miss Shinro, what's the name of this dish? I like it very much, Tina asked as she picked up a piece of vegetable with a fork. This is guabao pork. It's sweet and sour. It's a very popular dish here. Where's this dish? This is braised pork. Where's this? This is Kyoto's very famous roast duck. It has sauce and is even more delicious when rolled in pancakes. Tina smelled the dishes on the plate curiously. Each dish had a different taste, but they all tasted delicious. Miss Tina, these delicacies are only a small part of our Chinese delicacies. I could take you to eat more Chinese delicacies if I have the opportunity in the future, Shinro said with a smile, but her words quickly changed. But before that, let's talk about cooperation first. You have all seen the can production environment. The negative news on the internet that said our cans are really good no longer exists. I wonder if you, Ms. Tina, are interested in cooperating? Visit, eat. Ultimately, we have to talk about cooperation. Well, Ms. Shinro, we need to discuss this. Your company must have a spare conference room. Tina turned her head and looked at the other members of the inspection team, and then spoke. Of course we have this. After lunch, I will take you there. Shinro nodded. That would be troublesome. Tina smiled. Lunch will be over soon. Shinro brought the members of the inspection team to a spare conference room, and then returned to the office with Meng Xiaohong. Assistant Shun, do you think they will agree to cooperate? Meng Xiaohong asked nervously. Nowadays, Jinhao Cannery has been in a state of loss. Whether it can turn losses into profits depends on whether this cooperation can be concluded that I in this regard. She was still very nervous. I'm not sure about this, but judging from the expressions of the inspection group still has a very good impression of our really good cannery. In addition, the taste of the cans also satisfies them. From my judgment, there is still a high chance of cooperation. Shinro thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. Time passed little by little that soon. Shinro received Tina's message, and then she and Meng Xiaohong got up and went to the conference room where the inspection team was located. I wonder, Miss Tina, what was the final result of the discussion? Shinro looked at Tina and asked, feeling very nervous. When Tina heard Shinro's words, she smiled slightly and then spoke. After the discussion just now, our inspection team agreed that the production environment of Jinhao, the size of the factory, and the taste of the cans all meet our requirements for cans. We think we can cooperate, but one condition is that they have to live here for a few days and want to taste more Chinese food. Also, I will discuss with you the specific cooperation matters as a representative. When Shinro heard Tina's words, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as cooperation could be achieved. Then the lost problem of the cannery will be completely solved from now on. Tomorrow Group has another profitable project. Miss Tina, don't worry. We will definitely entertain them well and let them taste more Chinese delicacies. A smile broke out on Shunro's face, and she continued to speak. Then let's go to the office to discuss cooperation. As for the other members of the inspection team, we have arranged 2 tour guides to take them around Jiangcheng. What we just ate in the cafeteria were some dishes from China. We also have a lot of delicious snacks here that we can take them to try. If that's the case, I can't help but follow, Tina said while holding back some envy after hearing this. She also wanted to taste the delicious snacks from Shunro's mouth. Chapter 1051 Advance Payment. Ms. Tina, If you want to go, I will personally take you to visit Jiangcheng after we finish discussing cooperation. Shinro said. Then let's talk about cooperation quickly. With a smile on her face, Tina then told the inspection group in the conference room about someone taking them to visit Jiangcheng. With the inspection team's excited expressions, they entered the office with Shinro. Miss Shinro, although the specifications and environment of Jinhao Cannery meet our requirements, we still need to conduct market verification. So the first batch of orders may not be very large. Tina sat in the reception area and spoke slowly. We understand this, but we don't know how many cans Ms. Tina is planning to order for the first batch of orders. Shinro nodded, expressing her understanding of Tina's request that if it were her, she would do the same thing. It is impossible to purchase in large quantities for something that has not yet been verified by the market. The first batch of cans we plan to buy for only 500 million renminbi. As for the proportion of can types, I made a record. You can take a look, Tina said, handing over a piece of paper. This purchasing proportion is the result of their discussion in the conference room just now. Shinro took the paper handed over by Tina and looked at it briefly. The proportion of the whole canned food was that canned fish and canned meat accounted for 70%, while canned fruit only accounted for 30%. And an order of 500 million is also very large for current canneries. After all, there is not even one order for more than 100,000 yuan at the cannery.at this time. There is an order of 500 million, which is already a very large order. Ms. Tina, we don't have any problems here. I have prepared the contract. You can take a look, Shinro said, taking out the prepared contract. Tina Huge took the contract and read it. After a while, she confirmed that there was no problem with the contract. Without saying anything else, he signed the contract directly. Ms. Shinro, the contract has been signed. We will make an advance payment of 300 million within 3 working days. The remaining balance will be paid directly to your company's account after we receive the can and confirm that there is no problem with the can. No problem. Shinro nodded. In that case, let's go to Jiangcheng for a walk, Tina said. Of course there is no problem. Then let's set off now. Shinro smiled. She didn't expect that Tina was still thinking about the trip. Then he got up and took the lead to walk outside the office. This time the order is 500 million, but if really good cans can open overseas markets, then the order will be more than 500 million in the future, as long as we can open overseas markets. There will be orders worth billions or even tens of billions. She is not worried about this at all. There is no problem with the taste of the canned food, so it is only a matter of time before it opens to overseas markets. Shinro thought secretly in her heart, but it has nothing to do with her from now on. She came here mainly to be responsible for pulling the strings. Meng Xiaohong will be responsible for signing contracts in the future. After all, she is the president's assistant, so she cannot keep an eye on things at the cannery. The next day, Tomorrow Group, president's office, Chinemo looked at the sports meeting information, and after confirming that there was no problem, he sat back in his seat with a relaxed expression. Now there are only 3 days left before settlement. In the past 2 days, he found that the system funds increased suddenly and rapidly. However, the overall situation is still within the acceptable range. Plus, he has added some benefits to the company's employees that IT was still enough for him to complete the settlement task in full. Chinemo thought happily and opened the computer directly to enter Freedom Battle. With the jungle position and being known by many people, it is no longer as easy for him to score points as before. However, with a previous understanding of the game, you can still gain some advantages in the game. Now he only needs to play a few more games to advance to the master level in the game. This was a rank he had not reached in his previous life, and he did not expect to achieve it here. Shinro opened the door and entered the office, and saw Mr. Chen looking at the computer attentively. Without making a sound to disturb him, he walked to the desk very lightly, picked up the water glass on the table, made a cup of coffee, and put it back again. After doing all this, he returned to his office silently. Before long, the cell phone rang. Picking up the phone and taking a look, it was a message from Meng Xiaohong. The content is very simple. It means that Tina has left. A few people from the inspection team have stayed behind to take charge of future orders. They are currently living in the staff dormitory of the cannery. Originally, we were going to arrange for them to stay in a relatively good hotel in Jiangcheng, but they were directly rejected by the people from the inspection team. People in the inspection team expressed that they wanted to stay in the staff dormitories and did not want to stay in a hotel. When Shinro saw such news, she smiled and shook her head. She felt that those on the inspection team insisted on staying in the staff dormitories for the staff canteen. But now Tina has left for home, and the cannery has started shipping. There was a lot of canned food in stock before, so there was no need to process it immediately. Now it can be packaged and shipped directly. She simply replied to Meng Xiaohong's message and put her phone on the table beside her. She looked at the door leading to Mr. Chen's office, thought about it, and then returned her eyes to the computer screen that it's good that the cannery's matter should be waited for the cannery to write a report. It's a bit against the rules for her to go directly to Mr. Chen and talk about this matter without going through the cannery. And now Tina hasn't transferred the advance payment to the company's account, so it's a bit too hasty to report now. 3 days later that I in the office of Tomorrow Group, Chinemo looked at the current system funds and then laughed happily. At this time, the system funds were under his control and had been maintained at an amount that could be fully settled. And now it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 3 hours before the settlement time. That is to say, in 3 hours, he could fully settle 60 million funds, and he would also have 60 million personal assets. After working so hard for so long, is he finally going to settle the whole process once? Chinmo thought to himself, then happily took a sip of the coffee beside him. There are still 3 hours left, so it's still enough time to play 2 games. Thinking to himself, he entered Freedom War and started playing, and a game was settled. Chinmo looked at the game screen of victory, and his mood became even happier. Sure enough, when a person walks away, everything he encounters is good. Just as he was about to start the next game, Shinro walked in. Mr. Chun, this is the information reported by the canning factory. Chapter 1052 300 million. What a great canned report. Chinemo was stunned for a moment when he heard Shinro's words. Jinhao Kinkan has always been in a state of loss due to word-of-mouth issues, and there are no practical changes. As long as it continues to develop, Jinhao can, like Changfeng Clothing, will always be in a state of loss that I don't know what Zenhaken wants to report at this time. Chinemo was confused, so he picked up the information reported by Jinhao Kinkan and opened it to read. 5 minutes later, Chinemo looked closely at the contents of the information, and his palms couldn't help but tremble. Consciousness quickly settled in the system panel in his mind, and he found that the system funds had not changed much before playing the game. At this time, the funds had skyrocketed by 300 million. 300 million. At this time, the system funds suddenly increased by 300 million. So his system settlement this time has failed. At this time, there is only more than an hour left before settlement, and he has no additional investment projects now, and he has already used all the places where funds can be consumed within the company. When it comes to investing in new projects, just over an hour is not enough. Just arranging financial payment is not enough time. Chinemo sat down on the seat in despair. At this time, he didn't want to do anything. What about playing games? What about improving scores? No interest at all. Mr. Chun. When Shun-ro saw Mr. Chen's expression, she cried out worriedly. She couldn't figure out why Mr. Chun became a little dull after seeing the information reported by Jinhao Cannery, even though he was always in a happy state today. Obviously, the news about the cannery is a very good thing. With the overseas market, as long as Jinhao Can is loved by the overseas market, Jinhao Can will completely turn its losses into profits. This what Mr. Wei said, not being happy for success, but only reflecting on success. In Mr. Chen's eyes, success is inevitable. But how to make success more successful is what Mr. Chen thinks about. Now Mr. Chen is thinking about how to make the really good cans more successful. Shin-ro thought secretly in her heart. Well, you go and do your own thing. When Chun-mo heard Shun-ro's words, he waved his hand feebly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shin-ro looked at Mr. Chen, then turned and returned to her office. Seeing Shin-ro return to his office, Chun-mo completely collapsed on the boss's chair. When I saw the system funds in my mind, I quickly thought of a question that I in every previous settlement. His remaining system funds were lower than the initial system funds. But this time it's different. His initial system capital was 60 million, and now his system capital has reached 300 million, which is much higher than the initial system capital. How to settle this situation? All previous settlement rules were based on the condition that the remaining system funds were lower than the initial system that never said the remaining system funds are higher than the initial system funds. Chinemo couldn't help but worry that he wouldn't be able to settle the bill in this situation, that if this is the case, then why did he spend so much money this year? It's all the good deeds of those in the group. Every time the settlement failed, he thought that. This time the settlement was already a sure thing, and he didn't expect that the really good can that he had never paid attention to could cause trouble for him. And this is a big deal. Canned food has opened up overseas markets. If really good canned food can really gain a foothold overseas, then really good canned food will not just turn losses into profits, that he has some understanding of the overseas demand for cans. This time the order is only 500 million. If really good cans are very popular overseas, then future orders may be 5 billion or 10 billion. This way, the cannery's future profits will also be measured in hundreds of millions. There was also assistant Shinro, who was usually very obedient, but she stabbed him in the back once. Shinro was the one who led the cannery's overseas order this time. She even acted as a translator and took the overseas delegation to visit the cannery. Without Shinro, the cannery would have no chance to establish relationships with people overseas. This Shinro is really good. The last time she stabbed him in the back was because of Song, which cost her hundreds of millions of personal assets. This backstab directly caused him to fail in settlement, and 60 million flew away right in front of his eyes. Chinemo rubbed his head with a headache, then opened the drawer on the side and took out a booklet. Reality found Shinro's name and saw the 2 crosses on it. Counting this time, the assistant had only stabbed him in the back 3 times. But the losses caused to him are unparalleled by few people. Chinemo felt a pain in his heart and made a big cross on the back. Then he flipped through the book and found that Meng Xiaohong's name was not on the booklet, that have to another newly promoted 6th grader, that a cannery that was steadily losing money is gone, and it may become a large-scale profit maker. Turn to the latest page, write Meng Xiaohong's name on it, and then draw a cross at the back. Now that the canning factory is profitable, the chances of full conversion in the future will be slimmer and slimmer. Now Tomorrow Group has a profit of 3.2 billion per month and 38.4 billion per year. Moreover, the traffic and popularity of Sangshui games and Wooling short videos are still growing, and the income in the future is still growing. Now, with the income from Jinhao canned food, Tomorrow Group's annual income in the future will at least exceed 40 billion a year. How many projects does he need to find to consume it all? This time there is no full settlement, so the probability of full settlement in the future will be lower and lower, and even the initial system funds cannot be consumed. And this time the remaining system funds have exceeded the initial funds of 60 million, and he doesn't know how the system should settle them. After all, in the system settlement rules, there is no settlement method for the remaining system funds exceeding the initial system funds, that I don't know if he can settle his personal funds. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, leaning back in his chair, watching time pass by little, when the last second ticked. It was 12 o'clock, the system settlement time. Ding! The system prompt sounded in my mind that the system settlement time has arrived, and the host's remaining system funds have begun to be counted. Detecting. It is detected that the host's remaining system funds exceed the initial system funds. Congratulations to the host for breaking the current system settlement rules. Chapter 1053 System Upgrade obtained a system upgrade opportunity. The system still upgraded. System upgrading. System upgrade. Chinemo was a little stunned when he heard the voice of the system. He did not expect that when the remaining system funds exceeded the initial system funds, it was an act of breaking the system rules, and the system would get a chance to upgrade. That I just don't know if this system upgrade will bring him some benefits. That I remember that the last system upgrade changed the settlement method, so that even if the 2 subsequent settlements were not fully settled, the funds obtained from the settlements were much more than before. That I hope that this system upgrade can also bring him more benefits. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, watching the countdown of the system upgrade. After a while, the voice of the system sounded again, that system upgrade successful. Settlement rules have been changed. Settlement 1. When the remaining system funds exceed the initial system funds, settle 1,000th of the current system funds. For example, the remaining system funds are 100 million, which exceeds the initial system funds. Then settle 1,000th of the remaining funds. that is 1,000th of 100 million yuan, 100,000 yuan. Settlement 2. When the remaining system funds are lower than the initial system funds, the current system funds consumed will be settled at 10 times. For example, the remaining system funds are 50 million, which is lower than the initial system funds of 60 million. Then the personal assets settled are 60 million-50 million, asterisk 10U003D 100 million, which is 100 million. It is detected that the host's current remaining system funds are 300 million, which is higher than the initial system funds. The second settlement method is used for settlement. 1,000th of 300 million is 300,000. Fund conversion. Fund conversion is completed. The 300 million system funds have entered the host's charity fund account, and the converted personal assets have been transferred to the host's personal account. Please check it yourself. Fund conversion is completed, and a new round of settlement tasks are being generated. Task generation. Listening to the system's words, Chen Mo touched his chest with heartache, and 60 million was gone just like that. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that this time the system was upgraded because the remaining system funds exceeded the initial system funds, that he converted 300,000 personal assets through the upgraded system funds. His personal assets have now reached 5.05 million, that while thinking, the system's voice sounded again, task has been generated. Initial system funds. 100 million personal assets, 50.5 billion task cycle, 1 year countdown, 11 months and 30 days, special task. The host's physical fitness is detected to be too poor, and he is not as good as the employees of his own group. As the president of the group, he must also play a role model in physical fitness and carry out special training tasks. Persist in exercising and punching in every day. Punch in for a month to get a primary lottery opportunity. Punch in for 6 months to get an intermediate lottery opportunity, open for 1 year to get an advanced lottery opportunity. Punch in training. The daily exercise time should not be less than 1 hour. The system will detect the host's training level. If it is not qualified, the punch in will fail. Chun Mo was somewhat relieved when he heard the voice of the system. According to the previous settlement rules, he thought that the settlement time this time would be extended to 2 years. In that case, he would have to wait for 2 years to get funds through settlement. And the funds did not become 120 million according to the rules, but were fixed at 100 million. There will be a settlement every year in the future. And the funds after settlement will be fixed at 100 million. Of course, there is a bigger change. The previous special task was that after half a year, the remaining system funds were less than half of the initial system funds, and it was considered completed. But now it has also changed. It has become his training task directly, and each training cannot be less than 1 hour. Training, as a president, he actually has to train. Chen Mo looked unhappy, but thinking about the chance to draw a lottery, he was still looking forward to it. It seems that it is not unacceptable to exercise for an hour. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart that he just didn't know what he could draw from the lottery. But the things given in the previous few draws were not bad, but he didn't use them well. But, just when he thought that the system settlement had ended this time, the voice of the system sounded again. Reminder of rule and welfare changes. Charity funds. After the initial system funds can be fully converted into charity funds, 1% of the profit funds can be used as charity funds in the future. Rule 1. Without changes, the host cannot change the current development strategies of various industries. Rule 2. The host cannot stop consuming any profit funds in order to settle more funds. Chen Mo was speechless when he heard the voice of the system, that he was just thinking that if he stopped looking for new projects to invest in this year, the funds accumulated for a year would be at least tens of billions. With tens of billions of system funds, he can also settle tens of millions of personal assets, and it is still very safe. But this newly added rule directly put an end to his idea of accumulating funds. Dog system. Chen Mo sat back on his seat and fell into thinking. The new settlement rules are beneficial to him anyway. Even if you don't deliberately accumulate system funds, there is absolutely no problem in saving billions of funds during settlement. After all, the profit in a month is already more than 3 billion, so in the future, I can guarantee a minimum profit of several 100,000. But if the remaining system funds are lower than the initial system funds, he can get 10 times the reward. His current initial system capital is 100 million, and he only needs 9,000 remaining system capital that IT can convert 10 times of 10 million system funds, which is 100 million point 100 million. Chinmo's eyes gradually brightened, and if the remaining funds were less, the more he would convert. That IT seems like this. If he wants to convert more funds, it will be easier than before. He is also worried that now that Tomorrow Group is making more and more profits, it will become increasingly difficult for him to settle his personal assets in the future. But now that the system has been upgraded, it has become much easier for him to directly settle more personal assets. That's a good thing. The only pity is that if he could have known earlier that the remaining system funds were higher than the initial system funds, the system would be upgraded, but he had already done so. Thinking of this, Chun-mo couldn't help complaining to the system. Dog system. Why didn't you tell me about the system funds? Host, you didn't even ask. Please also ask the host to use civilized language. Chapter 1054 Training Qualification. Chun-mo took a deep breath when he heard the system's words and followed the updated system rules. That he has already made plans that if he has a plan to consume system funds, he should consume system funds as much as possible. After all, if he wants to convert a large amount of personal funds, he still needs to spend the system funds below the initial system funds. That if there is no way to consume the remaining system funds below the initial system funds, then try to have as much remaining system funds as possible, at least to get a minimum guarantee of several $100,000. That's it. Chun-mo nodded secretly. He already had a certain plan for the next road. But before that, those who caused trouble behind his back must also receive training from the group. Songshua Games, Boring Short Video, and Lampion Entertainment. These three companies have no way to conduct group training anymore. But other companies that are causing trouble cannot be let go. Chun-mo took out a piece of tissue paper and wrote on it BL Game Club, Really Good Cannery, and Unmanned Buildings. During the critical period of settlement, BL Game Club rented professional players and held comic exhibitions, which earned him a total of 40 million yuan. There are also unmanned buildings. Although the people who buy the Tomorrow community are employees of the Tomorrow Group, the most fundamental reason is Mei Luan. A Tomorrow community directly received 3 billion yuan, which greatly reduced his success rate of full settlement. Finally, there is the Really Good Can, which is the main culprit for his settlement failure. That if there had not been the final order for Jinhao Can, he would have successfully converted 60 million yuan in personal assets. Chun-mo stretched out his hand to cover his chest, and the 60 million he was about to get flew away. Training camp. Give him a training camp. Chun-mo gritted his teeth and finally wrote Shinro's name on the tissue paper. Shinro is the key person in winning orders at the cannery, and she will also participate in this training session. Think of this. Chun-mo directly called Shinro over. Notified BL Game Club, Unmanned Real Estate, and Jinhao Cannery that they will all go to Feiwu Security Company for unified training next Monday. By the way, you're also on the training list. As my assistant, you will also participate in this training. Chun-mo looked at Shinro, who came in, and said with a calm expression, Okay, Mr. Chun, I'll pass on the matter right now. Shinro couldn't help but be a little excited. Was she finally going to have a training camp? During the last training camp, she had thought that since the companies Mr. Chun arranged for training camps were all companies with very good performance, how far does she need to be as an assistant before Mr. Chun can arrange for her to also undergo training? I didn't expect that the idea of a training camp would come true so quickly. That's probably why she helped Jinhao can put down the order. Shun Ro returned to her office thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. That I sat down at the computer and quickly checked the information about BL Game Club, Unmanned Real Estate, and Really Good Cannery during this period. The reason was soon discovered. The BL Game Club just recently made a profit of 40 million from the comic exhibition and rental of team members. Unmanned Real Estate also started to be sold at the beginning of the month, directly harvesting 3 billion yuan in funds that there's no need to check for really good cans. We've just concluded business deals with overseas companies and have already negotiated an order worth 500 renminbi million that these three companies all had good income during this period. This is the reason why Mr. Chen asked these three companies to conduct training, and she is also on the training list. It should be that he helped Jinhao can open up overseas markets. Shinro couldn't help but smile. Did Mr. Chun finally recognize her? In a happy mood, he sent the training news to the manager group. Soon messages came from the manager group. Wei Yin, congratulations. Being able to conduct training shows that Mr. Chen recognizes you. Li Shin. Congratulations. Although the training camp has been tiring for a long day, it has greatly helped improve your physical fitness. Luo Xiao. Finally, another brother has been recognized by Mr. Chen. Congratulations. Jiang Cheng. I'm envious. Our garment factory doesn't know when we will get such an opportunity. Qin Hong. Jihan Agricultural Base is also envious. Tang Xiao. Envy. Meng Xiaohong. Thank you, everyone. But we are all companies under the Tomorrow Group, and sooner or later we will be recognized by Mr. Chun. Yao Beigua. Sorry for those brothers who haven't received the training yet. We will start the training first. Mei Yun. Come on, everyone. Try to get everyone qualified for the training camp. Shinro looked at the news from the managers and smiled slightly. Tomorrow Group is developing better and better. Tomorrow's community. Chinamo held the dumbbell and looked at himself in the mirror. He was struggling to lift it, and his fitness clothes were already wet with sweat. After finishing lifting the dumbbells, he walked to the pressing equipment aside and began to press. Then I walked onto the treadmill and started running. And during this series of movements, there was a small figure beside him, who was also imitating it in a decent manner that I don't know how long it took. When Shinemo heard the prompt in his mind, he immediately turned off the treadmill, walked to the rest chair nearby, and sat down directly. Brother Chin, why don't you do it? Yang Duo saw Shinemo sitting down on the lounge chair, turned off the treadmill, and sat down aside. Well, that's all for today's exercise, and we'll continue tomorrow. Chen Montak nodded. He had been exercising for more than 3 hours today. The system required him to exercise for more than an hour, but there was a tricky part. That is, he had to do every movement well, and the intensity of the exercise also had to meet the requirements. This led to him not meeting the punch-in requirement after exercising for an hour. There was no way he could only continue to exercise for 3 hours. And then he met the punch-in requirement. Yang Duo on the side surprised him a little, and she had been exercising with him for 3 hours. Although sometimes he would do other things and not exercise all the time, it was also amazing. And he had no strength to move after exercising. Yang Duo still looked very lively, as if he didn't feel tired. After taking a rest in the gym, he returned to the living room. Yang Duo was also called back home by Sister Hong, and the dishes and chopsticks were taken away. After taking a shower in the bathroom, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, in the early morning, Chinemo rubbed his sore arm and walked to the dining room. Breakfast was already placed on the table. Since entering the Mingri community, he had recorded Yang Duoduo's fingerprints. Usually in the morning, breakfast would be placed on his table before he woke up. He could eat it after getting up and washing up. Chinemo simply washed up and sat at the dining table to eat. Today was Saturday, and it was time to rest. It was just that the pain in his body made him very uncomfortable while eating. Not long after, breakfast was finished. Chinemo dragged his sore body to the living room, leaned on the sofa, and couldn't help but think of the blind massage that Wei Yin mentioned. Chapter 1055. Why are you here? Before insomnia, Wei Yin told him about massage, saying that during the group training, they would go there for massage, which could relieve the body aches after training. Chinemo felt the aches in his body and thought about whether to find Wei Yin and go to that massage shop to relax. Wei Yin should not lie to him in this regard, and the massage should be a serious massage. Chinemo thought in his heart, and then called Wei Yin. The body aches now are too uncomfortable. If Wei Yin said that massage is really effective, he still wants to try it. Soon the call was connected, and Wei Yan's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chun, what are the arrangements? I want to try the blind massage you mentioned. Do you have time? Chun Mo directly stated his purpose. Mr. Chin, if you have time, I will make an appointment. When are you going to go? Wei Yin heard Mr. Chin's words and spoke quickly. Do you still need to make an appointment? Yes, Mr. Chin. This massage shop has been passed down from our ancestors. The craftsmanship is very good, and there are people going there every day. So no matter where you go for a massage, you need to make an appointment in advance. Then let's make an appointment today. Can we make an appointment? Chinamo asked. Since it is so popular, as Wei Yin said, there must be a lot of people making appointments every day. In this case, basically you have to make an appointment one day or a few days in advance. Mr. Chun, don't worry about this. I have a very good relationship with the owner of the massage shop. I can just make a phone call. Wei Yin assured. Then I'll trouble you. Mr. Chun, it's not a problem. At 10 o'clock, Wei Yin parked his car at the door of the massage shop, then opened the door and got out. Mr. Chun, this is it. Wei Yin pointed to a plaque not far away. Chinemo looked in the direction of Wei Yan's finger and saw the handwriting on the plaque. Lao Lu Blind Massage. The plaque looks quite old and shabby, which is quite different from those luxuriously decorated massage parlors. But good wine needs no bush. Just looking at the cars parked around, you can tell that this massage parlor is very popular. Mr. Chun, let's go in, Wei Yin said. Chun Mo nodded, and then the two walked into the massage parlor together. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mr. Wei. As soon as they approached, a familiar call came from not far away. Chinemo looked over and found Fong Chong standing not far away. Why are you here? Chinemo asked in confusion. Wei Yin was also a little surprised to see Fong Chong here. But thinking about the previous training, Fong Chong often suggested going over for massage, and he figured it out. This guy Fong Chong should be addicted to massage. Mr. Chun, this massage is very good. When I rest, I will come over for a massage. Fong Chong explained that it was a bit unnatural to meet the president of the group in this situation. Oh, Chinemo nodded, not really surprised. During the training camp, they often came here for massage, and it was reasonable to come here for massage during the break. But he became more curious about this massage shop. Judging from Fong Chang's appearance, the massage skills of this shop are really good. When do you start? Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong and asked. Those who come here for massage must have a set time period. I'm going to have a massage at 11 o'clock. I originally made an appointment for 10 o'clock, but the owner of the massage shop postponed it for an hour. Fong Chong said. When Chinemo heard Fong Chang's words, he reached out and touched his nose. Massage at 10 o'clock, but he asked Wei Yin to make an appointment at 10 o'clock. When he heard Fong Chang's words, it was obviously because of him that Fong Chang's appointment time was postponed for an hour. After thinking about it, he looked at Fong Chong and said, Then let's go in together. We're at 10 o'clock, and then it's your turn. Okay, Mr. Chun. Fong Chong immediately agreed after hearing this. The three of them walked into the massage shop that a middle-aged man just walked out. You are here. Lu Mingfeng looked at Wei Yin and the other two who came in and greeted them. Mr. Chun, this is the masseur I mentioned, Lu Mingfeng. Brother Lu, this is Mr. Chun. Wei Yin introduced him to the side. As for Fong Chong, he already knew him, so there was no need to introduce him again. Hello, Mr. Chun. Lu Mingfeng greeted him politely. Hello. Chun Mo also responded politely. After a brief communication, Chun Mo went into the inner room and started to change clothes. After changing clothes, he lay directly on the massage bed in the inner room at Lu Mingfeng's reminder. Chun Mo's body was tense. It was the first time he felt massage. This feeling of being manipulated was still a little unfamiliar. Relax. Lu Mingfeng looked at Mr. Chen's tense body and said something. He had been a masseur for so long, and this situation was still encountered frequently. Then he started to massage. After a while, Chinemo slowly sat up from the massage bed, thinking back to the massage. Just now, it was just as Fong Chong and Wei Yin said, this massage is really comfortable. The soreness from last night's exercise has become very weak after the massage that he even wanted to keep massaging like this. It was really comfortable. He got up and went to the dressing room inside to change clothes, and then Fong Chong came in. After saying hello, he walked out. Mr. Chun, how do you feel? Is it very comfortable? Wei Yin saw Mr. Chen coming out and went straight to greet him. Very comfortable. Is there only one masseur in this massage? Chinemo sat down on the chair in the lounge, feeling very confused. He was a little confused that there was only one person in such a good massage shop. Mr. Chun, this massage shop is passed down from our ancestors, and it is different from the massages on the market now. But it takes a long time to learn this kind of massage. In today's social rhythm, not many people like to learn this. After all, the learning cycle is too long, and there is no way to get too much salary during the learning stage, so not many young people want to learn this. We have recruited several students before, but they all ran away after studying for a few months. Even the son of the owner of the massage shop stopped studying after 1 year. I'm afraid that when Lao Lu can't massage anymore, the inheritance of this massage will be cut off. Wei Yin sighed helplessly. How many inheritances of the older generation have been cut off because of this? The essence passed down by our ancestors is the essence of thousands of years, that it's really a pity that it was cut off like this. Chapter 1056 New Project. When Chinemo heard Wei Yan's words, he sighed and shook his head. It was indeed a pity that this inheritance was cut off. But I quickly thought of something. The training cycle is long. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wei Yin and asked, "How long does it usually take to train for this kind of massage?" "It will take at least 2 years for Mr. Chin to master all the massage techniques and perform a complete massage. But this is just a matter of mastery, ensuring that there will be no mistakes during the massage. To truly do it like Lu Mingfeng, it will take at least 3 years." Wei Yin slowly answered he learned these things when chatting with Lu Mingfeng. The massage here requires memorizing all the acupoints on the human body and being able to skillfully find the acupoints during massage. And when massaging, the order of acupuncture points is also strictly required. Therefore, it takes a long time of study to master massage techniques proficiently. 2 years. 3 years. Chin Mo's eyes gradually brightened when he heard what Wei Yin said. Such a long study time. Isn't it the project he needs? It takes 2 years to perform a complete massage without making any mistakes, and it takes 3 years to become proficient. Now he is certain that his system will be settled once a year. So he has already made 3 settlements in 3 years. Coupled with the current system upgrade, the funds he will settle in the future will definitely be much more than before. Moreover, in these 3 fund settlements, only once did he spend less than 100 million system funds. Even if it is only 10 million, he can convert 100 million in personal assets that he believes that after 3 settlements, there will definitely be an opportunity to spend the system funds below the initial system funds. So, as long as he invests in this massage project and invests in a larger scale, he will not have to worry about the profitability of this project for at least 3 years. And 3 years later, if this project can be profitable, then he has settled enough system funds in the previous 3 times. Making a profit won't have much impact on him. He doesn't ask for much, just converting a few 100 million in personal assets is enough. Anyway, other expenses can be reimbursed by Tomorrow Group. Moreover, loss-making projects are not so easy to do. He found that some money-losing projects can only be completed after a large amount of funds are injected into them. It will have unexpected chemical effects. Therefore, instead of obsessively looking for loss-making projects, it is also a good choice to look for projects with large initial investments and long cycles. Of course, if there is a project that can clearly show losses, you still have to invest. Chinemo thought about it in his mind and felt more and more that investing in this massage project was very reliable. I can discuss this matter with the owner of the massage parlor later. Chinemo has already made a decision in his heart. Before long, Fong Chong walked out of the room with a comfortable look on his face and came to the lounge. Wei Yin stood up and walked in. "How does it feel?" Chinemo looked at Fong Chong walking over and asked. "It's very comfortable, Mr. Chun. The only drawback is that it's really difficult to get a massage. You need to make an appointment every time." Fong Chong couldn't help but sigh that he likes massage very much now. But this massage shop is so popular that even if he makes a reservation a few days in advance, he may not be able to make an appointment. "What do you think if I invest in this massage business?" Chun Mo looked at Fong Chong and asked, "Mr. Chun, are you planning to invest in a massage project?" Fong Chong looked at Mr. Chun in surprise. Chen Montak nodded. "That's great. If Chun Mo can invest in this project, more and more people will have this massage skill in the future. If you want a massage, then you don't have to make an appointment and queue up." Another point is that the income from massage may have been cut off from Master Lu's generation. If Mr. Chun can invest in this massage project, he can also preserve this precious inheritance. No matter how you look at it, it's very good. Fong Chong was a little excited that he had always lamented that it would be a pity if such a good inheritance was cut off here. After the massage is over, let's ask the owner of the massage parlor what he thinks. Chun Mo nodded. He wants to invest in this project, but whether a cooperation can be reached ultimately depends on the wishes of the massage parlor owner. After all, for this project to be implemented, it still needs the inheritance of the massage parlor owner. I think there should be no problem. I had a chat with the boss during the massage. The boss also felt a little guilty that the inheritance might be broken at his place. After all, it is the inheritance that has been passed down from their ancestors. If it is broken by him, and it goes underground in the future, I am afraid that they will not have the face to see those ancestors. Fong Chong said, an inheritor wants the inheritance to be interrupted by his own hands. I hope so. Chinamo nodded soon. Wei Yin came in after the massage introduction, and the owner of the massage parlor followed behind. Chinamo stood up and talked about his idea of investing. However, there were several massage people behind him, so it was not convenient to say more, so he made an appointment with the group from Monday to tomorrow to discuss the matter. However, from the expression of the massage shop owner, he could still feel that the massage shop owner was not opposed to his idea of investing in the massage shop. Since he was not opposed, everything was easy to say. After briefly communicating some details, he took Wei Yin and Fong Chong out of the massage shop. After coming out for a massage, he found a project that could consume funds, and he was still in a good mood. However, he also sighed in his heart. He remembered that Wei Yin invited him to have a massage before the settlement. If he agreed at that time, would there be a new project that could consume funds at that time? And the 300 million yuan that the cannery called in at the end, he could also consume it through the new project. In that case, wouldn't he be able to settle 60 million personal assets in full? Thinking of this, the happy mood just now dissipated instantly. Mr. Chun, I'll leave first. Fong Chong said hello and finally got into his car. Chinamo nodded when he heard it, then walked to Wei Yin's car, opened the door, and sat in directly. With Wei Yin as the driver, he naturally didn't need to drive here himself. Wei Yin also opened the door and entered the driver's seat. Mr. Chun, don't worry. Lao Lu will agree to your investment, Wei Yin said as he started the car. Are you familiar with the owner of the massage shop? Chinamo asked that today's massage is equivalent to cutting in line. Being able to do this once is enough to show that Wei Yin and the owner of the massage shop are not ordinary. Chapter 1057 First Step, Mr. Chun. My father and Lu Mingfeng's father are very good friends. We have played together since we were young. When I was young, I learned massage from Lu Mingfeng's father, but I stopped learning it when I went to school, Wei Yin said with a smile. The inheritance of massage is very important to Lu Mingfeng. He doesn't want his inheritance to be cut off like this, so Mr. Chen's investment is to help him. Chun Mo nodded when he heard Wei Yin's words. He didn't expect that Wei Yin and the owner of the massage parlor had such a relationship. Lao Lu can get your investment from Mr. Chun to preserve the inheritance, but how many inheritances of the older generation in China are gradually being cut off? Even traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is slowly declining now, Wei Yin sighed while driving. Chinemo was thoughtful when he heard Wei Yin's emotional words that yes, there are many inheritances like massage in China. If you find all the people who have these inheritances, then invest in them. Isn't this a very big project? Especially for traditional Chinese medicine, if you invest in this, it will be a very expensive project. Think of this. Chinemo had some ideas in mind. Investing in a massage project was just the first step. He can also continue to invest in other cultural inheritance projects, which if planned well, can consume a lot of system funds. Perhaps whether more funds can be settled next time depends entirely on these projects. Chinemo secretly thought that he must plan this matter carefully when he returns home. After a while, the vehicle was parked steadily in the underground garage. Both of them live in Building 8, so the parking space is not far from the elevator in Building 8 that the two got into the elevator together. I'm sorry to trouble you today. Before Wei Yin left the elevator, Chinemo spoke slowly. It's not troublesome at all, otherwise I don't know what I would do to rest. Wei Yin quickly shook his head. How could it be troublesome to be able to go out with Mr. Chen? It was his honor. After all, there are not many opportunities to go out with Mr. Chen. Chinemo smiled when he heard this and didn't say much. The elevator closed slowly and walked up again. When he stopped again, he had reached the top floor. Chinemo walked out of the elevator and walked to the door to unlock it with his fingerprint. When I was changing my shoes, I happened to see a note posted in a conspicuous place in the shoe cabinet. Chinmo's eyes fell on the note to Brother Chin. I went out to play with my mother today, but I prepared lunch for you and put it in the incubator in the kitchen. Brother Chin, if you see this, remember to have lunch. Duodua looking at the handwriting on the note. He knew it was written by Yang Duoduo himself. He took the note down, then walked to the kitchen and opened the incubator. And sure enough, there were prepared meals inside, and it's already over 12 now. And he hasn't had lunch, so he is indeed a little hungry. He took out the food from the insulated box, placed it on the restaurant table, and ate it quickly. After lunch, I went back to my room to rest that in order to check in. I still have to exercise today, so it's better to take more rest. On Monday, Chinemo rubbed his sore body and sat on the office chair. Although massage can relieve the soreness, it only relieves the pain that day. After exercising last night, my body was sore again in the morning that he reached out to pick up the water glass beside him and prepared to take a sip of coffee, but the coldness of the water glass made him stunned for a moment. Only then did I remember Shinro was arranged by him to go to the training camp, and today was the day when the training camp started. He originally wanted to go there to see her, but because he made an appointment with Lu Mingfeng, the owner of the massage parlor, he didn't go there. While thinking, there was a knock on the office door, and then a young girl walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chun." The girl looked at Mr. Chun sitting in the office and said hello in a somewhat reserved manner. "Well, what's the matter?" Chunimo looked at the girl who came in and asked. He had some impression that this girl was Shinro's assistant. Nowadays, the group has more and more companies and handles more and more affairs every day. When there are no settlement tasks, he basically leaves all the group's affairs to Shinro. But with so many companies, Shinro could not handle it alone, so he also arranged several assistants for Shinro. The woman in front of him was one of Shinro's assistants. Mr. Chun, Assistant Chun, said she has a training camp today, so if the group has arrangements, Mr. Chun can inform me first. Also, I want to come over and make coffee for Mr. Chun. The woman spoke quickly, looking very nervous. This was the first time she had such close contact with Mr. Chun. "Well, then you should be busy." Chun Mo nodded when he heard this, then reached out and opened the computer next to him. "Okay, Mr. Chun." After hearing this, the woman quickly walked to the desk, took the cup to the coffee machine, and started making coffee. After the coffee was finished, he carefully put it back on the desk, then walked to the reception area, opened the tea-making tools, put the water and tea leaves, and started making tea. After all the work was done, I found a rag and started cleaning the already clean office. Shinro arranged for her to do these tasks. But Mr. Chun was sitting at the desk, which made her very nervous. Chunemo casually glanced at the busy girl, thinking secretly that Shinro seemed to have done all these tasks before he entered the office, that he turned on the computer and entered Freedom War. The appointment time with Lu Mingfeng was 10 o'clock, so playing 2 games was just right. It was close to 10 o'clock. Lu Mingfeng slowly parked the car in the parking lot of Tomorrow Building, opened the door, and got out. He looked at the building in front of him slightly, then walked in, communicated with the front desk, and knew the location of Mr. Chen's office. At the same time, the front desk also took him to the elevator very enthusiastically, and he entered the elevator under the smiling eyes of the front desk. This Tomorrow group is really powerful. Lu Mingfeng sighed slightly. After entering the Tomorrow Building, he found that the decoration inside the Tomorrow Building was very luxurious. I heard Wei Yin say before that his current workplace is very good, and now it seems that it is not just ordinary good. However, the boss of such a large group still looks so young. And when he was having a massage yesterday, he only felt that the other party was very kind, without any coldness or contempt of the group president. Arrived at the top floor, according to the words of the front desk, he quickly found the president's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Master Lu, you are here, come and sit here." Seeing that it was Lu Mingfeng who came in, Chinemo quickly stood up and took him to the reception area. Chapter 1058 Reward Drink Tea. Chinemo waited until Lu Mingfeng took his seat and poured a cup of tea. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Lu Mingfeng quickly took the tea. "What are your thoughts on investing in massage projects?" While Chinemo was talking, he also poured himself a cup of tea. When Lu Mingfeng heard Mr. Chen's words, he thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "Mr. Chun, I naturally have ideas for investing in massage projects. But I only have one request. That is, our family's massage heritage cannot be changed at will." Lu Mingfeng expressed his request. As an inheritor of the older generation, he knew that many old inheritances had changed in today's society. This change is not to make this inheritance more perfect. Many changes are simply because of trouble or too high cost. This kind of change completely changes the basis of the inheritance. Over time, there will be no difference between it and the inheritance that is, "Oh, I don't want any inappropriate changes to my massage heritage." Chinemo smiled slightly when he heard Lu Mingfeng's request. He thought it was some kind of request. You can rest assured that no one at the Heritage Group understands this. So even if we invest in this project, you are also the person in charge of this project. As for how to improve the inheritance of massage and whether it needs to be changed, it is up to you. My request is to pass this inheritance on. And the person who inherits this inheritance is not just one person. It can be as simple as a few people, maybe tens of thousands of people. Mr. Chun, you said you want me to be the person in charge of this project? Lu Mingfeng was stunned when he heard Mr. Chin's words that he originally thought that Mr. Chin invested in this massage project and wanted to directly buy his inheritance and then do it himself. Yes, you will be in charge. I will become a massage company, and you will be the manager of the massage company. Of course, as a manager, you also have to be a teacher to pass on the massage skills. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Lu Mingfeng is the inheritor, so it is naturally more secure for him to be responsible for this matter. Although he wanted to consume funds by investing in this project, he did not want to change this inheritance that will no matter what. These are treasures passed down from our ancestors. While consuming funds, he kept this inheritance intact, which can be regarded as a meaningful thing. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lu Mingfeng heard Mr. Chin's words and quickly thanked him. No need to thank you. This company is not that easy to do. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, and then continued to speak. Since you have no problem, let me tell you our conditions. As long as the company's name has adopted the name you are inheriting now, but after establishing the company, all the departments required by a company must be complete. If you don't understand anything about this, you can consult Wei Yin. There is also the recruitment of students. My initial target is 10,000 students. So after the massage company is established, we need to recruit students immediately. As for how you're going to teach these 10,000 students, you can think about it yourself and just ask if you have any needs. In addition, the training base for students and the construction of the company need to be considered by you. I have invested a total of 800 million in the establishment of the company and construction. Chinemo briefly talked about some basic requirements for setting up a company. At the same time, he gave Lu Mingfeng some suggestions that Lu Mingfeng was stunned when he heard Mr. Chin's arrangement and directly recruited 10,000 employees. This was something he had never thought about before coming here. He originally thought that the other party was going to invest in a massage parlor and then recruit dozens of students to do it. But I never expected that this young CEO would invest so much $800 million in funds, one student. What kind of scale is this? If all the students are trained and stores are opened, it will be enough to cover half of China, that Lu Mingfeng thought secretly in his heart and slowly came back to his senses. But the shock on his face did not completely fade away. I understand, Mr. Chen. Seeing that Lu Mingfeng had no objection, Chinemo took out a contract from the side and handed it to Lu Mingfeng. Here is the contract. You can take a look at it. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Lu Mingfeng looked at the contract handed over by Mr. Chun, quickly took it, opened the contract and read it quickly, then picked up the pen on the side and signed it. Congratulations on joining the Tomorrow Group. Chinemo opened his mouth to congratulate, but soon thought of something. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. If you join the Tomorrow Group with your inheritance, the position of manager alone is definitely not enough. So Tomorrow Group will also pay you 100 million unilaterally. This massage inheritance is passed down from ancestors, and strictly speaking, it can be said to be a priceless treasure that there is absolutely no problem in paying a reward of 100 million. Of course, this is also the maximum reward that the system allows him to pay. He really liked being able to spend 100 million easily. Mr. Chen, how much do you want to say? Lu Mingfeng was stunned for a moment, and he suspected that he had heard wrongly. 100 million. Chun Mo opened his mouth and repeated it. After Lu Mingfeng confirmed that he had not heard wrong, he opened his mouth in shock. 100 million. This was an amount he had never thought of in his life, that he had never thought that his massage inheritance was so valuable. After a while, Lu Mingfeng gradually came back to his senses. His throat kept surging, and he spoke with some difficulty. Mr. Chun, 100 million is not too much. Not much. This is an inheritance passed down by our ancestors. It can be said to be a priceless treasure. Just accept it with confidence. You just need to run the massage company well. Chinemo shook his head directly. He must spend the money. That Lu Mingfeng took a deep breath when he heard this. He had heard Wei Yin say that the president of their company was very generous and very good to the company's employees, that he finally realized it now, that a reward of 100 million, an investment of 800 million to build a massage company. All of them reflect the courage of the young president in front of him. After a brief chat, Lu Mingfeng got up and said goodbye. Mr. Chun, I'll go back and deal with the massage parlor, and then I'll start building the company and training base. Wait a moment. Chinamo called Lu Mingfeng, who was standing up, then got up and went to the locker in the distance and took out 2 boxes of tea. Take this tea. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lu Mingfeng thanked him, then left the office with 2 boxes of tea. And after entering the elevator, he did not leave the Tomorrow building, but went directly to the office of Wei Yin of Sangshui Games. Chapter 1059, Buying a House. Have you finished talking to Mr. Chin? Wei Yin saw Lu Mingfeng entering the office and said that Lu Mingfeng came over today to discuss the massage project with Mr. Chin. He knew about it and had agreed to come to him after discussing the matter with Mr. Chun. The discussion is over. I am now an employee of Tomorrow Group. Lu Mingfeng smiled and sat down opposite Wei Yin. Congratulations. We can be considered colleagues from now on. Wei Yin said and poured a cup of tea for Lu Mingfeng. That Lu Mingfeng took the tea and took a sip. The taste of this tea is the same as the tea brewed by Mr. Chun. This tea is a gift from Mr. Chun. Wei Yin opened his mouth to answer, and then his eyes fell on the tea leaves on Lu Mingfeng's other hand. Well, it's the tea in your hand. It seems that Mr. Chun is very optimistic about you. This tea must be expensive, right? Lu Mingfeng looked at the tea leaves in his hand and asked he did not expect that the tea Mr. Chen gave him was the tea he drank. The taste of the tea was the best among the teas he had drank in so many years. And tea that tastes so good is certainly not cheap. Well, your 2 boxes of tea must cost tens of thousands of dollars. Wei Yin said casually that Mr. Chen would give tea to anyone in the Tomorrow Group who was favored by Mr. Chen.as for the price of tea. It is nothing to Mr. Chen's net worth. So expensive. Lu Mingfeng looked at the tea in his hand in surprise. He had thought that tea would be expensive, but he never expected it to be this expensive. Mr. Chen has always been very generous in his actions. That's true. Lu Mingfeng heard Wei Yan's words and nodded in agreement. Stop talking about this. Let's talk about the project. Wei Yan smiled, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Okay. Lu Mingfeng nodded when he heard this, and then spoke in detail about the project arranged by Mr. Chen. Wei Yin nodded when he heard Lu Mingfeng's story. The company can choose to build the company in the east of Jiangxing. There are many properties of the Tomorrow Group there. As for the construction, we can contact Mei Yun of Unmanned Real Estate, but he is currently in training. There is no way to deal with the construction during this period. Just go to him in half a month. There is also the registration of the company. Mr. Chen also told you that you can just ask lawyer Tang Xiaotong. There is also the recruitment of students. This matter can be recruited in advance. As for the requirements for recruiting students, you can set it yourself. I can first arrange for the company here at Sangshui Games to recruit. That's all. There are no big problems. The rest is training. You need to handle this yourself. Wei Yin briefly broke down the plan to establish a massage company. Well, there's a problem with teaching massage. Now I am the only one who can teach, but there are 10,000 students. It is difficult for me to teach 10,000 massage students at the same time. Lu Mingfeng expressed his problem that it is still possible for him to teach hundreds of people at the same time, but it is basically difficult to teach 10,000 people at the same time. Is this? Wei Yin looked thoughtful, but he quickly came up with some ideas. I think you can make some videos and teach some basic things through videos, which will make it much easier. Also, since it is about learning, there must be people with high talents and people with low talents. Those with high talents can quickly master some massage techniques. So we can group them appropriately and let those with high talents be the team leaders. People with high talents learn quickly and can help those with low talents in the same group learn. This will reduce your teaching pressure a lot. Well, this is indeed a way. When Lu Mingfeng heard Wei Yan's words, he felt somewhat stressed because of teaching matters to this time. I felt a lot more relaxed after hearing Wei Yan's suggestion. By the way, Mr. Chin paid you 100 million yuan. Do you have any idea of moving to a different place to live? or buying yourself a house? Wei Yin asked. Well, I haven't considered this matter. Do you have any good suggestions? Lu Mingfeng looked at Wei Yin. He had always lived in a massage parlor and had never thought about buying a house. I have a suggestion. You can buy a house in Tomorrow's community. Tomorrow Community is a community invested and built by Mr. Chen. The scale of construction is built in accordance with the highest standards. There is absolutely no problem in the quality of the project. Of course, there is a more important point. Currently, all those who hold positions above the director of the Tomorrow Group live in the Tomorrow Community, including me, of course. Wei Yin briefly talked about the situation of the community tomorrow. If that's the case, then buy a house and set up a massage company. I probably won't be able to live in my little yard often. Lu Mingfeng nodded and said, Haha, when you move into the community, we can go fishing together in the artificial lake in the community. Afternoon, non-military security, Yang Dehai parked the car slowly in the parking lot of Feiwu Security. Mr. Chen has arrived. Chen Mo got out of the car and rushed to the training ground. He had been to the security company many times and was very familiar with the training location, that he soon arrived at the training ground and looked around. He saw a group of employees of Tomorrow Group running on the track in the distance. Hello, Mr. Chen. Li Maoda saw Mr. Chen coming and asked him hurriedly, and then took him to a recliner not far away that he knew that Mr. Chen would come in the afternoon, so he had already arranged the seat in advance. How was the training today? Chen Mo sat on the recliner and turned to look at Li Maoda. Mr. Chen, today's training is mainly to test physical fitness, and a detailed training plan will be formulated tomorrow. Li Maoda said. Yeah. Chen Mo nodded and looked at the people training in the distance. Seeing those employees become tired under training, his mood became happy. It was these old six who stabbed him in the back, which led to his settlement failure. The exercise at this time was a small punishment for them. Time passed little by little. It was soon time to get off work, and today's training camp was over. Hello, Mr. Chen. Yi Fan came over with a folder in his hand, which recorded the data of today's physical fitness test. Yes. Chen Mo nodded slightly, then spoke slowly. Shinro, Meng Xiuhong, Yao, Beigua, Meiyun, these people's training level should be raised to the highest level for me. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yi Fan heard Mr. Chen's arrangement and agreed directly that he already knew in his heart that the people Mr. Chen was talking about should be the ones Mr. Chen paid more attention to. Chapter 1060 Dog Training. After all, in the last group training, Mr. Chen raised the training intensity of several people with relatively strong abilities in the company to the highest level. That I guess it will be the same this time. He will definitely train more seriously. After the end of this training, he received a generous reward. The reward rule is that for every employee of Tomorrow Group trained, he will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. And he trained more than 400 employees of Tomorrow Group last time. In that training, he directly received a reward of 400,000 yuan. With such a high reward, how can he not be serious? After Chen Mo arranged things, he turned to look at Li Maoda. How is the training of Kuei and Qianqian? Mr. Chen, Kuei and Qianqian have been trained very well and can be taken away at any time. Li Maoda answered. Take me over to see. Chen Mo's face was happy when he heard this. Kuei and Qianqian were dogs he adopted from the rescue station, and his names were specially given by him in order to lose money. When he was in the garment factory, he often took the two dogs for a walk in the garment factory. But later, when Mingri Group was established, he moved to Mingri Group and the two dogs stayed in Changfeng Clothing. After moving to Ming Community, he thought of taking the two dogs to Mingri Community. But before moving to the community, he arranged for the people of Changfeng Clothing to send the two dogs to Feiwu Security Company for some training. Mainly some command training and instructions such as going to the toilet. It is better to bring the two dogs home to raise them. It is not good to pee and poop in the house. Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Li Maoda took the lead and rushed in one direction. Soon they came to an open space, where there were a group of people wearing training clothes, and each person wearing training clothes had several dogs in front of them. Chen Mo simply looked around and knew that this was the place to train dogs. Mr. Chen, your two dogs were trained by Chao Sun himself. He is over there. Li Maoda pointed to the distance. Chen Mo looked in the direction of Li Maoda's finger and saw Chao Sun training two big dogs. He was very familiar with the two big dogs. They were Kuei and Qianqian. This time, Kue and Xianqian were doing various actions according to Chao Sun's instructions. Mr. Chun, let's go over. Yes. Chunimo nodded and walked over directly. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chao Sun saw Mr. Chun coming and hurriedly greeted him. And Kue and Xianqian saw Chunimo coming, and they wagged their tails happily. How are they trained? Chunimo gestured to Kue and Xianqian. Mr. Chun has trained them well, and they are very well-behaved and obedient now. Mr. Chun can give a few commands and see. Chao Sun said. Hearing this, Chunimo looked at Kue and Xianqian sitting on the ground and gave a few commands respectively. Sure enough, just as Chao Sun said, the two dogs were very obedient and did the actions according to his instructions. Well done. You are very capable to be able to train dogs so obediently. I am relieved to let you train these puppies. Chunimo patted Chao Sun's shoulder and said with a smile, Then I'll take these two dogs with me. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chao Sun nodded. In the parking lot, Chunimo directed Kue and Xian to get into the car. Chao Sun's training was indeed good. The two dogs sat obediently in the car, but he turned his head and looked at Li Mauda, who followed him. Chao Sun's ability to train dogs is very good. Give him a little bonus next month. Mr. Chun, how much is the appropriate bonus? Li Mauda hesitated and asked. He didn't know whether the little bonus in his eyes was the same as the little bonus in Mr. Chen's eyes. Just give 200,000. After Chunimo said the amount, he sat directly in the car. This little bonus is nothing for the current profit of Tomorrow Group, but it can be consumed as much as possible. As for why these two dogs were taken over, there is another reason that he has invested in so many project industries, and Changfeng Garment Factory is the industry with the most losses. And he thought that the long-term loss had something to do with Kue and Xian. So why not bring both of them with you to see if you can? Lower your fortune. At night, Chunimo sat on the sofa with a tired face. After a few days of training, his movements became more standard, but it took about 2 hours of training to reach the opening standard. Looking at the front of the living room, Yang Duo was playing with Kue and Xian. Brother Chin, they are so cute. Duo will also have a dog in the future. Not long after, Yang Duo ran over with excitement, and Kue and Xian followed behind with their tails wagging. Chunimo also smiled slightly, hoping that these two dogs could play a role. The next day, Tomorrow Group, President's office, Chunimo looked at the rapidly increasing system funds and felt surprisingly calm. This is the beginning of a new round of tasks, and he has a long time to consume the profitable funds. So there is no need to worry too much, and he already has a good spending plan. That is to invest in the inheritance projects handed down by the ancients. Chunimo thought in his heart, took out a piece of straw paper from the side, and began to write on it. Now the massage company has been implemented, and the company's construction has invested a total of 800 million yuan, and Lu Mingfeng has been paid 100 million yuan. This is a one-time investment. And the 10,000 students recruited are his biggest consumption. Let's not count some daily financial consumption for the time being. The salary of 10,000 students alone can consume a lot of funds every month. He can't give too high a salary to the newly employed students, but a salary of 5,000 must be there. Add some housing subsidies, transportation subsidies, food subsidies, and some activity rewards. Then there will be at least 10,000 yuan a month, and 10,000 employees, each of whom can consume 10,000 yuan. Then 100 million yuan of funds can be consumed in a month. Not bad. Chunimo nodded with satisfaction. In 3 years, such consumption is indispensable. And although he is a student, his salary will definitely increase as his school age increases. The future capital expenditure will definitely increase, and he doesn't have to worry about whether this project will be profitable within 3 years. This project is really perfect. Chunimo thought in his heart, and then wrote on the straw paper again. Now that the massage company is implemented, he can find more projects passed down from ancient times, and then invest in them. He can set up a department to investigate these projects. Of course, there is a bigger project waiting for him to develop. That is traditional Chinese medicine. If he invests in traditional Chinese medicine, he will definitely be able to consume more funds. Chapter 1061 Wang Chang's salary. Although he doesn't know much about traditional Chinese medicine, he has purchased traditional Chinese medicine, and the prices of some traditional Chinese medicine are still very expensive. Moreover, the number of years required to practice traditional Chinese medicine will definitely be longer. And investing in traditional Chinese medicine projects will definitely consume more system funds in addition to traditional Chinese medicine. There are many traditional cultural inheritance projects waiting to be developed. This is a project that continues to lose money. Chinemo looked at the plan he made on the papyrus paper and nodded with a smile. However, there is no rush for these projects. An inspection team can be formed first, and then these inspection teams can collect the traditional cultural heritage that will be cut off. After all these are sorted out, we can invest in these projects based on the financial situation at that time. Well, that's it. Chinemo nodded, confirmed his plan, and put the papyrus aside. After confirming everything, he stretched his waist and reached out to pick up the water glass beside him. Only then did he realize that he had finished drinking the water in the water glass. After thinking about it, he casually got up and walked to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. His eyes fell on the computer screen, and then he clicked on Freedom Battle. As more and more people played the jungle position, it was not as easy as before for him to score. A game soon started. During the hero selection process, I once again encountered a situation where two people were competing for the jungle position. Brother, give me the jungle position. I'm very good. Brother Gio is the true successor. Are you a fan of Brother Gio? That must be true. The jungle gameplay was learned from Brother Gio. Brother Gio was the first player to develop this gameplay. I'm also a fan of Brother Gio, so I'll leave this to you as a jungler. Thanks, brother. Chinemo looked at the conversation between the two people in the game chat interface and caught a piece of useful information. The person who spread the jungle gameplay is a person named Brother Gio. These two people are still fans of Brother Gio, which means that Brother Gio is still a public figure. Who is it? Chinemo thought for a while and finally sent a message to the chat interface. Who do you think Brother Gio is? Soon someone responded in the chat interface. Brother, you don't even know Emperor Ganjio, right? He started playing this game live during the closed beta. Emperor Ganjio. Chinmin immediately thought of who it was. Isn't it the professional player from the Tange Club? It turned out that he was behind it. Developed the first jungler. Chun Mo curled his lips. He must be the first person to develop junglers. Strictly speaking, he is the first person in the world to develop the jungle position. But he did not spread the word about his development of the jungle position. Emperor Ganjio developed the jungle position and promoted it through live broadcasts. For those watching the live broadcast, it is reasonable to say that he is the first person to develop the jungle position. However, this Emperor Ganjio still has some talent, and he is actually able to develop a jungle position. In the previous game, it took a long time after the game was launched before someone developed the jungle position. The game will start soon. Two fans of Ganjio Emperor said it beautifully. But it will be different after entering the game. A jungler cannot catch people and cannot develop. If he hadn't helped, the opponent's jungler would have become a square jungler. Looking at the game failure interface, Chen silently quit the game, but he did not immediately start a new game, but entered the Huta live broadcast. After searching Ganjio Emperor, I saw that it was live broadcasting at this time. However, I am playing Extreme Survival at this time and not playing Freedom Battle. Brothers, the battle for freedom will not end in these 2 days. The official Extreme Survival competition will start in 1 month. I want to concentrate on playing Extreme Survival and improve my condition. Emperor Ganjio looked at the barrage in the common area and said, By the way, let me emphasize once again that the person who developed the jungle position is not me, but someone else. I won't reveal more about who it is. I can only tell you that this person is not from the gaming industry, so don't make random guesses. Chun Mo looked at Emperor Ganjio, who was talking in the live broadcast room, with a look of displeasure on his face. It was you who spread the jungle gameplay, causing so many people to play the jungle position. But after the news spread, you stopped playing. After thinking about it, I quickly edited a paragraph and clicked send. But soon a prompt appeared on the screen that you have been blocked and cannot send messages. Looking at the prompt, Chinemo suddenly realized that he had been blocked from this live broadcast room. Feeling increasingly unhappy, I entered the upper right corner and clicked a report, then exited the live broadcast room. He picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip, slowly calming down. He suddenly thought of something. That is, Emperor Ganjio said just now that the jungle gameplay was not developed by him, nor by people in the gaming circle. Who could it be? Chinemo immediately thought of the last time he played a game with Wei Yin and Chen Song, and that was when he used the jungle style. and Chun Song is the boss of Tange Game. As a professional player of the Tange Game Club, Emperor Ganjio only has a chance to play jungle so there is a high chance that he will spread the jungle gameplay. Thinking of this, Chun silently picked up the water glass beside him and took a sip, then started a game again and started playing. The jungle matter has already happened, so there is no need to worry about it. Kyoto, film and television city. Wang Chong wiped the sweat from his face and walked to a seat aside to rest. The shot just now worked very well. It was perfect. Yu Zheng walked to Wang Chong and said with a smile on his face, "It's better to be guided by Director Yu." Wang Chong also smiled innocently. "You work hard too." Yu Zheng patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. "Let me take a look. There is no part for you today. You will go out for a drink later." "Director Yu, forget about drinking. I have to film a movie tomorrow," Wang Chong said with some worry. He still understands the reason why drinking can cause trouble. It's not like you drink too much, just a couple of drinks is enough. Moreover, Chinatown Detective has already grossed 1.8 billion at the box office, and there are still 10 days before the movie will be removed from the shelves. In these 10 days, according to the current box office trend, there will be no problem in adding another 1 billion. The final box office should be around 3 billion. Although it is not a big hit, it is still worthy of celebration. Yu Zheng looked joyful, looking at Wang Chong sitting aside, and felt more and more that his previous decision to choose Wang Chong was correct. "Good guide you." Wang Chong heard Yu Zheng's words and did not refuse. But he secretly calculated in his mind that with a box office of 3 billion yuan, after excluding taxes, they would have almost 1.5 billion yuan, and he would have an 8% share. Calculated, the share is probably more than 100 million, which finally brings some income to Blue Film Entertainment. Wang Chong thought in his heart that he was able to reach this point thanks to the support of Lon Pian Entertainment. Without Lon Pian Entertainment, Wang Chong would not be where he is today. At this time, I'm very happy to be able to bring some income to Blue Film Entertainment. Chapter 1062, Luo Zhao's Visit. Let's go and pack up. There are no important scenes here on the crew side. It'll be fine if they have assistants to watch over them. Yu Zheng stood up as he spoke. Upon seeing this, Wang Chong stood up and followed him. "Director Yu, is our movie going to be released in time for the Spring Festival?" "Yes, our series of movies is about the Spring Festival, so it is most appropriate to release it during the Spring Festival. Is it possible to come in time?" Our movie does not require any special effects in terms of editing, and during the filming process, the editors have also started editing simultaneously. As long as no accidents occur, there will be absolutely no problem in releasing it during the Spring Festival. Yu Zheng spoke slowly and said that he had already calculated the time and there would be absolutely no problem in releasing it during the Spring Festival. "That's good." Wang Chong nodded. "By the way, Chinatown Detective is very popular this time, and the screenwriter has already started preparing the script for the second part. The script for the second part of Chinatown Detective should have been written next year, and then we can start filming the second part." Yu Zheng suddenly spoke. After Chinatown Detective just showed its explosive popularity, he had already arranged for the screenwriter to write the script for the second part of Chinatown Detective. "I know, Director Yu." Wang Chong nodded. "Chinatown Detective has become a hit now, and it will be a happy thing for him to continue filming the second part of Chinatown Detective next year." Tomorrow group, Sangshua Games conference room. Wei Yin looked at everyone in the conference room. Currently, Sangshua Games' client game department has a new game project. The main content of this game project is to develop a game that is highly replicable to the real world. In order to make the world in the game better replicate the map of the real world, we will organize a geographical exploration team. This exploration team will be divided into several groups and go to various places in China to conduct geographical exploration. At the same time, each team will also be assigned a mature painter and a mature videographer. Video and paint scenes from each location. At that time, the videos and paintings will be transmitted to our headquarters, and our technical staff will need to conduct in-game modeling based on the transmitted images and paintings. So whether it's a videographer, painter, or modeler, they all require very high abilities. And there is currently no exact person in charge of this project, so the current person in charge of this project is myself and manager Fong Chong. In the end, The person in charge of this project will be selected from this project. Also, in order to enrich the diversity and authenticity of gaming professions, we also need to form a social inspection team to conduct inspections of various professions in society. For this client game project, we will first transfer some people from each of your departments. The premise is that it does not affect the normal operation of your own departments. I will not participate in the selection of people. You can choose by yourself and submit the list at the end. Wei Yin picked up the water glass on the side and took a slow sip. They had almost perfected the new end-to-end tour project, and it was time to start implementing it. This time, the client game project is very different from the previous client games. It involves too many things, and they need to prepare relatively more. For previous client game projects, he only needed to recruit some game-related personnel to organize a team. But this time it's different. They need to organize many teams that are not related to the game. Now that the recruitment has been announced, relevant personnel are joining the company one after another. Once the team is formed, they can set off. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Wei Yin put down his water glass and looked at everyone in the conference room. Mr. Chun, how long is the duration of this client game project? An employee in the conference room asked. There is no deadline. You just need to make this game the best it can be. Wei Yin opened his mouth to answer. This game involves a lot, and in the process, you will encounter many problems that it is impossible to predict how long it will take for this game project to be completed. Mr. Wei, what is the name of this game project? Another person asked. The name of the project is Restart Life. And the reason why this game must replicate reality is because we want to make this game a second life for people in the real world. Restart your life. Wei Yan's words rang out in the office, causing some commotion in an instant. Everyone in the office looked at each other or talked quietly. The game world has become people's second life. This idea is really great. Wei Yan looked at the noise in the conference room and didn't say much. He knew that when he told the ultimate goal of this game, these people would be shocked. Second life. This is something no one dares to imagine. But can a game really do that? Wei Yan shook his head in his heart. He was not sure about this either. He doesn't know what this game will look like after it is developed. What he can do now is to do his best to develop this game according to Mr. Chen's vision. In the conference room, there was a burst of discussion. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Yan tightened the lid of the water cup on the table and spoke. Today's meeting ends here, adjourn. With that, he stood up and left the meeting room. Back to the office. Not long after sitting down, the door of the office was knocked. Soon, Luo Xiao pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Luo, come sitiar. Wei Yan saw that it was Luo Xiao who came in, and hurriedly stood up and walked to the reception area on the side. At the same time, he brewed a pot of tea. Boss Wei, don't be so polite. Luo Xiao followed him to the reception area, and then sat down opposite Wei Yan. What's polite or not? There's something. Wei Yan smiled faintly and poured Luo Xiao a cup of tea. There's something I want to discuss with Boss Wei. Luo Xiao took the tea from Wei Yan's hand. Oh, what's the matter? Wei Yan showed some interest on his face. It's like this. Didn't we set up an animation department at Blue Film Entertainment? We have been thinking about what kind of animation to produce recently. However, Hu Bian mentioned the world background of Freedom War, and with the various heroes in Freedom War, it would be great if an animation could be made. And the current popularity of Freedom War will naturally bring some popularity to the animation after the animation is developed. However, Freedom War is a game project of Tsangshui Games, Mr. Wei, and I came here today to seek your consent. Luo Xiao directly explained his purpose. Chapter 1063 Coordination. You mean filming the background story of Freedom War into an anime? After listening to Luo Xiao's words, Wei Yan opened his mouth to confirm. Yes, that's it. Luo Xiao nodded. Well, I'll call the person in charge of the entire game over first to see what they think. Wei Yan answered, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. After making the call, after thinking about it, I made another call to Su Yuan. Su Yuan had previously said that turn-based mobile games should also use the heroic characters from Freedom Battle. Calling him over to discuss it together can also lead to better coordination. Making animations has no impact on the game. If it works well, it will have a complementary effect. Before long, the office door was knocked again, and Zhao Bowen, Lu Run, and Su Yuan walked in together. "We're all here, come and sit." Wei Yin saw several people coming in and said hello. Several people walked to the reception area and took their seats, saying hello to Luo Xiao at the same time. "Mr. Wei, do you have anything planned?" Zhao Bowen looked at Wei Yin and asked. "Mr. Luo, tell me." Wei Yin gestured to Mr. Luo. After hearing this, Luo Xiao told about his desire to shoot the Freedom Battle anime. Well, shooting an anime based on the world background of the Freedom War is indeed a good choice. And there have been cases where games have been adapted into anime before, and the results have been pretty good. Zhao Bowen nodded upon hearing this, and had no objections to making Freedom Battle into an anime. "I think there is no problem. But the only thing that needs to be paid attention to is that this animation must be consistent with Freedom War, and the changes cannot be too big." Lu Ren said that he was worried that animation production would be too divorced from the Freedom War, and it would have a bad impact. "Don't worry, our animation is completely based on the world background of Freedom War, and the script is also written by Hu Bian, who wrote the world background of Freedom War. In terms of plot, not only will it not deviate, but it will be very consistent with the world background of Freedom War." Luo Xiao hurriedly spoke that it is very necessary to make animations that fit the world background of Freedom War. Nowadays, there are many anime adaptations or TV series adaptations that deviate too much from the original works, resulting in a poor reputation. And now Freedom War is so popular. If they don't make animations according to the world background of Freedom War, they will probably be criticized miserably by those players. Luo Xiao thought secretly in his heart, and there is no need for them to adapt it. There is a ready-made world background. If they adapt it, wouldn't they have nothing to do? That way there will be no problem. Lu Ran nodded, that Su Yuan on the side pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "I have a suggestion. For our turn-based mobile game, we will create some Freedom Battle characters in advance. In order to increase the popularity of these heroic characters, the animations we produce can also be made around these characters first. Of course, you can make the script first, and we can make the game characters based on the main hero characters in your script. Of course, there is no problem with this. Then I will ask Hu Bian to write the script for the early stage of the animation, and then send the characters who need to appear in the early stage of the script to your mobile game department." Luo Xiao smiled and agreed. He came here today just to win Song Shui Yushi's consent at AT this time. The other party's attitude is that they have no objection to their production of the Freedom Battle anime. Since there are no opinions, the production process must be completed through mutual consultation. Whatever can be done to maximize the interests of both parties, then do it. Wei Yin slowly drank tea and listened to the discussion of several people. After an unknown amount of time, the discussion among several people came to an end. Then the matter is settled like this. I will go back and communicate with Hu Bian, and then we will communicate in detail about the specific matters. There are still things to arrange at the company, so I will go back first." Luo Xiao drank the remaining tea in the cup in one gulp, then stood up and walked out of the office. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan, Lu Run, and Zhao Bowen also stood up and left the office. "Brother Lu, come to my office and have a chat. I already have a detailed plan for the mobile game settings we discussed before." Outside the office, that Su Yuan stopped Lu Run, who was walking in front. "Good." Lu Run nodded when he heard this. He was still very curious about the setting of Su Yuan's new turn-based mobile game. Soon, the two came to Su Yuan's office that Su Yuan was about to make a pot of tea, but was stopped by Lu Run. "No need to go to so much trouble. I just drink a lot at Mr. Wei's place. Then I won't be polite." Su Yuan smiled, then took a folder from the desk and placed it on the coffee table in the reception area. "I originally wanted to call you, Brother Lu, to come over today." Lu Ren reached out and picked up the folder Su Yuan put on the coffee table, then opened it and read it. After a while, after reading all the game settings, placed the folder on the coffee table. "What's going on, Brother Lu? Do you have any questions?" Su Yuan saw Lu Run put down the folder and asked hurriedly. "The setting of the whole game is very novel. After entering the game, the player randomly gets a level 1 card. The first game is a character fighting a wild monster. The wild monster can drop gold coins and equipment. The equipment is the equipment in the free battle. After the character obtains the corresponding equipment, the combat power can be strengthened. After each round of wild monsters, it will be upgraded to a level. For each level, the player can put one more card character on the board. There are 3 rounds of wild monsters in total, and the player is also randomly upgraded to level 3 and can put 3 character cards. What's more novel is the design of the bond. A card character can have multiple bonds at the same time, and different bonds can also have different effects, so that players can freely match different bonds. In addition, players can freely provide equipment to characters, and players can also draw cards from the prize pool to combine their own bonds. This has greatly given players their own operating space, which is fundamentally different from traditional turn-based games, but it has not deviated from the gameplay of turn-based games. The setting of this turn-based game you made is really good. Now I am looking forward to the game being developed quickly and playing it. Lu Run said with a look of amazement. Some time ago, when he and Su Yuan discussed, they only talked about a concept. I never thought that the concept they needed to discuss would be completed so well. Chapter 1064 New Suggestions. So, Brother Lu, do you think there is no problem with this game setting? Su Yuan said with excitement. Logically speaking, this one-time game setting was not made by him alone. An individual's power is limited, and now the mobile game department is well established. He discussed this game plan with the planning department for a long time before coming up with it. Of course, he has always been controlling the direction of the game and not letting the final plan deviate too much from the original vision. This is definitely no problem. There is no such turn-based game on the market today, and it is also very playable. I already have a hunch that as long as the game is online, it will not be as popular as Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle, but it can definitely become a hit. Lu Ren said with a firm expression that he has been paying attention to the current game market. There is still a certain judgment on whether a game is good or bad, and whether it can make money. Games like this have never appeared on the market before, or are very new games. There are only 2 situations. It's either a big hit or obscurity. After all, if a game that has never appeared on the market suddenly comes online, and someone likes it, it means that the game is playable. A playable and very novel game, with the blessing of freshness, will definitely attract many players to try it in a short period of time. It can definitely reach the level of a fire. Of course, whether the popularity can be maintained depends on whether future updates of the game can keep players motivated to continue playing. Of course, this kind of thing is something they will think about in the future. The first priority now is to develop the game first. Since Brother Lu has said so, I will start asking the people below to develop the game according to the current game plan. Su Yuan said, "This can wait a little longer. There is no problem with the plan, but I still have an idea here. You can take a look." Brother Lu, tell me. Lu Run thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. It's like this. Your current cards are divided into 5 levels. Level 5 cards are the most powerful, but they are also the least, and the probability of being drawn is also the lowest. In the current gameplay, the key to victory or defeat is bonds and equipment. Different bonds and different equipment determine different combat power. But I thought for a while, if I could do some more work on the equipment and cards to make the game more playable and have more factors that determine victory or defeat. First of all, in terms of equipment, the current plan drops all large pieces of equipment. Can we split the equipment into smaller pieces? 2 small pieces of equipment can be combined into large equipment, and different combinations of small pieces of equipment can be combined into different equipment. Then there are cards. I'm thinking that we can set a star upgrading rule for the cards. For example, 3 identical cards can be upgraded to a 2-star card. 2-star cards will increase in value, and then 3 2-star cards can be upgraded to 3-star cards. In this way, we can achieve a level 1 2-star card that can beat level 3 cards. Lu Ren spoke in detail about his thoughts that Su Yuan's eyes gradually lit up as he listened to Lu Ren's words. Brother Lu, your idea is really perfect. There is a problem with this game plan that I have never mentioned, or it cannot be considered a problem. That's the problem with the card pool. I have arranged a lot of level 1 cards, but for many bonds, only 1 card is needed. Then when drawing cards, you will often draw many duplicate cards. If I follow my previous settings, these duplicate cards will definitely be useless. But if we adopt the star-raising plan you just mentioned, Brother Liu, then these repeated cards will be of great use. The more Su Yuan talked, the more excited he became. Although he was satisfied with the game plan he produced before, he always felt that it was not perfect enough. But now that Liu Ren's star promotion plan is adopted, it would be perfect. This directly made up for the flaws in his previous card pool settings. I just made a suggestion. It would be great if it can help you with your game plan. Liu Ren smiled. This is of great help. BL Game Club. Manager's office. Brother Yao. All participating clubs have been counted. A total of 60 teams participated in our official esports competition this time. I have made some changes to the rules of the competition this time. Brother Yao, you can take a look. AtoZ handed a document with the rules of the competition to Yao Bagua, who was sitting opposite. Seeing this, Yao Bagua took the information that AtoZ handed over. I opened the information and looked at it carefully. Because of the current popularity of extreme survival and the high bonuses. Therefore, there are many teams participating in the competition this time, and these 60 teams were finally selected through some online screening. Otherwise, there might be more teams participating this time. The first competition to begin is the knockout round. 60 people were directly divided into 6 groups A, B, C, D, F, with 10 people in each group in the knockout round. 3 groups form one large group, and the 10th place teams will be directly eliminated after scoring points. The remaining 40 people were divided into 4 groups A, B, C, D and competed in the promotion round. The rules of the game after promotion are the same as before. Yao Bagua confirmed that there were no loopholes in the competition rules and put the information aside. There is nothing wrong with the rules of the game. Just follow them. Okay, Brother Yao. AtoZ nodded and then asked, Brother Yao, how is the stadium set up? Well, we have already communicated with the sports center. The construction has already started. It will definitely be completed before the end of the month, and it will not affect the competition. Yao Bagua said that they rent the stadium for sports events and other events. So we are basically familiar with the sports center. When renting the venue, it is just a matter of saying a word. After all, in Zhangcheng, except for their Tomorrow group, no one else can rent the sports grounds so frequently. But when the construction of the competition base is completed, they will not need to rent the stadium for future games. Holding a competition in a competition base built with an investment of 5 billion yuan. The scene must be shocking. Then there's no problem. All that's left is the opening performance during the finals. But I heard that Zhang Lan is recording a variety show and has no way to come back. How should we arrange the show? AtoZ asked. Don't worry about this. The music department of Blue Picture Entertainment has signed contracts with many other singers. If Zhang Lan can't make it back from participating in the variety show, other singers can come over. Yao Bagua smiled and had no need to worry about the program arrangements for the opening of the finals. Chapter 1065 Club Canteen. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the office door, and soon, 4 young people walked in. Yao Bagua looked up and saw that Wei, Ling Dang, Ahai, and Beast were coming in. Hello, Mr. Yao. Hello, Mr. Tao. Wei and the other 4 said hello. Why are you back? Yao Bagua looked at the 4 people who came in and spoke in confusion. After signing the lease contract some time ago, they have already gone to other clubs. After all, it's not long before the competition, and joining a new team will definitely require you to get in touch with your new teammates. We have half a day off today and Sunday, so we'll come back and take a look. Bell said. They have been living in the BL club for more than a year. They're still a little uncomfortable when they suddenly move to another place and face unfamiliar environments and people. Come sit here. How about the new club? Yao Bagua waved and motioned to other seats in the reception area. These players are just rented out. After the lease expires, they will still be players in their BL game club. It's not bad. The coach and teammates are very good. It's just that I'm suddenly in a new environment, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Ahai said, That's fine. If you feel uncomfortable or if the other club does something outrageous, just come and tell us. AtoZ said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Tao. Wei and the others looked grateful. As esports players, he had seen many examples of professional players being cheated by clubs during their year. But in the BL club, cheating players has never happened. They are even worried that they will not be able to participate in official esports competitions, and they are allowed to join other clubs. How long do you guys want to stay? If you don't go back tonight, you can stay here. Your rooms are still here. Yao Bagwa looked at several people and asked, Mr. Yao, we're going back soon. We have a training match to play in the evening. Alway said that the half-day holiday did not include the evening, but only a few hours in the afternoon. If that's the case, then I won't leave you alone. Yao Bagwa said, training matches are very important for professional players, especially people like Alway who have just entered the club running in stage. Mr. Yao, we have a request. Alway hesitated for a moment, then spoke. What do you think? Yao Bagwa looked at the four people sitting across from him and was a little curious, wondering what the four people's requests were. Alway scratched the back of his head and then said a little embarrassedly, before we leave, can we go to the club canteen for a meal? To a new club, they are not used to the unfamiliar environment, and they are not used to the food. That is not that the food in the new club is bad. The taste is still good, but it is far behind compared to the BL club, and there are not as many varieties as the BL club. Yao Bagwa was stunned for a moment when he heard the requests of several people, and then he laughed. He thought it was something important, but he just came back to eat in the cafeteria. This is no problem. I will communicate with the cafeteria when I get back. Whenever you have time to come back in the future, you can come over and eat. You don't have to come to me to request. Thank you, Mr. Yao. Alway opened his mouth to thank him, with a look of excitement on his face. Then, Mr. Yao, you continue to talk about things. We are going to the cafeteria. Yao Bagwa nodded and watched the four people leave the office with excited faces. That it feels like coming back this time to see them is secondary. Coming back to eat is the ultimate goal. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. That in the cafeteria, Alway couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and then made a video call to someone. The call will be answered soon. Alway turned the video camera and pointed it at the canteen. I said our club's cafeteria is very good. If you don't believe it, I'll show you today. This is our cafeteria. See if it's big and bright. Do you see these refrigerators? You can drink whatever you want in them. This is the dining area. Did you see the food? Lobster, stew, smoked chicken. Did you count it clearly? There are 10 dishes in total. Brother, was your previous club so proud? An exclamation came from the phone. Needless to say, I have long said that our previous club treated us very well. I won't tell you anymore. I want to eat. After Alway finished speaking, he hung up the call. Then we found a dining table and started eating. Tomorrow community, Chinamo walked into community with a leisurely expression, holding Kue and Chien in his hands. Walking the dog after dinner, this life is still very pleasant. Soon I walked to the artificial lake and looked at the clear water. Occasionally, I could see fish flashing across the water. It seems like I haven't fished for a long time, but I can go fishing there. Thinking in my heart, he walked directly to the fishing area. All his fishing tools were in the cabinet in the fishing area, so there was no need to go back to get the fishing tools. The design of Mayin is quite good in this regard. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to have to get a bunch of fishing tools from upstairs every time you go fishing. Oh wait, it's okay. I caught a fish so quickly. Luckily, how do you feel? This tomorrow community is fine. It's really nice. The greenery, the activity building, and the artificial lake where you can fish are all things I didn't expect. I just said there is absolutely nothing wrong with buying here. Chinamo was stunned for a moment when he heard the familiar voice, and then walked in the direction of the voice. His fishing area happened to be in the same direction. After walking for a while, I saw two familiar figures sitting in a fishing area fishing. Those two people were clearly Wei Yin and Lu Mingfeng. That Lu Mingfeng is also here. Chinamo thought about the conversation between the two and quickly thought of a possibility. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as he approached, Wei Yin and Lu Mingfeng spotted him and hurriedly said hello. Chen Mo nodded, and then his eyes fell on Lu Mingfeng. Have you bought a house here? Yes, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen gave me so much remuneration. This tomorrow community was also built by Mr. Chen, so I just wanted to support it. But after seeing the environment and configuration of tomorrow's community, the money is really worth it. Lu Mingfeng said with a smile on his face. After Wei Yin finished talking to him, he contacted Mei Yin directly. After choosing an apartment, I paid directly and moved in. Chinemo was speechless when he heard Lu Mingfeng's answer that I gave you so much reward. Didn't I just want to use up the funds? Good for you. I directly spent 20 million to buy a house in tomorrow community. Chapter 1066. The Role of Money. He was stabbed in the back a little when he just joined the job, and he was so close to Wei Yan. Lu Mingfeng must pay attention to this in the future. Who knows if he will be infected if he is so close to the traitor? Chen Mo was wary, but then relaxed that Lu Mingfeng's project cycle is 3 years. At least during these 3 years, there is no need to worry about profitability. Mr. Chun, are you coming here to fish? Wei Yan looked at Mr. Chun and asked. Well, you continue fishing. Chinamo nodded, and then brought Kue Ka and Qian Qian to his fishing area, that he opened the door and took Kue Ka and Qian Qian in, then closed the door again to prevent Kue Ka and Qian Qian from running away. Although both dogs have been trained, who knows if they will bite if no one is watching? And even if it doesn't bite, it's not good to scare others. He opened the cabinet on the side, took out the fishing rod and fish food, then sat on the deck chair and started fishing. Woof, woof, woof. Before long, Qian Qian on the side shouted twice. Chinamo took a look and then found that the fish float was moving, that a fish takes the bait. Quickly closing the pole, a fish was caught. When the fish is placed in the bucket, reattach the ears. Time passed little by little. Chinamo gradually discovered that as long as a fish bites the hook, Qian Qian will scream twice, that he didn't expect that raising a dog could have this effect. This discovery made him feel more comfortable, and he simply raised his head on the recliner and closed his eyes to rest. That AS for the fish hook. Qian Qian is watching from the side. As long as he hears the cry, he can just go and collect the hook that an hour later. Chinamo looked at the lights that came on in the park, then looked at the fish in the bucket and counted a total of 5 fish caught. Not a bad harvest. Chinamo sighed, stood up, put the fish hook away, and put it back in the cabinet. Then he picked up the bucket, opened the door with the 2 dogs, and prepared to leave. That as soon as they walked out, they saw Wei Yin and Lu Mingfeng coming out of another fishing area. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wei Yin saw Mr. Chen in front of him and said hello. Well, you're done fishing. Chinamo looked at Wei Yin and the 2 people walking over and asked. Well, it's getting dark, so we won't be fishing anymore. How was Mr. Chen's harvest? The 2 of us caught 4 fish in total. Wei Yin said, lifting the bucket in his hand. His fishing skills have improved a lot recently. Lao Lu caught 1 fish by himself, and he caught the remaining 3. To another day I can compare with Yao Bagua. He has always said that he is a senior fisherman. Oh, I caught 5. Chinamo said, and also picked up his bucket. Gojo. Wei Yin was stunned for a moment, and then thought that Mr. Chen seemed to have caught a lot of fish last time. Mr. Chun, do you often go fishing? The only explanation is that Mr. Chun is a master of fishing. That's not true. I haven't fished much. Chen Mo shook his head. But this fish is very easy to catch. You can catch a fish in a while. Forehead. When Wei Yin heard Mr. Chen's words, he was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He went fishing some time ago, but couldn't catch one in a day. That I can't see where to fish at all. However, he couldn't refute Mr. Chen's words, and in the end he could only smile awkwardly. Mr. Chen, we are in the same building. Let's go back together. Oh. Chen Montauk nodded. Mr. Chen, I'll leave first, Lu Mingfeng said, and then walked in the other direction. The house he purchased was in another building. When I bought a house a few days ago, Mr. Chen's building number 8 had long been sold out. And after all, who doesn't want to live in the same building as Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen, let me get it for you. Wei Yin looked at the bucket in Mr. Chen's hand and said, "No." Chen Mo shook his head. Enter the elevator. Chen Mo did not go back to the roof directly, but went to Yang Dehai's house and gave the fish he caught to Yang Dehai's family. You can make it yourself or take it to Tomorrow Canteen tomorrow. After delivering the fish, he returned home. After changing into fitness clothes, he entered the gym. That he hasn't completed his fitness check-in today. He has been persisting for so many days, and there is no way he will give up. 2 hours later, Chen Mo sat back on the rest chair with a tired look on his face, listening to the reminder of success in his mind, and finally relaxed. After several days of consistent training, he can now complete the opening requirement after 2 hours of training. And the body aches are not as painful as they were at the beginning. I just don't know what I can get in the lottery after signing in for a month. That IT would be great if I could get a personal asset reward worth tens of millions. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. The next day, Nana Coffee Diamond Shop. Teacher Sue, Nana Coffee store in Suang has been fully renovated and ready to open. Song Xia looked at Sultan sitting opposite, and said with joy, "It seems you're in a good mood today." Sultan looked at Song Xia's happy expression and said, "Teacher Su, you know why I am so happy?" Song Xia picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. "Have you passed the second test?" Sudan thought for a moment and then spoke. Song Xia was stunned for a moment. Then his face fell. "Teacher Su, don't mention the second test when I'm so happy. That's my permanent pain." "It's not the second test. I thought it was the second test. What makes you so happy?" Sudan smiled at Song Xia's expression. "There is news from Suzhou and Hangzhou. We have already opened Nana Coffee to saturation in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but Nanrui Coffee has not opened a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I guess Nanrui Coffee is afraid and dare not compete with us." Song Xia said excitedly. "Is that so? That's indeed a good thing. Our previous judgment was correct. It should be that Nanrui Coffee doesn't have enough staff to use." Sudan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then he smiled. But soon a trace of vigilance appeared on his face, and he continued to speak. "But we can't be too careless. They don't have enough staff now, but if they want to train staff, they can do it as long as they spend a certain amount of time to train them. Maybe they are not opening more stores now because they are training new staff. When they have enough staff, they may open more stores. Well, this does need attention." Song Xia nodded. "By the way, now that we have opened stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou, where should we open stores next?" "Well, the current development strategy of Nana Coffee is basically those first-tier cities. In that case, let's choose Dongguan as the next city." Sultan thought for a while and finally spoke slowly. Chapter 1067, Lu Chenwei's Choice. "Well, then I'll go back and write a report and report it to the superiors." Song Xia nodded when he heard this. Dongguan was a good choice. However, Nana Coffee has always been losing money. If they want to continue to develop, they must report to their superiors. After all, in their Nana Coffee account, in addition to the funds for daily operations, the funds needed for this kind of expansion need to be transferred from the Tomorrow Group. "Well, then I'll contact Lu Ming and Lu Xiang and ask them to organize a new team to prepare to inspect the next city." Sultan spoke slowly. "The inspection must be done. After the inspection, opening the store will be much smoother." Another Nanha coffee shop. "Brother Bing, are you calling me here in such a hurry? Is there something important?" Lu Chenwei looked at Su Bing sitting opposite and asked with confusion. "Of course there is something important. Didn't you say you want to join our Tsangshui game? Now there is a chance. Do you want to join?" Su Bing spoke quickly. Now Tsangshui Games has established a new client game project. Because of the importance and complexity of this project, a lot of people need to be recruited. Now the managers of various departments have already met with their employees, and if they have suitable friends, they can introduce them. Of course, there are requirements. Those with little work experience, no work experience, or those whose jobs are not suitable for them, will be given priority. After learning the news, he immediately thought of Lu Chenwei, that Lu Chenwei's work experience naturally did not meet the admission criteria, but Lu Chenwei's main work content was programming, that he could definitely let Lu Chenwei join him as a modeler. And because this game requires replicating the real world into the game world, there is a huge demand for modelers. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem for Lu Chenwei to interview for the job of model engineer at this time. Moreover, although Lu Chenwei is now in the programming industry, he doesn't know anything about modeling. He also studied this aspect in school before. Therefore, after joining the company, there will be rapid progress. "Yes, I definitely want it." Lu Chenwei heard Su Bing's words and agreed without any hesitation. "The last time I talked with Su Bing, I wanted to join the Tomorrow Group because I felt that the treatment at the Tomorrow Group was better than the treatment at their current company. But he has been working in Jiangcheng for a while." After chatting with Su Bing, he also paid attention to the Tomorrow Group. After paying attention, his desire to join the Tomorrow Group became even stronger. The Tomorrow Group was no longer just about good treatment, that he read a lot of information about Tomorrow Group, but of course he didn't know much about it. The only thing he could watch was a live replay of a sports meeting. Even in the live replay, he saw his friend Su Bing draw a 100,000 lottery ticket. But from the information he could find, he could completely feel the respect that Tomorrow Group had for its employees. The respect that you are my employees and we are just a partnership. But in today's real society, Most companies don't treat their employees as human beings at all, let alone respect them. Help leaders with personal matters during work and use their positions to suppress exploitation. These things have become commonplace. But he didn't see anything related in the Tomorrow Group, so the employees of the Tomorrow Group all had positive opinions about the Tomorrow Group. In this regard, his desire to join the Tomorrow Group became even stronger. But he also learned about joining the Tomorrow Group. Indeed, as Su Bing said, it is very difficult to join the Tomorrow Group. Now, once a company under the Tomorrow Group needs to recruit employees, tens of millions of people will instantly submit their resumes for interviews. That he originally thought that he would have to wait a long time to join the Tomorrow Group, but he did not expect that he would have the opportunity to join the Tomorrow Group so soon. I haven't finished speaking yet. Due to some regulations of our Tomorrow Group, you cannot interview for the programming position if you join our company. You need to interview for the position of model engineer. I will explain the specific reasons to you. You will slowly understand it after you join the company. However, after you interview the modeler and join the job, you can only be a grassroots employee. However, as a technical position, your basic salary is also 6,000 yuan. Plus other activity subsidies, you can make a base of 12,000 yuan a month. However, the salary increase system of Tomorrow Group is very transparent. I can guarantee that as long as you work for half a year, the basic salary will definitely be increased to 10,000. Including activity subsidies, you can get a salary of 16,000. After 1 year, the salary can be increased to 15,000, and including activity subsidies, it can be more than 20,000. And this is just the basics. The company's annual meeting, year-end bonus, and 13th salary, these are not included. As for the 13th salary, it can also be increased. Every time you work for a year, the 13th salary will also increase, and it can be increased to a maximum of 18th salary. In other words, as long as you can work for 5 years, you will receive 18 salary every year in the future, which is half a year's extra salary. By the way, one more thing that needs to be said is that after you join Sangshui Games, you will enter a new game development project. Because of the special nature of this client game project, as a modeler, you can apply for business trips abroad. Our company also has very high welfare rewards for business trips. The most common ones are food and lodging, and travel is fully reimbursed by the company, and this reimbursement is not for you to make it simple. Let me give you an example. When you fly on a business trip, you can fly first class. When you stay in a hotel, you can stay in a high-end suite. And when you eat, as long as you don't deliberately squander or go to some luxurious restaurants, all items can be reimbursed. Reimbursement is the most basic. The company considers the hardship of business trips, so there will be a business trip subsidy of 500 yuan per day. That is to say, if you travel for a month, you will receive a business trip subsidy of 15,000 yuan. And because of the special nature of business trips, this business trip is not as simple as a few months, but is measured in years. Of course, if you think business travel is too hard, you can choose not to travel. Su Bing briefly explained how Lu Chenhui joined the company and some of his salary and benefits. As for Lu Chenhui's choice, it was his own business that Lu Chenhui's hand holding the coffee trembled slightly as he listened to Su Bing's story, that he had known the information about Tomorrow Group before, but it was not as detailed as what Su Bing told. Although his current job can bring him a salary of more than 20,000 yuan, with a salary of more than 20,000 yuan, he is only a small leader of the company. He also works overtime for free every day. If there is any business trip, he needs to be the first to go. Result. Chapter 1068. Mr. Chen's new understanding when he joined Sangshui Games, his salary was only 12,000 yuan, including various subsidies. But he had 2 days off a week and did not have to work overtime. At least in terms of work happiness, it was definitely higher than his current job. This is just a matter of happiness, from the perspective of future development. The development of Sangshui Games is also much higher than his current company. As long as he works for a full year. Even if there is no job promotion, his salary can reach his current salary. And it does not include year-end bonuses, 13th salary, and other benefits. And as long as he works for 5 years, he can get 18th salary. 18th salary. This is equivalent to getting half a year's salary for free, and working for 2 years is equivalent to working for 3 years for those who do not have 13th salary. There is also a business trip allowance. If he chooses to go on a business trip when he joins, he will receive a business trip allowance of 15,000 yuan every month. That if the business trip allowance is included, the salary he gets directly exceeds his current salary. Besides, he is on a business trip now. Not to mention subsidies. If he doesn't choose some cheap hotels for accommodation, he may have to pay for it himself. Liu Chinwei didn't think much about it and got the answer directly. Brother Bing, I have decided to interview for the modeler position in your company. But my current job needs a certain amount of time to hand over. Liu Chenwei said with some worry. The handover of work is easy. It also takes a certain amount of time to set up our department. You don't have to worry about this. I'll make an appointment for you. You can go for an interview tomorrow. Su Bing said slowly. There are many people who come to join from other companies, and they all need handover time. This is no problem at all. Thank you very much, Brother Bing. We will be colleagues in the future. Liu Chenwei breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the handover time would prevent him from joining the company. By the way, Brother Bing, are you going on a business trip? Yes, I am going on a business trip. Su Bing not that. Ha ha ha, I also choose to go on a business trip. After all, 15,000 more a month is still very good. Well, I'm not 15,000. How much is that? Because I joined the new project, my position is now a team leader. The team leader's business trip allowance is 1,000 yuan a day, so my business trip allowance for a month is 30,000 yuan. Liu Chenwei. Tomorrow Group President's office. Chen Mo entered the office and slowly sat down in the boss chair. He just came from the security company and watched the training of the personnel there. Overall, they were trained to the limit. But he himself was experiencing this kind of thing every day, so he just took a simple look and came back. Boss Chen, this is the report of Manhwa Coffee. A young assistant came in and carefully put the information on the table. Well, you go and get busy. Chun Mo reached out and picked up the report on the table. He flipped it open and took a look. It turns out that Manhwa Coffee has opened all the stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou. According to the rules after the system upgrade, he can only continue the current development trend and develop in the next city. And this report has clearly stated that he wants to develop Manhwa Coffee in Dongguan. In this case, there is nothing to object to, so he just wrote the approval below. When they complete the investigation and make a budget there, he can just pay the money directly. After approving the report, he called the agent assistant again and asked him to arrange the matter. After finishing all the things, he turned on the computer next to him and entered Freedom War without hesitation. Based on his understanding of this game in his previous life, he discovered a new outfit for a hero yesterday, the AP Swordsman. No one has played this AP outfit yet, but this outfit is very violent. While others have not played it yet, he hurried to get a score. Enter the game, select a hero. Start the game. When the game started 10 minutes later, teammates began to send a series of question marks at the same time. Messages began to be sent in the chat interface that how did you equip Swordsman? You are an AD hero, but you equip AP equipment. Do you know how to play? Fuck, what the hell, Swordsman, it's over, I'm at a pit again, Chen Mo looked at the information on the chat interface and wasted time. After one of his equipment was out, he started fighting. 20 minutes later, chat interface. Brother is awesome. It turns out that Swordsman is so powerful when he equips AP equipment. Oh my god, I want to play a game after this game is over. This is too fucking perverted, invincible. Boss, your understanding of the game is really awesome. Chinamo looked at the words on the chat interface and smiled. With the team wiped, the game ended directly. Without any hesitation, he started the next game directly. Tinga Game Club. Chin Sung stretched his waist and then put the information he had read aside. As the number of companies increases, the amount of work to be handled every day also increases. Finally, I'm done. Chin Sung sighed and then directly entered Freedom War. After being busy for so long, I must play games to relax. I entered the game and was about to start the game, but I found that Mr. Chen was playing the game. I asked Mr. Chen also playing games. Why not wait a while and ask Mr. Chen to play together? But when I saw Mr. Chen's rank, I gave up directly. He's already a master. This can't be played together at all. He's only a silver rank. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so powerful. Chen Sung suddenly had an idea and then clicked on Mr. Chen's game interface and found a spectator option at the back and clicked it directly. Since Mr. Chen is so powerful, then watching the game and seeing how Mr. Chen plays can also help him. Soon entered the spectator interface. Mr. Chun is playing a swordsman. Chin Sung saw the hero played by Mr. Chun and became interested. He usually likes to play this hero. This hero is very powerful only in the late game and has a strong ability to harvest the battlefield. But the only weakness is that it is a bit weak in the early stage. If it does not develop well, it is difficult to have a late stage. No. Chin Sung looked for a while and found that the equipment of Chun Zong swordsman is AP equipment. Is this equipment okay? Chin Sung was confused, but after looking for a while, he found that it was beyond his understanding of the game. This AP swordsman is not okay, and it is very violent. It is already very powerful in the early stage of the game. The damage is high, especially the blood recovery skill. One skill directly restores the blood to full. Isn't this a mobile blood pool? Not long after, the game ended. There is no doubt that a whole game was won under the leadership of Chin Zong. Chin Sung also quit watching the game and invited Chin Zong to the game. But a response came soon. Your friend rejected your invitation. Chapter 1069 Holiday. In the office, Chin Mo looked at Chun Sung's invitation and refused without hesitation. The last time the jungle gameplay was leaked by playing with Chin Sung and the others. This time he finally developed a new routine, and then it was passed on by Chin Sung. How could he improve the score? After refusing, he started a new game directly, Tange Club in the office. When Chun Sung saw that his invitation was rejected, he didn't think much and started a game of his own. When choosing a hero, I directly chose the swordsman that he also wants to try Mr. Chin's AP swordsman, which looks very powerful. Enter the game. After I got an AP piece of equipment, I found that this AP equipment was really powerful and impossible to kill, that if there is no blood left, just use the blood recovery skill to restore it to full. Seeing the praise from his teammates in the chat interface, Chun Sung smiled happily. Mr. Chun is really awesome. Previously, we developed the jungle position gameplay, and now we have developed the AP swordsman. The previous jungle gameplay promoted him to the silver tier, and this time the AP swordsman should help him advance to the gold tier. Chin Sung thought secretly in his heart. Chin is not only a business genius, but also a gaming genius. Jiangcheng, in a community, daughter-in-law. The takeaway has arrived. Chun Jun placed the takeaways neatly on the dining table with a look of joy on his face. At the same time, he opened a bottle of red wine and lit an aromatherapy stick. How are you, wife? How are the arrangements? Okay. Are you pretty good at decorating? Huang Xiaoli walked out of the room wearing a tight-fitting hip skirt, looked at the arrangement on the dining table, and praised it. Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou has been renovated. I should be able to stay at home for a while longer. I must celebrate it well. Chen Jun opened the seat at the dining table and let his wife take a seat, but looked at the takeout on the table and said with some regret, "But our income is enough now, so we can go to some good restaurants to eat. It's a bit too perfunctory to call it takeout. What do you know? This Nanchi takeout is owned by the Tomorrow Group. The taste of the food is no worse than those of the star-rated restaurants outside. Come sit down and eat," Huang Xiaoli said. That's true. Chen Jun smiled when he heard this. This was not the first time he had eaten takeout from Nanchi. Not only does it taste good, but the service is also excellent. Come, let's have a drink. Chen Jun couldn't wait to raise his wine glass. Why are you in a hurry? Our son has been sent to my mother. We have plenty of time today. Huang Xiaoli couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Jun. Haven't we seen each other for a long time? Tian Yun Xiaoke. Didn't you say that this time the renovations in Suang are completed and you can stay at home for a longer time? Huang Xiaoli said. That's true. Tian Yun noted. Nana Coffee has opened Nana Coffee shops in 2 cities in succession that at this rate of development. Nana Coffee should be suspended for a while. Otherwise, it would be a city as soon as it was opened, and the funds would be consumed too quickly. Try this, it's delicious. Saying, Chen Jun picked up a piece of meat and put it in Huang Xiaoli's bowl. Half an hour later, both of them were full and also entered a slightly drunk state. Chen Jun looked at his wife's appearance, stood up, and slowly leaned over. Go and draw the curtains. Huang Xiaoli glanced at Chen Jun and then walked into the room. Daughter-in-law, it's in the living room. How about it? As Chen Jun said, he had already walked to the window of the living room and pulled the curtains up. Huang Xiaoli didn't say anything when she saw this. She silently walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The next day, early morning, Chenjun got up from the bed with a tired look on his face, got up, and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came to the living room, he saw his wife sitting at the dining table looking at him. "You're awake. I prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat. Daughter-in-law, aren't you at work?" Chenjun couldn't help but tremble a little when he looked at his wife's clothes. "I have a day off today. It's just the two of us at home today. Let's come over for dinner first." Chenjun heard his wife's words and walked to the dining table to take a look. Fried eggs with leeks, garlic okra. Seeing these dishes made me feel bad. "Eat quickly." Huang Xiaoli looked at Chenjun and said, "Daughter-in-law, I just woke up and have no appetite. How about we go shopping and eat outside?" "No shopping. We are all at home today. Can't you take some rest? You have all the time to go shopping." Chenjun knew that he could no longer refuse, so he could only sit down at the dining table and start eating. "Eat more of these leeks and okra. I need to exercise later, so I won't do it until I'm full." Huang Xiaoli put some leeks and okra into Chenjun's bowl. When Chenjun heard his wife's words, he almost dropped his chopsticks on the table. Buzzwing! Suddenly the cell phone on the desktop rang. Chenjun picked up the phone and took a look. Then his face lit up. He looked up at Huang Xiaoli and said, "Wife, the company sent a message that Nana Coffee is going to Dongguan for development. I may have to leave for Dongguan as soon as possible." "Well, when?" Huang Xiaoli asked. "Maybe we will leave tomorrow afternoon." Chenjun calculated the time and continued. "I will leave tomorrow, so why don't we stay at home today? How about going shopping? We can go shopping tomorrow morning. I will send you to the airport in the afternoon. We will stay at home today." Huang Xiaoli glanced at Chenjun, then got up and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. You will have to take a shower later." Chenjun looked at the okra and leeks on the table and ate more consciously. Magic City. INA venue. "Sister Linda, can we advance this time?" Su Yining looked at the people walking on the catwalk and said nervously, "It's hard to say." Linda shook her head. "Now it's the 16-8 competition. The designers who are left at this time are all quite capable. There are also many factors that determine the outcome of the competition. When the designer's abilities are not too different, a good inspiration can often stand out in this design competition. There is also the judges' preferences. When everyone's designs are similar, it depends on the judges' preferences. So at this time, she is not sure whether she can achieve results in this competition." Time passed little by little. The catwalk show ended, and the final scoring results came out. Su Yining looked at the final ranking nervously. When she saw that their design was in third place, she laughed instantly. "Sister Linda, we have advanced to the quarterfinals." Linda looked at the final ranking and smiled. "Hello, Linda." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Linda turned her head and found that it was an acquaintance. Chapter 1070 Design Competition Results. "Sister Huijun, why are you here?" Linda looked at the visitor and said with some surprise, "I heard there is a design competition here, so I came over to take a look. I have to attend a grand banquet recently and need to customize a dress. I want to see if there is a suitable designer here. But seeing you, I think I've found the designer." Su Huijun said with a smile. "If Huijun trusts me, I can indeed give it a try, but Sister Huijun, I am no longer in the previous clothing brand." Linda responded. She had designed clothes for Su Huijun once before, and the cooperation was generally very pleasant. "Just feel free to do it. As you know, I won't just find one designer." Su Huijun said without hesitation. Linda didn't say anything after hearing this. She had encountered this situation more than once, especially during an emergency banquet, that in order to get a suitable piece of clothing, we often leave it to several designers and finally choose the one we are most satisfied with. Otherwise, if you only leave it to one designer, if you are not satisfied with the design clothes and there is no time to change them, it will be troublesome. "When will Sister Huijun have time? Let's discuss your request in detail this time." Linda said. "Well, just tomorrow. Where is your company? I'll stop by your company to take a look." After leaving such a big brand, "I'm very curious about your new company." "No problem, Sister Huijun, this is my new business card. It has the company's address on it." Linda took out a business card from the bag beside her and handed it to Su Huijun. When Su Huijun took the business card, she pointed to Su Yining beside her and introduced her. This is Su Yining, director of the design department of our company. Hello, Sister Hui Jun. Su Yining stretched out her hand to say hello. Hello. Su Hui Jun also reached out and shook it. Sister Hui Jun, let's see you tomorrow. After a brief chat, Linda waved her hand and led Su Yining out of the venue. Sister Linda, who was that just now? Walking outside the venue, Su Yining asked curiously. She was in the venue just now, and it was not easy for her to ask in person. She is the wife of a big company owner. She is very powerful. If we can build a good relationship, we will not be short of orders for high-end customization in the future. Linda opened her mouth to explain. The wife of the boss of such a big company will definitely have many sisters around her. The strength of those sisters is definitely not bad that if this Su Hui Jun can be satisfied, then the list of those sisters will definitely be indispensable in the future. And they are all high-end customization, so the prices are definitely not too bad. Then let's go back and prepare, Su Yining said. It doesn't take much preparation. Just make it as real as possible. Overdoing it will be counterproductive. Linda thought for a moment, then shook her head. For this kind of wife, she is not stupid. If she makes the working environment very exaggerated when they come to visit, they will see that it is done to cater to them. This will be counterproductive. More importantly, their company's current status is already very good, and it is already stronger than more than 90% of companies. I know, Sister Linda. Su Yining nodded after hearing this. Linda looked at Su Yining, then slowly spoke. You don't have to think too much. We still have to put more energy into the game. We have entered the quarterfinals this time, and the next one will be the top 4. The designers who can advance to the top 8 must be very strong in terms of strength, so we have to be more focused. Don't be affected by some external factors. As long as we can achieve the top 3 results in this competition, there will be no shortage of orders. Su Hui Jun will come over tomorrow, and we can entertain her as usual. When Su Yining heard Linda's words, her eyes gradually became firm, and finally, she nodded solemnly. I know, Sister Linda. The order in front of them is only temporary, but if they can achieve good results in the competition, it will be long-term. The next day, it's approaching noon. Changfeng Clothing, Linda, and Su Yining stood at the gate of the clothing factory and waited quietly. Soon they saw a red BMW driving slowly in the distance, and finally stopped at the gate of the clothing factory. Then the car window dropped, and Su Hui Jun poked her head out, looking at Linda and Su Yining who were walking over. I kept you waiting. Sister Hui Jun, we have just arrived at the door not long ago, so we can just drive in. There is also a corresponding parking lot inside, Linda said with a smile. Changfeng Garment now has more than 10,000 employees, and not all of them live in employee dormitories or take shuttle buses to and from get off work. There are still some people who choose to drive their own cars to work, and with the increase in wages and benefits, this group has also increased a lot. After all, no matter how luxurious the employee dormitories are, they are still not as comfortable as your own home. Therefore, a lot of arrangements have been made for parking lots. There are corresponding parking lots inside and outside the garment factory. You guys get in the car first, Su Hui Jun said. Linda and Su Yining opened the door and got in, then pointed the direction and parked the car in the parking lot inside the garment factory. Sister Hui Jun, let me take you to visit our private customization workshop first. Getting out of the car, Linda said. Okay. Su Hui Jun nodded, then looked around the garment factory. Your garment factory is quite large, and the buildings are quite new. Sister Hui Jun, our Changfeng Clothing is a newly registered brand of clothing in the past 2 years, and the factory was just built this year. Su Yining explained. Su Hui Jun nodded and said nothing more. Sister Hui Jun, let's go this way. Linda took the lead and led the way in front and introduced the garment factory while walking. Sister Hui Jun, this is our staff dormitory and the staff activity building. This building is our office building, and the other side is our staff cafeteria. If Sister Hui Jun doesn't mind, I can take you to try it later. The food in our staff cafeteria is very good. The rest of the house is our Changfeng Clothing Production Workshop. Staff cafeteria? I can try it. Su Hui Jun did not refuse. She had never eaten in the staff cafeteria, but she had heard that the taste of the staff cafeteria was not very good. She didn't know if it was true. While talking, they had already walked to a workshop. Sister Hui Jun, this is our private customization workshop. Linda introduced it and took the lead to walk in. Chapter 1071, Obstacle Race. Enter the private customization workshop. There were only a few workers in the workshop sorting the fabrics at this time. Sister Hui-jun, our private customization workshop does not have many advanced automated machines. Many of them are the most basic machines. Automated machines are more suitable for mass production, and private customization still relies on personal skills. And those who can work in private customization workshops are top-notch in craftsmanship. So if Sister Hui-jun gives us the order, she can be completely trusted in terms of workmanship. Linda introduced the private customization workshop seriously, which she arranged and designed personally. Su Hui-jun took a brief walk around the private customization workshop and then looked at the fabrics in the customization workshop. She couldn't understand things like machines, but she still knew something about the quality of fabrics. The fabrics produced in this private customization workshop definitely meet the requirements of high-end clothing customization. Moreover, she also observed the structure of the clothing factory, and overall it seemed to be very reliable. Well, then I'll leave my dress customization to you, Su Hui-jun said. Sister Hui-jun, let's go inside and measure the size first, and then discuss some of your requirements for the dress, Linda said, taking the lead and walking towards a room inside. There is a place dedicated to measuring rulers. After a while, several people walked out of the room with smiles on their faces. Sister Hui-jun, leave the dress matter to us. If we hurry up, we will have results in about half a month. But in the meantime, I may need you to come over again, Sister Hui-jun, Linda said with a smile. Just call. Su Hui-jun replied that in the middle stage of customizing the dress, they needed to come over and try it on to confirm the final size. She knew this kind of thing. Linda took out her phone and checked the time. Sister Hui-jun, it's almost noon. Shall I take you to the staff canteen? Can. Staff canteen, Sister Hui-jun, this is our staff canteen. Whatever you want to eat on the table, just put it on the plate. This is the plate. The plates have been sterilized, so you can rest assured. Linda took out the dinner plate from the disinfection cabinet and handed it to Su Hui-jun. Su Hui-jun took the dinner plate and looked at the food on the dining table, feeling a little surprised that it's not that the food on the dining table is so good. She has eaten countless delicacies. What surprised her was that she had always heard that the food in the employee canteen was poor. But the food on the dining table now, regardless of the taste, just looking at the color and variety, the food in the staff canteen is definitely not bad. Curiously, I selected a few dishes and put them on my plate. Linda and Su Yining also prepared meals and then chose a dining table to sit down. That it's not lunch break yet, and there are very few people in the canteen, so there is no need to worry about too many people in the canteen and disturbing Su Hui-jun. Sister Hui-jun, how is the food in our staff canteen? Linda asked after seeing Su Hui-jun take 2 bites of food. Yeah, it's delicious. So we hunnadith. The food in this staff canteen tasted similar to the food she had eaten in a star-rated hotel. Who on earth said that the food in the staff canteen is not delicious? How can it be that it is not delicious? I am afraid that some ordinary small restaurants cannot match the taste of this staff canteen, that Su Hui-jun thought secretly in her heart. Her husband's company also has an employee canteen, but he has never eaten there once. If he has time, he can try it when he goes to the company. The lunch ended quickly. Linda and Su Yining watched Su Hui-jun drive away and then went straight to the office building. I need to make personally customized clothes in the past 2 days. I can find inspiration for the clothing design of the competition. This competition lasts for 1 month, so I must choose a novel point to create. Okay, Sister Linda. Nanhu City.in, a training unit. Take a break. Stand at attention. Turn right. Count. Zhou looked at the neat team and nodded with satisfaction. After a month of training, these people are already very familiar with simple training instructions. You have been in the army for a month now, and you are already familiar with the basic training. Today we will put your results to the test. Did you see the various obstacles behind you? Zhou glanced at the obstacle course behind everyone. Saw it. The 8 training staff shouted. There will be soldiers who will demonstrate in front of you how to train in this obstacle course. And your task is to follow the military route and complete all obstacles within 6 minutes. Zhou looked around at the 8 training staff and then shouted loudly. You fend Ariv. A soldier responded loudly behind Zhou Yang. Obstacle race begins. Receive. Yu Feng took the order, then quickly walked to the starting point of the obstacle race and began to move his hands and feet. Master Ning also walked over with a stopwatch, then slowly raised the starting gun in his hand. The stopwatch was pressed, the gun sounded, and Yu Feng quickly rushed out of the starting point. Zhang Lan and others looked at Yu Feng, who was moving quickly in the obstacle course. Jumping, crawling, climbing, jumping, balance beam, 400-meter obstacle race, Zhang Lan recognized what it was when she ran there, because there was also such an obstacle race training ground in the non-military security training ground. The slowest of the veterans had to finish the run in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and they also had this training at the time, and it was also the most tiring project. This project tests people's explosive power, and it is very tiring to finish it within the specified time. During the training, many people would rather run 5 kilometers than train for this project. However, the time given by the security company is to finish the run within 5 minutes, which is 1 minute shorter than the time given by the troops here. So this project is still very simple for her. It can also be said that after entering the army, all the training intensity is very simple. The most important thing is that those stars have not been trained before entering the army. So all the training intensity is customized according to the physical fitness of those stars. And she was completely an accident. Soon the soldier named Yu Feng finished the obstacle race in 2 minutes and 02 seconds. This time is already very impressive. Okay, Yu Feng has just demonstrated it. Who of you wants to try it first? Zhou Yang looked at the people in front of the team. Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment, then shouted loudly. Report. Chapter 1072, within 5 minutes explain. Zhou Yang looked at Zhang Lan. Tell the instructor, I want to give it a try. Zhang Lan opened his mouth to report. Can. Zhou Yang nodded. After hearing this, Zhang Lan walked out of the team and came to the starting point of the obstacle course. Zhou Yang looked at the remaining 7 people. Disband and prepare in front of the obstacle course. While talking, he also walked to Master Ning, who was standing by the obstacle course, and looked at Zhang Lan, who was moving his body. Do you think Zhang Lan can finish the race in 6 minutes? It's a bit difficult. Although the whole distance is only 400 meters, the demand for explosive power is very high, and explosive power requires a lot of physical strength. If you don't grasp it well, you may run out of strength halfway through the distance. Master Ning thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. But I finally thought about it and added another sentence. Unless Zhang Lan also trained on this event in his previous training. This should not be possible. We also understand that it is a security company. It is enough to train for physical fitness. There is no need to train for obstacle courses. Zhou Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head. That's true. How long do you think Zhang Lan can finish the 400-meter obstacle course? Master Ning asked. About 7 minutes, but Zhang Lan's physical fitness is sufficient. As long as she runs a few more times and gets used to the rhythm of the obstacle course, she should be able to finish the race in 6 minutes soon. Zhou Yang opened his mouth and analyzed. While the two were talking, Zhang Lan also prepared his activities and waved to indicate that he was ready. Upon seeing this, Master Ning picked up the stopwatch and raised the signal gun. Gunshot. Zhang Lan rushed out quickly. The first section was a simple 100-meter flat run, followed by a fixed-point jump. The series of movements were very smooth, and he quickly completed half of the obstacle course. Turn back. Zhou Yang looked at Zhang Lan, who was running the obstacle course for a moment, then turned to look at Master Ning. How long has it been? 1 minute and 47 seconds. Master Ning glanced at the stopwatch and then sighed. It seems that we all thought wrong. Zhang Lan has definitely been trained in obstacle running, and all his movements are very smooth. You can definitely complete the obstacle course within 6 minutes. It seems that the obstacle course will have to be more difficult for Zhang Lan alone. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. He thought that apart from increasing the intensity of Zhang Lan's previous physical training, no other training was needed. Now it seems that what I thought was too simple. Soon. Zhang Lan completed the 400-meter obstacle course in 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Does it feel good to run? Zhang Lan finished the race in 4 minutes and 34 seconds. We can finish the race in 6 minutes. Yeah, and it's only 400 meters. A few days ago, we finished the 400-meter dash in 1 minute and 50 seconds. This 400-meter obstacle course should be easy. I think so too. Tao Yu and Li discussed quietly. Soon the instructor's voice came over. Who would come next? Report to the instructor. I'll come. Tao Yu walked out with an eager look on his face. Go over and get ready. Zhou Yang nodded. Tao Yu walked quickly to the starting point of the 400-meter obstacle course, briefly moved his body, and was ready to gunshot. I just rushed out, feeling nothing while running on flat ground. Just when I reached 50 meters in the obstacle race, I felt that my body's strength was gradually decreasing and my running speed gradually slowed down ALOTW by the time all the obstacles were over. My body could no longer exert any strength. 8 minutes and 32 seconds unqualified. Who will be next? Zhou Yang looked at the time on the stopwatch and then shouted loudly to N01 responded. Zhou Yang didn't wait much and pointed directly at a team member. You come. Tao Yu, what's the matter with you? Didn't you start running very fast? Li Yi and several training staff walked to Tao Yu and asked. Don't mention it. This obstacle race consumes a lot of physical strength. Halfway through the race, I have no energy left. Tao Yu said breathlessly, then looked at Zhang Lan. Sister Lan, how did you do it? You finished the race in 5 minutes. Zhang Lan heard Tao Yu's question and said with a smile. I have trained for this obstacle race before. In fact, you can run 5 to 5 kilometers now, so your physical fitness is sufficient. The main thing is to grasp the rhythm and some skills when passing obstacles. This way you can complete the 400-meter obstacle course in almost 6 minutes. These contents were taught to them by instructor Yi Fan during the previous training. Sister Lan, I'm more and more curious about your company now. I can't think of any company that can provide such high-intensity training. Me too. Why not wait until the filming of the show is finished and take us to visit? I want to see it too. No problem. During the conversation, another team member also completed the obstacle course and did not finish in 7 minutes and 56 seconds. The instructor's voice came again. Next, Jiangcheng Non-Military Security. Chinemo looked at the employees of Tomorrow Group in the training ground, all looking exhausted during training, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the effect he needs. That he sat down on the recliner, took a sip of tea from the side, and turned to look at Li Mauda sitting beside him. How are those veterans training? Mr. Chun, those veterans have fully recovered physically, but due to their age, their combat effectiveness is still not comparable to that of their younger years. Li Mauda opened his mouth and answered. Take me to see it. Chinemo thought for a moment and then spoke that I keep watching the employee training of those groups here, and it gets a little boring after a long time. Okay, Mr. Chun, please follow me. After hearing this, Li Mauda got up and walked towards the training ground on the other side. Enter the training ground. You can see from a distance that several groups of people are fighting together. Mr. Chun and the others are currently undergoing combat training. As security personnel, they are very likely to encounter some sudden conflicts in the future. This combat training is very necessary. Li Mauda was worried that Mr. Chun would misunderstand that those people were fighting, so he explained. Chinemo nodded when he heard this, found a seat, and started to read. After a long time, I felt it was no longer interesting, so I left Feiwu Security. Mr. Chun, we've arrived. Yang Dahai slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Chun Mo glanced at Nari Coffee across the street, then put on his mask and cap and got out of the car and walked over. Yesterday, I received a report from Nana Coffee, and he has approved Nana Coffee's next development to Dongwon. Such an important thing, he is naturally a good ally to inform. Chapter 1073 My Good Ally Chin Mo entered the Nanrue coffee store, called out the store manager according to the previous 2 procedures, and then took out a prepared envelope. When he was about to leave, he was stopped by the store manager. Anything else? Chinemo looked at the store manager, who was blocking him in front. Sir, don't be angry. You have sent letters twice before. We, the boss of Nanrue Coffee, have always been grateful for the news you delivered. I will arrange for me to stop you when your husband comes again and ask about your identity. Our boss would like to get to know you. The store manager spoke carefully. It is not convenient for me to reveal my identity. If you tell your boss, just say that I will always be his good ally. After Chinemo finished speaking, he walked directly past the store manager. The identity cannot be revealed. After the revelation, what else does this ally do? Leaving Nari Coffee, he quickly walked to Yang Dahai's car parked far away, opened the door, and got in the car. Go back to tomorrow's community. There is nothing going on at the Tomorrow group today, so it would be nice to just go back to the Tomorrow community and go fishing and play games. Nari Coffee, the store manager, watched Shinamo leave, said something to the coffee shop clerk, and quickly left the coffee shop with the envelope in his hand. She wants to deliver the envelope to Nari Coffee's headquarters as soon as possible. Nari Coffee headquarters. In the office, Chang Rui slowly put down the envelope in his hand and looked at the store manager, who came to deliver the letter. Didn't I ask you to ask for the identity of the messenger? Mr. Chang, I asked, but he didn't answer. He only asked me to convey one sentence. The store manager said nervously. What words? Chang Rui asked with a curious look on his face. The man said he would always be your best ally. The store manager said, the best ally. Chang Rui murmured, looked at the envelope on the table, and smiled. I understand. Nothing will happen without you. You can go back. Okay, Mr. Chang. Upon hearing this, the store manager quickly left the office. What a lies! Chang Zishan looked at the envelope on the table, then looked at Chang Rui and asked. She always felt that things were not simple. You don't need to know this. This is my own network. Chang Rui didn't answer, but picked up the envelope on the table, opened it slowly, and then read it. After seeing clearly what was inside the envelope, there was some anxiety on his face. Directly photograph the information in your hand onto the desktop. Nana Coffee has opened stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou and is now preparing to develop in Dongguan. However, our store manager has not yet completed the training. How long will the training last? How do you know that Nana Coffee will develop in Dongguan next? Chang Zishan looked at Chang Rui doubtfully. It was written in the letter. Chang Rui answered. Chang Zishan looked at the letter on Chang Rui's desk, then reached for it. After seeing the contents clearly, she looked up at Chang Rui. Is the content in the letter reliable? Of course it's reliable. The previous actions of Nana Coffee were all known through the contents of the letter. They were accurate every time. Did you arrange an insider inside Nana Coffee? You don't have to worry about this. Didn't you just hear that we are the best allies? Chang Rui looked proud, but soon changed his tone. Let's talk about the store. Now Nana Coffee has begun to prepare to develop in Dongguan. We haven't even opened a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The longer it goes, the further we will be pulled down. As for Nana Coffee in Suong, because there is no competition from our non-Rui coffee, it has gradually gained customers. As time goes by, their Nana Coffee shop in Suong will probably make a profit. I want to fully open Nari Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou now, and then open a store in Dongguan. As for the training store managers, they have been trained for a month. Even if they are not fully mature, they should still be able to use them. Chang Rui said anxiously. No, the store manager cannot be opened without good training. Chang Zishan heard Chang Rui's words and refused directly. She had gone to Nana Coffee to find out that all store managers had undergone strict training. So no matter how they opened the store, it would have no impact on the quality of the coffee. The biggest reason why their non-Rui coffee can compete with Nana Coffee is that they replicate Nana Coffee's business model. Moreover, in the process of competition, the customers received by their two stores are basically the same, and their non-Rui coffee may attract more customers because of its slightly lower price, but it is almost saturated. The two coffee shops divide the audience equally, and the last two stores are currently losing money. But if Nari Coffee uses an immature store manager, it will definitely affect the taste of the coffee. If the taste of coffee becomes worse, then in the process of competing for customers, even if their non-Rui coffee is cheaper, more customers will definitely choose Nana Coffee. Once Nana Coffee has more customers, although it will not reach a profitable state, it can at least reduce Nanha Coffee's losses. The corresponding result is that non-Rui Coffee has suffered more losses. This is very important in the competition between the two coffee shops. When two loss-making coffee shops compete, the competition is about financial resources. And the coffee shop that loses less during the operation will have more advantages. That is, she absolutely does not allow the store manager to open a store before the training is mature. I am the boss of non-Rui Coffee, and I have the final say. Chang Rui said with a tough face. Now I am in charge of this coffee shop temporarily. Have you forgotten what your father said? Chang Zishan said without showing any weakness. She originally did not want to continue to compete with Nana Coffee, but her father insisted on continuing to invest in Nanrue Coffee, and she had no way to do this. The only thing she could do was to help Nanrue Coffee gain an advantage in the competition with Nana Coffee as much as possible. So she would never allow Chang Rue to mess around. Chang Rue opened his mouth when he heard this, not knowing how to refute. His father did say that Nanrue Coffee is now managed by Chang Zishan. Then what are you going to do? If we really wait until all the store managers have completed their training, I'm afraid Nana Coffee will have opened all the coffee shops in Dingguan. So what? No matter how many stores they have open now, whether they will be profitable or not, as long as we complete the training of those store managers and then expand Nanrue Coffee, as long as there is competition from Nanrue Coffee, even if Nana Coffee has restored its profit model, it will fall into a loss again. Chapter 1074 Project Bidding. So what are you in a hurry for? Chang Zishan glanced at Chang Rue calmly. Her father said that Chang Rue had made progress before. Now it seems that he has made progress. But this progress is worse than no progress. Now Nanrue Coffee can enter this situation, all thanks to this guy in front of him. Now Nanrue Coffee has consumed nearly 1.5 billion yuan of funds. Before, she heard that Chang Rue opened a coffee brand in Jiangxing, but she didn't care much. Invest tens of millions and let him play by himself. Even if he loses money, it's nothing. But now the situation of Nanrue Coffee, she has a hunch that the investment of 1.5 billion is just the beginning. That if it continues, she is very worried that the investment of Nanrue Coffee will affect the development of Ruishang Group. Then what do you say you want to do? Chang Rue saw that there was no way to convince Chang Zishan, and pulled the secretary beside him to his legs with one hand, looking like a rogue. The secretary exclaimed, looking unnatural. Get out! Chang Zishan looked at the secretary and spoke calmly. The secretary was about to get up after hearing this, but she noticed that her hands had not loosened. Sister, this is my private matter. Do you want to intervene? Chang Rue said unhappily. I don't care what you want to do with your private matter, but don't do it in front of me. Chang Zishan spoke coldly, staring at Chang Rue. Chang Rue felt a little uncomfortable when he was looked at by Chang Zishan, and finally slowly loosened his arms. The secretary left the office quickly. Are you satisfied this time? Chang Zishan did not answer Chang Rue, and directly arranged the next things for Nanrue Coffee. The store manager's continued training will be completed in 1 month according to the current training progress. In addition, didn't you say that the news that Nana Coffee's next stop is in Dongguan is accurate? Then send a team to Dongguan to investigate the store opened by Nana Coffee. Okay, that's all for now. You arrange it as soon as possible. Okay, I know, Chang Rue said impatiently. Chang Zishan looked at Chang Rue and said nothing more, got up and walked directly out of the office. Just when he walked to the door, he thought of something. The October project bidding will start soon. You should prepare in advance. We are all going to go. After that, he opened the door and left the office directly. October 20. Jiangxing, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Mr. Chun, this is the income report you want. Shinro put the organized report on the desk in front of Mr. Chun. Yeah, Chun Emo nodded, took a sip of the warm coffee beside him. Since the end of the group training, Shinro has returned to the position of assistant. Whether it is coffee or tea, when he wants to drink it, it basically becomes warm again. Alas. Chinemo sighed helplessly. Apart from the things that Shinro backstabbed, she is definitely a very competent assistant. What a pity. Chinemo shook his head and reached out to pick up the income report on the table. Now that we have entered a new settlement cycle, and the income of each company has also stabilized, he needs to calculate the profit and loss status of each company again. This also gives him a general direction for spending money in the future. He opened the data report. The first data report is about Tsangshui Game. With the increase of Tsangshui Game's projects and departments, now Tsangshui Game's employees have increased to 4,000 people. The average salary of Tsangshui Game employees, including various subsidies, is around 35,000 per person. In terms of salary, Tsangshui Game spends 140 million per month. In addition, there are taxes, and various office documents and daily expenses total $660 million. Among them, tax consumption accounts for more than 90%. After all, Sanshua Games' profits have increased and taxes have also increased a lot. However, Sanshua Game now has 3 games that can generate revenue. Tianlong, Extreme Survival, Freedom War. Of these 3 games, Tianlong has the least revenue, but considering the commission of the trading platform, it has a monthly revenue of about $200 million. Extreme Survival is currently the most popular, and coupled with the opening of overseas markets, its monthly revenue has now reached $1.5 billion. The popularity of Freedom Fight is now infinitely close to Extreme Survival, but because the overseas market has not been developed for a long time, the monthly revenue is about $1.3 billion in total. Sanshua Games' profit is $2.2 billion. Shinemo looked at the final calculated result and shook his head with a sigh. At that time, the acquisition of Sanshua Games was the most wrong decision he made. He put the information of Sanshua Games aside and then picked up the revenue report of Wuling Short Video. Wuling Short Video now has a total of about 6,000 internal employees, but there are already 400,000 external anchors who have not entered the company. These anchors are all real anchors, and they can teach in a certain aspect. For example, subject teaching, dance teaching, music teaching, agricultural knowledge. All teaching is tested by professionals, and only those who meet the teaching standards can live broadcast and post videos on Boring Short Video. Unlike other live broadcast platforms, you only need to register an account to start live broadcast. Therefore, the number of anchors is much lower than that of anchors on other platforms. However, the income of these anchors will not be very low. The average income of each anchor is about $15,000, which does not include the share of income from the sale of goods. This income is only a guaranteed income. It does not require how many people watch the live broadcast room, does not require any data support, and does not require reward gifts. You only need to teach live broadcast for 4 hours every day according to the platform rules. Of course, if you only want to live broadcast for 1 or 2 hours, it is also possible, but you can only get 1 hour and 2 hours of compensation. Therefore, Boring Short Video is now a free and safe part-time job, provided that you need to master a technology. After calculation, the current 400,000 anchors need to pay 6 billion yuan per month. Then there are 6,000 formal employees of Boring Short Video. Now, the average salary of each person is around 30,000. That the salary to be paid is 180 million yuan. There are also daily expenses for Boring Short Video, as well as taxes, which total 2.02 billion per month. The total expenses of Boring Short Video add up to 8.2 billion. As the expenses of Boring Short Video increase, the income also increases a lot. With the official promotion of Boring Short Video and its research, the number of users of Boring Short Video has now reached 200 million. Among them, the number of people watching academic live broadcasts is 80 million. The number of people watching agricultural live broadcasts is 40 million. The number of people watching aquaculture live broadcasts is 30 million. The number of people watching other various teaching live broadcasts is 140 million. Chapter 1075 Statistics. After the official promotion of Boring Short Video, the trust of Boring Short Video in the eyes of users has increased a lot. The sales volume of Boring Short Video's products has also increased a lot. For subject teaching live broadcast alone, the average monthly income per person is about 100 yuan. The total income of 80 million people per month is 8 billion yuan. After deducting the share of merchants, the share given to the anchor is determined. Boring Short Video can get 4 billion yuan. Because subject live broadcasts basically sell books and exercise books, the cost will be relatively low, so the share of Boring Short Video is higher. Agricultural live broadcasts, because the things that need to be purchased in agriculture are basically fertilizers, seeds, and some automated machinery. The prices of these things are not cheap. So on the agricultural live broadcast side, the average monthly consumption per person is about 500 yuan. The total revenue of 40 million people is 20 billion. However, the cost of agricultural products, fertilizers, seeds, machinery, and other items is very high. So in the end, the cost is reduced, and the share of Boring Short Video is not high. Then remove the share of the anchor. The revenue of Boring Short Video is about 2 billion. The rest is the live broadcast of the breeding industry and other live broadcasts, excluding the merchant share and the anchor share. Boring Short Video has a total revenue of 5 billion. The total revenue of Boring Short Video is 11 billion a month, minus the expenditure of 8.2 billion. Boring Short Video's profit is 2.8 billion a month. Chinemo looked at the revenue data of Boring Short Video and felt fortunate. Thanks to him for adding some restrictions to Boring Short Video and some high salaries for non-staff anchors. Otherwise, I am afraid that Boring Short Video will make more profit in a month. But now 2.8 billion a month is already the highest revenue of Tomorrow Group. The second is Songshua Games' 2.2 billion a month. Chen and Mo put the information of Boring Short Video aside with a headache and picked up the revenue report of Corner Pet Park. With the continuous expansion and increase of projects, the number of employees of Corner Pet Park has also increased a lot. Now the number of people in Corner Pet Park is 3,000. Because most of the people working in the Corner Pet Park are poor elderly people, the average salary is relatively low, about 200 million. In order to give those elderly people who are able to work a job, the Corner Pet Park feeds pets and cleans them. However, although those jobs are very easy, the workload has been reduced. The same workload can be completed by one person normally, but 3 to 4 poor elderly people will be arranged here to complete it, and the salary is relatively much lower. The salary consumed by the Corner Pet Park is 60 million per month. However, the Corner Pet Park has a very large consumption, that is, the consumption of cat and dog food. In addition to the consumption of medical drugs and pet-related supplies, it consumes about 20 million per month. Finally, daily life and taxes consume about 40 million per month. The entire Corner Pet Park needs to spend a total of 120 million per month. The profit points of the Corner Pet Park include tickets, commissions from merchants around the park, sales of pet peripherals, and income from the Corner Plaza. Ticket money. Nowadays, the average daily passenger flow of Corner Pet Park is about 30,000 people, and a ticket is 20 yuan, which means 600,000 people a day. That's 18 million yuan a month. Then there is the sale of pet peripherals. Among them, cat food and dog food have gained the trust of many pet owners. After deducting the share with merchants, Corner Pet Park's monthly income is 400 million. The total monthly income of merchants around Corner Pet Park is 52 million. Finally, the income of Corner Plaza is about 10 million. The total income is 480 million, minus 120 million expenses. The current monthly profit of Corner Pet Park is 360 million. Chinemo put the information of Corner Pet Park aside expressionlessly and picked up the revenue report of Blue Film Entertainment below. Blue Film Entertainment now has a total of about 2,000 employees. The average salary per person is about 300 million yuan, and the monthly salary expenditure is 60 million. As for profitability, only the music department of Blue Film Entertainment currently has several singers participating in several variety shows, including Zhang Lan. The overall revenue is about 30 million. But after deducting the share with those singers, Blue Film Entertainment can get about 10 million. Another profitable place is the 2 movies that have been put on the film and television app, which will have several million in revenue every month. Another expense is the basic tax expenditure and some basic daily expenses, which is about several million a month. As for the tax on the movie box office, it is paid directly after the movie box office comes out. So before the new movie is filmed. Blue Film Entertainment is in a state of expenditure as a whole. The total expenditure after deducting the revenue every month is about 50 million. After reading the information of Blue Film Entertainment, Chinemo felt a little relieved. As long as the 2 works currently being filmed are all bad movies, Blue Film Entertainment will not be able to make a profit in the short term. Even if you want to make a profit, you have to wait until new works appear, and you still have to be profitable. The next data of Lampion Entertainment is Chongfeng Clothing. Chongfeng Clothing now has a total of 12,000 employees, with an average salary of 25,000 yuan and a total salary expenditure of 300 million yuan per month. Then there is the consumption of raw materials. Although Chongfeng Clothing's income has been in a state of loss, the workshop has always been in a state of production. The consumption of raw materials is about 100 million yuan per month. Finally, there are daily expenses for clothing, water, electricity, and tax expenses, which are about 30 million yuan in total. The profit point of the clothing factory is pet clothing, and the income of various clothing agency stores. Because of some restrictions, pet clothing has a monthly revenue of about 10 million. As for the income of the store, Changfeng Clothing now has more than 9,000 stores. After statistical calculation, the average monthly sales of each store is about 6,000 yuan. After all, even if the clothing brand is not famous, the clothing store is there, and the style of the clothing is also very good. There are always customers to buy. On average, each store sells more than 10 pieces of clothing per month, which is not a problem. The monthly revenue of the store is 54 million because it provides the agents with goods for free, and the sales will be given to the agents as a certain percentage of the sales. The clothing factory can only get about 40 million. Another profit is the live broadcast sales of normal clothing, and the monthly marketing revenue is about 40 million. Live broadcast sales. Seeing this, Chinemo couldn't help but look at Shinro. This live broadcast team was approved by Shinro, and it was also the first time that she backstabbed him. Chapter 1076 Total Profit After Calculation. Changfeng Clothing loses 340 million yuan every month after deducting the revenue. Put the information of Changfeng Clothing aside and pick up the information of Nana Coffee below. Nana Coffee has a total of 15 coffee shops in Jiangxing, 78 coffee shops in Kyoto, 113 coffee shops in Modu, and 65 coffee shops in Suzhou and Hangzhou. A total of 271 coffee shops. There are currently 11 employees in one store, including the store manager, plus some other team members of Nana Coffee. The total number of employees of Nana Coffee is 4,000. The average salary of Nana Coffee is 25,000 yuan, and the total salary consumption per month is 100 million. In addition, the consumption of coffee bean raw materials is basically about 50 million. Finally, there are taxes, and daily consumption such as water and electricity is about 7 million. At present, the daily sales of coffee shops are about 3,000 yuan, and the total revenue of all stores is about 27 million per month. Currently, Nana Coffee loses 130 million yuan every month after deducting the revenue. Below Nana Coffee is the BL Game Club. The BL Game Club has a total of 300 employees, with an average salary of about 30,000 yuan. The total salary is 9 million. Daily expenses and taxes are about 1 million. The total expenditure is 10 million. This expenditure does not include the situation where the team wins the championship. The current profit point is the sale of figures, two-dimensional comic exhibitions, and the rental of professional players. The monthly revenue of the sale of figures is about 30 million. As for comic exhibitions and professional player rentals, there is no fixed time and the profit amount is not the same, so it is not calculated for the time being. Under the current situation, the BL Game Club can make a profit of 20 million a month after deducting the expenditure. Chinemo looked at the profitability of the BL Game Club and nodded unconsciously that he did not expect that the BL Game Club could still be profitable, and the profits from professional player rentals and comic exhibitions have not been counted. If these are counted, the profits will be even greater. He casually put the information of BL Game Club aside and picked up the information below. The following is the information of unmanned real estate. Now unmanned building has 4 engineering teams, and each engineering team has several small engineering teams. The total number of employees has reached 8,000. And the average salary per person is 350 million yuan. In the process of building the building, these construction workers have become high-risk occupations as the building rises, so he has increased the corresponding salary for these workers. The total salary expenditure for 1 month is 280 million. In addition, there are taxes and some other expenses, which are about 10 million. In terms of profitability, there is only Tomorrow Property under unmanned building. Now Tomorrow Property has only one business, Tomorrow Community, and the profit of 1 month is about hundreds of thousands, which could be ignored in the calculation of the entire profit and loss. The total loss of unmanned building is 300 million per month. There is also Johan Agricultural Base, which currently has 3,000 employees and an average salary of 25,000 yuan. The total salary expenditure for 1 month is 75 million. Taxes and other expenses are 5 million. In terms of revenue, Johan Agricultural Base currently has no profitable projects, so Johan Agricultural Base is in a loss state every day, with a total loss of 80 million per month. Then there is Baishu Law Firm, with a total of 80 people. This should be the company with the fewest employees in Tomorrow Group. Because they are still trainee lawyers, the average salary per person is currently only 20,000 yuan. The The total salary expenditure for 1 month is 1.6 million. Taxes and other expenses are 400,000. There is no profit yet. So the total expenditure is 2 million. There is also non-military security, which currently has about 3,300 people and an average salary of 12,000 yuan. They are currently in the training stage. When they are converted to regular employees and join Tomorrow Group, there will be a corresponding increase. Nanchi Takeaway currently has 12 takeaway stores in Jiangxing. The total number of employees is 5,000. Because it is a newly established store, the overall salary is not very high, with an average salary of about 14,000 yuan per person. The total monthly salary expenditure is 70 million. In addition, there are food consumption, water, electricity, taxes, and other consumption, which are about 10 million per month. In terms of revenue, because there are no employees for promotion, 90% of Nanchi takeaways are currently ordered by employees of Tomorrow Group, plus the half-price rule for Tomorrow Group employees to order takeaways. It is originally sold at a loss, and the revenue is temporarily negligible. So Nanchi Takeaway currently has a total loss of 80 million per month. Then there is Lao Lu Massage. The company has rented a training venue, and its own training venue is under construction. All 10,000 trainees have been recruited, and the current salary is about 100 million yuan. Other expenses are about 10 million. A total expenditure of 100 million. In addition to the above companies, there is also a real-life extreme survival project, which is still under construction. In Jinhao, canned food currently has 11,000 employees with an average salary of 25,000 yuan. The total monthly salary expenditure is 275 million. In addition, there are taxes and other salary expenses, totaling 25 million. As for profitability, the overseas market has been opened up at this time. However, 500 million canned goods were purchased overseas, and it is still uncertain whether the canned goods will be popular overseas. So the profitability cannot be calculated at present. But the total expenditure is 300 million. Chinemo put the last revenue report aside, and then took a sip of coffee. He listed the profit amounts of all companies in full. The companies that can continue to make profits are Tsangshui Games, Boring Short Video, Corner Pet Park, and BL Game Club. The total profit is 5.38 billion. Except for the real-life game project under construction, the remaining companies are basically in a loss-making state. The total loss is 1.38 billion. So currently Tomorrow Group can make a total profit of 4 billion per month, and the number of people in the entire group has reached 74,000. Chinemo looked at the final calculation result and sat back in his chair. For billion in profit per month, if he wants to consume it, he will definitely need more projects that consume funds. Recently, he spent 900 million yuan on the Lao Lu Massage project. So by the end of this month, he can save 3.1 billion yuan in system funds. However, this time the system is upgraded and the settlement rules have changed, so he doesn't have to rush to consume all the system funds. And with a profit of 4 billion yuan per month, he can now take out 1% as charity funds, that is 40 million yuan, and the remaining 300 million yuan of system funds before settlement have entered the charity account after settlement. In addition, he also transferred the initial funds of 100 million yuan after settlement to the charity account. Add to that the previous charity funds. So there are currently 420 million yuan in funds in the charity account. Chinemo looked at the content he had recorded on the rough paper and finally determined the next development route. Continue to look for projects that can lose money or have a long cycle. Another point is that there are more than 400 million yuan in funds in the charity account now, and charity projects should be followed up more. Chapter 1077 Invitation Letter. Chinemo looked at the contents on the paper and then put it aside along with the information report. Now he has a certain understanding of the current profitability of Tomorrow Group and a general understanding of future capital consumption. By the way, when I was just watching the revenue report of Boring Short Video, I saw something about the live broadcast of Boring Short Video's Tomorrow Star section that he just wanted to lower the quality of actors participating in 2 new film and television projects, and then asked Blue Film and Television to have half of the actors selected from extras. But I never expected that such a request of his would be developed into a project for a Rising Star by those old guys. Rising Stars is a program where many extras are selected and mentored. This project immediately attracted a lot of people's likes after the boring short video was broadcast. What does it look like? Chinemo was a little confused, and then he opened the boring short video platform and saw a section for rising stars directly at the top of the homepage that I casually clicked in. There are a total of 4 live playback videos, which have been shot 4 times. Click on the video and watch it. Soon several extras came out and began to perform the plot. But extras are just extras, and their acting skills are very poor. The overall performance of the plot must be very poor, but it is because the performance is so poor. It is obviously a very touching plot segment, but in the end it is presented more like a comedy. Chinemo couldn't help but laugh after watching it for a while. No wonder it was so popular. It turned out to be a comedy show. After simply watching one video, I watched several other videos and the effect was basically the same. It's said to be a sketch, but they really acted out the plot seriously. But speaking of acting, their acting skills were so bad that it seemed very funny. Click on the comments on the video to take a look at ha 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 ha. It's so funny. I wish I had saved such a funny video for the Chinese New Year. The update is too slow. I've been waiting for a long time, but no new videos have appeared yet. I can feel that he is interpreting the plot very seriously, but his acting skills are too poor. I admire the judges very much. They didn't even laugh at such a funny performance. I don't want to watch it if the acting is bad, but if the acting is this bad, I have to watch it carefully. Chinemo read the comments for a while and was speechless. However, he finally understood why this show is currently attractive, that it's just that the acting skills of those actors were too poor and the final performance was too funny. But one thing is that the extras who performed the performance have been receiving guidance from the teacher, so their acting skills cannot always be this bad. Then when those extras improve, the acting effect won't be so funny that there is no need to worry too much about this sector before tomorrow as time passed. And as the extras' acting skills improved, no one watched the show. Chinemo thought to himself, and then after watching the video for a while, he quit the boring short video. His eyes fell on the computer in front of him, and he was about to play a few rounds of Freedom Battle when Shinro walked in. Mr. Chun, this is an invitation letter from the Shaolin Chamber of Commerce. Shinro said and put an envelope with gold edges on the table. Shaolin Chamber of Commerce. Chinemo was stunned for a moment, and then thought that this was the Chamber of Commerce he joined last year. Just when I first entered the Chamber of Commerce, I paid attention to the news in the Chamber of Commerce, but it was all about business cooperation, and those cooperation were all about how to make money. Over time, he stopped paying attention. If Shinro hadn't mentioned it today, he would have almost forgotten about joining the Chamber of Commerce. I understand. Go and do your work. After saying this, he reached out and picked up the invitation letter from the table. He tore open the envelope and took out the invitation letter inside. Look at the content inside the invitation. I figured it out pretty quickly. At the end of October, there will be a tender for the project. This project bidding is very large, and the projects that can enter this bidding require at least hundreds of millions of funds. Tomorrow Group is obviously qualified to participate in this project. Bidding. Project bidding? Chinemo thought for a moment and decided to go over and take a look. Now that a new round of settlement cycle has begun, he is in urgent need of some new projects that consume funds. After all, after calculation, there is currently a profit of 4 billion yuan a month, which would be more than 48 billion yuan a year. And this is only the most basic profit at present, not counting game licensing fees and product licensing fees for boring short videos. These add up to billions a year. There is also film and television shooting. Although he is shooting for bad movies, at least for now, the 2 works he has shot are not bad movies. As for the final results of the 2 new film and television works, he is not sure if it ends up being the same as the previous 2 works. Its final profit will definitely be even greater. However, if you're going to participate in this project bidding in Kyoto, you can go to the crew and take a look at the shooting location of the Star of Tomorrow. After confirming that he would participate in this project bidding, Chinemo called Shunro over. I will go to Kyoto to participate in the project bidding at the end of October. You should also prepare, and we will go there together. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, and then returned to her office with a happy face. Not long after he sat down on the office chair, the cell phone next to him rang. Shinro picked up her phone and looked at it, and found that it was Tina calling. He directly answered the phone and calculated the time. The 500 million cans had already been packed and sent overseas. If the people over there acted quickly, they should have started selling. After the two exchanged a few simple polite words, they directly talked about the really good canned food. Miss Shinro, we have been selling the really good cans here for a week, but because we are employees of a new brand, the current sales situation is not very good. We are preparing some promotional activities here to see if we can expand the market. Tina said slowly. I don't know, Miss Tina. What kind of publicity are you preparing? Shinro asked curiously. It was normal for a new brand to enter the market and not be accepted by the public. She was not surprised by this. Invest some screen advertising, which can be promoted in supermarkets or on big screens outside the streets. Tina said. Shinro frowned when she heard this, and then asked, is there no other publicity? Chapter 1078 Food Tasting Event. There are some other advertising campaigns, but for an uncertain kin food brand, we can't invest a lot of money in advertising all at once. Tina explained that Jinhao Canned Food is just a new brand, and it is too risky to invest a lot of money in advertising right away. I understand this, but I think we can do some other advertising that is not so expensive. Shinro said. What good suggestions does Miss Shinro have? Tina asked with interest. If there is a way of advertising that is not so expensive, they are naturally willing to try it. Miss Tina, how do you feel about the taste of our Jinhao Kin food? Shinro asked. Very good, very delicious, Tina said without hesitation. After the Jinhao Kin food arrived overseas, the people in their company also tasted the Jinhao Kin food, and everyone agreed that the Jinhao Kin food tasted very good. Even some people in the company bought a lot of canned food to eat at home. So, there is definitely no problem with the taste of the canned food. Since there is no problem with the taste of canned food, we might as well do a tasting activity and set up a tasting point at the entrance of each supermarket. Everyone who enters the supermarket can taste it at the tasting point. And there is no problem with the taste of our canned food, so it will definitely attract new customers to buy it. Shinro talked about the promotion method, which is a very common thing in China. But merchants who can do this are definitely very confident in their products. Otherwise, who would buy your food if your food is unpalatable? Tina heard Shinro's words, thought about it for a while, and then confirmed the possibility. She imagined herself if she tasted the really good canned food, and the taste of the really good canned food was what she liked very much. And it happened that the supermarket had really good canned food for sale. She would definitely buy some back. Ms. Shinro, this method is indeed feasible. Then I will organize it now, and I'm sorry to bother you today. No, if the really good canned food can sell well overseas, we will also benefit here. Shinro said with a smile. After a few simple exchanges, she hung up the phone. Shinro held her chin with one hand, with a hint of sadness on her face. October is about to pass, but after returning from the training camp, she found that Mr. Chin's attitude towards her had changed a lot. In the past, when Mr. Chin asked her to arrange work, he always had a smile on his face, but now he always had a blank expression. There was also lunch at Mr. Chin often invited her to have lunch together, but since returning from the training camp, Mr. Chin never invited her to have lunch together again. Alas, after an unknown period of time, Shinro sighed for a long time. Then her eyes fell on the computer and began to concentrate on her work. She kept telling herself in her heart, "You're just an assistant. Don't fantasize about those things," overseas at an office. Tina put down her phone, then quickly got up and walked out of the office. After a long while in a meeting room. At present, Jinhao canned food has been put into 50 supermarkets. Contact these 50 supermarkets as soon as possible and arrange a tasting point at the entrance of the supermarket. Arrange 100 cans of each flavor for tasting activities. I will start the tasting activities in these 50 supermarkets tomorrow and arrange people to count the evaluations of the tasters on the canned food. Tina looked at the people in the meeting room and then spoke slowly. She took the lead in signing the Jinhao Kin food, so she is currently responsible for some matters of the Jinhao Kin food project. And if Jinhao Kin food can be sold well in overseas markets, she can also get greater benefits. So she is still very concerned about the promotion of Jinhao Kin food. She does not have so much budget for large-scale investment and promotion, but she can still directly convey orders for this kind of tasting activities. At the end of the month, Kyoto Airport, Chin-mo and Shun-ro slowly walked off the plane. Mr. Chin, the hotel has been booked. It is near the project bidding venue tomorrow. The business car has also been booked. It is in front. We could just go there. Shinro said that I have participated in the Chamber of Commerce last year, so I am more familiar with it this time. Well, let's go there. Chun Mo nodded. The two walked for a distance and saw a business car parked on the side of the road. Mr. Chun, this is it. Shinro walked to the business car and quickly opened the door. Chun Mo took a look inside the car. The interior structure of the business car was very new. Go to Yulong Hotel. Seeing that Mr. Chun had already sat in, Shinro closed the back door, sat directly in the co-pilot seat, turned around and said to the driver. The vehicle drove slowly. About an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the door of the hotel. Just wait in the parking lot. I will call you if there is anything. Shinro looked at the driver and said, during the charter stage, the driver and the car must always be on standby. Mr. Chun, let's go in. Chun Mo listened to Shinro's words and looked at the hotel in front of him. Just looking at the decoration of this hotel, he knew that this hotel was not cheap. But this is exactly what he wanted. He came here to participate in the project bidding, which can also be regarded as working for the group. At this time, all travel expenses can consume system funds. Swipe the card to enter the room. Chinmo was about to take a break when the phone in his pocket rang. Looked at the caller ID. Chin Song. What is he calling for? Chinmo was a little confused. Usually, the two of them had basically no contact in private. Answer the phone. Mr. Chun, have you arrived in Kyoto? Chin Song's voice came from the phone. How do you know I'm in Kyoto? Chin-mo was a little surprised. He came to Kyoto, but didn't tell anyone. Mr. Chun, the project bidding will start tomorrow. I asked my father, and he has sent you an invitation letter. If Mr. Chun wants to participate in the project bidding, he must come 1 day in advance. Chun Song said. Well, I just arrived at the hotel. What do you need? Listening to Chun Song's explanation, Chin-mo nodded. I organized a dinner party tonight, all of whom are the leaders of the Haha Bike project. I wonder if Mr. Chun has time to come over for dinner? Chun Song asked. Well, then tell me the time and address, and I'll be there later. Chin-mo thought for a moment and finally spoke. Chapter 1079 Haha Bicycle Problem. He has a stake in Haha Bicycle, and it has now started to be launched in Jiangcheng and Kyoto. He didn't understand the situation in Kyoto, but he observed it in Jiangcheng and found that the effect was very good. If the Haha Bicycle project is successful in the end, he will be able to obtain part of his personal assets without settling through the system. After all, this industry is his personal technology and has nothing to do with the system. No matter how it develops in the end, as long as it is profitable, it will all go into his personal capital account. So I still go to this party to hear how they want to develop Haha Bicycle. If there are any shortcomings, they can be corrected in time. Mr. Chun, just say you are there. I will drive directly to pick you up later. Good. After giving the address, they communicated a few more words. Chin-mo hung up the phone directly, and there was a knock on the door of the room. Go to the door and open it. It was discovered that it was Shun Ro. Mr. Chun, is there anything you want to eat? I'll make an order for dinner. Shinro asked. I won't have dinner. I need to go out when something happens. You can just take care of dinner by yourself. If you feel bored, you can also go out for a walk. Chun-mo looked at Shinro and said, Mr. Chun, let me go and talk to the driver. Wherever you want to go, he will take you there directly. No, someone is here to pick you up. Night Kyoto, inside a luxurious restaurant. Mr. Chun, sit here. Chun Song led Mr. Chun to a seat and said with a smile. Chun-mo looked at it and found that his seat could be said to be the center seat of the entire dining table. Looking around, there were 7 people in the room, including him. Except for Chin Song and Du Zeding, the other 4 people looked familiar and had forgotten their names. After all, since the last discussion about the Haha Bicycle project, I have not met the other 4 people involved in the Haha Bicycle project. As for Chin Song and Du Zeding, even if there is no Haha Bicycle project, their status as the 6th non-staff member is enough for them to remember that inside the dining table. The other 4 people noticed Mr. Chen's gaze and hurriedly nodded and smiled. Don't say anything else. These people here are just the 2nd generation of rich people, and Chin-mo is the president of a group on an equal footing with their father. Mr. Chun, is there anything you want to eat? I'll make arrangements. Chun Song sat down on the seat next to Mr. Chun and asked, Just feel free to do it, but I don't drink. Chun-mo opened his mouth to emphasize the matter of drinking. He didn't want to take 2 sips of wine and then lie down on the table. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. We have prepared other drinks, all of which have no alcohol content. Chun Sung assured him that he was still aware of the fact that Mr. Chun did not drink. Before long, the waiter pushed the dining cart into the private room and carefully placed the food on the dining table. Mr. Chun, let's toast you. Just drink the juice. The Haha Bicycle project is now very successful. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for providing the project. Chun Sung stood up and picked up a glass. Everyone else at the table also raised their glasses. When Chun Mo saw this, he didn't say anything more. He just picked up the juice in front of him that he clinked with other people's wine glasses and drained the juice directly. Now that Haha Bicycle is launched, how is the profit status? Chun Mo put down his wine glass and asked. Mr. Chun, Haha Bicycle has only been launched in Jiangxing and Kyoto for less than 2 months, even though we have fully promoted it. But Haha Bicycle only gradually became known to many people in October, so there is currently no way to calculate profits and losses. And as Haha Bicycle became popular, I checked and found that there are already other bicycle companies, and the registration time is in October. I'm afraid it won't be long before other bikes appear on the market. Du Zeding said with a worried look. Nowadays, the bicycle project has been verified by the market, is popular, and can make money. Coupled with the recent registration of bicycle companies, it is enough to judge that the competition for bicycle projects in the future will be very fierce. Well, this is an inevitable situation. Before I talked about this project, I already said that this situation would happen. Chun Mo heard Du Zeding's words and spoke slowly. He had already seen these things in his previous life. And even if you haven't seen it, when a new project appears in the public eye, it is still an uncultivated land. After everyone sees that this land can grow fruits, there will definitely be many people who want to cultivate this land, that it is simply impossible for one person to monopolize this land. Mr. Chun, how should we face this situation? Qin Ming looked at Mr. Chun and asked. Chun Mo's eyes also fell on Qin Ming. He knew this Qin Ming a little bit. She was the youngest daughter of the president of Parkway Group. The main industry involved in Parkway Group is the food industry, and it is also one of the 5 major groups of Shaolin Chamber of Commerce. In this situation, what we can do is to ensure that the pace of our development is not affected by other bicycle companies. Chun Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said slowly. The first point is the quality of the bicycles. This must be ensured. Costs cannot be reduced for the sake of competition, otherwise future maintenance will be a huge cost. The second is targeted delivery. We must continue to do this. When other bicycles are put in, the number of bicycles in the city will increase. Bicycles can be seen everywhere, which has seriously affected the beauty of the city. Although in the early stage, bicycles placed at designated locations are definitely not as popular as those that can be parked at will, but as time goes by, relevant regulations will definitely appear. At that time, it will be a lot of trouble to change the bicycles that can be released at will. Third, the map navigation and positioning systems have been completed. The maintenance and retrieval team must also be improved. Then there is funding. This is the most critical point. Our bicycle project cannot be developed only in Jiangxing and Kyoto. It must be developed in other cities. But every time an additional city is invested, the funds required for investment and daily maintenance will be much more. If you don't have enough funds, there is no way to survive the competition. Chun Mo looked at the people in front of the dining table and said very seriously that in fact, for these people in front of him, the least thing he worries about is the financial problem. Chapter 10, 80 Nanchi Takeaway. In Kyoto, these 5 people are all second-generation rich. If the bicycle project is really short of money, they could just ask their families for some money and the problem will be solved. They are all his children, and they are doing serious work. He believes that the parents will definitely support them. So after seeing that the bicycle project is also popular in this world, he knows that the project he invested in will basically be fine as long as there are no accidents. However, as for when to make a profit and get dividends, it depends on time. After all, this is also a business war, and he is not sure when the winner will be decided. That in the previous life, various bicycles competed one after another, which lasted for about 2 years and finally slowly stabilized, leaving only a few bicycle brands. That is the final winner. Mr. Chun, I will write down what you said, and I will develop strictly according to what you just said after I go back. Chun Song said. Let's not talk about this here. Let's drink another one. Cheers to our bicycle project. The next day, Chinamo woke up slowly, then got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, there was a light knock on the door of the room. Chinamo glanced at the time and knew that it should be Shinro, who came that he went to open the door and saw Shinro standing at the door of the hotel with breakfast. Mr. Chun, I'll prepare breakfast for you. Well, put it on the dining table. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, carried the breakfast into the room, and then took out the breakfast one by one and placed it on the dining table. Chinamo looked at Shinro's serious way of placing breakfast, thought about it, and finally asked, Have you eaten? Not yet. Sit down and eat together. Shinro was stunned for a moment when she heard Mr. Chen's words, but soon a smile appeared on her face. Okay, Mr. Chen. Since the end of September, Mr. Chun has never asked her to have dinner together. Although she also knew that she was just an assistant, whether Mr. Chen asked her to have dinner together or not was Mr. Chen's own business. But she couldn't help thinking whether she didn't do well enough to make Mr. Chen dissatisfied. But when she thought about it, she didn't find anything she did wrong, nor did she make mistakes at work. Even helped Jinhao canned food to open up the overseas market. She really couldn't find where she didn't do well in her work. Mr. Chun still valued her and asked her to participate in the group's training. But after she came back, he never invited her to have dinner together again. It has been going on for half a month. She thought she would never have the opportunity to have dinner with Mr. Chun again, but she didn't expect that Mr. Chun would invite her to have dinner together today. Mr. Chun, the project bidding is in the afternoon. Do you have any arrangements in the morning? After eating 2 bites of breakfast, Shinro couldn't help asking. I don't know yet. Let's talk about it after dinner. Chinemo shook his head, then picked up a breakfast and took a bite. Hey, the taste of this meal is very familiar. Where did you buy it? Chinemo looked at Shinro in confusion. He always felt that the taste of this meal was very familiar, but he hadn't come here many times in Kyoto. How could there be such a familiar meal for him? Mr. Chun, this meal was made by Mr. Wang Maoyan. Shinro said. Wang Maoyan is in Kyoto. Yes, Mr. Chun, didn't you arrange for Nanchi Takeaway to develop in Kyoto? Wang Maoyan also came here. Then let's go to Nanchi Takeaway later and contact Wang Maoyan. Chinemo thought about it and then said, anyway, there is nothing to do in the morning, so let's go to Wang Maoyan's place. And take a look at Nana Coffee. 1 Nanchi and 1 Manhwa. These two are already 2 important generals on his road to losses. After calculations in the previous period, Nana Coffee can help him lose more than 100 million yuan in funds a month. Nanchi Takeaway can also lose more than 80 million. And these 2 projects are still in development, and the losses in the future will definitely increase. After breakfast, Chinemo took a simple rest in the room for a while, and then went out to the Nanchi Takeaway, where Wang Maoyan was. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan looked at Mr. Chun, who got off the business car and hurried to greet him. Well, how is the construction of this takeaway shop going? Chinemo nodded and looked at the takeaway shop in front of him. The Nanchi Takeaway in Kyoto was arranged in early August. Now it is the end of October, and 2 months have passed. IT should have been done. Mr. Chun, the takeaway shop has been fully decorated and can be put into business at any time, but there are indeed some problems with the employees. Wang Maoyan hurriedly spoke up after hearing Mr. Chen's words. What's the problem with the employees? Chinemo looked at Wang Maoyan in confusion. Mr. Chun, because our takeaway model is to cook and deliver by ourselves, service staff, and takeaway people are easy to say. After recruiting, they can go to work after a certain period of training. But there are many more requirements for chefs. In order to ensure the taste of the dishes, we can't just find a chef and start working. The chefs who start working must at least reach the basic level. At present, each of our takeaway stores has to be equipped with 200 chefs. We have to open 64 stores in Kyoto, and we need a total of 12,800 chefs. 12,800 chefs, we can't recruit so many experienced chefs at once. Even if we want to recruit, there are not so many experienced chefs for us to recruit. So at present, we can only recruit some relatively experienced chefs and then train them, but chef training cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. I estimate that it will take about a month for those chefs to officially start working. Wang Maoyan explained that he started recruiting in early August, and now those chefs have been trained for 2 months. But even though the recruited chefs are all experienced, it takes 3 months to train them to be able to start working. Chinmo nodded slightly after hearing Wang Maoyan's story. Although he stipulated that he would recruit inexperienced employees, he thought that these projects would affect his spending speed in terms of recruiting people. The policy was relaxed as much as possible. After all, if all the Nanshi takeaways in Kyoto could be opened early, he could also go to other cities as soon as possible to continue to open Nanshi takeaways. The more Nanshi takeaways opened, the more money would be consumed. Well, we can increase investment in chefs, and don't wait until the training base is built before starting training. We can rent a venue first, train the chefs in advance, and recruit more people, enough to open stores in multiple cities at the same time. Chapter 1081. Go to the bidding site. Chinmo looked at Wang Maoyan and slowly said, the current development speed of Nanshi Takeout has a lot to do with the chef. If a group of chefs can be trained as soon as possible, then the future development of Nanshi Takeout will no longer be affected by the number of chefs. Mr. Chun, if you open Nanshi Takeout in several cities at the same time, you may have to recruit tens of thousands of people for training. Wang Maoyan said with some worry. With the current salary from Tomorrow Group, including various subsidies, the salary he received was already a full 10,000 yuan. And recruiting tens of thousands of people for chef training would cost hundreds of millions every month. That if we wait until Nanshi Takeaway in Kyoto opens, the consumption of Nanshi Takeout will be several hundred million a month. This capital expenditure is too large. He is really afraid of losing money in Nanshi's takeaway business. It doesn't matter. Just recruit. The capital group will be responsible. Just recruit. Chunmo smiled and spoke. Training tens of thousands of people is a waste of hundreds of millions of funds. He has imagined that when Nanshi Takeaway develops to a certain extent, it will be a powerful tool for the Tomorrow Group to consume funds. The same goes for Nana Coffee. As long as it develops enough, employee salaries alone can consume very high system funds. I understand, Mr. Chun. Wang Maoyan nodded. He had been a manager for some time and knew that Mr. Chun had always been generous in investing funds. Let's go take a look inside the store. Chinmo visited the takeaway shop. At this time, the shop had been decorated, and the kitchen and other kitchen utensils had been arranged. The only thing missing was vegetables. However, the takeaway shop is not opened yet, so it is impossible to purchase vegetables now. He wanted Wang Maoyan to do this, but this was not allowed by the system. After walking around the store, I found that the structure of the entire takeaway shop was not much different from that in Jiangxing. The only difference was the size of the units. Chef training will be implemented as soon as possible. If there are not enough training personnel, they can be appropriately recruited from various companies under the Tomorrow Group. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will arrange it as soon as possible. After arranging things, Chinmo left the Nanshi takeaway shop directly and then went straight to the nearest Nana Coffee. He went there this time just to take a look at the development of Nana Coffee in Kyoto and was not prepared to reveal his identity. Inside Nana Coffee shop, Chinmo sat in the coffee shop and made a brief observation. There are more people in Nana Coffee in Kyoto than in Jiangxing. This is related to the population density and consumption power in Kyoto. But it doesn't matter if there are more people, as long as it's a loss, there's no problem. Ordered 2 cups of coffee. After drinking, he took Shinro back to the hotel. It was just noon when we returned to the hotel, and the project bidding was at 6 p.m., so there were still 6 hours left. I had lunch, took a nap, and then got up and played games on the computer for a while. When the time came to 5 o'clock, Chinmo turned off the computer, then went into the bathroom and took a shower. After coming out, find the clothes you will wear when participating in the project bidding and put them next to the bed, and just put them on before departure. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Chinmo stood up and went to open the door, only to see Shunro standing at the door of the room. Mr. Chun, the project bidding will start in half an hour. We need to prepare in advance. Shunro looked at Mr. Chun, who opened the door, and reminded him. Well, I understand. You should also prepare. Chinmo spoke slowly, then turned back to the room and changed into the clothes he had prepared. After a while, the room door was knocked again. Opened the door. Shinro had already changed into her dress and was standing at the door of the room. Let's go. Chinmo glanced at the time and found that it was already 5:45, 15 minutes before the project bidding started. Their hotel is only a 10-minute walk from the project bidding site, but they could take a car faster and don't have to worry about being late. Arriving outside the hotel, the business car has stopped at the door of the hotel. Open the door and get on. After 5 minutes, arrive at the project bidding venue. Chun Mo got out of the car and went straight to the entrance. He showed the invitation letter to the receptionist at the door and walked directly in. Shin Ro followed closely and slowly took Chin Mo's arm. Mr. Chun is here. Suddenly, there was a greeting from afar. Chin Mo heard the sound and looked over, only to see Chin Sung standing in the distance waving to him. After thinking about it, then he took Shin Ro over directly. They greeted each other. Chin Sung introduced his female companion, and then continued to speak. My father wants to see you. Yeah, there. Chen Montak nodded. He had met Chin Sung's father once, although he didn't talk much about it last time. But the overall feeling is still very good. Moreover, during the meeting, you can also inquire about the status of this project bidding and see if there are any projects that meet your requirements. Follow me. Chin Sung took the lead and walked in front. Chin Mo followed behind with Shin Ro, that he soon stopped in the middle of the venue. At this time, there were 3 middle-aged men standing there, chatting with each other. Dad, Mr. Chin is here. Chun Sung walked over and spoke. Chin Tianlin turned around and looked when he saw Chin Mo. Mr. Chin, long time no see. Mr. Chun, just call me Xiao Chun. Chen Montak responded. These people are all old business veterans, so it's better to be humble. Another point is that both of them have the surname Chun, and they are not used to calling each other Mr. Chun. Ha ha ha. Then I'll be disrespectful. Chin Tianlin smiled heartily. Chin Mo also smiled, and then his eyes fell on the 2 people beside Chin Tianlin and greeted them. Hello, Mr. Chin. Hello, Mr. Du. He had met these 2 people before. One is Du Yi, the father of Du Zeding, the president of Hualing Group, and the other is Qin Jianwei, the father of Qin Ming, the president of Parkson Group. The groups of these 3 people are one of the 5 major groups of Shaolin Chamber of Commerce. The other 2 groups are Shiyu Group and Ruishan Group, that he doesn't know much about Shiyu Group, but he knew Ruishan Group very well. It was the group of his father, a good ally of his. It was also in Jiangxing City with Tomorrow Group. Mr. Chun is too polite. The 2 CEOs of Hualing Group and Baihui Group also said with a smile. Mr. Du, Mr. Qin, just call me Xiao Chun. Chin Mo emphasized again. After the few people were polite to each other, Chin Mo did not forget the purpose of coming here today, and then asked, what are the projects today? Can I know now? Chapter 1082 Good Project. The projects will be introduced uniformly at the beginning of the bidding, but there are several projects this time that are still very good. However, the competition may be more intense and may require a lot of funds. Chin Tianlin said with a smile that I asked the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. He still knows something about the project, but it is not convenient to disclose it now. Chin Mo nodded slightly when he heard the words and didn't ask any more questions. Time passes little by little. After Chin Mo chatted with the 3 bosses for a while, he took Shin Ro around the banquet hall. However, after walking around and chatting with some other bosses, I confirmed that there was no loss-making project that he took Shin Ro directly to the banquet hall where the food was placed. Same as last time, still no one ate the food in the banquet hall. What a waste of food. Chin Mo sighed and then looked at the food. After lunch, I didn't eat anymore. Now I'm a little hungry, so I can eat a little. Well, this dish is good. You should try it too. Okay, Mr. Chun. This is wrong too. Hey, Mr. Chun of the Tangdang Tomorrow Group is actually eating in the banquet hall. A mocking voice came from not far away. Chin Mo turned around and looked with a smile on his face. Who was he? It turned out to be his good ally Chang Rue. Next to Chang Rue stood a familiar woman, Chang Zishan, that he had no feelings for Chang Zishan, but he still admired Chang Rue. It turns out to be Mr. Chang. He's also here today to participate in the project bidding. Yes. Are you here to eat like you? Chang Rue said rudely. Can't you? The food here is just for us. Chin Mo said nonchalantly. Snort. Chang Rue snorted coldly and said nothing more. But Chang Zishan, who was on the side, said hello with a smile on her face. Long time no see, Mr. Chun. Hello. Would you like some? Chun Mo nodded, then pointed at the food on the side. Chang Zishan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, looked at the people coming and going around the banquet hall, and finally shook her head. I've already eaten, so I won't eat. That's such a shame. These meals are still delicious. Chun Mo sighed with regret, then ignored the two of them and continued to look for delicious food. Seeing this, Chang Rue and Chang Zishan also turned and walked to the other side. What are you pretending to be? Wait until I close your Nana coffee and see if you can still laugh. Chang Rue said with a dissatisfied look. Chang Zishan looked at Chang Rue's expression and shook her head. Although she was now in charge of Non-Rue Coffee, she didn't have much confidence in whether she could win the battle with Non-Rue Coffee. Sister, I heard from my father that there is a good project this time. If we can win it, it will be of great help to our Rue Shang group. While walking, Chang Rue suddenly asked, Yes, but there will definitely be other groups interested in that project, so the competition will be fierce. Whether we can win it or not depends on the final competition for funds. Chang Zishan nodded and said, Everyone wants a good project, especially the other 4 groups that are also among the 5 major groups of the Xiaoyan Chamber of Commerce. Although they usually seem to have a good relationship, if it really involves a good project, they will definitely compete with all their strength. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, and no one will show mercy in the competition. I heard that my father has prepared 20 billion yuan to compete for this project. How can I still fail to compete? Chang Rue said with confidence. Chang Zishan fell silent when she heard Chang Rue's words. She also knew that her father was preparing to compete for the project with 20 billion yuan. 20 billion to compete for this project. The probability of success is very high. But a big problem is that the current liquidity of Rue Shang Group is more than 50 billion. If 20 billion yuan is used to compete for this project, Rue Shang Group will only have 30 billion yuan of liquidity left. Now Nari Coffee is competing with Nana Coffee. According to the development speed of Nana Coffee, it is unknown how much money will be invested in it in the future. She is worried that Rue Shang Group's competition with Nana Coffee will cause problems in Rue Shang Group's capital chain. However, she also discussed these matters with her father, but she failed to convince him, and she was powerless about it. She prefers to give up competing with Nana Coffee, then try her best to win this project, and then concentrate on developing this new project. As for the matters regarding the Tomorrow Group, she felt there was absolutely no need to become an enemy, that everyone's business direction is different, and there is no conflict in business, and they can completely not interfere with each other. Thinking room. The two of them had walked to a corner of the banquet hall. My father was chatting with someone. Dad. Upon seeing this, Chang Rue walked over directly. When Chang Zai saw Chang Rue coming over, he introduced him to the people around him with a smile on his face. This is my son Chang Rue. As expected of your ever-present son, he is a talented person at first glance. There will be no mistakes in placing the group in his hands in the future. I thought so too. Chang Zai laughed heartily and then greeted Chang Rue. This is your Uncle In. Hello, Uncle In. Chang Rue heard this and obediently said hello. Chang Zishan stood not far away, watching this scene quietly. She didn't care that her father had no intention of introducing her at all. She had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, that no matter what contribution she made to the group, she would never be able to compare with Chang Rue. Just because she is a daughter and Chang Rue is a son. Sometimes she would think that if she were a man, her father would probably plan to hand over the Tomorrow Group to her. Even if not all of it was handed over to her, at least she would be allowed to handle most of the business in the group. Time passed little by little. The bidding for the project was officially started. Chen Mo found his seat and sat down, looking at the stage in front of him, where someone would go up to explain the relevant projects. After the explanation, the projects would be auctioned one by one on the stage, and the highest bidder would win. Not long after, a host walked onto the stage and began to introduce today's project. Chen Mo listened to the host's introduction and gradually became disappointed. The projects introduced by the host, as long as they develop normally, will definitely have no problem making profits. Also, how can there be any projects that are clearly loss-making that can appear here? Chen Mo sighed inside his heart. It seems that this time he will make another trip in vain. Chapter 1083 Fighting. The host carefully introduced the project at hand. After the introduction, he picked up another project material and started introducing it. This is the last project today. The name is the Desert Oasis Project. The sponsor of this project was initiated by the National Research Institute. Our country has 9.6 million square kilometers, but the desert area accounts for more than 10%. And as time goes by, the desert area is still gradually increasing. If we don't manage it, the area of the desert will only get bigger and bigger, and eventually the area we can live in will be reduced little by little. So in order to prevent the desert from continuing to expand, the National Research Institute launched the Desert Oasis Project. As long as you get the Desert Oasis Project, you will get the right to control the desert. As long as you turn 1 square kilometer of desert into an oasis, you will get 70 years of land use rights. Of course, if you turn more desert into oases, you have more land use rights. And when the land use rights expire, you also have the first right to lease the land again. Of course, after winning the project, the National Scientific Research Department will also provide corresponding desert control technologies to help you control desertification. The initial auction fund for this project is $1 billion. The host took the information and slowly introduced it. Chin Mo was originally in a drowsy state, but after hearing the final project introduction, he immediately became energetic. Desert Oasis Project. He doesn't know whether this project will be profitable in the end, but he is certain of one thing. Desertification control is not a short-term thing, but a long-term thing. That isn't this the project he needs now. The investment is large and the cycle is long. Not bad. This project must be won. Chin Mo looked at the system funds he currently had, which was $3.1 billion, and the new month is coming soon, and in the new month he will have new funds arriving. Chin Mo made a simple calculation and found that $5 billion in funds for this project competition would definitely be no problem. Xiao Chen, I wonder if you've fallen in love with that project. Chen Tianlin, who was sitting aside, asked. Chin Mo thought for a moment after hearing this, and then revealed the project he was interested in. I think the Desert Oasis Project is great. Are you interested in the Desert Oasis Project? Chen Tianlin was stunned for a moment when he heard Chin Mo's words. Yes. Chen Montak nodded. Xiao Chen, how did you learn about this project? Chen Tianlin hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively. Isn't it just spending money to control the sand? As long as the sand is treated and turned into an oasis, then I will have the right to use the oasis for 70 years. Chun Mo said. So but there is a key point here, and that is desert control. Deserts are not easy to manage. If it were really easy to manage, the higher authorities would not treat this as a project. If you take on this project, you are likely to face a problem. That is, you will invest a lot of money and get nothing in the end. It will be like a bottomless pit. And even if it can be managed successfully, it will probably take many years. But this is very uneconomical for us businessmen. If we had invested the funds we invested in the desert elsewhere, we would have made more money long ago. Chen Tianlin opened his mouth to persuade. Chen Mo has a good relationship with his son and is of great help to his son's company, so he doesn't want the other person to enter this bottomless pit. That's right, Xiao Chun, you'd better give it some serious consideration. There are several other good projects that you can consider. Normally, this project would not appear here, but you should be able to guess some reasons that are hard to explain. Du Yi also opened his mouth to persuade. When Chen Mo heard the two people's stories, he was even more convinced that he would win this project. This project was a bottomless pit for others, but for him, it was a great project that it's simply a dream project. Thank you, Mr. Chun and Mr. Du. But sometimes you can't be a pure businessman, right? This desert control project has some risks, but if it succeeds, the benefits will be very good. And it can also reduce the speed of desert expansion, which is also very meaningful, isn't it? Chunmo randomly found a reason. It couldn't be said that he took on this project just to consume funds and lose money. Why? Chen Tianlin sighed secretly when he heard Chunmo's words and thought to himself, he is still young after all. 2. When he was young, if he encountered such a project, he would probably want to try it. But after entering society and experiencing many things, he slowly changed his mind. Sometimes, your own kindness is often a weapon to kill yourself. Chen Tianlin looked at Du Yi while thinking, and finally, said nothing. Since Chun Mo insisted on the Desert Oasis project, there was no need for them to stop it. Tomorrow Group has grown to its current scale in a short period of time, and its development has indeed been too smooth at AT this time. Hitting a wall is not a bad thing, at least it can make Shin Mo aware of what he can and cannot do on the stage. The host who introduced the project walked down, and a new host came up to as the new host came on stage. The project bidding officially began. Point one project. After another came up and was snatched away by various groups. Chinemo watched those people compete silently, without any idea of competing. These projects that obviously have a high chance of making money, let them compete. Soon one project competition ended, and a new project appeared. And the starting price of this project was as high as 2 billion. 3 billion. As soon as the host finished talking about the project, Chinemo heard Chen Tianlin next to him bid for the competition, and after Chen Tianlin bid, other people joined the competition. For billion, 5 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion. Chinemo looked in the direction of the bidding and found that it was Rui Shang Group that bid this time. And at this moment, Chen Tianlin next to him actually bid again. 12 billion, 13 billion. The competition is still going on. Chinemo watched the scene quietly. Although he didn't know much about the project he was competing for, it was enough to show that this project was a very good project. 20 billion. As the price was called out, the scene fell into silence. Chapter 10, 84 Worry after hearing the last price. Chen Tianlin straightened his sleeves and did not participate in the competition. 20 billion is his highest budget. Although he can take out more funds if he takes out more funds for those projects. Not to mention the risk issues in this project, just the profit cycle plus the profit stage. It will take a long time to recover the investment of 20 billion. This is not cost-effective for an investor. After the final price exceeded his expectations, he decisively gave up competing for this project. Chinemo heard the 20 billion bid and looked over curiously, and found that the bidder this time was actually the father of a good ally. It turned out that it was 20 billion to compete for a project directly. This Ruishan Group is still rich. This is good. Before, he was a little worried that if he kept investing in the Nana Coffee project, Non-Rue Coffee would not have funds to follow up. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. I end the distance. Chang Rue saw his father win the project with 20 billion, and an excited smile appeared on his face that as expected. Their Rue Shang remembered that they were the best. While thinking, he looked at Chun Mo, who was sitting opposite, that he couldn't help showing a sarcastic smile. If their Ruishan Group won this project, then when it was profitable, their Ruishan Group's strength would definitely be further improved. Tomorrow Group will wait to be swallowed up by our Ruishan Group. Chang Zishan sat in the back with a trace of worry on her face. The thing she least wanted had happened. Because of Nana Coffee movies, her own projects, and the recent business within the group, their Ruishan Group's working capital has shrunk a lot. Now they are using 20 billion to compete for projects, and their Ruishan Group's working capital has further shrunk. In addition, they are competing with Nana Coffee. And Ruishan Group's existing working capital has poor risk resistance that if something really happens, Ruishan Group will be in danger. Alas. Chang Zishan sighed secretly. Although she is the daughter of the president of Ruishan Group, she has no say at all. Even if he explained all these things to his father, it would be of no use to him. Why father has been the president of the group for so long that he has developed an arrogant mentality that he always believed that Tomorrow Group was a new enterprise with an unstable foundation. In the process of competition, it would definitely be the final winner. With such a mindset, no matter how she persuaded him, it was useless. Congratulations to Mr. Chang for winning the project, the host said with a smile. After the auction of the project was over, the next project was soon tendered. Project bidding background. Two men in formal suits were looking at the takeaway bidding site with a worried look on their faces. Wen Tao, do you think there will be competition for our project? Zhou Bo looked at the man next to him and asked with some concern. I don't know. The reason why so many people are competing for these projects is that these projects can make those group companies have obvious profit points. But our sand control project is different. Although there will be great benefits after the success of sand control. But any smart person will know that sand control is not a simple matter. It is very likely that after many years, there will be no good results in sand control, or there will be results but they are not very big. For an investor, it is too worthless. Zhuo Wentao sighed. Sand control is a big project and it takes time. This time, they were able to enter the project bidding because they were official. No one dared to refuse the project bidding. But they are not sure whether there will be group companies choosing their projects. After all, they can enter the project bidding as an official, but there is no way to ask the group participating in the bidding to take their projects. The lowest price for our project bidding is 1 billion, but just 1 billion will not play a fundamental role in our sand control. If someone competes for our project, I hope the final price can be higher. Jobo said with expectation. The sand control project cannot be completed overnight, nor can it be completed with tens of billions of yuan. Keep watching. Our project is not attractive to these businessmen. Zhuo Wentao looked at the bidding site outside. He did not have much expectation for this bidding site. Chinemo watched the projects being snatched away by the competition and sighed in his heart that these group companies are really rich. Well, his own Tomorrow Group also has a lot of funds, but unfortunately he can't use it at will. Soon the project bidding came to an end, and the finale Desert Oasis project was brought up by the host. The next project is Desert Oasis. I won't introduce the specific content. The initial bidding price is 1 billion yuan. The bidding begins. The host's voice fell, and the bidding site was quiet that if it were other projects after the host finished speaking, I'm afraid that a group company would have raised a sign. But now no one raised a sign. Bidding background. Zhuo Wentao and Zhou Bo looked at this scene. Although they had expected it, they were still unhappy when this situation really happened. These businessmen really only care about profits. If the desert is not managed, it will gradually expand and then swallow up our living environment. The assets of each of their groups must be at least tens of billions, and they are not willing to take out even 1 billion, Zhou Bo said with some resentment. Zhuo Wentao shook his head when he heard Zhou Bo's words. Those group companies can have such a scale now, and they have reached this point little by little relying on their own strength that we can't ask them to do anything just because they have a lot of funds now. And the melon is not sweet when it is forced. Only by willingly participating in the desert control can the desert control be better completed. 1 billion. Suddenly, a voice of bidding came from the bidding site. Someone bid. Zhou Bo's face flashed with joy, and his eyes looked in the direction of the voice. He wanted to see who bid. Hey, it's a young man. Which group does he belong to? Zhuo Wentao also looked at the young man who was bidding, and then picked up the information beside him and looked it up. Soon he found the young man's information. Found it. This young man is the president of Tomorrow Group, Chun Mo. But it's a pity that this Tomorrow Group was established only 2 years ago, and its foundation is too low. I guess 1 billion should be his limit. Zhuo Wentao sighed, then shook his head. Chapter 1085 Raise the price yourself. That's better than no one competing. 1 billion can at least advance the progress of desertification control. Zhou Bo said, That's true, but if a well-funded group can win the desert control project, it can continue to inject funds into it after winning the project. But for a new group, I'm afraid it doesn't have that much strength. If that's the case, we still need to find more groups willing to invest themselves. Zhuo Wentao said, Don't worry so much for now. At least there are people willing to take over the Desert Oasis project now. Then even if there are no big groups participating in the future, we can find more small group companies through bidding. How much land use rights they can obtain, in the end, depends on the area they control desertification. The more area they control desertification, the larger the land area that can be used. Well, this is also a way. At the bidding site, when Shinemo saw that no one was bidding, he casually held up the 1 billion sign. Lift it first, wait until there is competition before continuing to increase the price. But something unexpected happened to him. After he finished bidding, no one raised the price that no one is raising the price. So how should he increase the price? In order to consume system funds, he has prepared 5 billion funds to invest in this project that if no one raises the price, and he wins this project with 1 billion yuan, he will spend 4 billion less 0.4 billion. What project is he looking for to spend it on? Chen Mo had a headache and looked at the group CEO in the bidding venue, expecting someone to ask for a price. But half a minute passed and no one competed with him. Mr. Chun is bidding 1 billion. Is there anyone else bidding? The host looked around the venue and saw that there was no competition for bids, so he continued to speak. 1 billion times. 1 billion times twice. 5 billion. Suddenly another bidding voice appeared. The host followed the voice and was stunned. The one who asked for 5 billion was Mr. Chun just now. This She has hosted many project tenders and auctions, but this is the first time she has seen someone increase the price herself. That it was clear that 1 billion renminbi could win the project. But he increased the price to 5 renminbi billion. That this was the first time he had seen this kind of operation. Mr. Chun, are you asking for 5 billion? Despite his professionalism, he couldn't help but ask. Yes. Chen Montauk nodded lightly. Since no one increased the price, he would just increase the price himself. There was no rule saying he couldn't do this. The host was confirmed and said nothing more. That he looked around the bidding site and continued with the bidding process. Mr. Chen's price is 5 billion. Is there anyone else bidding? After a pause and seeing no one bidding, he continued, 5 billion times, 5 billion 2 times, 5 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Chun for winning the Desert Oasis project. When Chen Mo heard the final announcement from the host, a smile broke out on his face. The money was finally spent. Xiao Chun, you're a little reckless. Chen Tianlin looked at Chen Mo sitting beside him and said slowly, invest 1 billion into the project just for fun. Even if there is no success in desertification control in the end, it is still a good relationship with the National Research Institute, which is not a loss. But if you make a direct investment of 5 billion and make a loss, then the gains outweigh the losses. I'm very interested in desertification control, and spending 1 billion yuan on desertification control doesn't seem to have any results. Since we have to invest, we should invest more. Chen Mo smiled. Why? Chen Tianlin sighed secretly and did not participate too much. Everyone has their own choice, and things have already happened, so there is no need to do things with the benefit of hindsight. Bidding site background. Zhou Bo and Zhuo Wintao looked at this scene blankly and raised the price themselves. This was something they had never thought about. After a while, the two slowly turned their heads and looked at each other. Have you ever seen someone raise their own price? Zhou Bo asked. No, but it seems like a good thing. Zhuo Wintao shook his head, and then a smile appeared on his face. No, we have to meet that young man. 5 billion is not a small amount. Saying, Zhuo Wintao stood up and walked outside. When Zhou Bo saw this, he got up and followed him. Bidding site. Chen Mo got up and prepared to deal with the matters after the bidding, but just as he was halfway there, 2 middle-aged men rushed over. Hello, Mr. Chen. We are from the National Research Institute. Can we talk to you in detail? Zhuo Wintao looked at Chen Mo and said with a smile on his face. Chen Mo didn't respond when he heard this, but turned to look at Chen Tianlin. He didn't know anyone from the National Academy of Sciences, so he wanted to confirm with Chen Tianlin. After all, Chen Tianlin is one of the 5 major groups of the Shaolin Chamber of Commerce, and they also organize this project bidding, so he should be someone he knows from the National Research Institute. Chen Tianlin nodded upon seeing this, and then said hello to the people from the National Academy of Sciences and walked away. This way, Mr. Chun, Zhuo Wintao pointed in a direction, then took the lead and walked over that he is very grateful to this young man who invested in the desertification control project. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo followed with Shinro. Soon several people came to a room. Let me introduce, my name is Zhuo Wintao, the main person in charge of the desertification control project of the National Research Institute. This is Zhou Tao, who is also the person in charge of the desertification control project. Enter the room. Zhuo Wintao opened his mouth to introduce. Chen Mo, president of Tomorrow Group. This is Shun Ro, my assistant. Chen Mo also opened his mouth to explain. Hello, Professor Zhou. Hello, Professor Zhua. Shinro also hurriedly said hello. Don't be polite. Let's sit down and talk. Zhuo Wintao came to the reception room of the room and motioned for everyone to sit down at the same time. He poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them to Chen Mo and Shinro respectively. I wonder how much Mr. Chen knows about desert control projects. Zhuo Wintao looked at Chen Mo and asked, plant green plants on the desert and turn the desert into an oasis. Chen Mo answered simply. Well, to put it simply, it is true, but in a desert environment, it is very difficult to grow green plants. In the desert, the temperature is very high, there is a lack of water, and the sand is very hot, so it is difficult to grow green plants. So Mr. Chen must be mentally prepared when investing in Desert Oasis. This project will not yield any results in a short period of time. Another point is that although Mr. Chen used 5 billion yuan to win this project, 5 billion yuan is not enough to solve the desert problem. Chapter 1086 Continuous Injection of Funds. Of course, I'm not saying that investing 5 billion won't yield any results. I just want to tell Mr. Chin. Even if the 5 billion yuan in funding finally yields results, the area of desert that will eventually become an oasis will not be very large. If you want to obtain a larger oasis area, I'm afraid you need to continue to invest more funds. Another point is that if Mr. Chin does not continue to invest in the Desert Oasis project in the future, we will call for bids again to find other investors. However, the ownership of the oasis built by Mr. Chin still belongs to Mr. Chin. Of course, if Mr. Chin can continue to invest funds, Mr. Chin's side will be the main one. Zhou Wintao looked at Chin Momo and really said to be why explaining the project clearly at the beginning, you can avoid some trouble later. When Chinemo heard Zhou Wintao's words, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. So said, his 5 billion funds this time are not fixed and he can invest more funds into this project. This really is the perfect project to burn money on. However, since funds can continue to be invested, it is better to look at some details of the project. Professor Zhou, after I win this project, will you be the final word on the project? Chinemo asked. This point still needs to be clarified so that a good arrangement can be made for future work. Mr. Chun may have some misunderstandings about this project. Our Scientific Research Institute will not be too involved in project decision-making for this project. What our Scientific Research Institute does most is to provide technical support. For example, what kind of green plants do you want to plant in the desert? We can help you with scientific research, how to plant them, and what methods to use to plant them, so as to improve the success rate of the plants. Higher. As for some decisions in desertification control, such as recruitment, personnel appointment, location selection, and other projects, these are all decided by you. After turning the desert into an oasis, we will not have any interference on how you use this oasis and how you build on that oasis. Of course, there is a prerequisite, which is not to violate laws and regulations. Zhou Wintao explained it in detail. The purpose of this desert control project is to control the desert. Originally, the desert control project was a very arduous task, and not many group companies were willing to participate. Their Scientific Research Institute is involved in the management. In that case, it is estimated that not many people will be willing to participate. Chinemo nodded slightly when he heard Zhou Wintao's story. If this is the case, then their Tomorrow Group has absolute say in this desertification control project. In this case, he can spend funds freely. Thinking about the funds, he continued to ask, Professor Zhou, if I want to continue to invest money in the Desert Oasis project, how much money do you want to invest every year? Well, desertification control is a very long and arduous task, and the consumption of both labor and equipment is very huge. In addition, life in desertification control is very difficult, and not many people are willing to participate, so it often takes a lot of money to find a worker. We have been working on desertification control here for several years. If we do a detailed calculation, if we go all out to control desertification, we will need more than 1 billion in funds a year. Mr. Chin has now invested 50 yuan, which can basically sustain the construction for 3 years. After 3 years, another 1.5 billion yuan will be invested in it every year. But what the final results will be depends on the growth of future desert control experience and some scientific research results from our Scientific Research Institute. But don't worry, Mr. Chin. Our Scientific Research Institute will definitely do its best to help with desert control work. Zhou Wintao said seriously that if the young Mr. Chin opposite him can continue to invest money in the Desert Oasis project, it will be a very good thing for the work of desertification control. Chin Mo nodded slightly when he heard Zhou Wintao's words, but he was still a little disappointed that it only took him 1.5 billion to invest a year, which is simply too little. Now, the profit of Tomorrow Group in a month has reached as high as 4 billion. However, the decision to invest funds is up to him. If he invests more in the project, no one will say anything wrong. No one said anything, but the system may not agree. Chinemo thought of this and began to test the system. After a while, he tested the results and found out that he could invest 10 billion yuan in the Desert Oasis project a year. Is this right? It's only 1.5 billion a year. How does it consume system funds? At 10 billion a year, it would consume almost 2.5 months of his profit. Overall, it's still very good. Now he has invested 5 billion in this project, And he can continue to invest another $5 billion. However, by the end of November, he will have almost 8.1 billion system funds. After investing $5 billion in the Desert Oasis project, he still has $3.1 billion in funds. However, after Nanchi Takeout recruits tens of thousands of people to train chefs, the monthly capital consumption will increase by hundreds of millions. By that time, the monthly profit may be several hundred million less. So there is no rush to invest the other $5 billion. Chun Mo secretly calculated in his mind that this trip to Kyoto was very rewarding. Recruiting trainees for Nanchi Takeaway can increase the expenditure by several hundred million. That the project bidding won a Desert Oasis project that can continue to lose money, and the cycle is still very long. As long as the Oasis is not managed on a large scale, he does not have to worry about profitability. Does Mr. Chen plan to continue to invest in the Desert Oasis project? Zhuo Wentao asked expectantly after hearing Chen Mo's words. Now, in addition to the technical difficulties in desert control, another problem is the problem of funds. That if Chen Mo can continue to invest in the Desert Oasis project, he will not have to look for other group companies, and he only needs to devote himself to the scientific research of sand control. And the more money invested, the greater the help for sand control. They have not achieved nothing in the past few years of research and development. They have developed several technologies that can successfully plant green plants in the desert. But this method is too clumsy and requires a lot of manpower, so progress is very slow. However, if a large amount of funds are injected and a lot of people are recruited, this method can be implemented. Chapter 1087 Project Details. That's right. We must start and end things. Since 5 billion yuan can't solve the desert problem, I will just continue to invest more. Chun Mo nodded slightly. How could he miss such a good project that consumes funds continuously? I wonder how much money Mr. Chen plans to continue to invest. Zhuo Wentao asked curiously. Well, for now, I plan to invest 10 billion yuan in the Desert Oasis project every year, which is about 5 billion yuan every 6 months, but the specific investment funds will also change and will not be fixed. Chun Mo spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, you said you want to invest 10 billion yuan in the Desert Oasis project every year. Zhou Bo, who was sitting next to him, thought he had heard it wrong and couldn't help asking. 10 billion yuan a year. This is not a small amount. They have been working on desert control for more than 10 years, and the total expenditure has not reached 10 billion yuan. There are many things to do above, and there is not much money left for sand control, so they can only cooperate with the group company through bidding to control sand. This is also a policy formulated after the upper level meeting. They originally wanted to find a large group to cooperate with, but none of the large groups bid when the bidding started. The only one who bid was the young man in front of them, but they didn't want to see it at all. They thought that this group was a new company and would not have sufficient funds. But now it seems that they were completely wrong. This new company not only has strong funds, but is also very willing to invest money in the Desert Oasis project. Yes, Chun Mo nodded. Now the annual profit of Tomorrow Group is almost 50 billion. Now the Desert Oasis project can help him consume 10 billion every year, which can greatly reduce his pressure to spend money. Then look forward to cooperating with Mr. Chen. I wonder when Mr. Chen is going to go to the desert to start the Desert Oasis project. Zhuo Wentao asked with a smile. The other party said that 10 billion will be invested in the Desert Oasis project every year, but they will not participate in the project construction, and he will not know how much money will be invested. After all, they can say it, but whether it can be done is another matter. Therefore, whether the Tomorrow Group can really continue to invest in the Desert Oasis project depends on what it does in the future. The specific action will probably be around November to the end of the year. After all, the project has just been won, and we need some time to build a team. Chun Mo said slowly. He had never been involved in the Desert Oasis project. The Research Institute only provides technical support and does not help much in team building, so they must build the team themselves. And to build this team, he needs to start from scratch. The project leader, the staff for sand control, and the tools and materials needed for sand control are all things they need to consider. Well, we understand this, but we can provide some help in recruiting people. For some sand control tools and materials, we will also provide manufacturing technology. Zhuo Wentao said. Thank you, Professor Zhuo. If there is nothing else, we will go back first. We will contact you by mobile phone about the specific configuration required for the team building. Chen Mo saw that the matter was almost discussed, so he said goodbye. Okay, we will contact you by phone about the specific matters. Zhuo Wintao nodded. Then they stood up and walked out of the office together. Professor Zhua, Professor Zhou, you don't have to see us off. We can just go out by ourselves. Chinemo looked at the two people from the National Research Institute who stood up and said, It doesn't matter. We're going back too. Now that the project bidding has been completed, we have to leave. We will return to the desert almost tomorrow to continue studying sand control. Zhuo Wintao said with a smile. Professor Zhua has worked really hard for sand control. Chen Mo sighed. This kind of scientific researcher is the one who truly dedicates himself to scientific research. Tomorrow is November, and the Chinese New Year will come in 2 months. At this time, they have to go back to the desert to insist on sand control. Obviously, they have no intention of going home for the Chinese New Year. Such scientific researchers are still very admirable. As long as the problem of sand control can be solved, what does it matter if it's a little hard work? Zhuo Wintao smiled indifferently. After he entered the Research Institute to take over the sand control project, his biggest belief in his heart was to have a very good result in the sand control project. The few people walked and talked until they came to the outside of the venue. Both parties got in their cars and left. Yulong Hotel, back in the room. Mr. Chun, is it too risky to invest 10 billion yuan a year in the Desert Oasis project? Shinro asked with some concern. On the way back, she learned about the desert control in detail. Now, the desert control has lasted for more than 10 years, but in these 10 years, there have been only a few results that this time. Mr. Chin rashly invested a large amount of money in the Desert Oasis project, which undoubtedly has a very big risk. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. If we can really turn the Taklamakan Desert into an oasis, our Tomorrow Group will obtain the right to use more than 300,000 square kilometers of land. With such a large land area, we could do a lot of things. So don't always think about risks. All projects have certain risks. Chinemo casually explained. As for the matter of turning the Taklamakan Desert into an oasis, it was just a casual remark that if desert control is so simple, the National Research Institute will not put the project out for bidding. But it is true that the funds are consumed. I understand, Mr. Chun. Then I will go back to the room. You go to bed early. Shinro nodded. Mr. Chun has made up his mind, and she doesn't need to say anything more. And what Mr. Chen said is not wrong. If the Taklamakan Desert is really turned into an oasis, then their Tomorrow Group can indeed obtain very large benefits. After all, they get land. More than 300,000 square kilometers. That is a large area, larger than most provinces. But can the entire Taklamakan Desert really be turned into an oasis? Shinro was a little worried, but soon shook her head. Since Mr. Chen invested in this project, he must have his own ideas, and it is not necessary to turn the entire Taklamakan Desert into an oasis. As long as an area of 10,000 square kilometers is turned into an oasis, it can create great value. 10,000 square kilometers is equivalent to the area of a city that if their Tomorrow Group can complete it, it is equivalent to having the right to build a city. The benefits can be imagined. Chapter 1088 Meeting Chang Rue again the next day. Chinemo finished the breakfast sent by Wang Maoyan, and now the project bidding matter has been completed. However, he didn't plan to go back to Jiangqing directly. He planned to go to the crew to have a look. Mr. Chun, I have already made an agreement with the driver, and he is waiting downstairs now. Shinro simply cleared the table and said, Well, let's set off now. Chinemo nodded, then stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Shinro quickly stood up and followed. Kyoto Movie City. Mr. Chen, we are coming soon. Should we prepare anything? Huang Ying said nervously. Well, I asked Mr. Luo, just let us shoot normally. If Mr. Chen wants to see anything, we can take it with him. Hu Bian said, although he was very nervous. He was the person in charge of the crew, and he must stand up. While talking, he took out his phone and looked at the time. Calculate the time. Mr. Chun is almost here. Let's go over and greet him. Good. The two of them walked outside the set together. At the entrance of the film and television city, young Master Chang, what a coincidence, I can meet you here. As soon as Chun Mo and Shinro got out of the car, they saw Chang Rue getting out of another car not far away. This good ally. He decided to say hello in a friendly way. After all, without the emergence of non-Rue coffee, Nana Coffee is now a profitable project. Well, don't be too proud. I have invested in a new science fiction movie that will definitely surpass your Wandering Blue Star. Chang Rue snorted. And now the filming of his Magic City Fortress has come to an end. After the filming is completed, it will be released to theaters after a period of editing. But now that the Chinese New Year is not long away, he decided to release this science fiction movie during the Spring Festival. The traffic during the Spring Festival is huge, and since it is a science fiction movie, he can definitely take the top spot at the box office during the Spring Festival. The top spot at the Spring Festival box office can definitely surpass the box office of Wandering Blue Star, which has a box office of more than 6 billion. His Magic City Fortress will reach at least 7 billion, or even more than 8 billion. And Wandering Blue Star, if he were allowed to do it, would definitely have a box office of more than 60. That there was not even any publicity, and a good release date was not chosen. If some money is invested in promotion and the movie is released during the Spring Festival, the final box office will definitely be more than 6 billion. Chang Rue said somewhat proudly. Then congratulations to Mr. Chang. Chen Mo heard Chang Rue's words and congratulated him. If Chang Rue can get billions in box office from movies and then invest in Nari Coffee, he will not have to worry about Chang Rue having no funds to continue investing in Nari Coffee. Chang Rue was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Mo's words. He thought of many answers, but he never thought that Chen Mo would congratulate him. They are rivals. Hypocritical. Chang Rue snorted coldly and walked away. Chen Mo watched Chang Rue leave with a smile on his face. Shin Ro stood aside and looked at the smile on Mr. Chen's face, sighing secretly in her heart. Mr. Chen's layout is big. Even the opponent can say congratulations with a smile on his face. Let's go in two. When Chen Mo saw Chang Rue walking away, he turned to Shinro and said something. Then he walked towards the film and television city. After hearing this, Shinro hurriedly followed. Just after walking a certain distance, I saw Hu Bian and Huang Ying walking over from a distance. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. When Hu Bian and Huang Ying saw Mr. Chen, they hurriedly greeted him. Well, let's go directly to the crew and have a look. Chen Mo looked at the two people who came over and said, Okay, Mr. Chen, please come with me. Hu Bian nodded and hurriedly led the way. How far is the filming progress of the two works? Between walks, Chen Mo asked casually. Mr. Chen, the TV series should be slower. It may not be completed until March or April after the New Year. If there is no holiday during the New Year, it may be faster. The movie was filmed a year ago and could be released almost in time for the Spring Festival. Hu Bian said quickly. Spring Festival stall? Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and then said seriously. Movies must strive for excellence and cannot give up the quality of the movie just to be released in time for the Spring Festival. There is also the matter of holidays. Don't take up employees' holidays just to catch up on schedule. This is a rigid rule of the group and cannot be changed. I know Mr. Chen will not shoot during the Chinese New Year holiday. Hu Bian hurriedly spoke. Mr. Chen really attached great importance to employees' personal time. But it is precisely this that makes so many employees very loyal to Tomorrow Group. Managing in the Tomorrow Group is really a very easy thing. Because there are really some disobedient or fishy employees who don't need you as a leader to solve them. Those employees have already been solved. People all have bad natures. And even if they receive such good treatment from the Tomorrow Group, some people will not cherish it.in such a large Tomorrow Group. He has also heard some news that some new employees are very lazy at work because they have very free work and not many people supervise them. As time goes by, many employees are unhappy, and finally they jointly report the employee to the supervisor. This phenomenon of slacking off has affected the emotions of other employees. If they are not managed, then those employees who work hard will definitely be unhappy. Since slacking off can enjoy such good treatment in the company, why do they still work so hard? So in the face of these employees' dissatisfaction, they finally took the opinions of the employees and fired them directly. This kind of example, in fact, has happened in various companies under the Tomorrow Group, especially when recruiting new employees. Some people really give you opportunities, but they don't. Grasp them well. Hu Bian sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about these things. He didn't care whether the person cherished it, but he could cherish it himself. In the past, I felt that working for others did not have any freedom, so I chose to write online articles by myself, and I would have more freedom to control my own time. But since joining Tomorrow Group, he has not felt that he is not free. He has plenty of time to do what he wants to do. By the way, Mr. Chun, we did not speed up the filming for the Spring Festival. According to the current filming progress, we still have 1 month, and the filming has entered the final stage. Then editing and some other things will take about a month. At this time, there is still a month before the Chinese New Year, so there is no problem in catching the Spring Festival. Chapter 10, 89 Self-Built Auditorium. Chinemo looked at Hu Bien indifferently and said nothing more. Since the movie was not in a hurry and everything was released as normal, there was no way he could force the time to be changed. And he also discovered, even if the release time is changed, if the quality of the movie is good, it will still make money. But if the movie is rubbish, even if it is released during the Spring Festival, there will not be much box office. He doesn't want to worry about the release time. He just wants to do everything according to the crew's own plans. Soon, now that we have arrived at the filming crew. Are they still filming? Chinemo looked at the actors in ancient costumes in the distance and the camera that was filming. Yes, Mr. Chun, we are still filming. If Mr. Chun has something to say, I will stop them. Hu Bien said. No, I'll just go over and take a look. Chun Mo waved his hand and then walked in the direction of the shooting. Walk behind the camera and watch the actors in front of you filming. Click. If your performance is not up to standard, try again. Click. It's better not to be too stiff on your expression. Just be natural and understand. Chunmo watched quietly and found that it took 5 takes to shoot just one scene before he started shooting the second scene, that I just felt bored after watching it for a while, and there was no point in reshooting it. It seems that his plan to recruit extras is working. The constant reshoots indicate that the acting is not good. But this kind of acting is not good, so it is not good to reshoot directly. After all, if you keep shooting like this, you will eventually get it right. No wonder the previous movies had no problems with acting. This is how it was filmed, that he wanted to stop it, but it seemed like he couldn't do anything. He couldn't just say that even if the shooting was not good, he would just get over it. This behavior will be directly defined by the system as intentional loss. Why? Chinemo sighed helplessly. Why was it so difficult for him to make a bad movie? Now let's hope that the script of the movie this time is very rubbish. No matter how good the acting is, no one will like it. Mr. Chun, shall we go inside to talk? Hu Bien pointed at a room in the crew. No. Chun Mo shook his head and looked at Hu Bien. I heard that you have created a program about rising stars. The filming location is there. Take me to see it. Okay, Mr. Chun. Hu Bien nodded and then walked outside the set. After 10 minutes, stopped in front of an auditorium where the photo was taken. Mr. Chun, this is the filming location for Star of Tomorrow. Hu Bien pointed to the somewhat old auditorium in front. You were filming in this auditorium? Chun Mo asked in surprise as he looked at the dilapidated auditorium in front of him. Yes, Mr. Chun, there are no good shooting locations here in the film and television city. In the end, only this auditorium meets the shooting requirements. Hu Bien opened his mouth to explain. Let's go in and have a look. Chun Mo nodded, already having some ideas in his mind, saying he had already walked towards the auditorium first. After looking around inside the auditorium, I found that the structure of the entire auditorium was very old. The environment here is very old. Isn't it the same as the pictures you shot? Mr. Chun, before every shooting, we will arrange it here in advance, especially the lighting, as long as the lighting is good. The final picture will not be very stale. Hu Bien said. Let's go. Chun Mo took one last look at the auditorium, already made up his mind, and then walked out of the auditorium. Mr. Chun, wherever else do you want to go? I'll take you there. Hu Bien followed closely behind. Please inform the crew that after today's shooting, we will have a team building today and have a day off tomorrow. Find a relatively quiet place, and I need to arrange some things. Arriving outside the auditorium, Chun Mo said. Okay, Mr. Chun. Hu Bien responded, then took out his mobile phone and posted the news in the work group. The crew will have the relevant person in charge to handle this matter. And then look at Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, let's go to the hotel. The hotel has arranged a small conference room for us. Hotel in a small conference room. Mr. Chun, drink tea. Hu Bien poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mr. Chun carefully at the same time. He poured another glass and handed it to Shinro. Sit down and let's talk business. Chun Mo pointed at the seats, and after Hu Bien and Huangning took their seats, he continued to speak. I took a look at the environment of the auditorium. Nowadays, the stars of tomorrow have already gained a certain reputation. If we continue to shoot like this, the environment of the auditorium will obviously be too bad. Although you can improve the obsolescence of the auditorium through some decorations, the limitations are too great. So I thought about it and decided to build an auditorium that would have everything needed for a performance. In this way, after the construction is completed, you don't have to set up every time you shoot. Another point is that I think the current auditorium should be a shooting location in the film and television city. If you are recording a program in it that day, and other crews also want to shoot a scene in this auditorium, this is very troublesome. We can also avoid these troubles by building an auditorium ourselves. Chun Mo explained his ideas in detail. If the Star of Tomorrow has become popular and he has no way to stop it, then he will find a way to spend more money. That if an auditorium is built according to the highest standards, it will cost at least 100 million yuan. It is also a good expenditure of funds. In addition, the Star of Tomorrow is very popular now, but according to his prediction, when the acting skills of those extras improve, the Star of Tomorrow should not be so popular. The auditorium is built, and the Star of Tomorrow is not popular. Isn't this what he wants? Very good. Then Mr. Chun, where should we build this auditorium? Hu Bien thought for a while, and then asked that he had considered building an auditorium for the filming of the future Star of Tomorrow. He did not expect that Mr. Chun would make this decision directly after walking around here. Mr. Chun is really far-sighted. Let's build it in Jiangcheng, Chun Mo said casually. He thought about it. If it was built in Kyoto, it would be too easy for the extras to perform there. If it was built in Jiangcheng, the extras would need to go to Jiangcheng if they wanted to perform. In this way, he could spend some money again. Since the extras came to participate in the Star of Tomorrow, it would be no problem to reimburse them for food and accommodation. Chapter 1090 Church Arrangements. Mr. Chun, the extras are all here in Kyoto Film and Television City. If the auditorium is built in Jiangcheng, there will be some trouble during the filming of the show. Those extras don't have much income. If they participate in the recording, they will be under great pressure in terms of travel and accommodation. During this period, I also conducted an inspection in Kyoto. There are some areas outside the 7th Ring Road in Kyoto that are very good, and the transportation is very convenient. Extras can take buses or the subway. And the price of the land over there is not very high now, so would it be better to build an auditorium there? Hu Bien expressed his thoughts. It doesn't matter, the travel and accommodation issues can be easily solved. Since those extras are participating in the Rising Stars organized by us, the travel and accommodation expenses will naturally be reimbursed by us. So the accommodation and travel costs you mentioned are not a problem. There is also the location price. As for the price of the location you mentioned, even if the price in Kyoto's 7th Ring Road is not high, it is still higher than that in Jiangcheng. The amount of my investment this time is 100 million. If the auditorium is built in a low-priced area in Jiangcheng, more funds will be used for the construction of the auditorium. On the contrary, if we build an auditorium in Kyoto, a lot of money will be consumed in the construction of the auditorium, which is not cost-effective. So it is better to choose to build here in Jiangcheng. Chun Mo looked at Hu Bien and said seriously, thinking to himself how he would spend the money on travel and accommodation when building an auditorium in Kyoto. I know, Mr. Chun. Hu Bien nodded slightly, listening to Chun Mo's words. As long as you know, this project will be handed over to you, Lan Pian Entertainment. The 100 million funds will be transferred to Lan Pian Entertainment's account later. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. You can just organize the team building thing yourself in the evening, and I won't go. It's time to drink and drink. We have a day off tomorrow. Chun Mo said, got up and left the hotel, came outside the hotel, got in the car, and returned to his hotel. He has booked a flight for tomorrow, and will stay here for one night. Hu Bien and Huangning watched Mr. Chun leave, and then returned to the conference room. Director Hu, we are filming here. I'm afraid we can't deal with the construction of the auditorium right away. Huangning said, it doesn't matter. I'll report it to Mr. Luo and ask him to arrange someone to deal with the auditorium. Moreover, the construction site is in Jiangcheng, so it will be much more convenient. Hu Bian said with a smile, then took out his cell phone and called Luo Xiao. Jiangcheng, tomorrow's cafeteria. Luo Xiao slowly hung up the phone. What's going on with the crew? Wei Yin raised his head and looked at Luo Xiao. He just made a phone call to Luo Xiao and did not avoid anyone. He simply heard some content. Well, Mr. Chun went to visit the Kyoto Film and Television City. You also know that the program we are currently working on, The Star of Tomorrow, is very popular. But the location right now for the show, Rising Stars, isn't great. After Mr. Chun saw this, he decided to build an auditorium by himself to provide shooting for The Stars of Tomorrow, but the location was set in Jiangcheng. Hu Bian and the others are filming in Kyoto, so they definitely have no way to implement this project, and the location is also in Jiangcheng, so I will be responsible for it. Luo Xiao opened his mouth to explain. Well, since we are building here in Jiangcheng, we should choose to build in the east of the city. There are many industries of our Tomorrow group there, and it will be much more convenient to build there. Wei Yin nodded and said casually that it's just building an auditorium. It's not a big deal. I know this, but Mr. Chun has invested 100 million to build the auditorium this time. The specific construction method still needs to be carefully designed. If it is just a simple construction, 100 million yuan of funds will not be used at all. Luo Xiao showed some thoughts. Can we build more buildings that are taller and have more studios, similar to TV stations? We can build a big stage and then some smaller stages so that other programs of the Tomorrow Group can also be used. In the future, if you Blue Film Entertainment has other programs, you don't have to look for places online. Wei Yin opened his mouth and made some suggestions. Well, that's a good suggestion. I'll go make arrangements. Luo Xiao nodded when he heard Wei Yan's suggestion. After lunch, several people got up and left the canteen tomorrow. Wei Yin returned to his office. Not long after he sat down, there was a knock on the office door. Then the door opened and Chun Song walked in from the outside. Seeing that the person coming was Mr. Chun, he stood up and went to greet him. Sit over here, Mr. Chun. Take it to the guest area. I remember you returned to Kyoto a few days ago to participate in the project bidding. Wei Yin sat down on the sofa and asked curiously that he remembered that Mr. Chun also went to participate in the bidding for this project, but Mr. Chun had not come back yet. Chun Song did come back, which really surprised him. Oh, the project bidding matter was over last night. Didn't I have to discuss the mobile game with Mr. Wei? I flew back last night. Chun Song opened his mouth to explain that he was just going through the motions in the project bidding to see what the bidding for such a large project was like. Basically, he would have nothing to do with it. The matter of the mobile game in Jiangcheng had already entered a critical moment, so he naturally had to come back to discuss it. So that's how it is. Wei Yin nodded, and then poured a cup of tea for Chun Kong. Then let's discuss the mobile game. Okay, Mr. Wei, now the Extreme Survival mobile game and Tianlong mobile game have now entered the right track with the help of your technical team. In addition to the original modeling of your Sangshui game, we can basically use it directly in terms of modeling. So in terms of modeling, we also save a lot of workload and time. I still have to thank Mr. Wei for his help. According to the current development progress, these two mobile games will be completely developed by us almost after the new year. Chun Song was full of gratitude. If it weren't for the help of Sangshui game, even if they got the authorization of Extreme Survival and Tianlong, but if their team really develops it themselves, it will probably take a lot of time. The modeling alone will take up a lot of their time, but Sangshui Games gave them their modeling directly, and they only need to make some minor adjustments to suit mobile phone operation. Chapter 1091 New Garment Factory Arrangements. There is also some technical support. Their game development team is newly formed, and many people are technically immature. Now their game team is able to operate on its own, thanks to the help of the team dispatched by Sangshui Games. Without the help of Sangshui Games, even if they had the two games Extreme Survival and Dragon to imitate, they would probably need a long time to develop. In order to express our gratitude and technical support, we have decided to pay Mr. Wei a reward of 100 million yuan. Chun Song said with a serious look. In terms of modeling alone, if they did it themselves, they would probably need to spend a lot of money. Overall, it's almost 100 million. There is also technical support. If it is another game company, No game company is willing to provide technical support to its peers. Mr. Chun, you are too polite. We have a cooperative relationship. We provide technical support here to enable you to launch Extreme Survival and Dragon mobile games as soon as possible. The sooner it goes online, the sooner it will be profitable, and Sanshua Games will be able to get a share of the profits faster. This is a mutually beneficial and win-win matter, and there is no need to be grateful. Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. When the two mobile games, Extreme Survival and Dragon, are launched, the revenue from their Sanshua game will definitely be more than 100 million. Mr. Wei's cooperation is cooperation. This 100 million should be regarded as the modeling fees we pay. If Mr. Wei doesn't accept it, our cooperative relationship will be unbalanced. Chun Song said insistently. Seeing Chun Song's insistence, Wei Yin said nothing more. 100 million will not have any impact on both parties, and they have not made too much care about the money, and they are still the beneficiaries. Since Mr. Chen said this, I can't refuse anymore. Is this right? I wish our cooperation and friendship will last forever. Chun Song smiled when he heard this, raised his tea, and took a sip. By the way, Mr. Wei, Extreme Survival and Tianlong will probably be fully developed and launched after the year, while Freedom Battle will not be developed and launched until a year later. Why don't we develop the mobile game here first, and after 1 year of Freedom Battle, we can launch it as soon as possible. Is that so? No problem. When are you going to prepare for research and development? I will communicate with the Freedom War Department and send you a few technical personnel. Wei Yin thought for a moment and nodded. As long as it is not launched now, it will not have much impact on the Freedom War. Then I'm sorry to bother Mr. Wei. I need to set up a team here. After it's formed, I'll contact Mr. Wei. But the authorization contract can be signed first. Chun Song said slowly. That's okay, but wait a moment, I have to make a contract. Wei Yin said, and then took out his mobile phone and called Lawyer Tang. Today, all contracts of the Tomorrow Group, large and small, are basically handled by Baishu Law Firm. After all, a legal practitioner must make very strict contracts. About half an hour passed, the cell phone on the coffee table rang. Wei Yin picked it up and took a look and found that Lawyer Tang had already sent over the completed contract. He stood up and walked to the printer, quickly printed out the contract, then walked to the reception area with the contract and handed it to Chen Kong. This is the contract. Take a look at it and sign it if there are no problems. Ugh. Chun Song reached out and took the contract, then opened it and read it. 10 minutes later. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, he signed the contract directly without saying anything else. Then it will be a pleasure to work together. Seeing Chun Song sign the contract, Wei Yin smiled and extended his hand. A pleasure to work with. Chun Song also smiled and reached out to shake Wei Yin's hand. Mr. Wei, please do your business first. I'll go back and deal with the company's affairs. Well, I'll give it to you. Wei Yin stood up and sent Chun Song out the door. Chongfeng Clothing, manager's office. Jiang Cheng picked up the reported information on the table and read it carefully. After a while, after seeing all the contents clearly, he looked up at Lu Jinghua, who was sitting opposite. Now that the construction of the garment factory in Suzhou and Hangzhou has been completed, what are your plans? Should you continue to stay in the garment factory in Suwon or choose to transfer back? When they were on a business trip in the past, they had already agreed that when they completed the construction of the garment factory in Suwon, they could apply to be transferred back to Jiangcheng. Now that the construction of the garment factory has been completed, it is natural to see what those on business trips think. Mr. Jiang, before I came back, I had already communicated with the people who were on the business trip. They have no plans to come back at the moment and want to continue working at the Suwon garment factory. Lu Jinghua answered. Chongfeng Clothing here in Jiangcheng has almost developed, and if there are no surprises, there will be no changes in positions. And when they are transferred back from Suwon, they will only retain the treatment they received in Suwon, so there will be much less room for promotion in the future. But if they continue to stay in Suwon, they have a lot of room for promotion. That if you can get a promotion in Tomorrow Group, the treatment will be a qualitative improvement. Has it been decided? Jiang Cheng confirmed. We have confirmed it. Lu Jinghua nodded. Okay, let's arrange the matter at the Suwon garment factory. Jiang Cheng took a sip of the tea on the table and then looked at Lu Jinghua. Because of our reputation, The sales of our Chongfeng clothing store have not been very good. The place with good sales is Jiangcheng because the clothing factory in Jiangcheng cooperates with Nana Coffee. Now there are many Chongfeng clothing agents in Suwon, and Nana Coffee is also officially opened in Suwon. It just happens that the Chongfeng clothing agent in Suwon can cooperate with Nana Coffee. In this way, at least the agent in Suwon can also increase a lot of income. At the same time, the same is true in the Magic City, and Suwon is not far from the Magic City. So these things are handled by the clothing factory in Suwon. Jiang Cheng said seriously. After all, Jiangcheng is in the north, and it would cost a lot to handle things in the south. Now that there are clothing factories in Suzhou and Hangzhou to handle business in the south, it is more convenient. At that time, we chose to set up Chongfeng clothing branch in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and we also had this intention. Chapter 1092 Design Draft Selection. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Jingwa nodded. Well, that's all. As for the specific details of cooperation with Nana Coffee, you can communicate with Nana Coffee in detail. Jiang Cheng finally implemented the matter. Since Lu Jingwa and those who were on a business trip did not want to come back, everything would be much easier to handle. Then Mr. Jiang, I will go out first. Lu Jingwa said, got up and walked towards the office. Design department, Sister Huijun. How do you feel? Linda looked at Su Huijun in front of her, who was wearing a formal dress, and asked that Su Huijun did not answer directly, but stood in the mirror and twisted her body, taking a serious look. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction. It's very good, just what I wanted, as long as Sister Huijun likes it. A smile appeared on Linda's face. If she could satisfy this person, she would definitely place orders in the future. After all, a rich wife like this is indispensable for having best friends around her, and most of them are also rich wives. I'm very satisfied, help me install it. Su Huijun nodded and then began to unbutton the dress. Sister Huijun, let me help you. Upon seeing this, Linda hurried forward to help take off the dress, then took it aside, folded it, and put it in a bag. Do you still have food in your cafeteria at this time? Su Huijun looked at Linda, who was getting dressed, and thought of the food she had in the cafeteria last time. After she left the cafeteria that time, she and her sisters went to a very high-end restaurant in Jiangcheng for dinner at night. In the end, she found that the taste of the high-end restaurant was not as good as the canteen of the clothing factory. Linda looked at the time after hearing this and found that it was already 11:30. Sister Huijun, basically all the food in the cafeteria has been prepared at this time. Let's go over for a bite to eat later. We haven't even had lunch yet. Linda opened her mouth to invite. Since Su Huijun asked about this matter, she definitely wanted to go, so she could just invite him directly. Okay, the food in the cafeteria is delicious, better than some high-end restaurants. Su Huijun smiled and spoke that I thought to myself, I wonder what those people who say the food in the employee canteen think is not slander. It just so happened that tomorrow, her husband's company was discussing cooperation with several partners, and she had to receive the wives brought by those partners that it's not so much a reception as it is a fun time together. They have been together for many years and are considered sisters. But at this time, I knew that the food in the canteen was so delicious, so I happened to take my sister to her employee canteen to have a taste. Pack your clothes, the two of them came to the tomorrow canteen of the clothing factory together. Today's food is very different from last time. Su Huijun looked at the food in the cafeteria today and sighed. Sister Huijun, someone prepares the meals in our staff canteen every day. The dishes are different throughout the week, and there will be a good combination of meat and vegetables. Linda smiled and spoke. She is very proud of the staff canteen. She also knew about the canteens of other companies from her friends, but none of them were as good as her company's canteen. Whatever you want to eat, Sister Huijun can make it yourself. Linda took out a dinner plate and handed it to Su Huijun. Su Huijun took the plate and then looked at the dining table. This feeling of eating in the company cafeteria is still very interesting. After a while, after the two of them had lunch, Linda watched Su Huijun leave and turned back to her studio. Sister Linda, you are back. Sister Huijun is gone. Su Yanning saw Linda walking in and said, Well, he's gone. How about it? Are you satisfied with the dress we designed? Sister Huijun, I am very satisfied with the performance. That would be great. Su Zaning Samai Happy Li. She also knew a little about Su Huijun's identity. If the other party was satisfied with the dress they designed this time, then it is very likely to bring more orders in the future. Not to mention these, what is the progress of the design of the competition now? Linda smiled. Su Huijun was just an unexpected gain from the last time she participated in the competition. Even if Su Huijun is satisfied with their design and can bring in some customers, it will only increase some orders. However, there will not be much change in the current loss-making situation of Changfeng Clothing that if they want to change the current situation of Changfeng Clothing, their current clothing design competition is a good way. Therefore, the main goal at the moment is still to focus on the design competition. This is a manuscript I made based on our previous inspiration. There are 4 in total. Sister Linda, you can take a look. Su Yining heard Linda's words and then took out 4 design manuscripts from the table nearby. Let me see. Linda reached out and took the manuscript handed over by Su Yining, then looked at it carefully and quickly put one of the manuscripts aside. This manuscript is a bit unoriginal and doesn't need it. While talking, he took out another manuscript and put it aside. Well, this manuscript is somewhat similar to the design that was eliminated in the top 16. The novelty is very good, but the judges obviously don't like this design style, so don't use it. Well, the remaining 2 manuscripts are both very good, but it is better to make some adjustments. The pattern of this sleeve is a bit old, and you can change other patterns. In addition, the collar of this manuscript is a little inconsistent, but it can be changed. Linda put the 2 manuscripts in her hand on the table and pointed out the shortcomings of the 2 manuscripts at the moment. She had no way to confirm which manuscript to take to participate in the competition. She could only make a judgment based on the final draft after completing both manuscripts. Sister Linda, what do you think if the color here is changed to gray-blue? If it is gray-blue, the color tone of the whole clothing will change. The whole needs to be changed. You can try it and see the effect. Then change it later and see. The 2 discussed seriously in the design room. This design competition is very important for Changfeng Clothing, and they must take it seriously. Jiangcheng, Baishu Law Firm. In the conference room, Tang Qiu looked at the 66 trainee lawyers in the conference room. You have joined the law firm for more than a year and have experienced a lot of training. But to become a formal lawyer, you still have to pass the last Bar Association exam. The law firm has registered all of you. The exam time is divided into 3 days. You will take the exam. The specific exam information has been sent to your mobile phones. You can check it yourself. Whether you can become a formal lawyer and change the green book in your hand to a red book depends on this exam. Chapter 1093. The competition begins. Tang Qiu looked at the 66 trainee lawyers in the conference room and sighed in her heart. After more than a year, these trainee lawyers are finally going to the last step. She is not sure how many of these 66 trainee lawyers will pass the Bar Association exam this time. According to the assessments over the past year and the public welfare legal aid in recent months, if these trainee lawyers can perform normally and pass the Bar Association's assessment, there will definitely be no problem. But it is often the most difficult to perform normally. There will be many factors that affect the performance during the on-site examination, so she is not sure how many of these trainee lawyers will be able to pass the exam in the next few days. However, it is very good that 40 of the 66 trainee lawyers can pass the exam, and the N.40 formal lawyers are already a very large scale for a law firm. Tang Qiu thought secretly in her heart, looking at the interns who were discussing in a low voice in the conference room at this time, wondering who among these people will be able to successfully become a regular lawyer in a few days. A few days later, the fate of these people will also change. Those who can be regular lawyers will definitely receive a corresponding increase in treatment. However, the intern lawyers who have not been formally converted will have to maintain their previous treatment. Another point is that she is the only formal lawyer in the law firm now, and the law firm cannot be supported by her alone, but still needs many mature lawyers to support it. These mature lawyers will appear among the intern lawyers who have been formally converted this time, and the intern lawyers who have not been formally converted this time will lag behind a lot. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. I'll mainly talk about the exam. This exam is still very important to you. I hope you will take it seriously. After Tang Qiu finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room. Back to the office, sitting at the desk and pouring himself a cup of coffee. After the Bar Association exam is over, the law firm is officially on the right track. Because of the training of these intern lawyers, she has no other business in the past year or so except for a lawsuit with Chongfeng Clothing. After the Bar Association exam is over, many intern lawyers will be formally converted, and she doesn't need to put too much energy on training intern lawyers. More things can be put on the business of the law firm. The law firm has been losing money for more than a year, and it is time to consider turning losses into profits. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Then the office door was opened, and Su Wan walked in. Mr. Tang. Well, what's the matter? Tang Xiu looked at Su Wan, who came in, and asked, Mr. Tang, haven't we been doing public welfare legal aid before? During this period, we also met some people with practical problems. When we become regular employees, some clients want us to help them represent. Should we take them? Su Wan looked at Tang Xiu and asked. They still attracted the trust of many users by doing legal aid. It all depends on you. If you become regular employees, you can take it if you are sure. Tang Xiu said lightly. She also understood the problems encountered in public welfare legal aid. Basically, they are all trivial matters that IT is not too difficult. After these trainee lawyers become regular employees, they can also have some training by taking some such cases. I understand, Mr. Tang. I'll talk to them after the Bar Association exam is over. So why not that? Well, do you have confidence in tomorrow's Bar Association exam? Tang Xiu nodded, then looked at Su Wan. I definitely have some confidence, but I'm not sure if I can pass it 100%. Su Wan answered. She was still confident in her ability, but she was not 100% sure if she could really pass the exam. Don't be nervous, just play normally. The Bar Association exam is not that difficult. You have a solid foundation, so don't worry too much. I understand, Mr. Tang. I'll go back and prepare for tomorrow's exam. Well, go ahead. Jiangcheng Sports Center. I counted and found that there are many more people watching the event this time than last year. Du Zeding stood high up in the backstage and looked through the window at the already full seats in the sports center. For the official competition last year, in order to create an atmosphere on the scene, the ticket prices were basically 5 or 10 yuan to attract people to watch. Even some places farther away were free. The purpose is to attract more people to watch the game and make the atmosphere more lively. But this time is different. The official event this time only made an official preview. There is also the promotion from Hoda Live, and there is no extra promotion. But even so, the lowest ticket is 30 yuan per ticket, and the tickets with better seats are more than 300 yuan. They were sold out in 2 or 3 days. After all, the popularity of extreme survival has reached its peak, and there are more and more players, and there will definitely be more and more people watching the event. And esports events are relatively mature, especially those that will be added next year. I dare say there will be even more people watching next year. Yao Bagua looked at the lively scene outside and said with a smile, This is indeed true. I am already looking forward to the tournament starting next year. Du Ziteng Smiled. Starting next year, both Extreme Survival and Freedom Battle will have a very systematic event process. This is a very good thing for gaming clubs. After all, the more events there are, the more opportunities the professional teams and their clubs will have to play, and the more opportunities they have to play, the more opportunities they will have to show their faces that if you play well, you can attract a certain number of fans, which has a great relationship with the development of the club. Therefore, after the BL Game Club systemizes the official competition this time, there will definitely be more teams participating in the competition next year. There will be a better thing next year. Our competition base will be built next year. All official events in the future will basically be held at the competition base. I don't know if Mr. Du has gone to the competition base to have a look. Now the main body has been built. Only some details are missing. Yao Bei would turn to look at Du Zeding and ask that I ask the person in charge of organizing official events. He is very much looking forward to the event base. When he has time, you will pay attention to the progress of the project there. Chapter 1094. Performance, I haven't seen it. Du Zeding shook his head. He knew about the competition-based project and where the location was, but knowing that it was still under construction, I went over to take a look. When the construction is completed, I will take you over to take a look. You will definitely be shocked. Yao Bagua said. This is the largest competition base he has ever seen. The overall structure is not much different from that of a stadium. However, in order for the spectators who come to watch the game to have a good viewing experience, for large ultra-high-definition screens are arranged directly above the stadium. Even the spectators sitting at the furthest distance can still see the details of the stadium very well. There is also the seating arrangement. They are not the hard seats of other stadiums. They are very comfortable seats. Moreover, there is a very luxurious rest and preparation room at the backstage of the arena. Even the team members will have no problem resting in it, that he believes that as long as the competition base is completed, it will definitely become a holy place for competitions in the gaming circle. Since Mr. Yao said this, I will definitely go over and take a look when I have time. Du Zedong smiled, then looked at the time. The game is about to start. Let's go to the lounge and get ready to watch the game. Okay, your team Tiange won the championship last time, so there should be no problem this time. Yao Beihua nodded and walked to the lounge with Du Zedong. The field of extreme survival has changed too much, and it is uncertain whether we can win the championship. Du Zedong shook his head. Extreme survival has a certain amount of luck in the game mechanism. If you have bad luck during the game, every game will be a circle of punishment, that in this case. Even if you are very strong, it will be difficult to achieve good results. On the contrary, it's you. The winning team was disbanded and leased to other teams. There is no way around this. As the organizer, the team we formed ourselves has no way to participate in the official events we organize. And those children are very talented in gaming. It would be a pity not to participate in official competitions, so we let them go. Yao Beihua sighed. If their team had not been disbanded, they would have been a favorite to win the championship. But there is no way. There is no way to ensure fairness when the organizer's own team participates in the competition. In this era of the internet, as the host team, it would be okay if it does not get results. But if you win the championship in your own event, there will definitely be a lot of gossip. He could already predict the content of those words. For example, there is definitely an inside story about this competition. The organizer must have made some tricks for his team. That is, he must be controlling the circle. I don't believe the circle shape will be that good. What kind of competition is there? Just give awards to your own team. That's true. Those kids are very talented. It would be a shame if they couldn't play in official games. Du Zedong sighed. A professional player with goals and ideas wants to win the final championship in the official professional arena. The official professional championship is the greatest honor for professional players. While the two were talking, they had already entered the nearest lounge to wait for the game to start. The professional players had already arrived backstage in advance to prepare for the entrance. Away! Backstage at the arena, Zhang Jiu looked at Wei not far away and shouted, Zhang Jiu, long time no see. Wei turned around when he heard the sound and found that it was Zhang Jiu whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He walked over with a smile. When the Tange Club held the Tange Cup before, they stayed at the Tange Club and communicated with Zhang Jiu and the others for many days. That IT was also through communication with Zhang Jiu and the others that they made great progress in the way they played the game, and they won the final championship. I heard that you and Ahai joined a new team. What's going on? The four of you have already gotten along well. Why do you want to change to a new team? Zhang Jiu asked. When he saw the list of participating teams 2 days ago, he knew that Wei and the others had gone to other teams. We are an official team, and there is no way to participate in official events held at home, so the club manager communicated with us. Finally, let's go to other teams, so we can participate in official events. Wei looked at Zhang Jiu and explained, That's okay, but we will become competitors in our competition. I will not show mercy to you when I meet you. Zhang Jiu smiled and spoke. They are friends in private, but in competition, there is no such thing as friends. After all, there is only one champion. I won't be merciful, but after your team has been working together for so long, it is still very possible to win the championship. You are not bad either. You and Ahai are both in charge, a free agent with great potential, and the other two members of the new team were not weak in strength in the last competition. In addition, Ling Dang and Beast, the two assaulters, are also very powerful. The command and operation of the new team is also very good. You join 2 teams respectively, which will be a reinforcement for both teams. No matter how strong you are, it only takes a month to get used to it, which is still too short and may not be effective in the game. Wei shook his head and said, Who knows? The game is all about performance. I wish us all good results. Zhang Jiu spoke and then walked back to his team. Dao Wei also returned to his team and then saw his former teammates. Ling Deng and Shou Shou encouraged each other before entering the arena. This competition is also very important to them. If they can achieve good results or even win the championship, their worth will also increase. And if the two teams he and Ling Deng joined both achieve top results, then it also has a very good publicity effect for the BL Game Club. Now that the BL Game Club has no way to participate in official events held at home, it has begun to train new professional players, then make a profit through leasing. This method requires the few people they leave to perform in other teams, so that more teams can pay attention to the BL Game Club and then rent players from the BL Game Club. Soon all teams entered the arena and began to enter the preparation stage. Today is just the knockout round, because there are more teams participating this time and their strengths are also uneven. This time's knockout round is to eliminate those teams that are not very strong, and these teams will definitely have no problems in the knockout round. Chapter 1095 Competition System. The game started on time. There are a total of 20 teams today, 6 games, and the bottom 8 teams with points will be directly eliminated. Time passes little by little, until the end of the 6th game at 10 p.m. Du Zeding looked at Yao Bei was sitting beside him with a relaxed expression. It seems that this knockout round is still very simple for our teams that have been operating for a year. Just after the game ended, basically all mature teams that have been established for more than a year performed very well in this knockout round. For these teams, this knockout round is nothing more than a process. Well, I think there should be some changes to next year's competition format. Yao Beiguo looked at today's list of promoted teams and said slowly, "There are now more than 100 teams participating in official competitions, and the strength of some of these teams is simply not suitable for participating in such a competition. The difference in strength is really too big. Remember, next year, there will be one official competition and one for the secondary league. Every year, we play a secondary league first, and the top 30 teams can participate in the official competition. In this way, the number of teams in the main competition will be limited, and the official competition can be conducted more easily. It doesn't have to be like this, where we need to hold knockout tournaments over many days." Du Zeding expressed his thoughts. This promotion and relegation competition system is adopted by many games. It is a good competition system that has been summarized from many years of practice. Well, we really need to use this method to select the teams that will enter the official competition. But there is no need to pass the secondary league screening. Our purpose of setting up the secondary league is to give those teams that are not yet famous a space to perform. The teams that have entered the main draw can completely arrange a separate promotion and relegation competition after all the events of the World Championship for a year. In this promotion and relegation competition, we will determine which teams will participate in the main draw. As for the secondary league, my plan is that the top 10 teams in the secondary league every year can directly participate in official competitions. In this way, there will be 10 teams that came up from the secondary league and 30 teams that can participate in the main competition. The top 30 teams in the end will be the main competition teams in the new year. After listening to Du Zeding's words, Yao Beiguo thought for a moment and then expressed his thoughts about the competition. This way, at least it can be guaranteed that the strength of the first 40 teams is very powerful, and the strength of the teams will not be uneven. Well, your competition system is indeed more complete, so how will you choose next year's main draw quota this year?" Du Zeding heard Yao Beiguo's words and nodded in agreement. The competition system method proposed by Yao Beiguo is indeed more detailed than what he proposed. This year, it's easy to say that the top 40 teams in the Chinese division will directly qualify for promotion and relegation. After this competition, we will hold a promotion and relegation competition first after the year. The top 40 teams from the Chinese division will participate in this competition, and the top 30 teams will qualify for next year's official competition and competing for the final spot in the World Championship. At the same time, when the main match is taking place, the secondary league will also be held accordingly. After the World Championship ends, the 30 teams in the main draw that year will compete with the top 10 teams in the secondary league for the new year's main draw spots in the promotion and relegation competition. Yao Bagwood directly expressed his thoughts as for why we talk about the Chinese division. It's because this competition is global, with more than 100 teams, including teams formed by other countries, coming to compete. Next year, division into divisions will begin. From now on, every year in each division, corresponding teams will be selected to enter the World Championship. Then all the teams that enter the World Championship will enter the World Championship, which can be regarded as the most formal and grand competition in extreme survival in the future. And his competition selection this time is for their Chinese division. So he has to choose the top 40 teams in the Chinese division. As for teams in other divisions, they naturally have their own selection systems. This is still the cycle that Mr. Yao wants. In this way, a good competition system will be formed. Tomorrow's Cup, City League, School League, select teams to participate in the secondary league. And the secondary league is to select teams to participate in the promotion and relegation competition. The promotion and relegation competition is used to select teams that will participate in the official competition of the division in the new year. In the end, the official main competition selects the teams that will enter the World Championship. And the World Championship, which is highly anticipated, will naturally select the world champion. Du Zedong said with emotion that Yao Bagwo was worthy of being a professional manager of an established gaming club and was much more experienced than him. It's better to be reminded by Mr. Du, Yao Bagwo said politely, then stood up and walked outside the lounge. Since the format needs to be changed, I need to produce the change format as soon as possible and then release it. That's true. The sooner those teams know about it, the better. Otherwise, if it is announced after the game, some people may be dissatisfied. Du Zedong stood up and followed him. Now that the game was over, he naturally wanted to return to his team's lounge to congratulate him. The next day, Kyoto, Film and Television City. Gah! The shooting was very good past. Yu Zheng looked at the scene in the camera, smiled and nodded. The filming of Jiu-Jitsu 2 has lasted for a week, and Wang Chang's performance is getting better and better. In addition, this character fits Wang Chang's image very well, and the current filming is very smooth. Director Yu, is there no problem? Wang Chang came over a little worried. Since the filming of Jiu-Jitsu 2 started, every day's filming has gone very smoothly, which made him very worried that I'm afraid that if I don't shoot well, it will affect the quality of my new work. Of course, there's no problem. Your acting skills are getting more and more natural. If you don't believe me, you can check it out for yourself. Yu Zheng replayed the clip he had just taken. Wang Chang looked at it carefully and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, and then nodded with confidence. Let me just say, there is no problem. This script suits you very well. Come on, let's go over there and take a rest. There's no part for you today. I just have something to talk to you about. Yu Zheng pointed at the rest area in front. Wang Chang walked over directly after hearing this. After sitting down, he looked at Yu Zheng curiously. Director Yu, what's going on? Ha! Of course it's a good thing. The salary for Detective Chinatown has come down. After tax, your 100 million will be divided into 110 million. In the past 2 working days, the money will be transferred directly to the company account of Lampion Entertainment. Remember to check with the company. Yu Zheng said with a smile. Chapter 1096, Continue Cooperation? I know, Director Yu. Wang Chang was overjoyed when he heard this. The salary finally came down, and it was still 110 million yuan. I saw other actors from Blue Film Entertainment starring in Blue Film Entertainment's own works. The popularity of each work generated billions of box office revenue for the group. For more than a year, his salary was only a few million at most, which was really too little. And this time, the 100 million salary was finally a small breakthrough. The next step is the filming of Jiu-Jitsu 2. Jiu-Jitsu 2 is as popular as Jiu-Jitsu 1. As long as he works hard on filming, the box office will not be too bad after it is released during the Spring Festival. By the way, in addition to calling you here today to talk about the remuneration, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Yu Zheng looked at Wang Chang and said, Director Yu, tell me. Wang Chang spoke. It's like this. Detective Chinatown is also a hit now, and the screenwriter has already started working on the second part of Detective Chinatown. So I still want to invite you to be the starring role in Chinatown Detective 2. Yu Zheng looked at Wang Chang and expressed his thoughts. Chinatown Detective is also a hit movie. If a second part is made, it will definitely still receive the same popularity as the first one. Therefore, when shooting the second part, as long as the second part is not particularly rubbish, there will be no loss out of course. This premise is to ensure that Wang Chong is still the leading actor. The two movies, Jiu 2 and Detective Chinatown, have deeply engraved the image of Wang Chong in the minds of the audience that if the second starring role of Chinatown Detective does not include Wang Changhua, the popularity of this movie will definitely drop a lot. There is also no problem with Wang Chong's acting skills, and with the filming of several movies, his acting skills have improved a lot compared to before. Wang Chong will continue to star in the next movies, which will greatly improve the quality of the movies that is no matter what. He hoped that Wang Chong could continue filming the second part of Chinatown Detective, but the contract he signed with Blue Film Entertainment was for the two movies Jiu 2 and Chinatown Detective. Therefore, the filming of Chinatown Detective 2 still needs to be discussed with Wang Chong. When Wang Chong heard Yu Zheng's question, he smiled and shook his head. Director Yu, you shouldn't ask me about this matter. You should ask Mr. Luo. I'm just an actor under Blue Picture Entertainment. Whether I can continue to cooperate with you, Director Yu, depends on Blue Picture Entertainment's decision. Wang Chong, you look honest, but you are not stupid at all. Yu Zheng looked at Wang Chong and shook his head. Although the final decision on your film and television shooting lies with Lampion Entertainment, I am not unaware of Lampion Entertainment's attitude towards you. As long as you express that you want to continue filming Chinatown Detective 2, I don't think Blue Film Entertainment will stop you. He still has a certain understanding of Blue Film Entertainment, which is very different from other entertainment companies. Other entertainment companies basically focus on squeezing artists. Basically, resources are invested in the top stars to make them more popular. And those actors who are not very famous can only struggle at the bottom, unless one day they become popular because of a certain work. Only then will the entertainment company take you seriously and give you more resources. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for you to gain greater attention in those entertainment companies. It is very realistic that IT is completely different in Blue Film Entertainment. Resources are basically given to everyone evenly and are allocated entirely according to strength. Moreover, the contract also gives those people a lot of freedom. As long as you want to leave Blue Picture Entertainment, you can directly apply to terminate the contract as long as it does not violate the interests of Lampion Entertainment or Tomorrow Group. You will not be asked to pay any breach of contract fees. This is the first entertainment company he has seen that dares to do this. But for now, no Blue Film Entertainment artist wants to leave Blue Film Entertainment. There is also the artist's right to choose, which I understand from the past few contracts and meals that he knows that Blue Film Entertainment gives artists great freedom of choice. If Wang Chong expresses his desire to continue starring in Chinatown Detective 2, Blue Film Entertainment will not stop him. Then, I will communicate with Mr. Luo later. When Wang Chong heard Yu Zheng's words, he smiled and scratched his head. The reason why he didn't agree immediately was because he was worried that Blue Film Entertainment would have other arrangements for him next year, that IT would be bad if he agreed now and affected Blue Film Entertainment's arrangements for next year. Oh! Yu Zheng looked at Wang Chong and said nothing in the end. Although he is very optimistic about Wang Chong, he is not sweet in his coercion, and the conditions he gave are already very good. The box office is divided into shares. Very few film crews can give actors such conditions that if this is the case and Wang Chong cannot be retained, then there is no need to continue to retain him. Well, Director Yu, I'm going back first. Wang Chong stood up to say goodbye and then returned to where he lived. After washing up briefly, he took out his cell phone and called Luo Xiao. Now Mr. Wang from Blue Picture Entertainment has gone out to shoot a movie. Mr. Luo is currently in charge of all the big and small things in the company. The call will be answered soon. Mr. Luo's voice came over. Wang Chong, what's the matter? Mr. Luo, I have two things to tell you. Go ahead. Luo Xiao heard Wang Chong's words and spoke. Mr. Luo, the first thing is that the salary for Chinatown Detective has come down. A total of 110 million, which will be transferred to the company's account in the next 2 days. Well, I know about this. After the salary arrives, I will ask the finance department to calculate your share as soon as possible, and then transfer the salary after the share to your personal account. Mr. Luo, there is no rush for the share. The second thing is that Director Yu is preparing to shoot Chinatown Detective 2, and wants me to be the leading actor. I want to ask Mr. Luo what he thinks." Wang Chong quickly said his thoughts. "What do you think?" Luo Xiao heard Wang Chong's words and did not answer directly, but asked back. Wang Chong thought for a while and spoke slowly after hearing this. "My idea is that I have already filmed the first part of Chinatown Detective, so it would be very suitable to film the second part. Also, Director Yu and I have collaborated on 2 works together, so we are very familiar with each other. If we continue to work together, we will have a better understanding. Another point is that Director Yu's salary is also very high, and Chinatown Detective has become a hit, so if we film the second part, the popularity will be much higher." Chapter 1097 Wang Chong's choice. Wang Chong briefly expressed his thoughts and then changed his tone. "But if Mr. Luo has other arrangements, I will naturally follow the company's arrangements." The ultimate purpose of his call today was the final question, that if there were no arrangements with Lampion Entertainment, he would naturally be inclined to continue cooperating with Yu Zheng. "On this matter, since you have cooperated well with Director Yu, let's continue to cooperate. When you work at our Blue Film Entertainment, you can do whatever you want, as long as what you do does not harm the interests of Tomorrow Group." Luo Xiao said without hesitation that the movies and TV series at Blue Picture Entertainment were still being filmed, and no matter what, the new work will not be confirmed until next year, and it is unknown what kind of work will be shot next year, and what kind of actors will be needed. It is obviously unreasonable to keep Wang Chong at this time. And Wang Chong is doing well with Yu Zheng, and has already appeared in 2 good movies one after another. In addition, the salary and benefits are not bad, so continuing to cooperate is obviously the most suitable. "Thank you, Mr. Luo." Wang Chong heard Mr. Luo's answer and quickly thanked him. "What's there to thank you for? Just settle the contract matters yourself. I'll send you a contract template. You can just print it out yourself." Luo Xiao said nonchalantly that now Blue Film Entertainment has more and more projects, and he no longer personally handles the contracts for its actors to join the crew. Just make sure there are no problems with the contract, and then let the artists below sign it themselves. Moreover, he has arranged agents for these artists, so there is no need for the artists to worry too much. After chatting briefly for a few more words, Luo Xiao hung up and nodded, picked up the teacup on the table, drank the remaining tea, then got up and walked out of the office. Come outside. Then he went straight to the animation department of Blue Film and Television. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Entering the studio of the animation department, a group of employees saw Luo Xiao walking in and quickly stood up to say hello. "Everyone sit down." Luo Xiao looked at everyone who was standing up and pressed his palms. Now the animation department has been established, but no managers have been selected yet. That's what I planned. Now the direction of animation production has been set, which is to produce animation according to the world background of Freedom War. I will send the scripts of the first few episodes to the work group tomorrow. You can create based on the scripts. If you don't understand any specific details, you can discuss them with Lu Run and Su Yuan from Sangshua Game Department. They will give you detailed advice. What's left is the selection of managers. I'll give you 2 months to make the first few episodes of the anime movie. I will select you based on your work performance during this period. Who has outstanding abilities, who has outstanding performance, who has contributed the most to the project. All of this will be the key to your election as manager. During this period, I will also arrange for several temporary managers to manage. They are also the key to scoring you. Okay, that's it. Luo Xiao looked at everyone in the studio, turned around, and left after finishing speaking. The team formation this time was all formed by new people. Mainly Sangshua Games also formed a new team. And this time the new team also has a very large demand for personnel. In terms of technical personnel, Sangshua Games has no way to provide them with any personnel support. The only thing that can be done is to send a few managers to help manage it, and then let the entire animation department operate. Normally, after their animation department selects management, they will return to Sangshua Games. Therefore, the management selection this time must be stricter, and everything should be based on strength. The first work of the animation department is very critical, and there is still the popularity of Freedom War. If this is the case, the animation will not become popular. Then the establishment of this animation department was a failure. Thinking in my mind, I have returned to the office that he wanted to write a report about Wang Chong's remuneration just now. This 110 million yuan remuneration is already a very good income, Tomorrow community inside the gym. After Chen Mo finished his last fitness move, he sat down on the seat beside him to rest. Hearing the system message that the sign-in was successful, a smile appeared on his face. After his persistent training, he finally clocked in for a month. The system also added a number of draws for him. I don't know what rewards I will get in this lottery. Chen Mo was immersed in the system panel, looked at the lottery button, and clicked the lottery button without hesitation that the host starts the lottery. In the lottery, Chen Mo waited expectantly for the results of the lottery, and soon the system's voice sounded again that the lottery is over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the asset fragments. Chen Mo was stunned when he looked at the prize that was finally drawn out. What the hell is asset fragmentation? However, I soon discovered that a fragment mall appeared in the system interface, and the asset fragment display in the upper right corner was one. Clicking into the mall, I found that there are many works from my previous life in the mall. For example, songs from my previous life, movies from my previous life. 10 fragments can be exchanged for a song from my previous life, and 15 fragments can be exchanged for a script from my previous life. This is too dark. Chen Mo couldn't help but complain that he had to train for 10 months to get 10 fragments. After training for 10 months, he can get a song from his previous life. This is too much of a scam. Then why should I train? Chen Mo was ready to give up the idea of continuing to train, but when he clicked on the second page of the mall, he saw some unexpected rewards that as long as he collected 25 asset fragments, he could exchange for any fixed asset in Tomorrow Group, that if he collected 25 fragments and directly exchanged for an office building, wouldn't his fixed assets be directly increased by hundreds of millions? And this only requires him to train for 25 months, which is 2 years and 1 month. After 2 years of training, he can get a fixed asset worth hundreds of millions. Isn't this more reliable than his settlement? I don't know how many times I have settled my accounts, and my personal assets total only a few million. Well, half of them were contributed by Wang Yang. But now I know the use of these asset fragments. 25 asset fragments can be exchanged for fixed assets worth hundreds of millions. That I must continue this exercise. Chen Mo thought to himself, and then he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Tomorrow is a new month that a trip to Kyoto yielded a desert oasis project, and the auditorium can also consume 100 million. Chapter 1098. Overseas market for really good canned food. Now I know that by collecting 25 asset fragments, you can obtain fixed assets worth hundreds of millions. Chen Mo smiled unconsciously, and now it seemed that he was finally about to turn a corner. The next day, overseas, in front of a supermarket, that a group of people quickly rushed into the supermarket and ran straight to the canned aisle. Finally, I stopped in the brand area of Jinhao Can, and then quickly put Jinhao Can in my shopping cart. Before long, the shelves were stripped of really good cans. There is none left. No more. Hello, can you give me some cans? No. I like eating this can very much. Where's the supermarket manager? Why haven't you restocked the shelves yet? Supermarket manager. In the supermarket, a group of people who had not bought cans began to approach the supermarket staff and ask loudly. After a while, a supermarket manager came over, looked at the people gathered, and explained. Sorry, this can is currently out of stock in the supermarket. When will the goods be available? We don't know yet. This really good can is a new brand, so it's still on trial sale and has not been purchased on a large scale yet. The supermarket manager explained that he never imagined that a can that had just been in the supermarket for a month would be so popular. Of course, this is all thanks to the tasting event some time ago. Every customer who enters the supermarket can taste the really good canned food. This was the first time he had seen a product advertised like this, but the effect was surprisingly good. Of those who tasted the cans, 90% thought they were delicious, and some began to go to supermarkets to buy them. As the tasting activities continued, more and more customers bought the really good cans, and they gradually began to compete for them. As the scramble for cans began, some people who did not know the situation saw many people scrambling for the cans and began to join in. In the end, it evolved into the situation that he has also tasted the so-called really good canned food. In terms of texture and taste, it is indeed much better than those canned food on the market. More importantly, the price of cans is not cheap in supermarkets, but it is a little cheaper than cans of a larger brand, and the taste is indeed better than that of the big brand. And in this way, Many people feel that it is much more cost-effective to buy this really good can. He also stocked up on 2 boxes of canned beef. Of course, what makes those people rush to buy it is that the taste of the can is really good. There is always an indescribable feeling about other cans that they are not fresh, but Jahao canned food is different. Whether it's canned fruit or canned meat, it feels fresh when you eat it. Jui Group. Inside an office, Tina was looking at the work report on the computer, but soon an assistant sent a report. Looking at the report on the table, Tina picked it up directly. This was a report on the current really good cans. Naturally, she had to read it carefully. After a while, Tina put the report on the table with a face of joy. She never thought that such a good can would be robbed like crazy. This tasting activity was really useful. She used the big screen outside to advertise about the really good cans, but there was no change in sales. However, after the tasting event, the sales of Jinhao cans have increased significantly, and now there is a frantic rush to buy them. Thinking of this, Tina looked up at her assistant and said, "Notice, we will gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. Okay, Manager Tina." After hearing this, the assistant turned and left the office. Tina sat at the desk, sorted out the information for a while, then got up and left the office. Come to the conference room. At this time, the conference room was full of people. "Is everyone here?" Tina turned to look at the assistant. "Manager Tina, everyone is here." The assistant spoke. After hearing this, Tina sat down directly on the front seat and looked at everyone in the conference room. "Have you all heard the news about the canned goods being sold in various supermarkets? Many supermarkets are now asking for more supplies. How much reserve of really good cans do we still have in our warehouse?" Tina looked at the person in charge of the warehouse. They only purchased 500 million cans this time. The cans have been robbed like crazy in the past few days. The really good cans in the warehouse are also being consumed, and she wants to find out how long they can sell the really good cans currently in stock in the warehouse. "Manager Tina, there are currently 2/3 of the cans left in the warehouse. If we don't increase the number of supermarkets where we put them, the current sales situation will be different. With the current warehouse inventory, we can probably support it for another month. But if really good cans were put into more supermarkets, it might last even shorter," the person in charge of the warehouse said. Tina nodded slightly when she heard the words of the warehouse manager. This situation now shows that really good cans are popular with them. In this case, we can continue to negotiate with Jinhao Can for continued supply. After all, Jinhao canned food has been confirmed by the market here, so after their sales expansion, the consumption of canned food will definitely not be satisfied by a few hundred million. It is necessary to sign a continuous supply contract with Jinhao canned food. After confirming this, Tina had already made a decision in her heart, and looked at the head of the sales department and said, "We must put Jinhao canned food in more supermarkets, but the current number of Jinhao canned food in the warehouse is not enough to support our placement in more supermarkets. So I will discuss with Jinhao canned food in the next 2 days to increase the supply. And before the canned food arrives, what you need to do is to communicate with the owners of those supermarkets in advance. When the canned food arrives, it will be sent to various supermarkets for sale immediately." "Okay, Manager Tina, we will complete it as soon as possible." The sales manager nodded hurriedly. After arranging the sales, Tina looked at the sales department. "At present, Jinhao canned food has been confirmed by the market, so we need to increase investment in publicity. There is also the tasting event, which is the most fundamental reason why Jinhao canned food is snapped up. So don't launch this tasting event. After Jinhao canned food enters those new supermarkets, we must immediately carry out tasting events for publicity." "Okay, Manager Tina." The manager of the publicity department nodded hurriedly. Tina looked down at the materials she prepared and then arranged some things, and then directly announced the adjournment of the meeting. After leaving the meeting room, she walked directly to the office of the group president. She still had to report the matter of Jinhao canned food to her superiors that by the way, apply for more budget. Chapter 1099 5 billion. Tina came to the president's office, knocked on the door, and then walked in. A middle-aged blonde man sat at the desk in the office. "What's the matter?" Bran looked at Tina, who came in, and asked, "Mrs. Bu, it's about Jinhao canned food." Tina walked to the desk and sat down. "What happened to Jinhao canned food?" Bran looked at Tina. He had already handed over the Jinhao canned food project to Tina. That IT has only been a month since Jinhao canned food came to the overseas market, and no one knows what happened. It's like this. Tina briefly recounted what happened to Jinhao canned food in recent times. Brand heard Tina's story and then looked at Tina with a surprised face that he handed over Jinhao canned food to Tina just to try to introduce a new canned food brand, that he also watched some videos of the canning factory of that new brand and directly selected the Jinhao canned food brand based on the report of the joint inspection team, 500 million, just to test the waters and see how popular Jinhao canned food is overseas. But I never thought that this Jinhao canned food was just introduced for about a month and was directly snapped up by customers. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Tina. I already know about this matter. What do you plan to do? Mrs. Boo, this is my plan. Now the popularity of Jinhao canned food in the overseas market is already an undoubted thing. Now we haven't expanded the publicity and put Jinhao canned food in more supermarkets. If we expand the publicity now and put Jinhao canned food in more supermarkets, the sales of Jinhao canned food will definitely increase rapidly. So I plan to have a deeper cooperation with Jinhao canned food and introduce Jinhao canned food into the overseas market on a large scale. Tina quickly told her ideas. Brand nodded slightly after hearing what Tina said, and the other party said there was no problem. Then how much money do you think is appropriate for large-scale introduction? I think there is no problem with 5 billion for the first batch of goods. When the market expands, we will adjust it according to the sales of Jinhao canned food. 5 billion is not a small amount, and Jinhao canned food is only very popular at this stage, and it is very likely to open high and close low. I think the probability of opening high and closing low is not high. The biggest attraction of Jinhao canned food now is the taste of canned food. As long as the taste of Jinhao canned food maintains the current quality, there may not be any crazy rush in sales, but the sales volume in the future will definitely not be less, Tina said confidently. After leaving the Jinhao canning factory, she was very confident in Jinhao canned food. The Jinhao canning factory, whether it is employees or workshops, is in a very good state. The machines in the workshop are the most advanced machines, and the employees are also very patient during work. She believes that Jinhao canned food will continue to maintain the taste of canned food. Brand looked at Tina seriously and smiled after a while. Since you are so confident, I will invest 5 billion first. I will communicate with the financial department. Just do it. I hope you won't let me down. Thank you for your trust. Tina was delighted and then thanked her. Leaving the office, Tina quickly communicated with the team at Jinhao canned food that a 5 billion order is not a small amount. Whether it is the contract or the quantity of each canned food ordered, detailed data is required. Jiangcheng, Jinhao canned food, employee cafeteria. Several men in formal suits are eating food in the cafeteria quickly. Not long after, a person's cell phone suddenly rang. Owen picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and then quickly answered the call. Manager Tina, what's the matter? What are you doing? Why is it so noisy there? Tina heard the sound on the other end of the phone and asked in confusion. We're eating in the employee cafeteria. It's noon now. Owen explained. Oh, I have something to arrange for you. Now Jinhao canned food is very popular overseas. The headquarters is ready to cooperate with Jinhao canned food. For the next first batch of goods, we will buy 5 billion canned food. You will be responsible for this matter. As for the proportion of each canned food to be purchased, it will be sent to your mobile phone later. Please check it yourself. Tina arranged the canned food in detail. Okay, Manager Tina, I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Owen heard Tina's words and responded quickly. Looking at his colleagues who had finished their meal and were about to continue to serve food, he felt a little anxious. There are 2 dishes he likes today, and he is going to order some more. If he goes too late, there will be no more. Okay, then you should get things done as soon as possible, and let Jinhao canned food ship as soon as possible. We are going to expand the sales range of canned food. Tina gave instructions, and then thought of something and asked a question. You have been at Jinhao canned food for a month. Are you used to it? If not, I will organize another team here to rotate with you. Jinhao canned food is a foreign country anyway. She is worried that the team there will not adapt to the life there. If so, they will definitely complain after working for a long time. But this is easy to solve. Just organize another team for business trips, and the 2 teams will take turns to work at Jinhao canned food. Owen heard Tina's words and shook his head. Manager Tina, this is not a problem. We are still used to staying here, so there is no need for shifts. It would be better to arrange the shift workers to work in other places. He is very nourishing at Jinhao canned food now, especially in terms of food. There are only a few things to eat every day in China: hamburgers, fried chicken, steak, some food. They have eaten enough, but it is different in China. There are too many delicacies to count, and there are different meals for them to taste every day, that if he goes back and can't eat these delicacies, that would be bad. Are you sure you don't need someone to rotate? Tina confirmed again with concern. No need, Manager Tina, we live very well here. Owen hurriedly confirmed. Okay, I won't take care of the rotation and deal with the canned food as soon as possible. Okay. Owen nodded, heard the phone hang up, quickly picked up the plate, and walked to the meal area. Chapter 1100 Rotation. After seeing that there were still some of the two foods he liked on the table, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly filled some, and returned to his previous seat. Does Manager Tina have any plans? One of the colleagues asked when he saw Owen coming back from getting food. Oh, Jinhao canned food is very popular in the overseas market. The headquarters is preparing to cooperate with Jinhao canned food for a long time and wants to order 5 billion canned food. Owen said, Oh, then you can just go and deal with it. Find the manager of Jinhao canned food later, communicate with him, and then sign the contract and ship it as soon as possible. Several colleagues didn't care much about what Owen said and continued to eat with their heads down. That it's been more than a month since I came to China, and I'm so happy. Well, I'll talk to the boss of Jinhao Can Food about this matter in the afternoon. Owen nodded and then continued to speak. By the way, Manager Tina just said that she was going to arrange another business trip team to rotate with us. As soon as the words came to this, several colleagues who were eating stopped eating at the same time and looked up at Owen. Do you agree? Several colleagues looked at Owen and asked in unison, with a little coldness in their tone. Owen looked at several colleagues, felt a little cold all over, and then hurriedly spoke. How can I agree? I just refused. Hearing Owen's answer, several colleagues silently lowered their heads and began to hurry. Owen looked at several colleagues who lowered their heads to eat again, and he was inexplicably relieved. He just felt that if he didn't answer well, it would be very likely that these people would tear each other apart. After lunch, several people left together and returned to their dormitories. Owen waited until the lunch break was over, then left the dormitory and went straight to the manager's office of Jinhao Cans. When he arrived at the door of the office, he knocked on the door gently and walked in. Meng, Mr. Hello. Owen greeted him in broken Chinese. He was the only one who had learned Chinese in the business trip team, but he was not proficient enough. Hello, Mr. Owen. Sit over here. When Meng Xiaohong saw that the person coming over was Owen, she quickly got up and took him to the reception area, made him a cup of coffee, and finally asked, Mr. Owen, what is the matter with you today? Oh, it's about Jinhao Canned Food. Now Jinhao Canned Food has opened up sales overseas. The overseas headquarters is ready to cooperate with Jinhao Canned Food for a long time. I am here today to discuss long-term cooperation. Owen said, Oh. Meng Xiaohong's face lit up when she heard this. She has been paying attention to the overseas market of Jinhao Canned Food for a while. Now there is finally a result. Their canned food is popular overseas, and the headquarters over there is ready to cooperate with them for a long time. This is undoubtedly a good thing. I don't know how your headquarters is going to carry out long-term cooperation. It's like this. We plan to order 5 billion cans first. The proportions of different cans have been recorded here. You can take a look. Owen took out a document and pushed it to Meng Xiaohong. Meng Xiaohong heard that the other party directly wanted 5 billion cans, took a deep breath, and reached out to pick up the document. After reading the document, she looked up at Owen. There is no problem with this ratio. With the productivity of our current workshop, we can also supply the goods in time. Then we are happy to cooperate. We hope that the cans can be packed and shipped as soon as possible. Owen smiled and nodded. There is no problem with the shipment. I will go to get the contract first. Mr. Owen, wait a moment. Meng Xiaohong said and stood up and walked towards the file cabinet on the side. Then she took out a contract from the file cabinet. The contract was prepared by the lawyer in advance when she reached a cooperation with the overseas team. She thought that it would take a long time to use this contract, but she didn't expect that only a month had passed, and the overseas market for Jinhao canned food had already been opened. She turned around and took the contract back to the reception area and handed it to Owen. This is a long-term cooperation contract. You could take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it. After you sign the contract, we will arrange for the factory to pack and ship the canned food as soon as possible. Of course, I also hope that your headquarters will transfer the payment to our salary account as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mr. Meng, we won't be short of money. Owen smiled, then took the contract and opened it to take a look. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract after a while, he signed the contract directly. When Meng Xiaohong saw Owen signing the contract, she was relieved and felt a little unreal. The 5 billion order was completed so simply that the moment the contract was signed. Jinhao canned food completely went from a loss-making state to a profitable state. Because of this long-term cooperation contract, the 5 billion order. In front of us is not the END in the future. We will continue to supply Jinhao canned food based on its overseas sales in this way. The problem of Jinhao canned food not being able to find a sales channel will be completely solved. And the overseas market is still opened up. Although China has a large population, its demand for canned food is far less than that of overseas countries. The two of them discussed some details for a while, and Owen left the office directly. Meng Xiaohong called her assistant directly. Notify all positions above the workshop director in the production department to come to the conference room for a meeting in 10 minutes. Okay, Mr. Meng. The assistant nodded, and then quickly left the office. 10 minutes later, Meng Xiaohong looked at the people sitting in the conference room and spoke in a very serious tone. Just now, we have reached a long-term cooperation with the overseas market, and at the same time, we have ordered the first batch of canned food. The price is 5 billion. Hiss! As Meng Xiaohong's words came out, noisy noises rang out in the conference room. Everyone showed a shocked expression. Although the salary and benefits at Jinhao canned food were very good, 5 billion was a number they could never reach. Meng Xiaohong looked at the reactions of the people in the conference room and didn't say much. Just now, she was also stunned for a moment because of 5 billion that after waiting for a while, she continued to speak after the emotions of the people in the conference room calmed down a little. For these 5 billion cans, each type of can requires a different ratio. I will send the ratio values to your production group later. As for how to produce, you can arrange it yourself. By the way, there are still a lot of cans in reserve in the warehouse, and they will all be counted. Chapter 11:01 New Project Candidates. This is the first thing to do in the meeting. Meng Xiaohong looked at the people in the conference room and spoke slowly. After everyone had written down everything he said, he continued to speak. The rest is about production. This time, our Jinhao canned food was able to open up sales so quickly overseas. The most fundamental problem is that our canned food tastes good, so we must strictly control the quality of canned food and eliminate all unqualified canned food. Remember, as long as we ensure that the taste of canned food does not change, the sales of Jinhao canned food overseas will increase. I hope you will pay attention to this matter. Meng Xiaohong spoke seriously, and then arranged some things related to canned food. Okay, that's all for the meeting. Let's adjourn. With that, Meng Xiaohong got up and left the conference room and returned to her office. She was not prepared to be idle. Now that Jinhao canned food has received an order of 5 billion yuan at once, it must be reported to the higher authorities. The next day, Jiangqing Tomorrow Group Chinemo came to the office in a good mood, leaned back in the boss chair, took a sip of the warm coffee beside him. It is still a long time before the next system settlement. In addition, there are two projects, Desert Oasis and Traditional Culture. He can spend a lot of money on these two projects. In addition, the system is upgraded and the settlement rules are changed. He is now very confident to settle more system funds. And because of the exercise of punching in, as long as he insists on punching in for 25 months, he can also get several hundred million guaranteed fixed assets. All of the above things are beneficial to him. However, the Desert Oasis project still needs to be dealt with, although there is still a lot of time for him to deal with it. If he can set it up in advance, he can also consume the funds as soon as possible. It is already November, and the system funds have increased again. But who should go to the Desert Oasis project? Chinemo fell into thinking, and after a while, he picked up the pen on the table and wrote down two names. Wei Yin, Li Shin, that's right, these two people, a trader and a senior old man, that he found that these two people were the biggest obstacles to his full settlement, that he also learned that various projects have been profitable recently, and these two people have more or less participated in them. Moreover, that Sanshue games and Wooling short videos, which these two people are responsible for, are also the two most profitable companies in the group. Since these two people can make things happen for him, let's arrange them to the Desert Oasis project. There is definitely no way for Desert Oasis to make a profit in the short term. So if these two people are arranged to go there, no matter how they do it, he doesn't have to worry about profits. And Jiangsheng can also be more at ease. After thinking about these, clearly, Chen Mo has already decided to let Wei Yin and Li Shun take charge of the Desert Oasis project. That's right, do it, a trader and a senior old man. Go as far as you can and don't affect his settlement task in the new year. After Chen Mo confirmed this, he quickly pressed the call bell on the side. Sanshua Games and Wooling Short Video are both in the Tomorrow Group building. He can call the two people's offices directly through the call bell. After a while, the door of the office was slowly knocked, and then Wei Yin and Li Shin walked in from outside. Does Mr. Chen have any arrangements? Wei Yin looked at Chen Mo sitting in the boss chair and said respectfully, "Sit down." Chen Mo stretched out his hand to indicate the chair in front of the desk. "There are some things that need to be arranged for you to do. Please go ahead, Mr. Chen." The two sat down and then asked. Chen Mo looked at the two people sitting opposite him, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "This time I went to Kyoto to participate in the project bidding, and I bid for a new project. This project is very important, so it requires two very capable and trustworthy people. I thought about it for a long time, and finally thought of you two. You were already there when I acquired the garment factory, and you two are also veterans, so I trust you two very much to be the person in charge of this project." Chen Mo looked at the two people sitting opposite him and said sincerely. But he kept shouting in his heart, "These two old six, go to the desert to work as soon as possible, and don't stay in Jiangxing to continue to make trouble." "Mr. Chen, what is the project?" When Wei Yin heard Mr. Chen's words, his face also showed a serious expression. Since Mr. Chen was so optimistic about this project, he must be more serious. Otherwise, how can he live up to Mr. Chen's trust in them? The name of the project is Desert Oasis. As for the specific details, Chen Mo looked at Wei Yin and Li Shun and spoke slowly, and he described the specific details of the Desert Oasis project in detail. After a while, he finished the Desert Oasis project in detail. "That's about the content of the project. I will form a team for you before the new year, and you will take the team to the Taklama Desert after the new year. Mr. Chen, we don't know anything about managing deserts. I'm afraid it won't be good for us to do it. We should let more professional people do it." Wei Yin said, "Yes, Mr. Chen, we don't understand desert management at all, and we don't know how to deal with problems." Li Shin also spoke in agreement. "This matter is settled like this. As for the technical issues you mentioned, there will be a specific scientific research team over there to help you. The Research Institute has been engaged in desert control work for several years. Now we have enough experience to face desert issues, so you don't have to worry at all." Chen Mo smiled and spoke, not giving the two of them a chance to say no. When Wei Yin and Li Shin saw Mr. Chen's insistence, they didn't say anything and just nodded in agreement. "Okay, Mr. Chen, let's give it a try. I don't know how much money Mr. Chen invested in this project." Wei Yin asked that Li Shin also had a curious expression on his face. The investment in desert control was definitely not a small amount. The current investment in the Desert Oasis project is 5 billion. In the future, we will continue to invest money in the Desert Oasis based on the progress of the Desert Oasis project. But there are certain restrictions. I can invest up to 10 billion yuan in this project a year. However, you currently have 5 billion yuan to use, and you will continue to invest 5 billion yuan in a year. During this period, you two will first hand over the affairs in your own company, and then concentrate on the Desert Oasis project. Chen Mo looked at the two of them and spoke slowly. Chapter 1102. Mr. Chen's intention. We know Mr. Chen. We will hand over the company's projects as soon as possible, and then start preparing for the Desert Oasis project. Wei Yin and Li Shun looked at each other and nodded. Since Mr. Chen attaches so much importance to them, they must handle this project well. "Well, we trust you too, but we are on a business trip, and the living environment over there in the desert is harsh, and the business trip may not have a fixed time limit. So on this business trip, you can bring your family members with you. All the food and accommodation expenses for your family members will be borne by the group, and the salaries of both of you will be doubled on the current basis. Chinamo spoke quickly. He found that this project was really good. It could also increase salary consumption, which was really good. By the way, Wei Yin, your wife also works for the Tomorrow Group, right? If she goes to the desert with you, her salary will be doubled. Thank you, Mr. Chen. When Wei Yin heard this, he quickly thanked him. His current salary was more than 100,000 yuan a month. If it doubled, it would be more than 200,000 yuan a month. And because his wife joined the job relatively early, she is now considered a small leader in the finance department. And her current salary is 40,000 yuan a month. If doubled, it would be 80,000 yuan. If he and his wife go to the desert, their monthly salary alone will be 280,000 yuan. So their annual salary will be more than 3 million yuan. By the way, he and his wife have been working for 14 years, which means they can earn more than 4 million yuan. The annual salary is more than 4 million. And this does not include the year-end bonus and year-end project bonus. If these two are included, it would be tens of millions. Last year, his year-end bonus was 10 million, and his year-end project bonus was also 10 million. The efficiency of Tsanxue Games this year is even higher than last year. So according to Mr. Chen's treatment for employees, the bonus will probably be increased. With a salary of tens of millions a year, this was money that he had never been able to earn in his previous career as a clothing salesman. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Li Shun thanked him. Although he had no partner, he was very happy to be able to double his salary. After all, even if Mr. Chen doesn't give them a salary increase, he is still willing to take over the Desert Oasis project. Okay, that's all. I will give you the contact information of the person in charge of the Scientific Research Institute later. You can just go and communicate with them about sand control technology. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wei Yin and Li Shin nodded, then stood up and left the office. Come outside the office. Wei Yin turned to look at Li Shun. Let's talk in my office. Good. Li Shin nodded without hesitation. He naturally knew what to talk about in the office. The two entered the elevator and then came to Wei Yan's office. Brother Yin, let's not be so polite and let's discuss things directly. Li Shin saw Wei Yin preparing to make tea and said with a smile, "Let's talk while drinking tea." Wei Yin responded, then made tea and walked to the reception area. After pouring a cup for Li Shun, he sat directly opposite Li Shun. What do you think Mr. Chen's purpose is for taking over the Desert Oasis project this time? Li Shun looked at Wei Yin sitting opposite and asked, "Well, my guess is that things have plateaued for a lot of the companies in the group now, especially Tsanxue Games and boring short videos. Now Tsanxue Games has 2 hit games and 1 Tianlong. These 3 games have pushed Tsanxue Games to the top of the gaming field. As long as all subsequent games of Tsanxue Games adhere to the current charging model and make each game with care, and as long as the content of the game is not too bad, it will definitely make money. Then there is boring short video. Nowadays, the live broadcast of all sections of boring short video has basically been perfected, and its popularity has reached a certain height. As long as we maintain the current live broadcast mode and slowly wait for the number of users of boring short videos to increase, there will be no problems. So this is why Mr. Chen asked the two of us to take over the Desert Oasis project, and the Desert Oasis project is mainly to control the desert. I don't know much about desertification control, but I also know that desertification control in China has been going on for a long time, and there has been no good progress so far. So desertification control is a long-term project, and we need to make a long-term battle plan." Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts. "Well, I also know something about this. Desert control is definitely a long-term project." Li Shin also nodded, but then his words changed. "But Mr. Chin will invest 10 billion yuan in this project a year. If we don't have sustained profits, it will consume too much money. This is a problem he is very worried about. It is 10 billion a year, and it is a long-term project. It will take at least more than 10 years. And 10 years is an investment of 100 billion. And if an investment of 100 billion yuan has no return in 10 years, it is definitely a failed investment. Investment is definitely risky, but we don't understand the situation on the sand control side, so don't draw conclusions too early. And from Mr. Chen's perspective, do you think Mr. Chen will invest in a project that has no return? Wei Yin shook his head. Based on his understanding of Mr. Chen, this project was definitely not as simple as they saw. That's true. Why would Mr. Chen invest in a project that has no return? Li Shin nodded in agreement. So we don't need to think too much about the Desert Oasis project for the time being. Once we go to the desert and communicate with the Scientific Research Institute to understand the specific situation, we will know what to do. Wei Yin looked at Li Shin and then continued to speak. So it's better to deal with the company's affairs first, and I just have something to tell you. Brother Yin, tell me. Li Shin spoke. That's right. Our client game has started a new game project. This project requires actual inspections of scenic spots across the country and even around the world. This expedition will definitely require a photographer and various aerial photography. It would be a pity if the scenes recorded by aerial photography were only used for game production. So I was wondering if I could use the scenery recorded by these aerial photos. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. Brother Yin, how do you plan to use it? What does this have to do with our boring short video? Li Shun was confused and didn't know what Wei Yin was going to do. That's right. We are currently investigating the lives of poor elderly people in those mountainous areas and are preparing to make a documentary about impoverished mountainous areas. And this documentary plan is to be shown in boring short videos. So why don't we make a documentary introducing various scenery of the country? Chapter 11:03 Landscape Photography. Li Shun heard Wei Yan's words and instantly understood Wei Yan's thoughts. Brother Yin, what you mean is to edit the scenes recorded during the inspection and then make a documentary of the scenery of China and play it in a boring short video. Yes, that's it. It would be a shame if those videos are not used. After editing, it can be made into a documentary and played in boring short videos, which can also play a propaganda role, allowing everyone to take a look at the great mountains and rivers of our country, even the wonders of the world. Wei Yin said that he had thought of this idea before, but the project team had not been formed yet, so he did not talk about it. Now that the client game project is almost complete, he and Li Shun have also been assigned to the new project by Mr. Chen. I took the opportunity to express this idea, and just wait until Li Shun leaves to arrange this project. I know, Brother Yin, wait until I go back from a team, and then communicate with your project there. Li Shun said that this matter is not that complicated. Just set up an editing team and then communicate with the Songshua game project team. After the out-of-field team over there has photographed the scenery, they will then send the footage to their editing team, who will then edit and dub it, basically making a documentary. Well, I'll talk to the team over there. Wei Yin nodded. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and then Li Shin got up and left Wei Yan's office to go back to your office. Li Shin called Wu Yu over directly. Brother Shin, do you have any plans? Wu Yu walked into the office with a happy face, and then sat across from the desk. What makes you so happy? Li Shun looked at Wu Yu's happy look and asked curiously. Oh, I just took a look at the data of boring short video in recent days. Although the popularity brought by official publicity and hot searches has passed, the data of our boring short video are still growing. This shows that the potential of our boring short videos has not been exhausted. As long as it continues, our boring short videos can reach another level. Wu Yu said with joy on his face. Well, this is a good thing. Although the boring short video has been officially promoted, its current popularity is still not as popular as the most popular short video. Li Shin nodded, then looked at Wu Yu. Mr. Chun has arranged a new project for me today. You may need to complete the boring short videos in the future. Brother Shin, do you want to leave the boring short video? Wu Yu looked shocked when he heard this, and asked quickly, did I ask the manager of boring short video? Many things are led by Li Shun, and he has not dealt with boring short video independently. This couldn't help but make him a little worried. Yes, for this new project, I will not only leave boring short video, but also Jiangcheng, so boring short video needs to take on the responsibility. But now, boring short videos have developed very comprehensively. You just need to develop steadily according to the current rules. Also, as long as the quality control of boring short videos is ensured, there will be no major problems, so quality control is the top priority. Li Shun looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, nowadays, the boring short video live broadcast has almost been developed. The next thing is to increase the number of anchors in each live broadcast section appropriately according to the popularity of each live broadcast section. Quality control is the foundation of boring short videos. There must be no problem with this, so there must be no problem with this. When Wu Yu heard Li Shun's words, he knew that Li Shun was serious, and his expression became worried. Brother Shin, I haven't completely managed boring short videos. I'm worried that I can't manage them well. You don't have to worry about this. The new project won't be available until at least the end of the year, so it's up to you to manage the boring short videos during this period. I will watch from the sidelines, and if there is anything wrong, I will point it out. The period before the end of the year will be enough for you to adapt. Li Shun spoke slowly. He is still assured of Wu Yu's ability, and Wu Yu also works very hard. Then I'll give it a try. Wu Yu spoke slowly. That's for sure. Only you can take over boring short videos. I don't trust anyone else. And I'm not leaving the Tomorrow Group. I'm just working on other projects. If there is something you really don't know how to deal with, can we still contact you on the phone? Li Shun smiled and said that he left boring short video. But if boring short video encounters any problems, he will definitely not stand idly. By that Wu Yu finally nodded after hearing Li Shun's words. Then please trouble Brother Shin. I'll give it a try. Are you brave enough to try? I believe in you. Li Shun smiled and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. He and Wu Yu had worked together for so long, and their relationship was already very good. Okay, Brother Shin, I will definitely take the boring short video business to a higher level. Wu Yu nodded. Is this right? By the way, there is one thing that I will leave to you to do. Brother Shin, what's going on? Well, Sangshui Game has also established a new project. This new project needs to be inspected all over the country and even the world. At the same time, the inspection sites will be filmed by cameramen and aerial photography. And our purpose is to edit a documentary that can promote the beautiful mountains and rivers of China based on the filmed landscapes. Overall, we need to form an editing team to make documentaries, and documentaries also need someone to explain the filmed scenery. So we also need to recruit several documentary narrators. That's about it. I'll leave it to you. Li Shun briefly explained the documentary. Since he wanted to train Wu Yu, he would start from now. I know, Brother Shin. Wu Yu nodded. Sangshui Game. Wei Yin also walked into Fong Chang's office. Mr. Wei, please take a seat. When Fong Chang saw Wei Yin walking into the office, he quickly got up and took him to the reception area. Don't be so polite. I came here today mainly to tell you something. Wei Yin saw Fong Chang preparing to make tea for him and quickly reached out to stop him. He had just drunk a lot and was already a little bit full. Well, what's the matter, Mr. Wei? Fong Chang saw that Wei Yin really didn't want to drink tea, so he didn't insist and then walked back to the reception area. Chapter 1104 Fong Chang's Massage. Mr. Chun just arranged a new project for me. I will need to go out of town after the new year, so Sangshui Games needs you to manage it alone. Wei Yin looked at Fong Chang sitting opposite and said, Are you going to go for a long time? Fong Chang heard Wei Yin's words, thought for a moment, and then spoke. It could be years. Wei Yin nodded. Fong Chang fell into silence when he heard Wei Yin's words. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Wei Yin. Mr. Wei, you play a vital role in Sangshui Games. If you leave, I'm worried that the future development of Sangshui Games will not be able to continue. Although Wei Yin's professional knowledge in games is not as good as his, even some basic employees in the company are not as good as him. But Wei Yin's business vision and good suggestions for the development of Sangshui Games. Wei Yin plays a crucial role in Sangshui Games being able to develop to its current scale. That's okay. If you have anything you don't understand about Sangshui Games in the future, you can contact me at any time. Wei Yin smiled and said he plays a role in making suggestions on Sangshui Games. That is, in the development process of Sangshui Games.as for making suggestions, he can make them anywhere just like making suggestions to other companies. Well, then we will be in trouble for Mr. Wei a lot from now on. Fong Chang heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about the company's management now, but he couldn't always find the key direction when it came to making some decisions. Wei Yin is strong in this area. With Wei Yin's guidance, he can be more confident. It's not troublesome. I still like to do this. It's all for the development of Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin smiled. As long as it can help the development of Tomorrow Group, there is no problem in calling him at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. By the way, our new project has been formed. In order to maximize the use of the scenes when the team goes out to inspect and shoot, I proposed a documentary about various landscapes in China. I plan to play the documentary on Boring Short Video, and I have already communicated with Boring Short Video. Documentary? Mr. Wei really has an idea. In this way, apart from the scenery for inspection and shooting, it can also be fully utilized, instead of being useless after developing the game. Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin with admiration. If he had been asked to do it, he would never have thought about the documentary. The scenes that may have been photographed were put into the computer, and no one knew what to do after the game was created. Well, that's what happened. From now on, Mr. Fong will handle Sangxue games. Wei Yin finally spoke. Okay, Mr. Wei, I wish you smooth sailing on your new project. Fong Chong opened his mouth to congratulate. Ha ha ha, I'll lend you some good words then. Wei Yin stood up with a smile and walked out of the office. Mr. Wei, has Master Lu started training students? Fong Chong looked at Wei Yin, who was about to get up and leave, and asked quickly. Well, all the students have been recruited and are currently in the training process. Wei Yin nodded. That IT was very difficult to recruit a student in the past, but I heard from Lu Mingfeng a while ago that this time, after the recruitment information was released, tens of thousands of people submitted their resumes in an instant. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but smile. Not to mention students, tens of thousands of people are fighting for even a cleaning job now. However, I recently heard from someone in the HR department that cleaning recruitment is the most outrageous. Originally, cleaning was only for older Annies, but now many college students who are starting to graduate or fresh graduates are choosing this job. Recommend some jobs with relatively high salaries to those college students that don't require work experience. They can also join the job, but they just don't dot in their words. Although other jobs pay well, they also have a lot of workload. Although the workload is much less than that of other companies, the cleaning workload is less. Just clean the house every day. I clean the house every day, have weekends off, and the salary plus benefits can add up to 10,000 yuan. With a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan, he also pays the maximum amount of 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as a 13% salary and other benefits. This salary package is already better than 90% of the best people in society. Now that this is the case, why should we work so hard? And we are young and strong, so we can guarantee that we can clean the house cleanly. For these words, Wei Yin shook his head helplessly. These young people really had no desires. But in the end, he communicated with other managers and finally rejected the college students who were interviewing for cleaning jobs. That it's not that they look down on those college students, but if cleaning jobs are given to college students, what should those older ants do? Then those are the only jobs that can be done by joining the Tomorrow Group. Therefore, in order to give those older Annies a chance to find employment, we rejected those college students who applied for cleaning positions. Well, then I have a request. I wonder if Mr. Wei can help me bring a message to Master Lu. Fong Chong was happy when he heard this. You say? Wei Yin looked at Fong Chong with a puzzled face, curious about what Fong Chong wanted to say. Well, since Master Lu wants to teach, there must be someone to teach him. I wonder if I can be the teaching object. Fong Chong said. Since Master Lu joined the Tomorrow Group, he has never asked Master Lu for massage again. During this time, he also went to other places for massages, but they didn't feel like Master Lu. Even during a massage at a bathing place, a woman wearing very little came in that he was confused. This was not a massage. Didn't this make him commit a crime? Think of this, that he hurriedly left the room. He had a family. As long as his family knew that he was massaging like this, the family would be gone. Although the woman's dress is very tempting, as a family person, you still have to control your desires. After I ran out of the bath, I was afraid that I would encounter some inappropriate massage, so I never looked for another masseur. Anyway, after giving it a try, Master Lu's massage skills are the best and most serious. He was not familiar with Master Lu, but Wei Yin and Master Lu were old friends for many years. Let Mr. Wei say it, it should be better. That's it. When Wei Yin heard this, he looked at Fong Chong seriously and thought to himself, It seems that this guy is really addicted to massage, that he thought for a moment and then spoke. Let's do it this way. I'll ask Looming Phone to go fishing in the artificial lake tonight, and you'll come over too, so we can talk while we're fishing. Chapter 11:05 Progress of Nana Coffee. This is better. Then thank you, Mr. Wei, for your help. Fong Chong heard Wei Yan's words and quickly thanked him. It's okay, but I don't know much about the specifics of massage training, so I'm not sure whether I can follow your request. Wei Yan shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Lu Mingfeng, he didn't know much about how the students were trained there. After all, that's not his strong point, and he doesn't want to express opinions where it's not his strong point. It's okay. I'm just asking. If it works, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I won't force it, and it won't affect the company's development. Fong Chong said with a smile that he likes massage now, but if it comes to the development of companies under the Tomorrow Group, he still knows what to do. Jiangcheng, Nana Coffee, Song Xiao looked at the report sent from Suang with surprise on her face, that he looked up at the Sultan sitting opposite. Teacher Su, there is good news. What good news? After hearing Song Xia's words, Sultan raised his head and looked at Song Xia doubtfully. There was news from Suzhou and Hangzhou, saying that because there is no competitor like Nanrui Coffee, Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou has begun to make a profit. Song Xia said excitedly that Nana Coffee in Suang is going to be profitable, which is very good news. Since Nana Coffee's profit status turned into a loss due to the emergence of competitor Nari Coffee. Nana Coffee has been losing money for nearly a year now, in this year. Their employees' salaries, various life expenses, and the consumption of constantly opening new coffee shops. Nana Coffee's consumption of funds this year is not a small amount. And now that she finally had hope of making a profit again, how could she not be happy? Is there already a profit trend? That's really a good thing. When Sultan heard Song Xia's words, he also smiled, but he quickly calmed down, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Isn't there any movement at Nari Coffee during this time? I have always arranged for people to pay attention to the movements of Nari Coffee, but I have not found anything unusual." When Sultan heard Song Xia's words, he frowned slightly. Teacher Su, you said there has been no movement at Nanrui Coffee for 2 months. Are you ready to give up competing with us? Song Xia couldn't help but guess. Now all Nana coffee shops in Dongguang are open, with a total of 72 stores, and there was still no movement at Nanrui Coffee. Sudan shook his head slightly when he heard this, and then spoke. I learned that Nari Coffee has not opened stores in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Dongguang, which has just opened stores. Other cities with our Nana Coffee have Nari Coffee, and those Nari Coffees have always been in business. From this, it is not difficult to see that Nari Coffee has no intention of giving up competing with us. According to normal logic, if Nari Coffee gives up competing with us, then this business war will mean that Nari Coffee has failed. The first thing to fail is to stop the loss in time, and the way to stop the loss with Nari Coffee is to sell all the equipment in the coffee shop. How much money can you get back? Judging from the current operating conditions of those Nari Coffee shops, Nari Coffee has no intention of stopping losses in time. Nanrui Coffee is still operating normally. In competition with our Nana Coffee, both parties have entered a state of loss. Song Xia listened to Sultan's analysis and nodded in agreement that if she were the person in charge of Nari Coffee, after admitting defeat in this business war, the least thing to do is to close all the stores first. After all, every time a store is opened, it means one more day of loss. Now that you have lost, there is no need to continue to waste money. If you can reduce your losses, you can reduce your losses. Teacher Su, if Nanrui Coffee has not given up competing with our Nana Coffee, what is the purpose of their current behavior? Song Xia had some doubts in her heart. I feel like they are training store managers. We have said this before. With the development of Nari Coffee, there are no longer enough store managers to support the opening of stores. In 2 months now, it is very likely that we will train new store managers and then compete with us. Sultan quickly analyzed that judging from his many years of experience, this was extremely possible. Is this so? Song Xia nodded when he heard this, and then continued with some worry. Then if Nanrui Coffee trains store managers and continues to open a store near our Nana coffee shop, then the coffee shop in Suang, which has just entered a profitable state, will be in a loss-making state again. This is inevitable. Business wars are like this. but the matter of Nari Coffee training store manager is just my guess. I don't know the specific situation. We should pay more attention to the developments at Nari Coffee during this period. Sudan said that if Nari Coffee had not withdrawn from the market for a day, she would not think that Nari Coffee had given up. Okay, Teacher Sue, I will continue to arrange for people to pay attention to non-Rue Coffee. Song Xia nodded, and then continued to speak. But now that Nana Coffee has opened a store in Dongguan, it's time to move on to the next city. I don't know which city to choose next. Well, now that Nana Coffee is developing, except for Jiangcheng, all other cities are first-tier cities, and Shenzhen is not far from Dongguan and can be the next city to develop. Sultan thought for a moment and then spoke. Well, Shenzhen is indeed a good choice. Then I'll write a report and submit it. Well, I'll trouble you then. The next day, Tomorrow Group President's office. Chunmo stared at the computer screen and quickly controlled the mouse and keyboard with his hands. During this time, he didn't know why, but many people started playing the AP Swordsman gameplay that had just been developed not long ago. Even the game announcement has been sent out, saying that the AP Swordsman data is a bit too high, and balance work has begun. Today's AP Swordsman gameplay can only be played for a few days before it becomes unplayable. How could it spread so fast? Chen Mo was a little confused. He was just playing by himself and didn't tell anyone else. Why did so many people know about it so quickly? Chapter 11:06 New Gameplay. Chen Mo sighed helplessly and entered the game directly. Since there were still a few days left for the update, he could still play for a few days to gain points. That he quickly entered the hero selection interface that he was choosing a hero on the third floor. He originally wanted to play AP Swordsman, but before he started talking, the Swordsman hero was directly banned. Then the other party sent a message in the chat interface that AP Swordsman is too disgusting. Just ban it and no one can play it. That's right, I don't know which genius discovered this gameplay. It's too much. Ban it. If the opponent gets it, it will be troublesome. Chunmo looked at the message in the chat interface and fell into silence. That I thought to myself, I am the genius you were talking about. But since the swordsman was banned, he couldn't play it, and his teammates also started to choose positions that in the end, he was left with a shooter positioned ADC. Chunmo thought for a while, and then entered and noticed a hero among the shooter heroes, the AtoZ. This hero has the same skills and mechanism as a shooter hero in his previous life, that IT has displacement and focuses on consumption, that he remembered that there was a meat suit in his equipment that could slow down the enemy when a skill hits, reduce CD, and add mana. This is very useful for a hero who uses skills to consume enemies. Moreover, not many people play this hero at present. In the eyes of others, this hero's skills can only be used from a distance, that if he fights against other shooters, he can't beat them at all. He is very fragile. If his skills don't hit, he will die. Thinking of this, Chunmo smiled slightly. Since there is no AP swordsman, I will come up with a new hero to play. Blue AtoZ. Looking at the countdown of choosing a hero, he chose AtoZ without hesitation. After he chose to play AtoZ, his teammates began to speak that I don't understand why he chose such a rubbish shooter. That is, this shooter is too rubbish. The current win rate is very low. Why did he choose it? I feel like I'm going to lose. Chunmo looked at his teammates' comments and smiled, but didn't say anything. The game started soon. At the beginning, he developed normally, farmed soldiers, and used skills to consume the opponent from time to time. Time passed little by little. Finally, he saved enough money and went home to buy the slowdown tank suit. After he bought the tank suit, his teammates also found out about the equipment he bought. They all asked questions. Brother, are you here to make fun of me? You shooter, you buy a tank suit. You are an actor, right? If you want to lose, just say so, and you can just surrender later. Unlucky. Chunmo looked at his teammates' comments and sent a message out that you don't understand. Then he controlled the hero back to the line, and at this time he began to exert his strength. The opponent gradually discovered the difference and found that his movement speed slowed down a lot after being hit by the skill. The opponent can pull him from a distance, and he can't hit the opponent at all. In addition, his movement speed has slowed down, and the opponent's skill hit rate has also increased a lot. More importantly, he found that the opponent was wearing a meat suit with high armor. He finally hit the opponent, but the blood loss was very small. It was torture. Chinemo looked at the opponent's shooter, who was about to escape with low blood, and directly moved up, and then added a Q skill to take the opponent away. As the number of kills increased, the equipment became better and better, and the damage became higher and higher. In the end, he ended the game with a pinnacle. Brother is awesome. Is Ize so powerful in this outfit? I'll try next time. This way of playing is really torture. Big Brother is awesome. Pinnacle directly. Chunemo looked at those compliments, did not reply, directly exited the settlement interface, and immediately started the next game. Jiangcheng, Chinsong sat back in his chair in a good mood. The Tinga team performed very well in the official competition of extreme survival these 2 days, and basically there is no problem in entering the finals. That I just don't know what the final result will be. The last time they won the championship was because they formed a team earlier and the powerful players were not developed. Now, as extreme survival has been popular for nearly 2 years, those powerful players have gradually been discovered by other clubs and started to form their own teams. Just like this official competition, there are several powerful teams on the field. And the esports players of 2 of the teams are from the BL Game Club. When the Tinga team met those 2 teams on the field, they were basically wiped out by the opponent in 2 of the 3 games. And there are several other strong teams. When the Tinga team meets them, it is difficult to guarantee that they can defeat the opponent without injury. If the position is not good, they will be wiped out by the opponent. Although he wants to win the championship of this official competition again, he also knows that it is very difficult to win the championship in this competition. While I was thinking, the assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, this is the work report from the mobile game department. Okay, I understand. Go ahead. Chun Song nodded, then reached out and picked up the work report of the mobile game department, but he flipped it open and read it. After reading all the contents, a smile appeared on his face. Now 2/3 of the development of the mobile game has been completed. After the Chinese New Year, the mobile game will basically be developed. I don't know how many players will be attracted after the mobile game goes online. But with the current popularity of extreme survival, the number of players after the mobile game goes online will definitely not be small. After all, extreme survival is now a terminal game, and most players will definitely need a computer if they want to play. Mobile games are different. As long as you have a mobile phone, you can play it anytime and anywhere. Who doesn't have a smartphone now? He believes that as long as the mobile game goes online, the final popularity will definitely not be bad. Chin Sung leaned back in his seat with a faint smile on his face. He looked ahead and nodded, then directly clicked on Freedom War. During this period, he had been using the AP swordsman he learned from Mr. Chin to gain points, but in the end he still didn't reach gold. So he handed over the AP swordsman's gameplay to Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao played a few games live, and the AP swordsman's gameplay spread instantly, and many people started playing it. A few days after it spread, the game official released an advertisement, saying that the AP swordsman was too high and was being adjusted urgently. This was something he didn't expect. Chin Sung sighed and quickly entered the game. When he was about to start a game, he found that Mr. Chun was in the game. Mr. Chun, thinking of the last time Mr. Chun discovered the AP swordsman's gameplay during the game. Although the AP swordsman didn't make him advance to gold, it also made him rise several ranks. Chapter 1107 Cannery Report. I don't know what Mr. Chun is playing this time. Chin Sung thought and clicked Watch the Battle directly to enter the Watch the Battle interface. I saw Mr. Chin playing Ease. Mr. Chin actually played this useless hero. He had also played this hero before, but his skill hit rate was very low and he couldn't do any damage at all. After playing it twice, I didn't play it again. I didn't expect Mr. Chun to play this hero. Chin Sung sighed in his heart, but soon discovered the difference. The hero played by Mr. Chun would have a slowdown effect when his skills hit the opponent. With the help of the slowdown effect, the hit rate of the skill is much higher. What is going on? How come the skill hits are slowed down? Chen Sung was shocked, but he soon discovered the reason. It was Mr. Chin's appearance. Mr. Chin actually came out with a meaty outfit that can slow down the speed when hit by skills. Can he still use this outfit? Chun Sung was stunned, but he quickly thought of the AP Sword Master developed by Mr. Chin before. Now it seems reasonable to have another Ize with a meaty outfit. Is it really harmful to just pretend like this? Chun Sung was confused and continued to watch the battle, and soon discovered the power of this outfit. Come on, this outfit is too torturous. I like this gameplay. Chun Sung was delighted. Sure enough, Watching Mr. Chen play games would give him new ideas that AP Swordsman didn't let him advance to gold, so this meaty Ize can definitely do it. Wait until the viewing is over. Chin Sung started a game without hesitation, and he also wanted to play Ize. Tomorrow grouped up President's office. Chinemo looked at the final victory interface and some news about the opponent's defense breach, shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to start another game, Shinro came over and put some information on the table. Mr. Chun, this is the information reported by the company below. Please take a look at it. Shinro put the information on the desk. I see. Chinemo nodded, watched Shinro leave, and then picked up the information on the table. The top one is the information report of Lon Pian Entertainment. If there is anything to report from Lon Pian Entertainment, wasn't it just arranged some time ago? Chinemo was confused, and then he opened the information and read it. After reading all the content, he put the information aside with a speechless expression. He had just invested 100 million to build an auditorium using the Rising Stars. Now Wang Chang's salary is 110 million yuan. Is this the main idea that he will earn back as much as he spends? However, half of the 110 million yuan will be given to Wang Chang, so the Tomorrow Group will only have more than 50 million yuan left. More than 50 million? It's quite acceptable, Chinemo thought to himself, then picked up the information below and read it. The information below is from Nana Coffee. It happens to be the beginning of the month now, and the Nana Coffee shop in Dongwang should have been opened. This report should be about preparations for development in the next city. Chinemo thought to himself, then opened the information report of Nana Coffee, and after seeing the previous content, as expected, Nana Coffee has opened a coffee shop in Dongwang and is now preparing to expand to Shenzhen, that he has no requirements for urban development now, as long as he continues to develop one city a month. Hey, he continued to look down and found that there was a content report below. After seeing the words that Nana Coffee in Swang has entered a profitable state, I sat upright from where I was originally leaning on my seat. What's going on? How come Nana Coffee in Swang is profitable? Chinemo was anxious and continued to look down, and soon figured out the reason. It turned out that Nana Coffee opened a store in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but Nanrui Coffee did not follow them. Chinemo was a little panicked. If Nanrui Coffee stopped competing with Nana Coffee, then Nana Coffee would all become profitable. Wouldn't it mean that he had another profitable company? And now Nana Coffee has developed in 5 cities. If it makes a profit like this, the amount of profit will probably not be a small amount. Keep looking down. The following content mainly shows that Nanrui Coffee seems to be training store managers. After the store managers are trained, it is very likely that they will compete with Nanrui Coffee again. After seeing such words, Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief and prayed in his heart that Nari Coffee was training store managers. Otherwise, Nana Coffee will be useless. Now, after the system upgrade, the development rhythm of Nana Coffee cannot be changed now. So if Nana Coffee is profitable, he cannot prevent Nana Coffee from continuing to develop into the next city. What's going on with Chen Hui? The store manager is not good enough and doesn't know how to cultivate it in advance. What a waste. Chinemo couldn't help but complain, and then took out a piece of tissue paper and quickly wrote on it. After a while, after looking at what was written, he took out an envelope and put it in. Regardless of whether Chang Rui didn't open a store because there were not enough store managers, at least the news that Nana Coffee will develop in Shenzhen still needs to be conveyed. If it is really because there are not enough store managers that we have not continued to open the store, we are currently training new store managers, and we plan to wait until the store managers are trained before continuing to open the Nari Coffee shop. Then his envelope will be useful. At least it can let Chang Rui know the next development direction of Nana Coffee at the first time that he put the envelope aside and prepared to send it to Nanrui Coffee shop after lunch. Then he looked at the next document. This document is about Changfeng Clothing. What does Changfeng Clothing need to report? Chinemo was confused and nervous. The content reported in 2 consecutive documents was not very good. Could there be any problem with Changfeng Clothing? Thinking in his heart, he picked up the information of Changfeng Clothing and read it. After a while, he was relieved. It turned out that the branch factory of Changfeng Clothing in Suzhou and Hangzhou had been built and was now on the right track. Has the branch factory been built? Can we build another branch factory? Chinemo thought in his heart, and tested the system at the same time. In the end, the system responded that it was possible, but at most 3 branches could be established. In other words, he could set up 2 more branches. However, this can be kept for the time being, and it can become a point of spending funds in the future. After reading the information of Changfeng Clothing, he put it aside and picked up the next information, which was also the last information on the table. Jinhao Kin, the last. Information was from Jinhao. Kin Chenemo looked at the company name on the information and had a bad feeling in his heart. Jinhao Kin had already opened up the overseas market with the help of Shinro, and when Jinhao Kin reported the information at this time, it was hard not to make him think of something bad. Chapter 1108 Report. Again, Shinmo opened the information reported by Jinhao Cans with some trepidation. The best news now is that Jinhao Cans is not popular in the overseas market, and the overseas market has given up on cooperating with Jinhao Cans.in this way. Jinhao Cans will continue to maintain its previous loss-making status. Time passed little by little. Chinemo looked at the information on Jinhao Cans for a long time without any reaction. But if you look closely, you can still see that the palm of the information is shaking a little. The space was silent. I don't know how long it took, and there was a slight sound that I saw. Chinemo put the information of Jinhao Cans on the table with an expressionless face, and then opened a drawer beside him and took out a booklet. He opened the booklet and found Shinro and Meng Xiaohong, and drew a big cross on the pages of each of them. The news on Jinhao Cans has already let him know that Jinhao Cans is completely useless. The overseas market asked for 500 million cans to test the overseas situation of Jinhao Cans. And in just 1 month, Jinhao Cans opened up sales overseas, which was something he never expected. Now they have signed a long-term cooperation agreement, and the first batch of canned food directly requires 5 billion canned food. 5 billion. He just spent 5 billion on the desert oasis, and now Jinhao Canned Food has earned him 5 billion back. This is really how much he spends. He earns more. Chinemo was speechless, looking at the names of Shunro and Meng Xiaohong on the booklet that he really wanted to send both of them to the Desert Oasis project. Now the overseas side wants 5 billion. This is just the beginning. If the subsequent sales of Jinhao Canned Food continue to increase, then these 5 billion canned food are just the beginning, and more canned food will be needed in the future. Canned food is a mainstream food overseas, and the demand for canned food is very high. Let alone 5 billion canned food. 50 billion canned food demand is possible. So in the future, Jinhao Canned Food will become a company with similar profits to Tsangshui Games. Boring short video. Chinemo sighed helplessly. The good mood that I had originally felt because of the new gameplay I discovered while playing games also disappeared. Looking at the information on the desk, there were 4 in total, and only the information about Changfeng Clothing was good news. Looking at the coffee on the desk, he took a sip and then walked out of the office with the envelope that in any case, the next development plan of Nana Coffee should be notified to. Nanrue Coffee. Leaving Tomorrow Building, Yang Dahai had already parked the car at the door of the building. Chinemo opened the door and got in the car and told the location. After a while, Yang Dahai slowly parked the car on the side of the road, feeling a little confused. Mr. Chun comes to this Nanrue Coffee once a month, and after entering he will come out soon. Obviously, he did not drink coffee in it, nor did he take it away. That he was very curious about what Mr. Chen was going to do, but as a driver, the greatest quality is not to ask too many questions about the boss. So although he was very curious, he did not ask. About 5 minutes later, he saw Mr. Chen walking out of the coffee shop and quickly walked over. Yang Dahai hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door in advance. After Mr. Chen got in the car, he quickly entered the driver's seat. Go back to the group, Chen Mo said. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yang Dahai nodded, then started the car and rushed straight to Tomorrow Group, Nanrue Coffee. Chang Rue looked at the envelope sent by the coffee shop manager and looked up at the manager who delivered the letter. Didn't you ask the identity of the sender this time? Yes, Mr. Chang. I also asked the other party's identity this time, but the other party still didn't want to reveal his identity. The manager answered. Well, I know you go back. Chang Rue saw that he didn't get the answer he wanted, so he waved his hand directly. Okay, Mr. Chang. The manager quickly left the office after hearing this. Your good ally sent you a message again? Chang Zishan watched the manager leave and turned to look at Chang Rue. Yes. Chang Rue smiled and nodded, then opened the envelope in his hand. He looked at the contents of the envelope and after reading it, he put the envelope on the table beside him. "What's the news this time?" Chang Zishan asked when Chang Rui finished reading the envelope. "It says in the envelope that Manhwa coffee will develop in Shenzhen next," Chang Rui said with a smile on his face. "Sister, now our non-Rui Coffee has trained all the store managers. It's time to open a store. Now Nana Coffee has 2 cities, Suzhou and Dongguan, and our non-Rui Coffee has not followed. Also, Shenzhen is where Nana Coffee is about to develop, and now we have enough store managers in non-Rui Coffee. Why not just roll out non-Rui Coffee in Suzhou and Dongguan at one time, and then send a team to Shenzhen? After Nana Coffee has selected a store, our non-Rui Coffee will also open a store again following Nana Coffee in the same way as before." Chang Rui directly expressed his thoughts. He has been patient for 2 months. Now the store manager has finally finished training. If he doesn't take action at this time, when will he wait? If you don't take action, you will be sorry for the good ally you have never met. The good ally was so kind in passing on the first-hand information about Nanny Coffee to him. Wasn't it because he wanted him to take action? Chang Zishan fell into deep thought after hearing Chang Rui's words that if we follow the normal thinking of business war, now we really need to completely expand non-Rui Coffee and continue to fight with Nana Coffee. But now she suddenly realized a problem, and that was the development speed of Nana Coffee. She had always thought that the sudden acceleration of Nana Coffee's development was entirely due to the emergence of non-Rui Coffee. Through the rapid development of Nana Coffee, non-Rui Coffee will retreat in spite of difficulties. But now that she heard that Nana Coffee was preparing to develop in Shenzhen, she realized that she seemed to have thought wrong, that if Nana Coffee is accelerating its development. Due to competition from their non-Rui Coffee, in the past 2 months, Nari Coffee did not compete. And now, even though non-Rui Coffee has not competed, Nana Coffee is still developing at a rate of 1 city per month. This shows that the current development speed of Nana Coffee is not at all due to competition from their non-Rui Coffee. But Nana Coffee originally wanted to speed up its development, and this idea. But it made her a little worried if Nana Coffee itself wanted to develop like this. This means that Nana Coffee has reserved enough funds to support the rapid development of Nana Coffee. Chapter 1109 Chang Zishan's concerns. If this is the case, it will be very troublesome. Nana Coffee must have reserved enough funds to support the rapid development of Nana Coffee. In this case, non-Rui Coffee is very passive. The funds of non-Rui Coffee are all spent by Ruishan Group, and now non-Rui Coffee has just won a new project with 20 billion yuan. Ruishan Group has only about 20 billion yuan left in its account. And this 20 billion yuan, with the fierce competition between non-Rui Coffee and Nana Coffee, must also consume a lot. She roughly calculated that it would take about 400 million yuan to open a coffee shop to saturation on average. Now the first-tier cities are chosen for opening stores, and each city needs to consume a lot of funds. But there are only so many first-tier cities, and the consumption of opening stores in the cities chosen in the future will definitely not be as much as that of first-tier cities. After all, the rent alone does not need so much in the population. Density of second-tier cities or second-tier cities is not so large, so it does not require too many stores to open coffee shops to saturation to SO on average. If each city opens coffee shops to saturation, the average cost is about 400 million after the store opens. The employee's salary and the daily capital consumption of the store are also non-consumption expenses after the number of stores continues to increase. With the current 20 billion yuan of funds of Ruishan Group, it can almost support the competition between non-Rui Coffee and Nana Coffee for more than a year. And after a year, the new project of Ruishan Group is not enough to enter the state of profitability. In this case, after a year, their non-Rui Coffee will face a very passive situation. During this period, she also learned a lot about Tomorrow Group, and she found that the strength of Tomorrow Group is no weaker than their Ruishan Group. At present, Tomorrow Group already has 2 major profit points: boring short videos and Sanshua games. These 2 industries are also the industries with the highest profit points in society. If the competition continues, their Ruishan Group will not have a high chance of winning. Thinking of this, Chang Zishan made a decision in her heart, and her eyes fell on Chang Rui. I think non-Rui Coffee should not continue to develop. Stopping losses in time is the best choice. Sister, what are you talking about? Now that the store manager has been trained, You tell me to stop losses in time. Chang Rui was unhappy when he heard Chang Zishan's words. During this period, what he was most looking forward to was waiting for the store manager training to be completed and then competing with Nana Coffee again. I don't agree. If Non-Rui Coffee continues to compete with Nana Coffee, Ruishan Group may be affected in the end. Sister, are you kidding? Ruishan Group is affected? Tomorrow Group has only been established for 2 years. How can it be compared with our Ruishan Group? Chang Rui said with disdain. Ruishan Group is an old group. How can the foundation be comparable to a group that has just been established for 2 years? You don't understand. Go to Ruishan Group to talk. Chang Zishan looked at Chang Rui, who looked unhappy, and sighed and shook her head. She knew that there was no way to explain it to Chang Rui. The only way to make sense was to hope that her father could understand her ideas. Finally, she gave up the development of Non-Rui Coffee. But can her father really listen to her words? Chang Zishan was a little unsure, but now she could only pray that her father could listen to her words. Otherwise, she was really worried about the future of Ruishan Group. Let's go. Chang Rui heard Chang Zishan's words and spoke without giving in. The two left the office together, came to the parking lot, and drove straight to Ruishan Group. But along the way, the atmosphere between the two was not very good. Came to Ruishan Group and entered the president's office. What do you two have to do? Chang Zai was a little surprised to see Chang Rui and Chang Zishan come to the office together. Usually, there is no situation where two people come to the office together. Dad, sister wants to give up the competition between Non-Rui Coffee and Nana Coffee. Chang Zai spoke first. Well, hearing this, Chang Zai's eyes fell on Chang Zishan. Didn't we agree before that you would assist Chang Rui in running Non-Rui Coffee to compete with Nana Coffee? Why do you want to give up competing with Nana Coffee? Dad, the situation in Nana Coffee is not right. They're planning to expand Nana Coffee on a large scale. It will be the same with or without our Non-Rui Coffee. Even if there is no competition from our Non-Rui Coffee, Nana Coffee will continue to expand like today. So in this case, Nana Coffee must have reserved enough funds in advance. Otherwise, it would not do this. And since enough funds have been reserved in advance, then there will definitely be no winner in the short term if we compete with Nana Coffee on price. And as time goes on, according to the current development speed, Non-Rui Coffee will consume more and more funds. And our Non-Rui Coffee has just won a 20 billion project. The current working capital is not much. If a large amount of funds are invested in Non-Rui Coffee, then our Ruishan Group will not have much liquidity to mobilize. If Ruishan Group encounters any changes, it is very likely to encounter a devastating blow. Chang Zishan quickly recounted the risks that may be faced if it continues to compete with Nana Coffee. Finally, he emphasized one more sentence. Tomorrow Group is developing very rapidly now. Boring short video and Sangshui game can create very large profits. I have arranged professionals to roughly calculate that the monthly profit of boring short video and Sangshui game is about 4 billion yuan. As long as Tomorrow Group takes out 500 million yuan a month, it will be enough for Nana Coffee to expand. Chang Zai listened to Chang Zishan's story, then shook his head and walked to the reception area and sat down directly. Looking at Chang Rui and Chang Zishan, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the seat in front. Sit down and talk. After hearing this, Chang Rui and Chang Zishan walked to the reception area and sat down directly. When Chang Zai saw the two sitting down, his eyes fell on Chang Zishan again. Anything else to say? No, I just think that if we continue to compete with Nana Coffee, our Ruishan Group will be at great risk. The safest way now is to give up competing with Nana Coffee and put the extra energy into developing new projects. Although we will lose some funds, the risk will be much smaller. Chang Zishan shook his head first, and then emphasized his thoughts again. Chapter 11:10 Chang Zai's ambition. Chang Zai listened to his daughter's words and shook his head slightly. You only talked about the profitable areas of Tomorrow Group, but you forgot that Tomorrow Group has not only profitable industries, but also many loss-making industries. As he said, he stood up and walked to the file cabinet nearby, then took out a document and placed it on the coffee table in front of Chang Zishan. You wouldn't just check the Tomorrow Group, right? As the Tomorrow Group is in the same city, I must also understand it. This data records the current profitability of most industries of the Tomorrow Group. The Sanshui game and Wuling short video you mentioned have indeed created a lot of profits, but the Tomorrow Group also has many industries that are consuming funds. For example, Changfeng Clothing, Jinhao Ken Food, Juhan Agricultural Base, Live Game Club, and the recently launched Nanchi Takeaway. All the industries listed in the data are in a loss-making state, especially the recently launched Nanchi Takeaway and massage industries. It's completely courting death. It directly recruited 10,000 trainees, and the salary and benefits are so generous. The monthly salary consumption is 100 million. And Nanchi Takeaway is also the same. Now the takeaway market has been occupied by two major takeaway platforms. Now is the time to enter the takeaway industry. That Nanchi Takeaway has now been rolled out in Jiangxing and Kyoto, and the monthly capital consumption is also hundreds of millions. And Mr. Chin of the Tomorrow Group is simply he doesn't know how to run a group. Sanshui Games and Wuling short videos are very profitable. But he simply invested the profitable funds into new industries without restraint. The most ridiculous thing is that during the bidding process, he actually raised the price to $5 billion to invest in the Desert Oasis project. The Desert Oasis project, the official desert control, has been going on for many years, but there has been no results. He actually wants to invest so much money in the Desert Oasis project. It's really a fantasy. So I think that Mr. Chin of Tomorrow Group is just lucky to have two profitable industries, Sanshui Games and Wuling short videos. If these two industries didn't exist, Tomorrow Group would have gone bankrupt long ago. But now, judging from the Tomorrow Group's unrestrained investment, problems will arise sooner or later. So there is no need to worry too much. Our non-Rue coffee competing with Nana coffee is accelerating the speed of Tomorrow Group's demise. Chang has a hint of confidence on his face. He is not an arrogant person. When he was an enemy of Tomorrow Group, he had already arranged people to investigate Tomorrow Group. After learning about some things about Tomorrow Group, he became more and more certain that Tomorrow Group was able to develop to the present because of luck. The president of Tomorrow Group has no ability at all. Chang Zishan listened to her father's words and carefully looked at the information her father had investigated. What her father said did make some sense. Tomorrow Group was indeed consuming its profitable funds without limit. In this way, the group would expand very quickly, but the chance of encountering risks would also be very high. Thinking of this, Chang Zishan sighed helplessly. She knew that there was no way to convince her father with such an idea. What her father said did make some sense, but did Tomorrow Group really develop as his father said? Is Chen Mo, the president of Tomorrow Group, really incapable? She didn't think so. Can a group really rely on luck to develop to this point? I still think it's not good to compete with Nana Coffee like this. You said that the Tomorrow Group's development is risky, but isn't our Ruishan Group also risky now? Our two groups have different industries. We could have kept our distance from each other. There is no need to compete to the death. Chang Zishan still wants to work harder. Chang Zishan, you were scared. You were so cowardly. Chang Rue mocked from the side. Chang Zishan glanced at Chang Rue indifferently and said nothing more. Zishan, I know you are worried about Ruishan Group, but how can you do business without risk? So we still have to compete. If we can interrupt the capital chain of Tomorrow Group here at Nana Coffee, it is very likely to involve other industries of Tomorrow Group. By that time, our Ruishan Group will take action to suppress it and put Tomorrow Group to death directly. We will slowly erode the industries of Tomorrow Group until we get the two industries of boring short video and Sanshui game. By that time, it is possible for our Ruishan Group to be promoted to the first group in China. So even if there are risks, I will continue to do this. Chang Zai smiled slightly. He had long been interested in the two industries of boring short video and Sanshui game of Tomorrow Group. Those two industries are completely a money-eating beast, but Chen Mo of Tomorrow Group did not use them at all. A game actually has only so many consumer channels. If we increase some consumer channels a little, it will be like the overseas agent of extreme survival, where skins are sold directly. The income from the game can be multiplied several times. There is also the boring short video, which actually recruited so many anchors, and the treatment was so good. An anchor can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month by live streaming for 4 hours a day. It is really not good at running a company. If it were him, he would just reduce the guaranteed income to 2,000 yuan and pay the rest according to the share. And now, there is only one gift worth 1 cent in the live broadcast room. How can he make money from gifts? At that time, he will directly increase the gifts and arrange the beauty function in this way. The income can be increased. As long as it is not too bad, it can be more than 3,000 yuan a month. He believes that there are still many people willing to be this anchor. After all, live broadcasting for 4 hours a day can be regarded as a part-time job, and part-time jobs can earn more than 3,000 yuan a month. There must be many people willing to do it so that everyone's salary can be saved by more than 7,000 yuan. And he arranged for people to count the anchors who are bored with short videos outside. And there are about 400,000 people. And 400,000 people save more than 7,000 yuan in salary. So 2.8 billion yuan can be saved a month. This is not a small amount. That Chinemo really doesn't know how to do business at all, and the employees in the group are paid so much. If the salary is reduced, a lot of money can be saved. Now there are so many cheap laborers, there is no need to worry about no one applying. If you don't do it, there are more employees willing to do it. Chang thought secretly in his heart, and he had already begun to fantasize about taking over Tsangshui Games and Wuling Short Video. Chapter 11:11 Conversation at the artificial lake. Chang Zishan sighed secretly when she heard her father's words. She knew that in her father's current state, there was no way to convince him to give up competing with Nana Coffee. In this case, she had no other choice but to do her best to help Nanrui Coffee fight against Nana Coffee. That's right, when we bring down Tomorrow Group, we can completely take over Tomorrow Group's industry. Tsangshui Games and boring short videos are very profitable. Chang Rui echoed with a hint of excitement on his face, and then looked at his father. Dad, when we bring down Tomorrow Group, I will manage Tomorrow Group's industry, okay? You work hard, and if you do well, I will let you take over part of the industry. Then, I want Tsangshui Games. Okay. Chang Zai nodded and turned to look at Chang Zishan. When Tomorrow Group falls, I will let you take over part of the industry. I don't need it. If that time comes, please invest more money in energy vehicles for me. Chang Zishan shook her head. She didn't care about other industries. She just wanted to continue to develop new energy vehicles. Now, with the continuous consumption of oil, the price of oil is also rising, and oil is not a renewable resource. New energy is an inevitable trend, and some people have already started to get in touch with new energy. If they are slow, it will be difficult to get a share of the new energy market. Another point is that she is not as optimistic as her father about the competition with Nana Coffee. Tomorrow Group has been developing for 2 years, and the industry and profitability are not as simple as they seem. Father said a lot of things which are indeed reasonable, but there is one thing that father did not consider. That is the cohesion of the employees of the companies under Tomorrow Group, which she has learned. Will the employees of a group with such good salary and benefits watch their group go bankrupt? If she brings in employees of Tomorrow Group, they will definitely not sit idly by and watch Tomorrow Group encounter difficulties in silence. If Tomorrow Group is short of money, she can temporarily not receive next month's salary. Or in an emergency, she can take out part of her salary to help Tomorrow Group overcome difficulties. After all, only if Tomorrow Group can survive can she continue to enjoy such a good salary. And with Tomorrow Group's employee benefits, if it overcomes difficulties, those employees who help Tomorrow Group overcome difficulties may be rewarded. So, is Tomorrow Group really that easy to fail? Chang Zishan couldn't help but feel a little worried, but seeing the excited expressions of her father and brother now, she was helpless. Another point is that her father only thought that Tomorrow Group would fail in this competition and eventually affect the development of the entire group. But there is another situation that Nanrui Coffee failed in the competition and finally affected the development of Ruishan Group. After all, Ruishan Group does not have much liquidity now, and this situation is also very likely to happen. And if this happens, what should Ruishan Group do? Chang Zishan fell into deep thought. This is a situation she didn't want to face. But in this situation, she had to consider it. Her father was completely blinded by the huge profits of Tomorrow Group, and her brother was a hopeless person, so she still needed to solve the future problems by herself. Chang Zishan had already made a decision when she thought of this, and at this time, the door of the office was gently knocked, and her father's secretary walked in carefully. Let's stop here. I have something to come out here, so you should do whatever you need to do. Chang Zai looked at the secretary who came in and directly ordered Chang Rui and Chang Zishan to leave. Chang Zishan didn't say much after hearing this. Since there was no way to communicate, there was no point for her to stay here. Chang Rui saw Chang Zishan get up and walk out of the office, and he also got up with a smug look on his face and followed. Came to the outside of Rui Shang group. Chang Rui walked to Chang Zishan and said triumphantly, I said that my father would definitely stand on my side, so I am determined to win Nana Coffee and then bring down Tomorrow Group. Chang Zishan glanced at Chang Rui lightly and suddenly felt tired. When I thought that Rui Shang Group might let Chang Rui manage it, I felt that even if he won the fight with Nana Coffee this time, he would take over Mingri Group. Chang Rui could also destroy such a large group. Alas, Chang Zishan sighed helplessly and then spoke. Since we have to continue to fight with Nana Coffee, we should send all the trained store managers out and open stores in Suzhou, Hangzhou, Dongguan, and Shenzhen. Also, Nana Coffee will definitely continue to open stores, and the store manager training will continue to recruit employees for training. After saying that, he opened his car door and drove away. Chang Rui looked at Chang Zishan, who was leaving, smiled proudly, and then opened his car door and drove away. Mingri Community, Artificial Lake. So, you will go to the Taklamakan Desert after the new year. Lu Mingfeng turned his head and looked at Wei Yin, who was sitting on the side fishing. Through the chat just now, he knew that Mr. Chun had arranged a new project for Wei Yin. Yes, we are currently forming a team and will set off after the new year. Wei Yin nodded. This project is still very difficult. He has not seen the possibility of this project being profitable in a short period of time, but he can only communicate with the research institute in the Takala Desert to see if there is any opportunity to make a profit. Mr. Chen, you really value me. A project worth 10 billion yuan a year is handed over to you just like that. Lu Mingfeng sighed. He has joined Tomorrow Group for some time and has a better understanding of Tomorrow Group, that he also knows that Wei Yin currently holds a key position in Tomorrow Group. Everyone is the same. As long as you work hard to create value for the group, you will get the same treatment. Mr. Chen will treat everyone equally according to their abilities. As long as you have the ability, you will be valued by Mr. Chen sooner or later. Wei Yin smiled faintly, and then found that the float moved quickly, and there was a fish on the hook. Collecting the rod, a crucian carp was caught, and then put into a bucket beside. Don't worry, Lao Wei, I will do it well. Lu Mingfeng nodded. At the beginning, he just thought that Mr. Chun could help him pass on the massage technique. But when Mr. Chen transferred 100 million yuan to his account, he changed his mindset. This Mr. Chun is a man who can do big things. Following him, not only can he pass on his family's ancestral massage technique, but he can also carry forward his family's massage technique. Chapter 11-12, Lao Lu's future plans for massage. I trust you. Wei Yin looked at Lu Mingfeng and smiled slightly. He still trusted Lu Mingfeng, that Lu Mingfeng's character is very perseverant. He can even persist in learning massage techniques. What else can he not persevere in? You know, Lu Mingfeng's learning ability was much better than him. If he studied hard at that time, he had a great chance of getting into college. College students at that time were much more valuable than college students today in order to pass on massage techniques. Lu Mingfeng also gave up the opportunity to continue his studies that if Lu Mingfeng hadn't always wanted to pass on their family's massage skills and gave up taking exams, he would have become famous a long time ago. But it's not too late now. After entering the Tomorrow Group, Lu Mingfeng has a lot of opportunities to perform. By the way, do you have any plans now for Lao Lu Massage Company? Now Lu Mingfeng is training students, and this training normally takes 3 years to achieve certain results. After the training is over, there must be corresponding actions. I already have some plans for this. Lu Mingfeng smiled slightly when he heard Wei Yan's question. Today, there are 10,000 trainees, and they are definitely talented in learning massage. Normally, it takes about 3 years for a normal person to master massage techniques proficiently, but for a talented person, it takes about more than a year to become proficient. And during this time of training, I'm looking for those who have the talent. Now we have almost completed the statistics. There are about 66 people who are very talented and can master massage techniques in about a year. There are about 1,000 more people who can master it in 2 years. There are still more than 7,000 people who need 3 years to master massage techniques. They're what I call normal people. They have no talent, but they have a certain learning ability. Of course, there are also some people who have no talent and poor learning ability. There are about 1,000 people. Normally, these 1,000 people are not suitable for learning massage techniques. It will take at least 4 years for them to become proficient in massage techniques. I talked to Mr. Chin about this matter and suggested that the more than 1,000 people be replaced, but Mr. Chin directly rejected our request. Showing poor talent is not a reason for us not to hire them. We need to be patient. Now that they have become students, they are employees of our Tomorrow Group. In this case, Tomorrow Group must be responsible to the end. As long as they want to learn, they can continue to learn until the day they graduate. Lu Mingfeng spoke with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chin's decision made him very surprised that if you don't have the talent, replace it. This is the most basic thing in today's society. Even if you do this, no one will say anything. This is survival of the fittest. But Mr. Chin didn't do this. This must be the kindness of the superior. Mr. Chin's only shortcoming is that he is too kind, but it is Mr. Chin's kindness that has created such a harmonious family. Wei Yin said with a smile that he already knew Mr. Chin's character. The group's extremely high employee benefits include pet parks, orphanages, schools, poor elderly people, and the Lei Feng Foundation. There is also the quality of each product under the group company. Changfeng Clothing has been losing money for more than 2 consecutive years, but the raw materials for producing clothing have always been high-quality materials. The same goes for the cannery. Whether it's canned meat or canned fruit, all the raw materials are fresh that he has learned about other canned businesses. Some canned fruits use a lot of rotten fruits, but the rotten parts are removed during the production process. This can save a lot of costs in raw materials. Tomorrow Group did not do this at all. There is also boring short video. All the products of the cooperative merchants are under strict quality control, and unqualified and fake products are not allowed to appear on the boring short video platform. That if Tomorrow Group gives up these insistences and relaxes its quality control a little, as long as the products are not too bad and the customer service maintenance is a little better, I believe there won't be any major problems. And the profit of such boring short videos can be increased by at least about 30%, as well as some other companies, the quality of all products is very strict. These all show that Mr. Chun is kind in his heart and does not want to make money that is unconscionable. Yeah, but I like this environment. Lu Mingfeng nodded. Let's talk about your plan for Lao Lu's massage. Wei Yin brought the topic back. Mr. Chin's kindness was already recognized in the Tomorrow Group, and there was nothing more to say. Okay, now the 10,000 students have been decided. It would be too difficult to train 10,000 students at the same time. The video teaching you mentioned is possible, but there are some details that cannot be guided. So I adopt a segmented teaching method here. Video teaching is implemented for everyone. 10,000 students can learn the general massage techniques based on the video. And I am responsible for teaching those 66 talented students based on video teaching. After guiding the 66 talented students in detail, those 66 students will be responsible for guiding the more than 1,000 slightly talented students. After those students who are slightly talented have learned the details, you can teach the remaining students the details. In this way, all students can learn the details very well. I don't need to guide everyone. I only need to guide 66 talented people. Lu Mingfeng briefly talked about the details of teaching. Well, teaching like this is indeed possible, and it can teach those 66 talented students well very quickly. This is about teaching, but what about business in the future? Wei Yin continued to ask. I haven't considered the management issue yet. After all, even those talented students will need almost a year to study. Lu Mingfeng shook his head. During this period, he had been dealing with the establishment of the company, student recruitment, and training AS for how to operate it in the future. He has not yet thought about it. I do have some ideas here. Wei Yin spoke slowly. He came up with the idea after hearing Lu Mingfeng's training methods. Tell me about it. Lu Mingfeng turned to look at Wei Yin. He was still very curious about Wei Yin's thoughts. Since childhood, Wei Yin has often had some evil ideas that time. They had very little pocket money. In order to increase their pocket money, Wei Yin thought of many ways, that of course there are some ways to get them beaten several times. Chapter 11:13. Profitable after opening, that's right. It's good for you to train students like this. But if you consider developing a massage business after training the trainees, it would be too much of a delay. I'm thinking that we can develop the massage business at the stage of training students. Wei Yin expressed his thoughts. Liu Mingfeng heard Wei Yan's words and spoke in confusion. But those students are still in training. Even the most talented 66 students will take a year to graduate. How can they start a business? And even if the 66 students complete their studies in 1 year, how much business will they be able to receive? And if you don't learn enough to start receiving customers, your immature massage skills will probably ruin the reputation of Lao Lu Massage, who said I would let those students who failed to learn start their own business. Wei Yin shook his head and then continued to speak. What I mean is this. We can definitely train those 66 students now, and then choose 66 cities and open 66 Lao Lu massage parlors in 66 cities. These 66 Lao Lu massage parlors are in charge of the 66 graduates. They are the store managers. Then each massage parlor is evenly assigned some other students, about 16 students with some talent, and more than 100 normal and non-talented students. At this stage, we are not trying to make a profit. We are just doing trial massages. When customers enter the massage parlor, we don't charge a fee. First, we let the store manager's apprentice massage them once, so that they can experience the comfort of our massage. Then we can provide trial massage services. As long as those people agree to have a trial massage and come for a trial massage once a week, they will be the first batch of members of our Lao Lu massage shop in 1 year. In the future, you will enjoy discounts and some privileges for members when you go to any Lao Lu massage parlor for massage. In this way, even if we don't make a profit, a 1-year trial massage service can still promote it to a certain extent. If someone really insists on trial massage for a year, they will become a member of our massage shop. Then this group of people will become the first massage customers of our Lao Lu massage. And this trial massage can also effectively provide those students with good training. In addition, after 1 year, the more than 1,000 students with some talents can also start training. At this time, we have more than 1,000 graduates and can expand our massage business again. My estimate is to expand to more than 230 massage parlors. Counting the first 60 stores, there will be almost 300 stores. Then the trainees who have not yet graduated will be dispatched to those 300 stores on average. In this way, there are about 3 to 4 mature masseuses in one store and more than 20 students who have not yet graduated. The total number is about 30. At this time, old members who insisted on trying massages last year can go to massage parlors and pay mature masseurs for massages. At the same time, the massage parlor will continue to conduct trial massage activities to allow those students who have not graduated to continue training. After 1 year, the remaining students will also be able to practice, except for those students who have no talent. But those masseurs who are not talented can just continue to be massage students until they graduate. This will not have much impact. After all, a massage parlor has more than 20 mature masseurs, so it can operate normally. If you want to continue to expand in the future, just recruit some students at each store and then train them. Of course, this is just my ideal plan. There will definitely be some changes in the specific implementation, but the big framework will not change. Wei Yin explained his thoughts in detail. Liu Mingfeng heard Wei Yan's thoughts and nodded in agreement, that I sighed secretly in my heart. Wei Yin is no longer just thinking about some weird ideas when he was a child. The ideas he proposes now have careful plans, and basically there will be no mistakes that if this idea is implemented, basically in 3 years, it will be able to operate normally and accumulate a certain number of customers that at least those members who tried the massage must be regular customers. This is much faster than waiting until all students have graduated before considering opening a store that if handled well, it is very likely that you will be profitable right from the start of business. What do you think? Seeing that Liu Mingfeng didn't answer for a long time, Wei Yin asked again. After hearing this, Liu Mingfeng came back from his thoughts and then spoke. This is a very good idea. It will not affect the training progress, and it will also speed up the business. It may even be profitable immediately after opening. However, we still need to report to Mr. Chun about opening a store. Among the projects Mr. Chen has invested in, there are only two projects: the construction of Lao Lu Massage Company and the training base. And if you want to open a store, Mr. Chen will need to invest in it again. I don't know if Mr. Chan can agree. Lu Mingfeng spoke slowly and said that there would definitely be no problem opening a store according to Wei Yan's words, but he didn't know whether Mr. Chan would approve it. Well, you go talk to Mr. Chen. I think there is basically no problem. Wei Yan nodded. Based on his understanding of Mr. Chen would basically not refuse investment in this kind of project. Yeah, I'll go to the company to talk to Mr. Chen tomorrow. Lu Mingfeng nodded. You've already caught it. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wei Yan turned around and saw that Fong Chong was coming with a fishing rod. You're here, fishing here. Wei Yan pointed at the deck chairs next to him. In the fishing area here, except Mr. Chen's fishing area, which had 2 deck chairs, the other fishing areas all had 3 or 4 deck chairs. Fong often comes over, and they have no problem at all in a fishing area. Fong Chong nodded when he heard this, then said hello to Lu Mingfeng and sat down on the recliner. Then quickly set up the fishing rod, cast the hook, and put the fishing rod on the stand aside. Mr. Fong, if you have anything to say, you can tell me now. Wei Yan saw that Fong Chong had already arranged the fishing rods and said, Ugh. Fong Chong nodded when he heard this, and then looked at Lu Mingfeng. Master Lu, I just want to ask, do you need any test person for your massage teaching now? If necessary, I can be the test person. Are you teaching massage? When teaching details, you really need a real person to teach. But I usually let the students do the experiments. But if Mr. Fong wants to try it, he can. When Lu Mingfeng heard this, he smiled and said that the other party had often gone there for massages before, so he was familiar with her. Chapter 11:14 Canned Goods Shipment. Is that so? Thank you, Master Lu. Fong Chang's face lit up. He was finally able to experience massage again. Since the last time he entered the massage parlor, he never dared to find a massage parlor casually. What are you thanking me for? You can go and try it. We don't need to let the college do the experiment. Lu Mingfeng smiled indifferently. Then I'm not polite. To be honest, since you, Master Lu, joined the Tomorrow group, I haven't found a comfortable massage parlor. Fong Chong said with emotion. Ha, I'm not bragging. Our Lu family's massage skills are unmatched in Jiangxing and China. Our Lu family's massage skills are passed down from the ancient palace. Our massage is not the simple massage on your body that is now on the market. We are real acupoint massage, and there are requirements for the intensity of the acupoint massage. Lu Mingfeng said proudly. He is very confident in his own massage skills. Their massage skills are comfortable and have a certain improving effect on the body. In recent years, although his massage shop is in a small alley, many people come to massage every day because of his famous massage. These people all know his massage and the effect of his massage. In recent years, he has never lacked customers, but because he is alone, and his massage is very physically and mentally exhausting, so he sets a limit on the number of customers he receives every day. Even now that he has joined the Tomorrow group, many customers still contact him and want to have a massage with him, and the current effect is entirely due to his massage skills. I understand. I'm looking forward to this massage heritage being carried forward in the Tomorrow group. It will be a profitable project again. Fong Chong smiled heartily. He has personally experienced Lu Mingfeng's massage skills that if this massage heritage develops and expands, it can attract many customers just by relying on the massage skills. That's right, and Wei Yin and I have just discussed the future business. I believe it's only a matter of time before we make a profit. Lu Mingfeng smiled and nodded. Then the three of them continued fishing while chatting. A few days later, Meng Xiaohong watched the truckloads of canned food being taken away with emotion in her eyes. These canned food were worth 5 billion yuan, and they are so lucky that the canned food has completely turned a loss into a profit. Mr. Meng, a middle-aged man, came over and greeted him. Minister Wang, have you counted the number of canned food? Meng Xiaohong turned to look at the person who came over, and then asked. The person who came over is currently the director of the production department of all canning workshops, and he is also responsible for the packaging and delivery of the canned food this time. Mr. Meng has already counted it. There will be no problem. Minister Wang nodded and said, That's good. Meng Xiaohong nodded when she heard this. Jinhao canned food has a large inventory, so it didn't take long for Jinhao canned food to prepare the 5 billion canned food. Watching the last truck of canned food leave the Jinhao canning factory, these canned food need to go to Haikou and then be shipped overseas. Now that the canned food has been packed and shipped, it's time to settle the overseas payment. Before the canned food was shipped, the overseas market had already paid 3 billion yuan, and the remaining 2 billion yuan would be paid. After the canned food was shipped, thinking of this, she turned to look at Owen. Mr. Owen, the 5 billion canned food has been packed and shipped, and it's time to settle the remaining 2 billion yuan. Don't worry, Ms. Meng. We won't be short of money overseas. It just so happens that I have already communicated with the overseas side, and the balance of 2 billion yuan will probably be settled in the next 2 working days. Owen smiled and said, their company has basically never defaulted on payment for goods. Especially now that Jinhao cans has been verified in the overseas market, if they delay on the cans, there is a high possibility that there will be no subsequent cooperation. After all, they are not the only company of the same kind overseas. If they delay the payment, then Jinhao cans can contact other peer companies in the future to so whether it is to continue to cooperate with Jinhao cans or to ensure the reputation of their company. They will definitely not delay the payment. Then I will wait for the news of the payment. Meng Xiaohong nodded and walked towards the office building. Seeing this, Owen did not follow, but took out his mobile phone to check the time and found that it was almost noon. It was time for lunch soon. Owen put away his mobile phone and rushed to the cafeteria without hesitation that if you go late, the delicious food will be taken away by others soon. He came to the cafeteria and found that his colleagues had already got their meals and had started eating. Seeing this, he walked quickly to the dining table. After getting the food ready, I walked to the chairs next to several colleagues and started eating. Have the goods been shipped? A colleague asked. Well, everything has been packed and shipped. You guys are too free. I'll watch the goods being packed. You guys came over for dinner in advance. Owen looked at several of his colleagues with aggrieved expressions and said, what's wrong with these people? Even if they come over to eat, they don't know how to bring me some. The employees at other canneries will prepare meals for their colleagues. These colleagues of mine only know how to eat by themselves. We don't speak Chinese, and it's very troublesome to find a translator. Why don't you go to the extra trouble? You're the person in charge, aren't you? As for the cannery, we often go to the workshop to check what the cans produced are like, and what can we say? This is the cannery with the best production environment and the best in quality I have ever seen. You just need to pay more attention to see if the packaging is in contract and whether there are any missing items in the quantity of the goods. And when the goods arrive overseas, there will be a wave of inspections. There is nothing to worry about. A colleague said nonchalantly after taking a bite of his meal. They have been at the cannery for more than a month. They know exactly what is going on at the True Good cannery. If the cans here are not up to standard, they can no longer find other qualified cans, and they also know why Jinhao cans are so delicious. The biggest reason is that the fruits and meat are very fresh. Being able to produce cans with such fresh ingredients is something that 99% of canneries cannot do. Chapter 1115 Official Lawyer. There are some canneries that can do this, but they are very high-end brands, and the price is very expensive. However, the price of really good cans is far from the price of those high-end products in terms of cost performance. Jinhao cans will definitely be the first choice. They have long expected at the cannery that really good cans can open up overseas markets. After all, they taste delicious and are relatively cheap. They are popular everywhere. What they didn't expect was that the market would open up too quickly. The headquarters must have spent a lot of money on publicity. Owen sighed helplessly after hearing his colleague's words that in this case, a new word he learned in China is very applicable. Those who can work hard. But it doesn't matter if he works a little more, but he doesn't want to miss out on delicious food. After thinking for a while, he looked at his colleagues across from him. Next time something like this happens again, before you come over to eat, can you also beat me? We don't know what you want to eat. There are so many dishes, so we can't give you a portion. It would be a waste if you can't eat either. Didn't you have the recipe in advance? I'll order the food at the main office. If you don't help me prepare the food, you can come over to me to do the work in the future. Don't forget that I am the person in charge. I will send you all back carefully and replace them with a new group of obedient people. Owen said with an unhappy look on his face. Several colleagues heard Owen's words and quickly put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Yes, they have learned how to use chopsticks during this time, but they are much more practical than knives and forks. Isn't it just a meal? We'll give you a full meal next time. Don't worry, just change people. Aren't we quite happy working together? Those colleagues hurriedly said that it would not be possible to replace them. After replacing it, how could they still eat such delicious meals? After hearing the answers from several colleagues, Owen nodded with satisfaction and continued to eat with his head down. Jiangcheng, Baishu Law Firm. Within the meeting, many people were beaming with joy, and of course some were in a constant state of gloom. Tang Qiu looked around the conference room, taking in the expressions of everyone in the conference room. The reason for these people's excitement must be that they passed the Bar Association exam this time and became a formal lawyer. As for those silent interns, it was obvious that they failed the Bar Association exam. Sitting on the seat at the front of the conference room, I looked at the many market lawyers in the conference room and spoke slowly. The Bar Association exam has ended. In our Baishu law firm, a total of 53 trainee lawyers have officially become regular lawyers. The next development of Baishu lawyers requires your efforts. Also, students who have not passed the Bar Association exam should not be discouraged. Since we did not pass this time, let's continue to improve ourselves and wait until we pass the Bar Association exam next time. Tang Qiu paused for a moment before speaking, then picked up the water glass on the side and took a sip before continuing to speak. With your regularization, Baishu Law Firm suddenly has more than 50 regular lawyers at the same time. And you are more than 50 formal lawyers, and each of you has your own strengths and knowledge. So we will divide offices for you based on your strengths. Also, some time ago, you have been doing pro bono legal aid. In the process of pro bono legal aid, you have also gained some resources. Although you can take over these resources, everyone who takes on a case must let me take a look at it and then tell you how you're going to get those cases out. Tang Qiu said with a serious expression. Although these trainee lawyers have become regular lawyers and have the right to accept cases, they have not accepted any cases before. Therefore, before accepting the case, she still needs to know how these newly regularized lawyers are going to deal with it, that if the solution is reasonable, the case can be accepted and handled, that if the solution is unreasonable, then go back and improve it until it is reasonable. After all, the first battle of Baishu lawyers to open up the situation, the customers attracted by the public welfare legal aid have trust in them. Therefore, they cannot live up to this trust and must handle the entrustment well. Only when the procedures are completed, more customers will come, and the reputation of Baishu Law Firm can be gradually built up. Now Baishu Law Firm already has 53 formal lawyers. As long as they are all trained, she believes that the reputation of Baishu Law Firm will never be bad in the future. Is there anything else you don't understand? Tang Qiu looked at everyone in the conference room and asked slowly. Tang Liu, let's choose the corresponding legal direction. Are there any requirements? For example, I want to focus on divorce lawyers now. In the conference room, that a woman raised her hand and asked. Tang Qiu looked at the woman and then answered. It's your own choice which direction you choose. I won't interfere. The offices in each direction are on different floors. Whichever direction you want to go, just go to which office. Then you can just write a report and submit it. But one thing that needs to be reminded is that you must recognize your own strength and what you are good at. If you are good at civil affairs but insist on choosing criminal justice, and you have no results in the end, don't complain. I also know that everyone has just graduated for a few years, and they all have good learning abilities and talents, and want to become a comprehensive lawyer. It's a good idea to have this idea, but before becoming a comprehensive lawyer, you must at least master one direction. No matter how comprehensive you are in the future, there is always one thing you are best at. There are many famous lawyers now, and they all have a direction they are good at, so you must recognize yourself and have no problem wanting to develop comprehensively. But you must first master one direction and make a name for yourself before considering comprehensive things. Tang Qiu said in a very serious tone. These people in front of him became formal lawyers in less than 2 years after graduation. They have far surpassed other lawyers of the same age, and there will be some pride. But it is precisely this pride that will become their fatal weakness. She has seen many talented young lawyers who always want to master all legal knowledge after becoming formal lawyers. And they work very hard. reading various legal books and watching some related litigation cases. But it is precisely because of this that she has no strong points. Now many people look for lawyers, not for how comprehensive you are. Instead, customers choose according to their own needs. Chapter 11:16 Failure. If a client wants a divorce, he will naturally choose some more powerful divorce lawyers. Whether you are powerful in other aspects has nothing to do with the client. And because that young man wanted to develop in an all-round way, he had to learn a lot of knowledge every day. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't master everything in a short period of time. And those lawyers who are not very talented, but focus on one direction of study, quickly master one direction as time goes by. Soon some corresponding customers approached him about some legal matters, and over time it developed that he asked for the all-around lawyer. Few clients come to him because he doesn't have a single point of attack. So this is his reminder to the people in front of him. As for the path they want to take in the future, they still need to choose for themselves. Tang Lu, if I stay in one legal department for a period of time and feel it's not suitable for me, can I transfer to another legal department? Another man raised his hand and asked. He has two areas of expertise, and he doesn't know how to choose for a while. He is afraid that after choosing one direction, he will find that it is not suitable for him, and there will be no way to switch. This is also your choice. As long as you can find the direction you are good at, there is no problem. Tang Xiu answered. Time passes little by little. The newly registered lawyer in the conference room had many doubts in his mind, and people kept asking questions. After Tang Xiu answered everyone's questions, he took a sip from the water glass on the side, then stood up and said, "That's it for the meeting. Dismissed." After saying that, he got up and left the conference room. Back to the office. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and then Suwon opened the door and walked in. "What's the matter?" Tang Xiu looked at Suwon, who came in, and asked. "Tang Lu, the few people in our law firm who have failed the Bar Association exam are not in a very good condition now. They feel a little embarrassed. Some of them even want to leave the law firm." Suwon talked about the problem. She was now a part-time assistant, so she definitely had to talk about this kind of thing. "Where are they?" Tang Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. The conference room was basically answering questions from those lawyers who had become full-time lawyers, but ignored those trainee lawyers who had failed. "They are still in the previous studio." Suwon opened her mouth to answer. "Call them all into the office." "Okay, Tang Lu." Suwon responded and quickly left the office. That IT didn't take long. The office door was knocked again. Suwon walked in first, followed by several trainee lawyers who had failed the Bar Association exam. Tang Xiu looked up and found that the trainee lawyers who had failed the exam were always in a very low mood. After thinking for a while, he looked at Suwon. "You go out first, I'll take care of it here." "Okay, Tang LV." Suwon responded and quickly left the office. Tang Xiu watched Suwon leave, and then his eyes fell on several trainee lawyers still standing in the office. "Sit over here." Tang Xiu got up and walked to the reception area of the office. Several trainee lawyers followed, and then at Tang Xiu's signal, they sat down in the reception area. "What do you think? Tell me about it." Tang Xiu looked at the people sitting opposite. "Tang Lu, we have embarrassed the law firm. I want to leave the law firm." A trainee lawyer spoke slowly. "What do you guys think?" When Tang Xiu heard the trainee lawyer's answer, he did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to look at the other trainee lawyers who were silent. "Tang Lu, it seems that we are not as good as those lawyers who have become full-time lawyers. We have no shame to continue to stay, and if we continue to stay, we will also discredit the law firm." After several other trainee lawyers were silent for a while, they slowly spoke. After listening to the answers of several people, Tang Xiu looked at them seriously. "Let me ask you a question. Does one failure mean eternal failure?" Several trainee lawyers shook their heads. "Then what are you worried about? Or is it because you saw other people passing the exam, but you didn't, and your self-esteem was hit? If this is the case, you are really fragile. It seems not very suitable to enter the legal profession with such a mentality. I didn't even say I wanted to persuade you to retreat, but you are retreating here. Having said that, if you think it's embarrassing that you didn't pass the exam this time, then just leave. I won't stop you. We at Baishu Law Firm don't even have this kind of affordability, and we don't need it. If you feel that you are no worse than those who have already passed the exam, but you did not do well this time, you want to prove yourself through your own efforts next year. In the end, if you surpass those before you, don't feel sorry for yourself. Just go back and work hard. That's what I want to say. Whatever you want, make your own choice. Tang Xiu looked at the people across from him with a very serious tone. The talents of these people in front of them are not bad. After all, they are all left after being eliminated in batches. She didn't pass the exam this time, and she didn't say anything. Everyone has times when they don't perform well. These people did not pass the exam, and she did not deny them, but they denied themselves. She also knew that what these people needed was comfort and encouragement. As long as she comforted and encouraged them a little, these people would definitely choose to stay. But she would not. If they wanted comfort, they could go to their family, relatives, and friends. But at work, no one would comfort them. She just gave these people a choice, and it was their own business to choose in the end. After all, she would not be optimistic about a person who could not bear the pressure, and leaving would not cause any loss to the law firm. Tang Xiu leaned back on the sofa, quietly waiting for the choices of the people opposite. After a long while, an intern lawyer slowly raised his head. Lawyer Tang, I have thought it through. I want to stay. I will work hard. I will definitely pass the Bar Association exam next year. Yeah. Tang Xiu nodded. He still had some impression of this young man. He was very talented. Normally, he should not fail the Bar Association exam. I remember what his name was. It seemed to be Luo Xiang. Yet that's the name. What about you guys? How do you choose? Tang Xiu turned to look at the other people. When the other people heard Tang Xiu's question, they took a deep breath and answered. Lawyer Tang, we have also made our choice. We want to stay. We promise that we will pass the Bar Association exam next year. Sorry to trouble you. You don't have to promise me. This is your future. Whether you pass or not will have no effect on me. Tang Xiu looked at the others and spoke seriously. Chapter 11:17. Loss again, we get it, Tang Lu. Several trainee lawyers nodded after hearing Tang Xiu's words, and their eyes regained their fighting spirit. Tang Lu was right. One failure means nothing. If one failure knocks them down, then they're the real losers. They really want to leave the law firm? How is it possible? With such treatment from the law firm, who would want to leave? They're not clear about the current situation of those trainee lawyers who failed the previous assessment and were eliminated. Not to mention that they have been regularized in the Bar Association examination, and they are basically still doing odd jobs now. Not to mention the salary, which is currently only about 2,000, and the better ones are only more than 3,000. As for them, including various benefits, they already have tens of thousands. Those who have passed the Bar Association examination to become formal lawyers have higher salaries. I heard that it seems to have been increased by 50%. Why would you want to leave with such treatment? It's just the pride after failure. After Tang Lu's words, they figured it out. Another point is that they are not working hard for the law firm, but working hard for themselves. Tang Xiu looked at the expressions of several people and nodded slightly. Now that you've made your decision, let's go back. It's causing trouble for Tang Lu. Several trainee lawyers said respectfully, then stood up and left the office. Nana Coffee, Song Xia, sat glumly in front of the seat in the corner, stirring the coffee on the table, but had no intention of drinking it. What's wrong? You look listless. I don't know how long it took. Sultan walked in from outside and asked worriedly when he saw Song Xia's appearance. Teacher Su, you are here. Song Xia saw Sultan coming over and said hello. What happened? Sultan sat across from Song Xia and asked again. Teacher Su, your guess is correct. Nanrui Coffee is training store managers, and they should have been trained by now. Now Nanrui Coffee has begun to open stores near Nana Coffee in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Dongguan. Even Shenzhen, where we have just gone to prepare for development, has also seen the trend of Nanrui Coffee. It is estimated that after our Nana Coffee opens a store, we will open a store near our Nana Coffee. I don't know why, but Nanrui Coffee will be the first to know about every new trend of our Nana Coffee. Song Xia said with a frustrated look. Suzhou and Hangzhou have already begun to make profits, and she has begun to look forward to the opening of Nana Coffee in Dongguan and Shenzhen, which will also enter a profitable state. Then we will continue to develop Nana Coffee into more cities. As long as there are enough cities where Nana coffee is profitable. Even if the three cities of Jiangxing, Kyoto, and Magic City are losing money, the overall profit and loss of Nana coffee will be a profitable state. Nana coffee once again successfully turned a profit. But before she could be happy for long, Nari coffee, which had been inactive for more than 2 months, appeared again, immediately breaking all her illusions. It turns out that this is the case. Although Nari Coffee has not taken any action for 2 months, it has not given up the operation of Nari Coffee in the three cities of Jiangxing, Kyoto, and Shanghai. It can be judged that Nari Coffee has not given up. Intend. So it is to be expected that Nari Coffee will start causing trouble again. Sudan nodded when she heard Song Xia's words. She had expected this incident, but she was not as frustrated as Song Xia. But Teacher Su, I have obviously seen the opportunity to make profit, but it has gone like this. I feel it is a pity. Then Nari coffee is really annoying. It's like a dogskin plaster that sticks to us. Song Xia sounded a little angry. Without the emergence of non-Rue coffee, Nana Coffee would have been a profitable company. And the amount of profit may not be comparable to boring short video and Sangshua games, but it can at least be compared to Corner Pet Park. Moreover, speaking out is different between loss-making companies and profitable companies. Except that after Nana Coffee became profitable, Mr. Chen arranged for them to pick up and drop off poor elderly people, and he no longer had any special requirements for them. And now among the group's companies, 6 companies have been arranged for training camps. And because Nana Coffee has been losing money, there is no quota for Nana Coffee in the training camp. This made her a little anxious. She also wanted Nana Coffee to participate in the training camp, but Nana Coffee's current condition obviously made it impossible. There is no way. This is a business war. If you want to completely get rid of Nari Coffee, you need to kill them directly. Sudan also sighed when she heard Song Xia's words. She didn't want Nana Coffee to fall into this situation, but there was no way. Non-Rue Coffee insisted on a stalemate with Nana Coffee in a lose-lose method that if they, Nana Coffee, don't want to give up, they can only continue to fight with non-Rue Coffee. But when will Nari Coffee be beaten to death? It has been more than a year. This depends on the funds of both parties. The funds of Tomorrow Group have always been abundant, and Nari Coffee is also supported by Rue Shan Group, so the funds will definitely not be much different. In this case, it will definitely be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Sultan thought for a moment and then analyzed. That means Nana Coffee may have to face a long period of losses. Song Xia was a little anxious. Nana Coffee has been losing money for more than a year. And as Nana Coffee's expansion speed accelerates and the number of Nana Coffee stores increases, Nana Coffee's losses are also increasing every month. If there is no accident, it should be like this. Sudan shook his head. Price wars are like this. It depends on who has more money in the end. Both sides have the backing of the group, so they must have abundant funds. Song Xia sighed helplessly after hearing this. Don't think too much. I believe Nana Coffee will definitely be the final winner. And think about it, Nana Coffee has been expanding. When we defeat non-Rue Coffee, then our Nana Coffee will definitely usher in a big explosion. Sudan saw that Song Xia was still a little depressed and hurriedly comforted her, and she was not talking nonsense. Nana Coffee developed rapidly, so there would be more and more stores. In the competition with non-Rue Coffee, many customers were snatched away by non-Rue Coffee. Once non-Rue Coffee finally loses and withdraws from the competition with Nana Coffee, the customers originally taken away by non-Rue Coffee will return to Nana Coffee. Chapter 11:18 Preparation for Nanshi Taiko Even because there is no competition from non-Rue Coffee, and only Nana Coffee, the reputation of Nana Coffee will gradually spread, and then attract more customers. In this way, Nana Coffee will definitely usher in a blowout after non-Rue Coffee withdraws from the competition. However, the foundation of all this must be based on Nana Coffee's victory in the competition with non-Rue Coffee. Song Xia's depressed mood gradually improved a lot after hearing Sudan's story. I know Teacher Su, Nana Coffee will definitely win this battle. I believe it too. Sudan smiled slightly. Teacher Su, I will go back and write a report first. Nana Coffee in Suzhou and Hangzhou was profitable some time ago, and I wrote a report. Now Nanrue Coffee appears again. When Nanrue Coffee opens stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou will definitely fall into a state of loss. It is better to report it, Song Xia said, and he had already stood up and walked out of the coffee shop. The store that just made a profit will return to a state of loss in less than 2 months. Mr. Chen will be very disappointed to hear this news. Song Xia couldn't help thinking in her heart. Kyoto, Nanchi takeaway. Wang Maoyan looked at the trained chefs one by one and nodded with satisfaction. After such a long time, the chefs in Kyoto have finally been fully trained. Some of these chefs are already chefs when they come here, so they don't need much training, just some simple process training. There are also some chefs who are not chefs after coming here, but they all have many years of experience as chefs and have the basic abilities of chefs. These people have undergone a period of chef training in cooking skills and are now masters. You have already understood all the work processes of Nanchi takeaway. You have also passed the training on chef abilities. From tomorrow on, you will officially enter the working state. Are you all ready? Wang Maoyan looked at the many chefs in front of him and asked seriously. Ready, all the chefs said in unison, and their faces were a little excited that it has been a while since they entered Nanchi takeaway, and they have also learned about the working mode of Nanchi takeaway. Although Nanchi takeaway is also a takeaway, it is essentially different from the other 2 takeaway platforms on the market. The 2 current takeaway platforms are just an intermediate platform that connects customers and merchants and arranges delivery at the same time. As a result, many problems arise. After the problem occurs, it is difficult to solve it quickly. For example, if a takeaway is damaged, the merchant can say that it was damaged during delivery, and the takeaway can also say that the merchant damaged it when the meal was delivered. In the absence of accurate evidence, no one can judge who is right. There are many similar problems. In short, the interests of the 3 parties cannot be well coordinated. But Nanchi takeaway is different. It breaks the 3-party model. Takeaway delivery and meal delivery are a whole, and both belong to Nanchi takeaway. That if there is any problem in one of these links, it is Nanchi takeaway's problem. And the specific person responsible is also easy to find. After all the links from meal delivery to delivery are live video. They're very curious about such a novel takeaway platform and wonder if they can grab a piece of the cake from the 2 major takeaway platforms today. What's more important is that all the dishes of Nanchi takeaway are freshly made, which not only tests the cooking skills of the chefs, but also reflects their value. Now many restaurants on the market often prepare a lot of pre-prepared dishes in order to increase the speed of serving. Some restaurants even don't have any decent chefs at all, and all the dishes are pre-prepared. This is undoubtedly a blow to their chefs. They cook with their heart, but can't compare with those pre-prepared dishes that in today's fast-paced society. There are very high requirements for the speed of serving, and some complex dishes, if prepared normally, take a long time. And this speed is not something that customers are willing to wait for. Pre-prepared dishes are different. You only need to heat the dishes. More complex chefs may add some seasonings according to the taste of the pre-prepared dishes. In this way, it falls into a vicious circle. Buyers constantly emphasize the speed of serving, and restaurants use pre-prepared dishes to meet customer needs, as so many restaurants now have pre-prepared dishes. This also indirectly leads to the lower and lower requirements of many restaurants for chefs. Why do we need chefs when we are doing pre-prepared dishes? A good chef can cost a lot of money, as so many chefs are in a bad situation now. It is different at Nanchi takeaway. All dishes need to be prepared by the chefs themselves, and the cooking skills are very high. As for pre-prepared dishes, there are none at Nanchi takeaway. This is where chefs should come, not those pre-prepared food restaurants. Wang Maoyan heard many chefs shouting in unison, and he felt a little emotional. With so many chefs, he didn't know how many restaurants he could open. But at Nanchi takeaway, it only supports dozens of takeaway stores. Okay, that's all. Tomorrow Nanchi takeaway will open. Everyone should be more attentive. After Wang Maoyan finished speaking, he left Nanchi takeaway directly. The Nanchi takeaway in Kyoto has been resolved. Next, he has 2 things to consider. The first is the training of chefs. At the request of Mr. Chun, he has recruited enough students to learn cooking. Currently, some chefs from Tomorrow Canteen are responsible for the training. He wants to go back to Jiangcheng to see the specific situation. Another point is the new expansion of Nanchi takeaway. Mr. Chen has made it clear that as long as Nanshi Takeaway is fully open in Kyoto, it is also ready to expand to the next city. However, he is still undecided about which city to choose for the next expansion, and he has to go back to ask Mr. Chun for advice so in order to deal with the next things as soon as possible. He has already booked a flight to Jiangxing and can leave in the evening. And in Kyoto, he has arranged the person in charge, so there is no need to worry. The next day, early in the morning, Tomorrow Group, President's office. Chinemo stared at the computer screen tightly, and his hands quickly controlled the keyboard and mouse. Not long after, he sat back in the boss chair with a smile on his face. His newly developed AtoZ gameplay was still very powerful, especially after the core equipment came out. It was torture for the opponent. Using this gameplay, he got a lot of points, but compared to the AP Swordsman, Chapter 11-19 Final Payment AP Swordsman is better for gaining points. Now this AtoZ is playing pull, but if the person on the opposite side knows how to play, you can control him directly with skills, and other teammates can focus the fire. Even if he had a meat suit, it would be difficult for him to survive. The AP Swordsman is different. It is a complete harvesting machine. It can withstand a lot of damage in the face of concentrated fire and its blood recovery skills. However, there are many people playing AP Swordsman now, and the official has also made adjustments to AP Swordsman, reducing the growth of magic power, the AP damage of skills, and the amount of blood regeneration of blood recovery skills. In short, the current AP Swordsmen basically lose their previous dominance. Chinemo thought to himself and started a new game again. There was basically nothing going on during this period. There is no pressure for settlement. Even if there is profit in some places, there are still more than 10 months until the settlement this time, so there is no need to worry. This was the time for him to relax by playing games, and soon a new game started. The time is approaching noon. Shin-ro walked in with some documents. Mr. Chun, these are some information reported by several of his companies. Please take a look at them. Well, just put it on the table. Chun-mo left the computer screen for a moment and glanced at Shin-ro, then continued to look at the computer screen. Shin-ro didn't say anything after hearing this. She carefully placed the information on the table and took another look at the water glass that was already empty of water, but he took the initiative to pick up the water cup, filled it with warm water again, and put it back to its original position. After taking care of all this, he turned around and returned to his office. The president's office. At the end of a game, I looked at the game interface that finally failed. Chun silently picked up the water glass on the side and took a sip. Even if he had a new way of playing, the winning rate was not 100%. If your teammates are too outrageous, it will be difficult to win. In this game just now, your teammates were outrageous that he hasn't even finished supplying his key equipment yet, and his teammates have already given him more than 10 kills. By the time his key equipment came out, the opponents had already begun to become gods that can't play a little bit. Chinemo secretly complained, then turned to look at the information on the table and quit the game. I picked up the information on the desktop and read it. As a president, I still have to read the information reported that he is very responsible. I picked up the first information and found that it was information about Nana Coffee. He specifically asked Shin-ro to pay special attention to Nana Coffee, especially if there were any developments at Nanrue Coffee. Come over and report immediately. After all, Nanrue Coffee has not opened a new store for Nana Coffee in 2 months. This is not good news. If Nari Coffee gives up competing with Nana Coffee, then he will have a new profitable company. Nana Coffee, in this regard, he was still very caring. Chinemo slowly opened the information about Nana Coffee, praying in his heart that his good ally would give him some help. After a while, Chinemo put Nana Coffee's information aside with a relaxed look. His good ally did not disappoint him. Nanrue Coffee has not given up its competition with Nana Coffee. Information shows that Nanrue Coffee, which has been quiet for 2 months, has once again launched an operation against Nana Coffee. And he acted very quickly. Nowadays, stores decorated by Nanrue Coffee have begun to appear near Nana Coffee in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Dongguan. Even Nanrue Coffee, which has just developed in Shenzhen, has appeared near Nana Coffee. Judging from these behaviors, in the 2 months when Nari Coffee has been silent, it can be determined that it is not giving up the competition with Nari Coffee, but that there really is no reserve store for Nari Coffee. In the past 2 months, I have been training reserve store managers. Now that Nanrue Coffee has launched another operation against Nana Coffee, it has obviously trained enough reserve store managers. Chinemo thought with satisfaction that his good ally did not disappoint him. This time I know the importance of reserve store managers. I should have trained enough reserve store managers, and I can freely target his Nana coffee in the future. Not bad. Chinemo made an appointment with his expression. He was still very happy to have such a good ally that he no longer has to worry about Nana Coffee turning a profit. That I in a happy mood. He put Nana Coffee's information aside and picked up the next information. Baishu Law Firm. Chinemo was stunned for a moment when he looked at the name of Baishu Law Firm. Apart from his occasional consultation, the law firm basically didn't have any information to report at this time. I suddenly took the initiative to report information, and I don't know what happened. However, judging from his long-term experience, most of this matter is not good for him. That I opened the document cautiously and looked at the content inside. After a while, Chinemo sighed helplessly and put the information from Baishu Law Firm on the table. His guess was correct. The information in this document was indeed detrimental to him. After more than a year, more than 50 intern lawyers from Baishu Law Firm passed the Bar Association examination and became official lawyers. The disadvantage is that after these more than 50 trainee lawyers become formal lawyers, they can take on various cases and make money well. What is supposed to come will come. Chinemo shook his head. Those intern lawyers in the law firm would be regular employees sooner or later, but the speed of these intern lawyers being regular employees was faster than he expected. This was something he had never expected. Before he established the law firm, he had learned about it on the internet. Most intern lawyers basically need more than 2 years to be regular employees. And there are really too few intern lawyers who can be regular employees in more than a year. That I don't know how Tangshio did it. I can find out when I have time. However, those intern lawyers have just been regular employees, so they probably won't have any business, so there is no need to worry too much. Chinemo thought to himself and pushed the information of Baishu Law Firm aside. Overall, it is bad news, but it has little impact on him at present, so he doesn't need to care too much. Then he picked up the last information and saw the name on it. He knew that it was definitely not a good thing. What a good can. He opened the information and looked at the contents. Sure enough, now the can has arrived overseas and has been inspected without any problems. The final payment of 2 billion will be transferred to the company's account within 3 working days. As for the overseas market, they have already started to work on the full sales of Jinhao canned food. That if the sales are good, they will probably follow up with a batch of canned food as a reserve supply. Chinmo had a blank expression on his face. These days, he had accepted the matter of Jinhao canned food. Chapter 11:20 position. After all, the profit should have been made, and there was no point in continuing to worry about it. It would be better to think of a way to spend the money. Chinmo looked at the content of the information and put it aside. There was no hope for Jinhao canning. The only thing he could do was to wait until the branch of Jinhao canning was opened, and then open 2 more branches. At present, the system stipulates that the physical factories of Tomorrow Group are 1 main factory and 3 branches. The same is true for Chongfeng Garments. Now that the branch of Chongfeng Garments has been opened, it can open 2 more branches, but it has not been implemented yet. That he is not in a hurry for these, and can wait until the branch of Jinhao canning is opened and implement them together. That he remembered that the branch of Jinhao canning would be arranged 1 month later. But the branch of Chongfeng Garments had been open for some time. The branch of Jinhao canning should be built soon. In this case, he will wait until Jinhao canning is built, and then he will arrange to implement the opening of branches of the 2 companies. This will also be more convenient. Putting the information of Jinhao cans aside, he now understands the general direction of the company. There is no way to change the profitable company. What can be done is to keep the original loss-making projects from turning losses into profits. Then develop new loss-making projects so that you can have a greater advantage in the new settlement cycle. Another thing is public welfare events. He now has more than 400 million charity funds, and future profits can also convert 1% of the funds into charity funds. For example, Jinhao Cans received 5 billion funds this time. He can convert 5 million funds into the charity fund account. So, since the end of September after the settlement, he has arranged the system to automatically convert 1% of the company's profit funds into the charity fund account. Now that charity funds are increasing, he must find a charity project to do. Otherwise, it is useless to keep the charity funds in the account. It is more meaningful to take them out to do some charity. But what charity should be done? Chinemo fell into thinking. Now there are teams to do it for poor elderly people and children, and the current progress is also very good. The orphanage is also expanding, and more orphans will go there in the future. There are stray cats and dogs that are taken in by the corner pet park, so there is no need to pay attention to them. There is also the Leifong Foundation, which is constantly subsidizing people who have accidents or are sick. What kind of public welfare can he do at the moment? Chinemo rubbed his forehead, and for a moment he really couldn't think of any public welfare. Forget it, pay more attention during this period to see if there is any public welfare that needs him to do. Chinemo thought for a long time and didn't think of any public welfare, so he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the funds in the charity fund account will not disappear, so just pay more attention to public welfare during this period. When you encounter public welfare, just invest the funds, otherwise it will be a waste to leave them in the charity fund account. After thinking everything through, Chinmo's eyes fell on the computer screen again, and he was about to play a few games, but the office door was suddenly knocked. Chinmo looked up and saw Wang Maonian slowly opening the office door and walking in. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Wang Maonian walked to the desk and greeted him. "Speak this way." Chinmo looked at Wang Maonian, who came in, and stood up and walked to the reception area. That if Wang Maonian can come to the office, it means that Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto has been prepared. Otherwise, it is impossible to return to Jiangxing. After all, the only thing missing from the opening in Kyoto is the chef, and the training of the chef must be personally supervised by Wang Maonian. Looking at Wang Maonian, who walked to the reception area, he pointed at the sofa in the reception area. "Sit down." While speaking, he connected the teapot on the coffee table with mineral water and pressed the power switch to heat it up. "I came here today because Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto has already opened." Chun-mo saw Wang Maonian sitting down and then asked, "Yes, Mr. Chun, all the chefs in Kyoto have been trained, and it has opened today." Wang Maonian heard Mr. Chen's question and hurriedly replied, "Well done." Chun-mo nodded when he heard it, since Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto has already opened. That means we can continue to open Nanshi takeaway in the next city. In order to consume funds, we must choose a big city, and Magic City is the best choice. And after the Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto opens, Nanshi takeaway itself can consume a lot of wages. There are 64 Nanshi takeaways in Kyoto, and each takeaway store has about 500 employees. The specific number of people will be determined according to the orders of different takeaway stores in the future, but at present, the orders of Nanshi takeaway store are not only for the employees of Tomorrow Group. There are not many orders from other people, so the average number of people in each takeaway store is 500. If Nanshi takeaway becomes popular in the future, the number of orders from each takeaway store will be different, and the system will be coordinated. But he will not let Nanshi takeaway become popular. Chun-mo thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time calculated the monthly salary expenditure of Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto. There are 64 takeaway stores, and the number of people in each takeaway store is 500. So the total number of employees is 32,000. That the average salary of Nanshi takeaway is 18,000 yuan. Among them, the salary of chefs is very high. After all, they all have cooking skills, so their salary must be higher. But the basic salary of takeaway drivers is only 6,000, and it is about 10,000 including various welfare subsidies. After all, the salary of takeaway drivers is determined by the basic salary and the commission for delivery. And now Nanshi takeaway has no many orders at all, and the commission for delivery is definitely not much. Average to each takeaway driver. It can be said to be negligible. So at present, the takeaway drivers of Nanshi takeaway have only a basic salary of more than 6,000 yuan. But one thing is that now the takeaway drivers do not have commissions for delivery, and the takeaway drivers have nothing to do every day. Basically, most of the time, they spend a day in the lounge provided by Nanshi takeaway for takeaway drivers. Basically, if you do nothing for a month, you can get more than 10,000 yuan, including various welfare subsidies, which is still very comfortable. Nowadays, many people are vying for this job, and even a few graduate students should come for interviews. Nanshi takeaway has a total of 32,000 employees, with an average salary of 18,000, so the monthly salary expenditure alone is 570 million. If other support is included, it is almost 600 million per month. Chun-mo looked at the amount displayed on the calculator on his mobile phone, with a hint of surprise on his face that he knew that Nanshi takeaway would consume a lot of funds after opening in Kyoto, but he didn't expect it to be so much. Chapter 11:21 Chef training with 600 million yuan spent every month. including the Nanshi takeaway in Jiangcheng. It will cost almost 700 million yuan a month. That if he chooses a new city to develop Nanshi takeaway, he can definitely spend more salary when Nanshi takeaway opens. Not bad. Chinemo nodded with satisfaction, then looked up at Wang Maoyan. Now that Nanshi takeaway has opened in Kyoto, it is time to develop Nanshi takeaway in a new city. Do you have any specific plans now? Mr. Chun, my current plan is to develop Nanshi takeaway in the next city, Magic City. There is Nana Coffee in Magic City. Nanshi takeaway will be developed there with the help of people from the Nana Coffee office. It will be much faster with great help in site selection and other matters. Wang Maoyan talked about his thoughts, which he had already made plans before coming. Magic City, Chinemo nodded slightly after hearing Wang Maoyan's words. What he needed was a city where many Nanshi takeaway stores could be opened, so that when Nanshi takeaway was fully operational, more wages would be consumed. Just like Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto, the monthly salary consumption alone was 600 million. In order to consume more wages, it was definitely necessary to choose a big city like Kyoto, and Modu was a good choice. Okay, then the next city for Nanshi takeaway to develop is Modu. I'll give you 2 months to make Nanshi takeaway fully operational in Modu. Chinemo looked at Wang Maoyan and asked, if Nanshi takeaway could be fully operational in Modu as soon as possible, he could also continue to develop in the next city. When there are enough cities to develop, Nanshi takeaway will definitely become a weapon for consuming funds. Wang Maoyan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard what Mr. Chun said, and then spoke. Mr. Chun, if you want Nanshi takeaway to develop in the Magic City in 2 months, it may be difficult to accomplish. Why? Mr. Chun, if you just decorate the store, it will take less than 2 months and basically 1 month. But now there is a very critical problem. That is the problem of chefs. There are not many mobile chefs on the market now, and most of the mobile chefs have been recruited in Kyoto. If we recruit now, even if we can still recruit some chefs, the quality of the chefs will definitely not be very good. If they are not very good chefs, it is impossible for them to work directly in Nanshi takeaway. If you want to work, you need to go through a period of training, and the training time must be very long. 2 months is not enough. Wang Maoyan quickly recounted the chef story. This matter had already been hinted when Kyoto recruited chefs. When the recruitment began, many chefs came for interviews, but as the demand for chefs was very high, the quality of the chefs who came for interviews became lower and lower. And low-quality chefs often need a certain amount of time to train, which is why Kyoto's Nanshi takeaway took so long to fully operate. Most of the time is spent on training the chefs who have been recruited now. That Nanshi takeaway has expanded to Modu. With the dense population of Modu, the number of Nanshi takeaway stores that need to be open will definitely not be less than that of Kyoto. Then the demand for chefs will definitely not be less than that of Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto, and Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto has already recruited most of the chefs on the market. Now that Nanshi takeaway in Modu is recruiting chefs, there must not be many good quality chefs. And if the quality of the chefs is not good, it will definitely take more time to train. The 2 months given by Mr. Chun is definitely not enough. How long do you think it will take? Chun Mo heard Wang Maoyan's words and then asked. Wang Maoyan thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mr. Chun, if you want to fully expand Nanshi takeaway and Modu to operate, it will take at least half a year. There are not many chefs with good cooking skills on the market now, but some chefs with cooking skills can still be recruited. These chefs may not be very strong in cooking, but they still have some cooking skills. Some chefs do not need basic training. What they need to train is the heat of various ingredients and the amount of different ingredients. After all, whether a dish is delicious or not depends on the heat and the various ingredients that if these are well mastered, the taste of this dish will basically not be bad. For a chef with a certain foundation, it will take at least half a year to master the heat and the ingredients. Chun Mo frowned slightly when he heard Wang Maoyan's words. He was thinking about expanding Nanshi takeaway quickly to consume system funds. But now it seems that there is no way to develop quickly. Chun Mo sighed secretly, but even if there is no way to quickly develop Nanshi takeaway in Magic City must be implemented. After thinking about these clearly, he looked up at Wang Maoyan. You can arrange the delivery of Nanshi in Shanghai yourself, but if you can speed up the process, then speed up the process. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will spend more time recruiting chefs, and try to recruit more mature chefs to reduce the training time. Wang Maonian quickly agreed. You can arrange the Nancy takeout in Shanghai by yourself. One more thing. I asked you to build a chef training base before. Where is the progress of the project of recruiting a large number of students to train chefs? Chun Mo remembered the project he had arranged before, and then spoke. Nowadays, the main reason why Nancy Takeaway cannot expand rapidly is the insufficient number of chefs that if this is the case, then train a group of more chef students in advance. After those chef students graduate, wouldn't it be possible to quickly develop Nancy Takeout? Mr. Chun, the chef training base is still under construction. However, in order to train chef students in advance, we have rented a venue as a temporary chef training base. Some time ago, this temporary training base was renovated and is now recruiting students. Wang Maonian opened his mouth to answer. This temporary student training base can currently train as many students as possible. Mr. Chun, the current temporary training base can train 20,000 chef students at the same time. Only 20,000? Chunemo looked at Wang Maonian in confusion. His original intention of establishing this training base was to recruit more students and then consume more system funds by paying salaries. But now only 20,000 students are trained, which is completely inconsistent with his psychological expectations. Chapter 11, 22 Incubation Park. Mr. Chun, the rented venue is limited. Currently, this temporary training base is the largest place I have found. If you want to train more students, you can only wait until the construction of the training venue is completed. Wang Maonian explained that he also wanted to find a larger training venue, but rented venues are not as easy to plan as self-built venues. There are certain requirements for size and layout that after looking for a whole, only the current venue is the most suitable as a temporary training venue. Chen Mo nodded after hearing Wang Maonian's explanation. Since it is already the largest venue, he has nothing to say. However, 20,000 students can consume about 200 million yuan in salary per month, including welfare subsidies. Including Nancy Takeaway in Kyoto, he consumes an additional 800 million yuan in funds per month that on the whole, it's not bad. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart, and then looked at Wang Maonian who was sitting opposite. Well, just do it according to your plan. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Maonian nodded. Then he talked about the specifics of Nancy Takeaway and got up and left the office. Chen Mo watched Wang Maonian leave, then stood up and returned to his desk. Just as he was about to play a game, he saw Shin Ro coming in with an incubator. Have you had lunch yet? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the time and realized that it was almost 12 o'clock. Mr. Chun, it's time for lunch. Shin Ro saw Mr. Chun looking over and said, Well, put it on the dining table. Chen Mo nodded, then stood up and walked to the bathroom, washed his hands, and sat down at the dining table this time. Shinro had already placed the food neatly on the dining table. Sit down and eat together. Chen-mo glanced at Shinro and said, Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded, then turned back to her office and brought her tableware over. She sat opposite Mr. Chun and started eating, secretly looking at Mr. Chun during the meal. During this period, she found that Mr. Chun had changed significantly. His complexion was much better than before, and his body felt much more upright than before at MR. Chun has always been handsome, but he used to look very thin. Now he is different. Both his body shape and condition are much stronger than before. Shinro didn't know what happened, and she was very curious. Tomorrow's canteen. After Wang Maonian came out of the office, he saw that it was time for dinner, so he went directly to tomorrow's canteen. During this period, he usually dealt with Kyoto's Nancy Takeaway. Tomorrow's canteen has not been here for more than 2 months. Entering the canteen, he took out a plate and served some food on the dining table. He used to cook for the employees, but now it was his turn to serve food, which was still very interesting. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. During the meal, some old employees who worked in tomorrow's canteen recognized Wang Maonian and hurriedly greeted him. Wang Maonian smiled and nodded when he heard the words. After serving the food, he looked around the canteen and found several familiar faces. Wei Yin, Li Shun, Luo Xiao. It has been a long time since we last met, and he heard in the group that Wei Yin and Li Shun were assigned a Desert Oasis project by General Manager Chun, but he didn't know the details. Wang Maonian walked over with a plate in his hand. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Wei Yin said with a surprised look when he saw Wang Maoyan coming over, but he remembered that Wang Maoyan had been handling Nanshi takeaway in Kyoto, and he didn't know when he returned to Jiangxing. Long time no see. Wang Maoyan also said hello, and then sat opposite Wei Yin and the others. I remember that you have been handling the Nanshi takeaway store in Kyoto, haven't you? Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan sitting opposite and asked. Some time ago, Wang Maoyan also said this when chatting in the manager group. The Nanshi takeaway store in Kyoto has been completely handled, and I will come back to report to General Manager Chen. Wang Maoyan slowly put the plate on the table and then continued to speak. I heard that Mr. Chen arranged for you, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Li to go to the Taklamakan Desert to carry out the Desert Oasis project. How is it? When will we set off? We will set off after the new year, and we are now forming a team. Wei Yin answered. In order to understand the situation in the desert as soon as possible, he has consulted a lot of information about the desert during this period. He also learned some details about desert control from those materials. China has made some progress in desert control over the years, and it is not without progress. In fact, there has been some progress and results that it's just that these progress and results are not enough to completely solve the desert. Mr. Chen still values you and actually gave you such a project. Wang Maoyan sighed. Mr. Wang, you are wrong. Mr. Chen treats everyone fairly. It's just that everyone's field is different, so the arrangements are also different. Mr. Chen can give you the Nanshi takeaway project. Isn't it also a trust in you? Wei Yin looked at Wang Maoyan and said with a smile. That's true. Wang Maoyan heard Wei Yan's words and nodded in agreement. Thinking of his Nanshi takeaway, he has invested tens of billions of yuan, and now the capital expenditure of Nanshi takeaway is 800 million yuan every month. Isn't this also a trust in him? Otherwise, why would he be given a project worth tens of billions of yuan to do? By the way, Mr. Wei, I have already taken the location you mentioned before. Is there anything special about that place? Wang Maoyan suddenly remembered that he had discussed with Wei Yin about building a chef training base before, and Wei Yin gave him an address at that time, that he also successfully took down the place according to the address given by Wei Yin, but he couldn't figure out what Wei Yin meant by asking him to choose this piece of land. There is no special place, just integrating some projects under the Tomorrow Group. Not far from your location is the Lao Lu Massage Project, and the training ground for non-military security is not far from you. And there are already some other training projects there. In addition to your Nanshi takeaway training base, the entire area is a training base for various professional skills under the Tomorrow Group. In the future, we can plan that area as an incubator park which can cultivate employees needed by our Tomorrow Group companies. Wei Yin said simply. This is what he noticed when he accidentally counted the distribution of industries under the Tomorrow Group on the Jiangxing map. When Wang Maoyan asked him where to choose the training base, he immediately pointed out a place. Chapter 11:23 dedicated to the cause. Wang Maoyan sighed in his heart when he heard Wei Yan's words. Wei Yin is indeed the person that Mr. Chen values the most. He can always think of things that others can't think of. Who would have thought of integrating a stadium training base into an industrial park, but Wei Yin thought of it. Mr. Wei, you are assigned to be responsible for the Desert Oasis project. Jiangxing Tomorrow Group will not be able to let you check it. This is also a big loss. Wang Maoyan said with emotion in his heart. If Wei Yin went to the Taklamakan Desert to carry out the Desert Oasis project, then he would have no way to ask Wei Yin for advice when he encountered some problems in the process of running Nanshi takeaway. Mr. Wang, you think too much. I'm going to deal with a new project, not leaving Tomorrow Group. If any of you have any questions, you can communicate through the phone, right? Wei Yin smiled and said that many people have told him about this matter. The only impact is that they can't talk face to face, but overall there is not much impact. All things can be communicated through the phone. Of course, there are some things that cannot be seen with your own eyes, and communication will be a little unsmooth, but as long as you are more meticulous, there will be no problem. Moreover, most managers under Tomorrow Group have acquired strong abilities after a long period of training. Many things can be completed independently, without his supervision. That's right. Telephone communication is also very convenient. I may bother you, Mr. Wei, often in the future. Wang Maoyan nodded when he heard Wei Yan's words. Whether it's troublesome or not, It's all for Tomorrow Group. As long as Tomorrow Group becomes bigger and stronger, we are all beneficiaries. Helping you is also helping myself. Wei Yin smiled. He was not polite, but really thought so that he can now have such treatment and so many bonuses. The first is that Mr. Chun is good to the employees below. The second is that there is enough funds in the account of Tomorrow Group that if there is not enough funds in the account of Tomorrow Group, even if Mr. Chun wants to give him a lot of bonuses, there will not be enough bonuses. And his purpose of helping other companies under Tomorrow Group is to prevent those companies from losing money, or to reduce losses or to turn losses into profits. Otherwise, even if Sanshua Game has enough profit now, it will be consumed by other loss-making projects in Tomorrow Group. That so helping other companies is helping himself, that as long as Tomorrow Group does not fall, he will always be able to enjoy the current treatment. Since President Wei said so, I will not be polite. Wang Maoyan said with a smile. Why be polite? Just call me if you have anything. As managers of various companies under Tomorrow Group, we should unite and work hard for the development of Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin said seriously. Devote all our efforts until death. Li Shun and others were also excited when they heard Wei Yan's words, and repeated what Wei Yin had just said at the same time. Devote all our efforts until death. After the words fell, several people smiled at each other. Everything is self-evident. After the meal, Wang Maoyan left Tomorrow Canteen with a satisfied look on his face, and then rushed straight to the chef training base. When he was near the chef training base, he carefully observed the surroundings and found that the surroundings were indeed the same as Wei Yin said. All around were the training industries of Tomorrow Group, and they were very dense. If a wall was used to surround all these training bases and a gate was built, it would definitely be a talent incubator. Talent incubator? Wang Maoyan looked at the surrounding training bases and had some ideas in his mind, that he has a son who is now in the second year of high school, but his grades are not good at all, that he always ranks among the last few in every mock exam, and it is a problem for him to get into college. His wife kept talking about this every day. What should she do if her son fails? To get into college, and she has been a little anxious recently that he could do nothing about it, but after seeing this incubator, he had some ideas. The biggest reason why he and his wife care about their son's grades is that they are worried that he will not be able to find a good job after failing to get into college. But with this incubator under Tomorrow Group, how can he worry about not being able to find a good job? In today's society, which job can compare to Mr. Chen's contribution to Tomorrow Group? He already had a plan. If his son failed to get into college, he would arrange for his son to enter various training bases under the Tomorrow Group. There are so many training contents, and there is always one that is suitable. After thinking about these clearly, Wang Maoyan looked relaxed. He planned to talk to his wife about this matter when he went home for dinner after work. Otherwise, it would not be good for his wife to be anxious all the time, but he came to the chef training base, confirmed the trainees and teachers, and left directly after confirming that there were no problems. Now that Mr. Chun has implemented the development of Nanshi Takeaway in Shanghai, he naturally has to organize the team as soon as possible and then set off for Shanghai. Expand Nanshi Takeaway in Shanghai as soon as possible, that we must never let Mr. Chen down. Jiangcheng, in a company lounge, Su Huijun looked at the sisters in front of her and said with a smile, Sisters, it's noon later. I'm afraid it will take some time for them to discuss things. They probably won't have lunch. But we can't go hungry. I'll take you to our staff canteen for lunch and let you have a taste of the staff canteen. There was a smile on Su Huijun's face. After eating 2 meals in the Chongfeng Clothing's employee canteen, she realized that the food in the employee canteen was so delicious. Many people had said before that the staff canteen was very unpalatable, but she took it seriously, so she never ate in her own canteen. After all, who would go to a terrible place to eat? However, after eating at Chongfeng Clothing, he suddenly realized that the employee canteen was so delicious that it happened that her husband was discussing things with several partners, and she was responsible for receiving the wives of her husband's partners. Because she often collaborates with them, she has already become familiar with the wives of the bosses, and they are already considered best friends. Sister June, you said you want to eat in the staff canteen? A woman heard what Su Huijun meant and immediately asked. Yes, the staff canteen is very delicious. Huijun, don't you have no money? You want to save money in this way? Another woman asked. Su Huijun heard the words of several sisters and hurriedly spoke. You must have misunderstood. The staff canteen is not as bad as other people say. You believe me. Chapter 11, 24 Meals. Su Hui Jun, if you have any difficulties, just tell us. You don't have to solve it this way. We can still help a little. A sister said with a hint of worry in her tone. Yes, Sister Hui Jun, if it doesn't work, we are fine for this meal, and we don't need to go to the employee cafeteria. Su Hui Jun heard what they said, and her expression was a little anxious. Can you believe me? The food in the employee cafeteria is really delicious, better than the food made by the chefs outside. How about I take you to taste it? If it's really not delicious, you don't have to eat it. I'll take you to eat outside. What do you think? Several sisters heard Su Huijuan's words and Su Huijuan's serious expression, and finally nodded. Then let's go. It's almost time for lunch. If we go late, the employees will come here for lunch break. There will be many people at that time. Su Huijun glanced at the time, then got up and rushed straight to the employee cafeteria. Several sisters followed Su Huijun, and their eyes suddenly became more curious. Could it be that the staff canteen of Su Huijuan's family has very good treatment and the food is very delicious? Soon several people came to the door of the staff canteen. This is the staff canteen, let's go in. Su Huijun introduced the sisters behind her and walked in. After a while, Su Huijun fell into silence as she looked at the dish and soup on the table. The dish was a large pot of fried pork with peppers. And that large pot of fried pork with peppers, at first glance, was basically all green, and there were no meat slices at all. Rather than saying it was fried pork with peppers, it was better to say that peppers were fried with peppers that as for the soup on the side, let alone the seaweed egg drop soup, there were not many eggs, basically all seaweed, and it was very watery. And the appearance of this dish and soup was also very bad, and it didn't look appetizing at all. Is this the employee canteen of her company? Why is it so bad? Su Huijun looked puzzled, then looked up at the person behind the dining table and asked, "Are there any dishes in the cafeteria yet?" Chongfeng Clothing has more than 10 dishes, but there is only one dish and one soup here. It is estimated that the delicious dishes are still not served, Su Huijun thought in her heart. But the person behind the food counter broke her fantasy directly. What do you mean it's not served? These are the dishes. You are new here. If you don't want to eat, go out and eat. The person behind the food counter said impatiently. Su Huijuan's face was a little embarrassed when she heard the words of the person behind the food counter. She brought her sisters here to eat delicious food in the cafeteria. It doesn't matter if there is no delicious food. She realized that not every employee cafeteria is the same as Chongfeng Clothing's employee cafeteria. But the tone of the staff in front of her made her very uncomfortable, even though this person didn't know her identity. But this tone and attitude are also very bad for other employees in the company. This will affect the working status of the company's employees. Employees work for half a day and come to eat at noon. Looking at such food and facing the attitude of the cafeteria staff, how should they work in the afternoon? Su Huijun looked at the staff in the cafeteria in front of her and spoke lightly. Who is the person in charge of the cafeteria? Let him come over. Who are you? Come over if you want. I don't have time. I tell you, the person in charge of the cafeteria is my brother-in-law. You are new here. Believe it or not, I will ask my brother-in-law to ask the company manager to fire you. The person in charge of the cafeteria said with a mocking look on his face. That Su Huijun glanced at the cafeteria staff in front of her lightly, without saying anything more, then turned to look at the sisters behind her and said with an apologetic look, "Sorry, I wanted to bring you here to eat some delicious food, but I was wrong. Not every company cafeteria has delicious food. The last time I went to the cafeteria of Chongfeng Clothing, it was really delicious. Haven't you always wanted to find out where I had my dress customized? It was at Chongfeng Clothing. I'll take you there some other day and try the employee cafeteria there. But I may have to deal with some family affairs today. Please forgive me for not entertaining you well. I'll treat you to dinner at Xingyu Restaurant in the evening." I wanted to bring a few sisters to taste the food in the cafeteria, but now it's obviously impossible to taste it. It's okay, Sister Huijun. You deal with your business, and we can find a place to eat lunch by ourselves. A sister said indifferently. She didn't have much hope for the cafeteria. She had been to the employee cafeteria of her company, and the taste was very ordinary. But when she saw the food in Su Huijuan's employee cafeteria, she was very surprised. The food was too bad. The food in their staff canteen is just not tasty, but the dishes are okay, with meat, eggs, and vegetables. The nutrition is still very balanced at AT that time. The food in Su Huijuan's house was stir-fried pork with peppers, no meat, and no egg and seaweed egg drop soup. Did I ask this food still edible? And the words of the canteen employee just now were too irritating. If they don't participate in the training, they will not be relieved that they are eager to leave, so that Su Huijun can have time to teach the canteen employee a lesson. Although the canteen employee didn't say it to him, they were also very unhappy when they heard it. Thank you for your understanding. Su Huijun apologized again, and then watched the sisters leave. After the sisters left the cafeteria, they took out their phones and called their husband's assistant. That my husband is still talking about things, so I can't interrupt him, but the current situation can be solved by asking my husband's assistant to come over. She doesn't come to the company for much time, and even if she comes, she only goes to the office to sit for a while and does not participate in the management of the company. Therefore, only a few company executives in the company knew that he was the boss's wife. The call will be answered soon. The assistant's voice came from the phone. Mrs. Su, do you have any plans? Come to the staff canteen. There are some things that need to be taken care of. After Su Huijun finished speaking, she hung up the phone and then found a seat in the canteen and sat down directly. During the waiting period, the time also came to 12 o'clock, and the company's employees began to eat in the canteen. That Su Huijun took a look and found that there were very few employees coming to the canteen to eat. But he remembered that there were hundreds of people in the cafeteria. So why were only these few people coming to eat? After thinking about it, then he got up and stopped a company employee at random and asked, "Are these the only ones you come to eat with? There should be a lot of people in the company." The employee who was stopped couldn't help but complain after hearing this. "The food is so bad we all ate out. If I hadn't been short of money, I would have eaten out too." Chapter 11:25 Persuading to quit. Su Huijun nodded slightly when she heard the employee's words. It was indeed the case. How many people were willing to eat food like this in the cafeteria? Before long, the company employees finished their meals, sat down at their seats, and started eating. The assistant also came to the cafeteria at this time, looked around a few times, and saw Su Huijun sitting not far away. Walked over quickly. "Mrs. Su, do you have any plans?" The assistant asked carefully. Just now on the phone, he had clearly noticed that the other party's tone was wrong, clearly angry. "Go and call the person in charge of the canteen." "I can't call him." Su Huijun glanced at the assistant lightly. The assistant nodded quickly after hearing Su Huijun's words. "Okay, Mrs. Su." After saying that, he took out his phone and called the person in charge of the canteen. After saying a few simple words, he hung up the phone directly. Before long, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. "Assistant Su, what's the matter?" Assistant Su did not respond when he heard this, but turned to look at Su Huijun. "Mrs. Su, people have been called over for you." Su Huijun nodded, then looked at the person in charge of the canteen and said, "Are you the person in charge of the canteen?" When the person in charge of the canteen heard Su Huijun's inquiry, he thought about the title of Assistant Su just now, and soon realized who the woman in front of him was. The only person who could be called Madam by Assistant Su is the boss's wife. After thinking about this clearly, he quickly spoke respectfully. "Hello, Mrs. Su. I am the person in charge of the cafeteria. If you have any orders, just ask. I heard that you have a brother-in-law who works in the cafeteria. Please call him over. He can talk about the matter." Su Huijun glanced at the person in charge of the canteen coldly. If it were not for the person in charge of the canteen to take care of her, she would not believe that her brother-in-law could be so arrogant and domineering so she didn't have a good impression of this person. "Mrs. Su, my brother-in-law? Did he commit something? If he has offended you in any way, I will apologize to you on his behalf." The person in charge of the canteen hurriedly spoke after hearing this, already convinced that his brother-in-law must have caused the trouble. After all, he still knew how his brother-in-law behaved in the cafeteria. "I'll call you if I ask you to. How could there be so much nonsense?" Assistant Su said directly, "As long as everyone is not stupid, they can all see that the brother-in-law has offended Mrs. Su." Upon hearing this, the person in charge of the canteen nodded quickly in agreement, then made a call and went out. "I prayed in my heart that I would never contradict Mrs. Su." The call was answered soon. "I'm in the staff canteen. I'll give you 2 minutes to pass." The person in charge of the canteen spoke quickly, with a very cold tone that, no matter what, let's clear up the relationship with my brother-in-law first. After a while, Su Hui-jun saw a familiar face walking over. Brother-in-law, come to me if you need anything. The brother-in-law looked at his brother-in-law and said impatiently. The person in charge of the canteen glanced at his brother-in-law and then spoke. This is Mrs. Su. Please say hello quickly. What, Mrs. Su? The brother-in-law looked around with a blank expression, but soon noticed Su Hui-jun standing not far away and recognized her directly. It's you, the guy who can't afford the canteen. What nonsense are you talking about? This is Mrs. Su, the boss's wife. The person in charge of the canteen said quickly. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, he instantly understood who the person in front of him was. Realizing that he had kicked the iron plate, he quickly looked at Su Hui-jun and said, Mrs. Su, I have offended you so much, please forgive me. Weren't you very powerful just now? Didn't you say that your brother-in-law is the management of the canteen and you want to fire the employees? Su Hui-jun glanced at her brother-in-law lightly. Mrs. Su, it's me who doesn't know the truth and contradicts Mrs. Su. I really deserve to die. As the brother-in-law said this, he slapped himself twice that he secretly thought that he was unlucky. After working in the company for so long, he met the boss's wife for the first time. He had no idea what the boss's wife looked like. Yes, Mrs. Su, I will teach her a lesson when I get back. The person in charge of the canteen also spoke that Su Hui-jun raised her head and glanced at the other party, then spoke. Our company doesn't need such employees. Just clean up and go directly to HR to handle resignation. Mrs. Su. When the brother-in-law heard Su Hui-jun's words, he was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that things would develop to the point where he would be persuaded to quit. Thinking of this, the whole person was stunned. After waiting for a while, he said with a pleading look on his face, Mrs. Su, I will make adjustments, just don't fire her. When you make those decisions, you should be thinking about today. Su Hui-jun glanced at the other party coldly and ignored him. Firing the other party is inevitable and no one can change it. Then he turned to look at the person in charge of the canteen. Your brother's matter has been settled. Now, let's talk about your matter. Mrs. Su, it's my fault for lax discipline. Please don't expel me, Mrs. Su. The person in charge of the canteen hurriedly said that he really wanted to fire his brother-in-law. Now he didn't know how to explain to his wife when he got home. After all, this is his wife's brother. I don't care if you discipline him strictly or not. I have something to ask you now. Su Hui-jun looked at the canteen manager in front of her and said seriously. The company has a budget of 100,000 yuan per month for the canteen, but the food is so bad. How did you do it? Although 100,000 yuan a month is not a lot, the food cooked will definitely not be as bad as it is now. And there is not much meat at all. She didn't want to believe that 100,000 yuan was used to cook, and the food would be so bad in a month. Mrs. Su, there are other things to do in our canteen with 100,000 yuan, such as seasonings, etc., which all need money. The canteen manager hurriedly explained. Do you think I will believe it? Su Hui-jun said with disdain, and it was spent on raw materials. Since you don't want to tell the truth, then pack up your luggage and leave with your brother-in-law. After that, Su Hui-jun got up and left, and no matter what these two people say, they will be persuaded to leave, and it is impossible for them to stay in the company. Now there are many employees in the company who are dissatisfied with the cafeteria. Only by firing those two people can the dissatisfaction of the company employees be appeased. Go through the resignation procedures for the two of them as soon as possible. If I come next time and the two are still here, you can leave directly. On the way, Su Hui-jun turned her head and looked at Assistant Su and said in a serious tone, Okay, Madam Su. Assistant Su nodded. Also, the food in the company is too bad now. When promoting the new cafeteria manager, remember to improve the food. It must not be the same as the current food. Su Hui-jun continued to arrange. Okay, Madam Su. Kyoto, an indoor square. Linda and Su Yining sat in the front audience seats, watching the models walking one by one on the tea stage in front. Chapter 11:26 Top 4 The models are wearing a variety of clothes, and each piece of clothing has a different style, giving people a bright feeling. Sister Linda. Do you think you can advance successfully this time? Su Yining looked at the models walking on the catwalk and asked nervously. Today is the competition for the top 8 of their design competition to advance to the semifinals. As long as they advance to the semifinals, there will be only one final left. Have no idea. Linda shook her head when she heard Su Yining's question at this point in the competition. No designer can guarantee that the product he designs will advance, that everyone's design capabilities are about the same. And it's difficult to evaluate the quality of a design based on its appearance. That Su Yining nodded when she heard this. In fact, she also knew this, but she still hoped to get a positive answer. Now that they have reached the top 8, she really hopes that their work will advance to the top 4 and participate in the finals. That as long as they enter the finals, more people who pay attention to high-end customization will watch the competition. If they can win the championship, they will be able to attract many high-end customer groups. Today, many people came to watch in the surrounding audience seats. If they like a clothing design, they are likely to contact the designer to customize their favorite clothing. At this time, the 8 models on the T stage had completed a circle and stood neatly at the front of the T stage. All the judges came to the T stage to observe the design details of the clothes up close. After a while, all the judges returned to their seats and finally began to score each design. That Su Yining watched this scene nervously, and at the same time wanted to write down the scores of each judge, and then predict whether the clothing they designed could advance to the finals. That it's just that the scores passed by too fast, and she only remembered half of them, and then couldn't remember them. Soon, after the scoring of all design costumes is completed, the organizer begins to tally the total scores. The highest score and the lowest score will be deducted from the total score. That a host walked quickly onto the T stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke quickly. The scores of the 8 design garments have been calculated. Now I will announce the scores and rankings of each garment. The first thing I want to announce is the 8th place. Hearing the host begin to announce the rankings, Su Yining and Linda sat up nervously at the same time. Soon the 8th place's costumes were announced. Not Changfeng clothing, Su Yining and Linda both breathed a sigh of relief. Then the clothing names of the 7th, 6th, and 5th place were announced. That Su Yining and Linda were completely relaxed, and none of the last 4 had names like Changfeng clothing. That means Changfeng clothing has advanced to the semifinals. Sister Linda, we have advanced, Su Yining said with excitement. Well, we advanced. Linda nodded, even though she had participated in this competition many times. But this promotion still made her very excited. The host continued to announce the rankings, and finally the name of Changfeng clothing appeared in 3rd place. 3rd place? It seems we have to work harder for the next design. I hope we can have a good inspiration in the coming time. Linda nodded slightly when she saw the final ranking. The 3rd place was already a very good ranking, but their goal was to win the final championship. That it is not easy to win the championship. If you want to win the championship in the final, inspiration is very important. That if you only rely on design foundation to design a piece of clothing, the final result will be to hand over the initiative to other people. That if the opponent's inspiration is good, then they basically won't win the championship. I know, Sister Linda, we have been preparing for a long time this time. The finals will not be held until next year. We have enough time to find inspiration, Su Yining said with a smile on her face. She was more relaxed than ever since she just learned that Changfeng clothing had advanced to the finals. She is just one step away from the final championship, and she will definitely work hard. I believe in you. You are the most talented designer among the young people I have ever met. What kind of amazing inspiration can I have this time? In fact, it depends more on you. Linda looked at Su Yining and said slowly, Sister Linda, I still have to follow your lead. Besides, Sister Linda, you are more experienced than me, so you must have very good ideas. Su Yining said slowly. She still admired Linda's design ability. No, in terms of basic design abilities, I'm definitely better than you. But inspiration doesn't mean the more experience you have, the stronger the inspiration. On the contrary, because I have too much experience, many designs have inertial thinking based on experience, which leads to many designs that are innovative but lack a certain degree of novelty. But you are different. Although you don't have as much experience as me, you have a lot of wild ideas in your mind, which is the source of inspiration. So this last final, in terms of inspiration, you still need to look for more inspiration. Of course, I will also look for inspiration here. Finally, take a look and see which inspiration is the most novel and amazing. then choose which one. Linda briefly talked about the next plan in order to win the championship position in the finals. They definitely need to work hard. Okay, Sister Linda. Su Yining nodded. The two of them walked outside the venue while chatting. But just after walking a short distance, Linda's cell phone rang in her pocket. Linda took out her cell phone and took a look at it and found that it was a call from Su Huijun. There has been no contact with each other since the last time we took away the clothes, and I don't know what Su Huijun wants to do when she calls this time. Pick up the phone and connect. Hello, Sister Huijun. Linda said hello first, and soon Su Huijun's voice came from the phone. Hello, Linda. Will you all be at the company tomorrow? I'm going to take some sisters there. Su Huijun asked. There is no problem tomorrow. Just come over, Sister Huijun. Linda said without hesitation after hearing this. They will take a flight back to Jiangxing today. They will go to work as usual tomorrow. So naturally, they will be in the company. Okay, then I will take my sisters there tomorrow. After Su Huijun finished speaking, she communicated for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Yesterday in her cafeteria, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to take a few people to Changfeng Clothing to confirm that what she said was right. After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at the sisters behind him. Okay, I've made an appointment. I'll take you there to take a look tomorrow. Chapter 1127 Accumulated Customers. Then let's see if the employee cafeteria you praised is really that good. A sister said with a smile after hearing Su Huijun's words. I'm still more interested in design. I will attend a cocktail party in a while. Let's see if I can customize a dress. Another sister said. Yet compared to the canteen food, I am also interested in design. The dress you designed last time, Sister Huijun, was very beautiful. Yes, even if an employee cafeteria is good, can the taste be compared with that of a star hotel? Su Huijun felt helpless after hearing the words of the sisters. These people didn't take the employee cafeteria, she said, to heart at all. They were more yearning for clothes. The next day, Changfeng Clothing, Linda and Su Yining stood at the door of the clothing factory, waiting quietly. I communicated with Su Huijun on the phone yesterday. The other party wanted to bring a few sisters to take a look. You know, the sisters of a rich woman must be rich women. In this regard, they are still quite concerned. After all, if they handle it well, there will be another customer for high-end customization. High-end customization customers are very rare, and the profit of a high-end customization order is comparable to the sale of hundreds or thousands of ordinary clothes. It is still necessary to accumulate high-end customization customers. Calculate the time, they should be here soon. Su Yining glanced at the time and then spoke slowly. The appointment time is 10 o'clock, and it is now 9:58. According to the time, it should be here soon. Well, it's here. Linda looked at a familiar car in the distance and said that Su Yining looked over with Linda's gaze and saw that Su Huijun's car was rushing towards their clothing factory quickly. Soon, the car stopped at the door of the clothing factory and the window fell. Su Huijun leaned out of the window. There is no room in the car to take you. It doesn't matter, Sister Huijun. You park the car in the parking lot inside first, and we will follow behind. Linda waved her hand. Su Huijun had been to the garment factory twice, so she was not worried that she would not be able to find a parking place. When Su Huijun drove to the garment factory, Linda and Su Yining also got on the sightseeing bus parked nearby and followed behind Su Huijun's car. If you want to visit the garment factory, this sightseeing bus is still necessary. Otherwise, you don't have to do anything else after walking around. When Su Huijun parked the car in the parking space, Linda also parked the car not far away and got out. Sister Huijun, long time no see. Linda saw Su Huijun open the door and get out of the car and hurried to greet her. Long time no see. Let me introduce you. These are my sisters. Su Huijun introduced her sisters and then introduced Linda and Su Yining. After a greeting, the few people were considered to know each other. Sister Huijun, then I will take you to visit our garment factory first. Linda looked at Su Huijun and asked that Su Huijun had visited the garment factory before, but these sisters were here for the first time. She was not sure whether she should take them on a tour or whether they were just here for the garment design. Take a tour and be more detailed. I will take you to your company's cafeteria for a meal today, Su Huijun said with a smile. Okay, Sister Huijun, then everyone get on the sightseeing bus. I will drive and introduce our Chongfeng garment factory to everyone, Linda said, and then she and Su Yining got on the sightseeing bus first. Su Huijun also got on the bus with ease.as for the other few people. They looked at the sightseeing bus with curiosity. It was not that they had never seen a sightseeing bus, but that it was the first time they saw a sightseeing bus appear in a processing plant. Hurry up and get on the bus. Chongfeng Garments covers a large area. If you go for a tour, it will probably take a long time. Su Huijun looked at the few people who were still stunned and said urgingly as Su Huijun said. The few people also came back to their senses, quickly got on the sightseeing bus, and then looked at the garment factory with curiosity. This is the employee dormitory building and activity building of Chongfeng Garment. Here are the workshops of Chongfeng Garment, including sportswear workshop and casual wear workshop. If you are interested in that workshop or house, I can stop at any time and take you to visit it. The sightseeing bus drove slowly in the garment factory. For safety reasons, no vehicle in the garment factory should exceed 30 miles per hour. What is in this activity building? One of Su Huijuan's sisters looked at the activity building not far ahead curiously. It was a bit strange to have an activity building in a processing plant. Oh, it's a place for the employees of the garment factory to relax and have fun. There are basketball courts and table tennis courts. Linda introduced it in detail. She liked the activity building of the garment factory very much. After work, she would go there to do some exercise. There is also a swimming pool. Can I go in and take a look? Hearing that there was a swimming pool in the activity building, the sisters who followed Su Huijun became curious. Of course. Linda nodded and then parked the sightseeing car in the parking shed in front of the activity building. The parking shed here can only park electric vehicles and sightseeing cars like them. Private cars are not allowed to park here. Park the car. Linda got out of the car and took the lead to walk into the activity building, and the others followed closely behind. The first floor of the activity building is the basketball court. It's not time to get off work yet, so no one plays basketball. Linda pointed to the basketball court not far in front and then rushed to the second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Wow, this activity building is too comprehensive. The equipment in the fitness room is even more than that of some small gyms. There are also spinning bikes and yoga rooms. I really like it. I really hope that there will be such an activity building at the entrance of my community. Linda heard the exclamations of several people and thought of how she was also shocked by this activity building when she came here for the first time. Let's go to the fifth floor, where the swimming pool is. After visiting the fourth floor, Linda took a few people to the fifth floor. When they arrived at the swimming pool on the fifth floor, they looked at the clear water in the pool and the glass roof that allowed them to see the sky. This glass roof can be opened by remote control. If the sun is good, you can open the glass roof and lie on the lounge chair by the pool to sunbathe. Linda pointed to the glass roof above. She liked this design very much. Whenever the sun was good, she would go to the swimming pool to sunbathe.